final products.
Well, your own garden is very controlled. You know what goes in the soil. You know pesticides on there. And you're able to select the seed that you want. There's all different varieties of broccolis and cauliflowers, and you select one that is going to, be the best tasting for yourself. So the flavor is unbelievably different than what you would get in the supermarket.
That should give you good reason to come shopping for garden tips at the Springs Preserve.
We have all kinds of classes always. There's always a gardener on staff. We're always in the garden. Feel free to look up one of us, and we'll be happy to answer questions and kind of lead you in the right direction.
And with just a little direction, there's a high likelihood of ending up with the kind of successful vegetable garden that will grow only in our moderate Mojave temperatures. Our Sensible Herbs class for home-educated students will make them hungry to learn about science, technology, engineering, art, and math as we give them a taste for the sensational world of edible plants. Find out more about these 3-week classes for children ages 6 through 12 by visiting our website at springspreserve.org.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, the premier showplace for the entertainment, history, Mojave wildlife, and desert gardening that mingles to bring new life to Las Vegas.
Whoa, that's an earthquake. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You think you know everything about earthquakes? Because I do. Oh, really? Which state has the most earthquakes after Alaska, California, and Hawaii? Yeah, Nevada. And I happen to know that if a big one hits, you want to drop, find cover, and hold on until the shaking stops. Most injuries happen during earthquakes because of falling objects. Don't put heavy objects above your bed. Fasten bookshelves and water heaters to walls. Yeah, and put the heaviest items right on the floor or on the lowest shelves. Go to Clark County's website for more earthquake safety tips. Told you I knew everything.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, a new stadium just might secure the relocation of the Raiders. We'll bring you an update on the NFL in Las Vegas. The Great Nevada Shakeout is an annual reminder about earthquake preparedness. And the installation of Dream Machine is the newest public art in Clark County. Those and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles right here on Clark County Television.
I'm George Wallace, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Especially on cloudy days like this, our meters and weather systems stand ready to catch any change in weather. For one local community, this was the difference between life or death. 2 years ago, flash flood waters rushed through the town of Moapa, causing millions of dollars in damage and cutting off residents from the Native American tribe. Now, thanks to a partnership between the flood district and the tribe, residents will be better prepared for situations like those.
About 20 rugged miles off I-15, you'll find the Regional Flood Control District's newest weather station. It sits at the top of the canyon, just above the Moapa Tribal Reservation.
Our reservation comes down 168, turns on Reservation Road, comes all the way down, and that's our only access coming into the reservation and leaving the reservation. When we have a major storm and a flood, and if it washes out that road, we're done. We got nowhere to go, and then we sit right there in the bottom in the floodplain.
On September 8, 2014, Moapa experienced widespread flooding, with 91 homes damaged and a huge chunk of I-15 washed away by floodwaters. More than $6 million in damage was reported in this rural area after the strongest flooding since 1981.
It was a devastating flood. It breached 5 dams, 2 of which were on Moapa's land base, and then 3 that are upstream on BLM land. And unfortunately, all 5 dams were earthen dams, so they weren't cemented. And due to not just simply the rain, but the runoff from the mountains, the tributaries, the fingers, and all the washes, this area in Clark County is probably one of the lowest points in the entire county. So everything that's uphill runs down through these washes, through the valley, through the muddy river, and through Moapa's land base.
Tribal leaders had trouble reporting the impact of the flood because the rain did not fall on the reservation.
What the rain gauges provide are statistical data in terms of rainfall, which then we can compare to the actual damage that comes down. It's been very difficult to provide statistical data to explain the full impact the water has had. And for Moapa, it's not just simply rainfall that impacts them, it's the runoff. It's what comes down the mountains, down the tributaries, down the fingers, and through all the washes. And in fact, there's the Dead End Wash, Segmiller Wash, and the Muddy River. They all converge at a single point right in the center of Moapa's residential and business area.
Anderson had to take back roads during the 2014 flood event.
The water was coming across 168, probably a foot or 2 across. The water was above the road, continued up 168, and then there was another flood coming across on one of the dips before we get to the railroad tracks, and that actually shot the culverts out. The water was coming down so high, probably 12 foot high, hit the culvert, shot the culverts out the other side of the highway, and it continued to go over the top of the road and went on around. They shut the traffic off right there so nobody could go through. And so I know my way around, so I went up and around it and come around on the other side of it and still came across and went back to the reservation. Going to the reservation, it was continuing to flood. It was washing everything out. Water was going all over the place. There's rocks and mud all over the roads, all the way in. I finally got to the reservation and went and got a backhoe. Started helping dig people out. And that was pretty much my day. I didn't get home till 3 o'clock that morning because we're still digging out people, digging out the culverts, digging out everything, all the mud off the roads.
Just under 300 people live on the reservation, including 70 children. Older residents with mobility issues tend to live closest to the water.
You know, when you look at the history of Moapa, and when you look at indigenous people around the world, they choose places to live where there's moving water. And so I think what policymakers need to understand is that their cookie-cutter policies don't work in individual communities. They can work in zoned urban areas, but not in a rural, isolated area. And I think that has been a major challenge for Moapa is the fact that policies don't fit their way of life. And I think that can be said for any small, rural, isolated community.
This area has seen devastating floods in the past. Anderson remembers the big one in 1981.
There was walls of water. The dairy down here got washed out. We had cows all the way to the Lake Mead, all the way down the flood, down the Muddy River, clear to Lake Mead. There was cows stuck and wedged in trees in the mud, just their head poking out. That's quite a thing in the Middle Valley down here. They call it Hidden Valley, and that's over the top of that, right where that power plant is. And that's called Hidden Valley, and that was completely full of water all the way across there. It was just devastating. I mean, there was a lot of people that was there at the dairy they got out of there. Luckily, they got out of there. I could still see a picture of that one house that just had a little chimney. That house is still there. Has a little chimney on it. There was a chicken on top of that, on that chimney. It was the only thing that you could see on that. It was a chicken on top of that chimney.
The weather station will help keep the district aware of that type of event before the water flows.
What's critical for Moapa in this is when you deal with indigenous and traditional communities, their land base isn't just a space, it's a place. And so there is a resistance to leave your ancestral home and move out of the flood zone. So with the rain gauges and the weather stations, this allows, not days, but at least a significant amount of time to put into rescue efforts and recovery actions, and to allow for evacuation through the only exit that is available to the reservation. There's only one way in and one way out. So in 2014, there were children and parents and families totally separated because the only road in had to close. It was washed out, and so children were left at schools. So this effort will eliminate some of that pain and stress and agony for the community.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
When you think of devices that predict weather, you usually think about the latest technological devices. But here at the district, we use old school physics.
Well, this is the equipment room for the Regional Flood Control District, where we store and maintain our equipment that we use out in the field. We have primarily 4 different types of sites. We have sites that are exclusively set up to monitor rainfall, rain gauge sites. We have full weather station sites which monitor wind direction, speed, humidity, temperature in addition to rainfall. We have water level measuring sites in channels and in stormwater detention basins, so when it does rain hard, we can monitor the rate of inflow into the basins, and we can detect the depth and alert people when the depth gets really high. And we also have 6 radio repeater sites, because all of our radios operate on a line of sight principle. So our remote sites up in the Mesquite, Laughlin areas and such, they cannot directly transmit to our office. They actually have to bounce a signal off of a repeater, so we maintain 6 of those sites as well. Over here is really the heart of our system. This is a tipping bucket, and except for the repeater sites, every other site we maintain has a tipping bucket. What does this do? Well, when rainwater collects in this funnel, it really is a funnel, kind of like what you'd find in your kitchen here, but it's a bit bigger. Rainwater will fall into the funnel and collect in the tipping bucket. There's a smaller funnel that will also channel the water into the cups in the tipping bucket, and as they fill up, they tip. And so when the tipping bucket is working, a signal will be transmitted to our office, to the office of the USGS and National Weather Service, so all 3 agencies will know when it's raining, where it's raining, and how hard it's raining based on how many tips is occurring and the rate of tipping. And that's very important in our line of work, so we know when the tipping buckets are tipping rapidly, there's potential for flash flooding and we need to investigate.
Every time a tipping bucket in the field is activated, a signal is sent to the district. Staff checks these meters frequently to make sure everything is working.
Could you go ahead and tip the tipping bucket there? And there's the audio chirp, and a new line will pop up like that, and it came in at 9:12 and 57 seconds, so you can see it came in just now, and that was the 5th tip. And if you want to tip it one more time, tip number 6 will come up shortly. There it is.
The tipping bucket isn't the only old-fashioned thing the district uses to sense the water levels. We also use a bubbler.
Inside here there is an air compressor, and it will send out a stream of air through this line. It's a very narrow diameter line. It's hollow. Some people confuse it for cable, but no, it's hollow for a reason. The system again is designed to send out air at a rate of roughly 1 bubble per second, 60 bubbles per minute. And when water starts getting into a channel or a detention basin, the water depth will rise. The compressor has to work harder to maintain that bubble rate, and that translates into a water depth.
The district also uses radar-based water level devices. But when we really want to know when the flash floods are possible before the rain starts, we look at one very important weather indicator.
Well, the weather station is used to not only detect rainfall. That's the main job of all of our weather sites, to monitor the rainfall. But a weather station will also monitor wind speed, wind direction, because knowing which way the wind blows can impact what kind of weather develops. Temperature and humidity are also 2 other parameters, with humidity that gets translated into dew point. Typically in the summertime, if the dew points are low, below 50 for example, what happens is whatever rain that rain clouds are bringing tends to be in the form of very light rain, or sometimes not rain at all. When the precipitation comes out of the cloud and it's with low dew points, the precipitation can actually evaporate, and that's called virga rather than rainfall. And that means obviously we're not going to have flash flood issues. But as the atmosphere gets more and more moist, if we start seeing weather stations reporting dew points in excess of 50 degrees, that will raise an eyebrow. We'll look at for potential for heavy rainfall. And many of our flash flooding events with significant consequences have occurred with dew points above 60 degrees.
Up to 40% of businesses never recover after experiencing a major disaster. Make a plan at ready.gov/business.
Mind the road. Flash flood season is here.
We have all seen the devastation that floods can cause to homes and lives in Clark County. Has your neighborhood or home ever been affected by major storms? Federal flood insurance is a smart and cost-effective investment if you think your home is vulnerable. Some easy-to-understand assessments can help determine if you need flood insurance. Call your insurance agent or call 1-888-CALL-FLOOD or visit the Regional Flood Control District's website for guidance. See if flood insurance makes sense for you.
Even when we think we can predict the weather, we could never be too sure. As this year kicked off, meteorologists thought it would be a super El Nino. So far, it's been drier than last year.
El Nino is a warming of the waters in the eastern Pacific Ocean in the near the equator, where we tend to get higher temperatures, and what that does is cause a change in our weather patterns in the northern hemisphere. And during a strong El Nino, like we're experiencing now, it can bring the storm track during the winter right over our heads. The storms we've gotten so far have been primarily more of a typical winter nature, but we've got the storm track evolving as we speak, and we expect there to be more storms, more frequent storms than we've experienced so far over the next couple months.
Computer models suggested this El Nino looked a lot like the Super El Nino of 1997 that created very heavy rain in the Las Vegas Valley.
There was flash flooding associated with those storms in 97 and 98. Again, it's not like we see in a monsoon, but there can be a flooding when anytime you get that much rain occurring in a desert area.
Although we haven't seen an increase in wet weather here yet, the National Weather Service is still keeping tabs on ocean temperatures.
My concerns with El Nino are primarily that people will not understand what it really means for them. The El Nino isn't a big storm system that's going to come to you and produce, heavy rains over you. It's not like a hurricane. It's a climatological cycle that we have going on in the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes it's warmer and we call it an El Nino. Sometimes it's colder, we call it a La Nina. It shifts the weather patterns around, so we just tend to be more likely to see storms than we are at other times. So the El Nino, we've had this one called the Godzilla El Nino, among other things. It's not an entity that's going to come after you. It's just happens to be quite a strong El Nino, and it's producing this potential for heavy rains down in the southwest part of the United States.
Weather watchers scan the ocean for clues to possible rain here, and one thing in the ocean has them thinking of old science fiction movies.
There's also a feature in the Pacific Ocean we're referring to as the blob over the northern Pacific Ocean. It's actually been out there for several years, but it's been migrating, and now this year it's off the coast of the northwest United States and in western Canada. It's yet to be seen exactly how the blob will affect things, but so far it looks like it's kept the storm track a bit further to the north and given Washington and Oregon and Northern California the brunt of the precipitation so far this winter.
As far as the drought is concerned, El Nino won't have any impact on the water level in Lake Mead.
Now, is it a drought buster? Absolutely not. It's not going to get rid of all the drought problems. Groundwater takes a long time to replenish, and California is in the midst of an extremely historic drought. So I don't expect to see a lot of drought mitigation. Short-term drought mitigation is possible if we get some really good snowpack up in the mountains and we have a good spring to melt it and fill up the reservoirs.
Scientific methods help us predict the weather, but they also help us with our construction projects. They tell us what works and what doesn't. This year, engineers had to think outside the box for one of our projects, and they had to freeze the soil.
This is the Brooks Channel project. The district needed to install steel pipe under the very busy Union Pacific Railroad tracks right next to Interstate 15.
We had researched a couple different options in order to stabilize underneath the railroad in order to accommodate the boring and installation of the casing pipe that we needed, and soil freezing made the most sense. They had experience in exactly this scope of work, so for us it was the right call to make.
In order to keep the railroad tracks from collapsing the tunnel, Soil Freeze was called in to engineer an arch made out of ice.
We do ground freezing all across the United States, everywhere from Florida to New Jersey to California and Washington. Our typical application is in areas with high groundwater and where excavations need to go below the groundwater table.
If this sounds like something brand new, it is. At least it's the first time being used in Nevada. But the technology has been around for a long time.
Everybody that I know of thinks it's a brand new experience. People run into it as a brand new technology. It's actually been around since the late 1800s, but before, historically, it was used for big projects because they didn't have these modular chillers like we have. They would actually have to build the freeze plants, and they would have to make them specific to the job. So jobs like the Grand Coulee Dam, the Channel, big projects that were done historically have used ground freezing. So at this location we're installing a frozen soil arch over the top of their proposed pipe that they're going to jack into place. Our job is to stabilize and improve the ground temporarily for the railroad so that the railroad can maintain their traffic and continue to run trains while we perform the work beneath their tracks. So we are a safety measure to keep everything in place like it should be. We install 3-inch steel pipe horizontally through the ground. That's the conduit that we use to run a de-icer, a calcium chloride brine, through the ground. We don't inject anything in the ground, we just circulate it in the ground, and it runs through chillers and we keep it nice and chilled, and that creates a freezing process around each pipe, and gradually that frozen ground grows until it overlaps with the adjacent pipe, and then we get that start of an arch. Our design here is to have a 5 to 6 foot thick arch where the freeze pipe's centered. So when we activate our system, we have a number of probes that we put in the ground that monitor the ground temperature, and then we activate the system and it runs 24/7. It continually just circulates this brine, extracting heat from the ground. It doesn't put cold into the ground, it pulls warmth out of the ground, and that runs. And our design here estimates that it will be 4 weeks to freeze an arch that's sufficiently thick and sufficiently cold enough to be strong and stiff enough to support the railroad.
The technology works the same way here in the desert as it does everywhere else, but the district was the first to use it on a project in Nevada.
This method is new to us, and as far as I know, nobody in the state of Nevada has done this yet. It was a challenge, and they were the solution. So we're learning. You know, it's not something we do every day, but we're confident in the results, and we're confident with soil freeze, and we're looking forward to it.
After 5 weeks of chilling, construction crews were able to drill the tunnel and push the steel pipe into place. The arch held just as it was designed to, and soon a needed flood channel will be ready to take on stormwater.
I like the flexibility. I like the problem solving, the head scratching that we get to do. The system is similar, but however we set it up and the different parameters are challenging. This one in particular was a fun project because it's unsaturated conditions. So we had to really tweak our parameters and really look at them closely to make sure that we were using appropriate parameters for this system to meet the requirements that the railroad set down.
When there's weather in Las Vegas, you can get up-to-date information on our social media. The district is on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also download our app, FloodSpot, to see where the flooding is happening. You can get that at your app store.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Since the earliest days, entertainment played a part in the hotel casinos of Las Vegas, but it was in the 1950s when Las Vegas gained the reputation as the entertainment capital of the world, and the dancers of the chorus line were at the center.
The bomb was not the only thing to explode in 1950s Las Vegas. Showroom and lounge entertainment became the hot attraction that brought customers to the casinos over and over again. Hundreds of women danced their way to Las Vegas as members of chorus lines. Las Vegas developed its own spatial style of shows, but it built on the nightclub productions in New York, Chicago, or Los Angeles. In fact, successful dance companies like the Morrow Landis Dancers or the June Taylor Dancers had a number of troupes in clubs around the country and added Las Vegas to their circuit. Eventually, casino showrooms developed their own identities. The Sands had the Copa Girls, based on Jack and Trotta's Copacabana Club in New York. and the Sahara Hotel and Casino created the Saharam dancers. Early strip properties like the El Rancho Vegas and the Hotel Last Frontier emphasized a Western style done with modern elegance and convenience. Cowgirls and glamour girls promoted that theme at the property and its advertising around the world. Many of the women who came to dance in Las Vegas were hired in other cities. Los Angeles was a frequent audition spot, but dancers came from across the country and from overseas. Dancing for a touring company gave many young women a chance to work in their chosen field and led to lifetime careers for some of them. The explosion of showroom entertainment of the 1950s and 1960s occurred during the last decades of racial segregation in the United States. Black or Latino performers might appear as an act in the showroom, but not within an integrated cast. At the same time that notable entertainers worked to end the segregation, others found a chance to work in the racially separate venues that slowly became integrated in the 1960s. Nudity became a greater focus of showrooms by the late 1950s. Minsky's had partial nudity in its burlesque shows, but the Lido de Paris at the Stardust and the Folies Bergère at the Tropicana introduced a new style and a new icon, the Las Vegas showgirl. The post-war Playboy era welcomed gladly the nude and the semi-nude showgirls and dancers. The size and spectacle of these newer productions marked a distinct shift that changed showroom entertainment for decades. Of course, female performers did more than dance and appear in burlesque shows. The era's greatest entertainers, such as Sophie Tucker, Lena Horne, and Debbie Reynolds, brought new forms of music from the artistic and urban metropolis to the casino lounges and the showrooms. Las Vegas' own creation, the Lounge Act, highlighted internationally known groups like the Mary Kay Trio, Keely Smith and Louis Prima, the McGuire Sisters, and the Kim Sisters. They may not have created their music in Las Vegas, but it was the place for everyone to come and see them perform.
Coming up on the next edition of In Your Neighborhood, Vice Chairman Larry Brown tells us all about his district, District C, and valley-wide issues, including transportation. That's all In Your Neighborhood, right here on Clark County Television.
Whoa, that's an earthquake. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You think you know everything about earthquakes? Because I do. Oh, really? Which state has the most earthquakes after Alaska, California, and Hawaii? Yeah, Nevada. And I happen to know that if a big one hits, you want to drop, find cover, and hold on until the shaking stops. Most injuries happen during earthquakes because of falling objects. Don't put heavy objects above your bed. Fasten bookshelves and water heaters to walls. Yeah, and put the heaviest items right on the floor or on the lowest shelves. Go to Clark County's website for more earthquake safety tips. Told you I knew everything.
I'm George Wallace, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Hello and welcome to Waterways, the Southern Nevada Water Authority's news information program. I'm your host, Scott Huntley. We join you this month from the Springs Preserve, where work is underway on a new teaching garden to help students dig deep into school curriculum while having fun. But first, saving water is easier than ever with a Water Smart Home. We'll show you how home builders are designing new houses with the desert in mind. Curious about how much water you use at home? Your water meter holds the answer. Plus, the change in the weather is a reminder to set your irrigation clock to water only one day a week. And if you want to plant your own WaterSmart landscape, you'll need drip irrigation. Learn how to build and install it yourself. It might surprise you to learn single-family residents consume the largest amount of water in southern Nevada, more than golf courses, resorts, and commercial properties combined. Since the SNWA is committed to helping the community reduce water use, it made sense to help residents create a WaterSmart lifestyle from the ground up. Christine Vaughn explains the value of a WaterSmart home.
As Las Vegas emerges from the Great Recession, one sure sign is the rise of home construction. But what's most encouraging is that we're building smarter and more sustainably, not just building more. Many new home communities are WaterSmart. These homes have technology to help home buyers live a WaterSmart lifestyle without sacrificing the comforts of home. When you build a brand new home, your toughest choices usually involve whether to purchase the upgrades, such as granite countertops, crown molding, or covered patios. But when you buy a WaterSmart home, a water-efficient foundation is already laid for you. Your purchase is a guaranteed step in helping Southern Nevada conserve its most precious natural resource, water. A new WaterSmart home can save about 85,000 gallons of water more per year compared to a home built in 2003. That's huge water savings for Southern Nevada and conservation gains for homeowners who can reap energy as well as water savings. WaterSmart homes include high-efficiency appliances and fixtures such as washers, toilets, faucets, and shower heads. Participating builders must meet standards for hot water delivery indoors and a water-efficient irrigation system outdoors. The Water Authority launched the WaterSmart Home Program in 2005 in partnership with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. The program provides customers the opportunity to purchase homes that exceed water efficiency standards, and it's one of the largest water efficiency programs for new homes in the nation.
Well, single-family homes as a whole use the most water in the Las Vegas Valley, and so knowing that, the Southern Nevada Water Authority partnered with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association to develop the WaterSmart Home Program in order to promote new home construction that is much more water efficient than what is required by basic code. And so the program really works because both home builders and home buyers have really come to understand the importance of water conservation.
With home construction rising again, more WaterSmart homes are on the market. Last year, builders constructed more than 700 new WaterSmart homes, bringing the Valley's total to 11,200 since the program began. Under program guidelines, participating builders agree to designate and build individual neighborhoods that qualify as WaterSmart and are more efficient than current drought and plumbing codes mandate. This requires all homes, common areas, parks, and pools within a WaterSmart neighborhood to be WaterSmart and to meet standard requirements established by the SNWA. All WaterSmart home landscapes are guaranteed to comply with current laws and codes. And since Southern Nevadans on average use far more water outdoors on landscapes than they do indoors, that means the potential for outdoor water savings is high.
There are landscape requirements for the WaterSmart Home Program. Front yard turf is not allowed. Backyard turf is restricted to 1,000 square feet or 50% of the total area of the backyard, whichever is less. Ornamental water features are not allowed to be installed by the builder, and a low-flow drip irrigation system must be installed to include a pressure regulator, a filter, and a flush end cap. And the irrigation system must demonstrate that it does not create water waste, such as runoff off the property.
While outdoor conservation has a big impact on our valley's water supply, it isn't the only way WaterSmart homes save water. These homes feature state-of-the-art appliances and fixtures to advance water savings even further, such as high-efficiency toilets that use 1.28 gallons of water or less per flush, kitchen faucets that release a maximum of 2.2 gallons of water per minute, low-flow bathroom faucets limited to 1.5 gallons per minute, shower heads that use 2.5 gallons of water per minute or less, and hot water systems that deliver hot water quickly, reducing waiting and waste. Appliances that are pre-installed or offered as upgrades also must comply with SNWA WaterSmart Home requirements. Specified high-efficiency dishwashers, Washing machines, air conditioning systems, and drinking water treatment systems not only save water, but energy too. On average, high-efficiency washing machines use 40% less water than traditional machines.
Similar to the Energy Star program, which was designed to conserve energy, homes that are labeled under the Water Smart Home program must meet very efficient water use and performance standards. The program was designed to help protect the future of our water supply while at the same time promoting water-efficient homes and products.
Water Smart home builders agree to have a percentage of their newly built Water Smart homes inspected by the Water Authority to ensure program conditions are met. The inspection includes a detailed checklist to verify that each component of a Water Smart home is properly installed. Once you've purchased a Water Smart home, it's important to continue Water Smart practices to ensure savings. Install Water Smart plants and trees in areas where landscaping doesn't already exist. As interior fixtures become worn, replace them with water-efficient parts to maintain water savings. Simple, inexpensive solutions that can make any home, older or newer, more efficient include low-flow shower heads, faucet aerators, and toilet flappers. Each can help you save thousands of gallons of water per year. Conserving water and energy have become a natural way of life for many Southern Nevadans. But imagine how much more you could save if your home's technology, indoors and out, did much of the work for you. That's possible with a Water Smart home. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Christine Vaughn.
You don't have to buy a new home to be water smart. Make these small investments and adjustments around the house to reduce your water use. Get a free indoor water audit and retrofit kit from SNWA. The kit includes a kitchen faucet fixture, bathroom sink aerators, a water flow testing bag, leak detection tablets for your toilets, thread sealing Teflon tape, and a water-efficient shower head. You can request the kit online or call the Conservation Helpline. Only run dishwashers and washing machines when full. Take more showers than baths and limit your showers to 5 minutes. Finally, inspect your home for hidden leaks, which can save as much as 11,000 gallons of wasted water per year and more than 10% on water bills. Visit snwa.com for more tips and to watch a free leak detection video that can help you identify and repair hidden leaks. Your water bill reveals more than how much you owe each month. It details your water usage and tracks monthly trends. As Jason Gifford reports, reading your statement is just one part of understanding your water use. The other part is reading your water meter.
If you've ever wondered how much water you really use, your water meter holds the answer. The device records how many gallons you use each month and relays the information to your water provider. It's a good idea to get familiar with your water meter so that you can track your usage trends and identify potential problems before they drive up your water bill. Southern Nevada's primary source of water comes from Lake Mead. Water is drawn, pumped, and highly treated before it makes its way across the valley and into your home. Once delivered, a water meter tracks your water usage. Utilities like the Las Vegas Valley Water District use water meters to measure your water consumption and bill you appropriately. Water meters can help you identify leaks and can also encourage conservation. Water meter technology can vary, but most operate in a similar manner. The Water District and the City of North Las Vegas both use automated meter readers. The AMR system records the water usage data at each meter and transmits it through radio waves to specialized receiving units. The Water District system consists of a small electronic device that is attached to the water meter. AMR is an efficient way to track and record customer water use.
AMR allows the meter readers to pick up reads through a radio frequency, which is more efficient because we don't have to walk from property to property.
A water meter has three basic components: a dial, a low flow indicator, and an odometer. The dial, or sweep hand, rotates when water passes through the meter. One full rotation of the sweep hand equals 10 gallons on 5/8 to 1 inch meters. The low flow indicator helps you determine whether you have a leak on site. The small triangle or star rotates with very little water movement. Any water moving through the meter is detected, so even a small leak will register. The odometer records total water use, similar to how the odometer in your car records miles driven. Read your odometer from left to right to get an accurate count of your water usage.
This is a standard 5/8 residential meter, and it displays water usage in thousands of gallons. So you have the furthest black stationary dial, which represents ones. The next two black rolling dials represent tens and hundreds of gallons. And then the third white rolling dial represents thousands of gallons. So if you're tracking your consumption, you really only have to track the white numbers.
While your water provider gets accurate readings of your water usage from your meter, customers should know how to read their meter as well. Follow these simple steps. First, locate your meter. Most residential meters are near the front yard or in the front sidewalk of the home. The meter lid is marked water, or the name of the water provider. Once you've found your meter box, remove the lid with a screwdriver or another tool that can gently pry it open. Some lids have removable inserts to make access easier. Next, lift the meter cap to uncover the lens and face the meter so that the zero on the outer dial is at the top. The odometer tells you how many gallons of water you've used. To track your usage monthly, you'll need to go back out to the meter and read the odometer again. Subtract your current reading from your last reading. Check your meter the same time each month for accuracy and write down your usage. Compare the results printed on your bill. It's important to read your water bill monthly because it can help you identify a problem such as a leak before it escalates. Familiarize yourself with the bar graph to compare your monthly water use and see when it peaks and declines. Once you understand how much water usage affects your bill, you'll be more inclined to conserve, and you'll see those savings in your water bill when your bill decreases. For helpful tips on how to read your bill, visit lvvwd.com or contact your water provider directly. Be proactive and know how much water you use. Read your water meter once a month to help you save water and money and help our community conserve its most valuable resource. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jason Gifford.
Now that the weather is cooled, give your hard-working irrigation system a much-needed break and cut back on your watering schedule. Crystal Zelke has helpful irrigation tips to help your landscape through the winter.
Winter here in the desert may not feel like winter up north, but the cooler days and nights mean your landscape needs less water, a lot less. From November through February, mandatory watering restrictions limit landscape watering to one assigned day per week. Watering one assigned day a week isn't just mandatory during our valley's prolonged drought, it's also the smart way to manage your water bill. As landscapes go dormant in cool weather, they need far less water. That's good for your water bill and good for your plants.
Plants in the desert use less water in the wintertime for a couple of reasons. One, it's obviously cooler, and so there's less evaporation occurring, so the water that you do provide to the plants actually goes directly to the roots. The second reason is because of the shorter days, photosynthesis is occurring, but it's less, so the plants don't need as much water to grow, and so less water can be applied to the plants to help them grow during the wintertime.
To find your assigned winter watering day, check your monthly water bill. You also can visit snwa.com and type in your address to find your watering schedule or contact your water provider directly. Next, set your irrigation clock to water one day a week. Sunday is not an optional watering day. If you need help adjusting your clock, find how-to videos on snwa.com. Remember, the key to watering smart is all about maximizing the water you do apply. These tips can help ensure water efficiency and landscape health throughout winter. For lawn watering, run 3 sprinkler cycles of 4 minutes each on your assigned watering day. That's it. Space each cycle about an hour apart and run all cycles in mid to late morning after the sun is up. You may just need to adjust your watering start time a bit later on your irrigation clock. Watering while the sun shines in winter helps deter icy walkways or frost damage on lawns. If you still see dry areas, spot water those with a handheld hose. Hand watering is permitted anytime. For plants and trees watered by drip irrigation, run a single drip cycle of 30 to 90 minutes, also on your assigned watering day. How long you water will depend on your drip emitter volume. The lower the volume, the longer the runtime. Drip delivers water more slowly, and this long, deep watering helps plants maintain a strong and deep root system throughout winter. Cacti and succulents need even less water.
For cacti and succulents, in general they use less water than your traditional plants. So during the year you may be watering them once every month, maybe a couple times a month. In the wintertime they can actually get by with almost no water. So with those type of plants, sometimes you can water in November and then not water again until February. If you do water them a little bit more, then maybe you want to water them once a month. But the thing you want to be careful is you don't want to have water in the roots, especially when it's freezing, and that can basically kill the plants.
Remember, you're reducing winter water use because landscapes go dormant. If you think some areas are dead and not just dormant as winter goes on, sit tight until spring. They'll likely bounce back and bloom when the weather warms. While maintenance needs decrease and you're watering less in winter, water waste still can occur. You can receive a water waste fee for watering outside of your assigned watering day, as well as for water waste issues like runoff and overspray, both common with sprinklers. It might be tempting to water longer on your one assigned watering day, but this can cause water to spray or flow off of your property, and that's considered water waste. One way to eliminate overspray and runoff is to eliminate problem lawn areas. Consider replacing grass on sloped, narrow, or curved areas with plants watered by drip systems. If you have a break or malfunction in your system that's spotted by water waste investigators, you'll generally be given 48 hours to resolve the issue. Find more conservation tips and report water waste anywhere in the valley at snwa.com or simply call 702-258-SAVE. Cooler weather means your landscape really can thrive with less water. That's because the valley's watering restrictions were designed with the desert in mind. When you water wisely and guard against water waste, you help our community save millions of gallons of water. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Crystal Zelke.
Save even more water by replacing your turf with a WaterSmart landscape and earn $2 for every square foot you remove through the SNWA's WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program. You can apply for the rebate at snwa.com or call the Conservation Helpline at 702-258-SAVE and request a printed application. Once a conservation representative from the Water Authority reviews your lawn areas during a pre-site visit, you have 1 year to complete your landscape upgrade. Because plants have different needs than grass, your new WaterSmart landscape will be watered by drip irrigation. Drip emitters water plants slowly and deeply, allowing the roots to become more firmly established. Building a drip irrigation system isn't hard, but as our conservation expert explains, you need the right working parts.
Drip irrigation is a slow application of water. What's really critical and the benefit of it is that it can get water directly to the root zone. When you compare it to a spray type system, in a drip system you have gallons per hour, in a spray system you have gallons per minute. So you have a significant water savings when you're trying to water a plant. So there's a lot of critical components to a drip system, and we'll kind of go through each of them. But the important thing to also understand is planning is really important. So when you're going to establish a system and where you want to have plants, you want to have it on paper and kind of draw it out before you start digging, because the last thing you want to do is dig holes and dig trenches for lines and then change your mind later. So planning is really critical. So in a drip irrigation system, really the critical and the most important system is what's called the manifold. And it composes 3 parts, and this is what's usually in the irrigation box in your backyard. The first part is the valve. This is basically what releases water into the system. So up until the valve, there's constant pressure of water. So there's water always hitting right here, ready to go at any moment. And this wire actually goes to your irrigation controller, and this is what releases water into the whole irrigation. So this is the same component that you use for a spray system or drip system. It doesn't matter, but it's really critical, and this is something you want to definitely have access to in your irrigation box. The second part of the manifold system is your filter. And this is critical because this filters out debris and stuff from your drip heads. So if you've seen around in your yard or in other people's yards, sometimes there's heads that stop working. Sometimes that's because there's little debris and things that get into those heads. This filter actually will help clean that out. And it's something that you as a homeowner, once a year you'll want to go in and actually you can go in and you can clean this filter yourself. So the third component of the manifold is the pressure regulator. And this is really important because it reduces the pressure that goes through the drip irrigation system. You don't have to have access to it. It's usually buried in the ground, but it is something that you definitely want on the drip irrigation system. Continuing from the pressure regulator, the next part is actually the 1/2-inch poly pipe, which comes in through here. So you basically have 1/2-inch poly that runs throughout the entire landscape. And this is really important because this is basically what sends the water throughout to all your plants. From the 1/2-inch poly, then you can actually have 2 types of heads on it. You can have what's called point source, which is you're using 1/4 inch, and this is typically what you see in the landscape, is point source going to the different plants and trees throughout your yard. There is also something called inline tubing, which is the same type of pipe. It's a poly pipe, but it actually has the heads built inside the pipe. There are some components that are pretty necessary in the system. One is obviously if you're connecting different parts, there are connectors that you can use. And the interesting thing with the poly pipe, as opposed to PVC, which is what you use throughout the yard if you have grass, and that's the white, with the black, you don't use any glue. Everything is based on pressure. So you basically can feed the 1/2 inch into the connectors, and you basically wiggle it in, and then it has a suction that doesn't allow it to be pulled apart. An important part is the flush end cap. And so this is at the end of the drip irrigation system. This is important because you basically once a year want to flush out the whole system. And so these caps, you can actually take the heads off. And again, this is connected to the end. And so this is on here with an opening, and you just turn the system on for about 20-30 seconds and it'll flush out everything. So this is at the end of the whole irrigation system, and you want to have access to this, so don't bury this. The final thing are the different types of drip irrigation heads. There's a lot of variety, a lot of companies that make different types of irrigation heads. There's 2 types. There's what's called pressure compensating heads and non-pressure compensating heads. We strongly encourage to go towards the pressure compensating, which basically what that means is the head itself, when you buy it in a bag or packaging, and on the heads themselves, they'll say the flow. So they'll say 1/2 gallon per hour, 1 gallon per hour, 2 gallon per hour. And so you want to have that consistent throughout your yard. So you want to have either all 2 gallon heads, all 1 gallon heads, but you want to have the fixed heads. What we strongly discourage people from using is what's variable heads like this. And the reason being is because this can range from 0 gallons up to 30 gallons. But it doesn't have set clicks for the flow. And so 1 click doesn't necessarily mean 1 gallon. 1 click could be 5 gallons, 10 gallons. And the other thing is, if it's early on in the system, a lot of pressure is going into this from your system, and so the flow in the first one can be significantly different from one in the end. Where with your pressure compensating heads, it's consistent throughout the system. If you're interested in designing your own drip irrigation system, SNWA offers free classes at the Springs Preserve throughout the year. Just visit our website at snwa.com to get more information.
A new teaching garden at the Springs Preserve will give school kids an experience like no other when it opens this winter. A chance to get dirty while learning. Jenna Nava reports the garden will add to the growing number of community gardens planting the seeds of knowledge in young, curious minds.
Gardeners know all the dirt, and soon, students who visit the Springs Preserve Teaching Garden will know it too. Bringing class outside isn't a new trend, but the concept of teaching Las Vegas students how to garden in the desert is picking up pace as more Southern Nevadans embrace sustainable lifestyles.
The Springs Preserve is the ideal place to have a teaching garden. Our mission is to inspire environmental stewardship, and that can range from everything from sustainable living in your own home and workplace to composting and growing food in your own home. And what we're doing here is showing people how they can do that and taking them through all of the steps from design and construction to maintenance.
Volunteers and staff are digging, building, and planting beds in what will soon become an outdoor gardening classroom for both teachers and students. Earlier this year, the Rogers Foundation awarded the Springs Preserve a $100,000 grant to build the educational garden and provide students opportunities to learn outside the classroom.
This will benefit the whole public that can come to visit with a specific focus on children, students and their educators, because we will have elements of this that will incorporate hands-on work where kids can really get their hands dirty, they can see where their food is grown, and a lot of lessons that correspond with that. And so we serve about 30,000 Clark County School District students in the K-12 program annually, and so we will have a lot of influx of those students in here really learning about where their food comes from and how it can be grown successfully in a desert environment.
The Preserve's Teaching Garden will support the Clark County School District's STEM program. STEM is a curriculum based on the idea of educating students in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The garden will also provide lessons in health and nutrition. Since opening in 2007, the Springs Preserve has shared its 110-acre botanical garden with the community and provided gardening workshops, drip irrigation classes, and guided tours so that people can take home what they've learned and build their own desert landscapes and edible gardens. One of its newer programs is the Youth Garden Series, an educational series for homeschooled students.
The Youth Garden Series is a 3-week series package where students will be able to really delve into topics deeply, and those topics range from seeds, soils, plants, herbs, and it allows them hands-on work with all of these topics, and so it ties them into the environment as a whole and how each of those elements relates to what they're learning.
The Youth Garden Series is just one example of how the Southern Nevada community has embraced life in the desert. More than 120 Clark County schools now have gardens, and the nonprofit organization Green Our Planet is on a mission to plant even more vegetable gardens in both public and private schools. School gardens provide enriching learning opportunities for students in an outdoor classroom setting. Students also help to build and maintain their school gardens. Some even host farmers markets to help fund their gardens' growing needs and develop garden clubs. Community gardens also help Southern Nevada conserve water. Since 2004, the school district has removed more than 760,000 square feet of turf through the SNWA's Water Smart Landscapes rebate program, saving the community millions of gallons of water. Gardens that replace turf are watered by drip systems, which use far less water than sprinkler systems used to water lawns. Community gardens are a great resource and offer a wealth of knowledge to anyone interested in desert gardening. Whether you're a natural green thumb or dabbling in gardening for the first time, planting in our arid desert climate takes practice and patience. Ask the experts who've learned through trial and error.
Gardening is always ongoing learning, and our unique challenges that we face in a desert environment are individual to any other place in the rest of the country where someone might have gardened. And so really here the key, I think, for successful gardening is timing, when you're planting things and what to plant. The soil here needs to be amended. Certainly we have different soils than many of the other parts of the country. It's very mineral rich, and we're looking to amend with compost and natural ingredients to really feed the soils and the roots. Irrigation methods here, we will walk through a lot of irrigation methods that are going to conserve water but still adequately give water to where the plants are needed. Nutrient deficiencies that you might face here, and also just crops that are going to be suitable for our very hot summers and colder winters.
Gardening is for the young and old, which is why the Preserve's new teaching garden will be available to all visitors. And there's much more to see. The Springs Preserve Botanical Garden is home to the largest collection of Mojave Desert cacti and succulent plants and contains more than 1,200 species of native and desert-adapted plants. If you're looking for additional resources to plant a drought-tolerant landscape or vegetable garden, visit springspreserve.org. The website offers a plant search tool to help you make plant selections. You can also find seasonal gardening and watering tips. Dig deep and you'll see how rewarding a garden can be. The Springs Preserve hopes to connect students to the environment in a meaningful way when it opens its teaching garden in early 2017. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jenna Nava.
Help keep our water supply clean and recycle cooking oil after preparing your Thanksgiving feast. Pouring oil and grease down the drain can clog sewer lines and leave customers with potentially expensive pipe repairs. You can recycle your oil at various locations around the valley after Thanksgiving and again after Christmas. The Holiday Cooking Oil Recycling Program is a component of the Clark County Water Reclamation District's Don't Be a Pain in the Drain campaign. That's it for this edition of Waterways. If you have any comments or questions, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada 89153, or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. Connect with us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and watch more videos on SNWA's YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. We'll see you again next time right here on Waterways.
everybody, and welcome to a special edition of Research Files. I'm Gary Waddell. We usually talk to members of our distinguished faculty about the diverse research efforts here at UNLV. However, tonight we're going to talk to undergraduate students about their contribution to research. As always, though, we begin with Vice President of the Office of Research and Economic Development, Tom Peyota. You have an undergraduate research office on campus. What do they do?
Yeah, we do. It's very exciting. It's a great partnership between our office, the Provost's office, and actually student government, which is very exciting. And really it's meant to promote what our undergraduate students are involved in research, and also the opportunities available to them also. I mean, it's very connected in terms of the research mission of the university, but also the student experience and how that enhances the student experience. And I think that's a big part of what an undergraduate office does. I mean, we're going to have, later this week is actually graduation. We're going to have around 5,000 students graduating. We're really hoping that our research mission is connecting now better with our student experience and the undergraduates that are going to be graduating here, and we want to continue to grow that. It's a big part of why we want students coming to UNLV, and as they graduate, many of them having research experiences.
How do you match the right student with the right research project, the right researcher on campus? That's got to be really tough.
No, it's a great question, and you're going to see some of those matches tonight. You're going to hear from students, but you're going to see those faculty members, and that match occurs. Some of it just occurs because students are enthusiastic and they meet their faculty members in class. But I think we also need to do a better job in terms of making that match occur, whether it's the researchmatch.com version of bringing forward the expertise of our faculty and students finding out that through technology and being able to search for that. But also students being able to bring forward their interests through an office like this. Also, that helps with making that match occur too, and that's one of the roles of this office, the Office of Undergraduate Research, is to help making that match occur. So I think it can happen in a lot of different ways, through the classroom when students get to work or get taught by the faculty, and then also just through students having the right use of technology and being able to search for faculty interest also.
You are, I know from talking to you this year, trying to make UNLV a top-tier school. How do these undergraduate researchers fit into that plan?
Right. So being a top-tier school has a lot of pieces to it, and you talk to the president, and there's pathway goals associated with that. Research is one of those. Student success is another one of those too. So I think it's very much in line of what a top-tier institution is. It's about being great in research, but it's also about academic success and recruiting great students to the university and having them excel at the university. So having them part of having great research experiences is very much part of being a top-tier institution.
Tom, thank you very much. We're going to meet some of those undergraduate researchers coming up next.
Great.
Thanks. We'll be right back.
The United States Air Force has a proud history of leading our nation in embracing diversity. We've been reaching new heights for years by understanding it's our individual experiences which make us strong. You can share in this success by seeking opportunities to learn and grow as a member of a diverse team. We are the world's greatest Air Force, not because of what we do, but who we are. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
Our first undergraduate researcher is Diana Pena. Welcome, Diana.
Thank you for having me.
If I ask any questions, let me brag about you just a little bit. You're a double major in biology and psychology, and the 2016 recipient of our UNLV Outstanding Scholar Award. Quite a resume.
Thank you.
Why the double major?
So I did double major because I really enjoyed doing both biology and psychology and studying both. So I initially was just doing the biology major, psych minor, but I was going to be here 5 years already anyway to graduate, and I thought if I can do the psychology major as well, I will add that on because I enjoy both. So I decided to continue with the major as well.
Well, congratulations. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Since 2014, you've been working in Kelly Singh's lab. I know she's looking at organ regeneration and using frogs and tadpoles in that research. How did that come about?
Yes, so Dr. Singh's overall goal in her lab is to be able to study how there's certain animals who can regenerate body parts, but there's some animals that cannot. And so humans have very low regenerative ability, but other animals such as frogs have much higher regenerative ability. So we aim to just understand why that is. In our lab, we work with frog tadpoles because the tadpoles actually have the regenerative ability. They're pretty amazing in that they can regenerate complex tissues such as muscles, skin, and nervous tissue. And so we just work with the tadpoles and try to determine what proteins and cellular mechanisms are at play during the regeneration process, and just understand regeneration, how it works as a whole. And we hope to be able to apply our knowledge at understanding why frogs can regenerate, but other animals and humans are not able to.
Yeah, when you get much past fingernails, the humans are stuck.
Yes, exactly.
Insulin plays a role in this. So you're the tadpole wrangler, as they refer to it.
Yes, somewhat. Yeah.
Insulin plays a role in this.
Yes. So my project involved understanding what exactly insulin is doing during the regeneration process. So over 20 years ago, there's a study suggesting that insulin is able to help frogs regrow their limbs. And so in our lab, we just want to understand what is insulin doing, because insulin is known for its role in regulating blood sugar levels, but it's also very important in the proper development of animals. And so by understanding how insulin is able to regenerate or help the regeneration process, we want to understand how it can control the regeneration.
How do you balance lab work, research work, and school classes?
Yeah, so I spend around 15 hours average each week in doing research. It varies depending on the week. So some weeks I have a little bit more, some weeks I have less. But it definitely has required me to be able to have better time management skills being a part of the lab, by being able to use my time more efficiently. So I have breaks in between a lot of my classes, and I use that time to either go into the lab and do research or use that time for studying, and that has been a great help. I've also actually started using a planner. I didn't use a planner before coming into lab, so coming into doing research, I needed to start using a planner to better organize important school dates and how to organize my research around that, and that was actually very helpful. And I think that it's very doable as long as you're committed to doing research and doing well in your classes. It's all very doable.
Wow. It's paid off. 2015, you were awarded the National Science Research Experience for Undergraduates Fellowship. How exciting was that?
It was very exciting. It was one of the best experiences I've had in research. I was able to do research full-time during the summer, and this is a program that is funded by the National Science Foundation through a grant that they give undergraduates, and it was ran by Dr. Regner and Dr. Robledo as part of the life sciences. And I found it very valuable because by doing research full-time, I was able to get a glimpse of what that is like. I don't do it full-time during the semester, so I was able to do a lot more experiments, get results a lot quicker than I'm usually used to, which is also nice when you're doing the work and you're seeing that it's paying off. And I also was able to live on campus for free. The program pays for that.
There you go.
Yeah, that was nice. I don't normally live on campus. I live with my parents, so that was a nice experience. And they also, as part of the program, they bring a lot of out-of-state students as well to do research here at UNLV, and it was nice meeting out-of-state students along with other Las Vegas students, and it was a great experience overall.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good luck in your future. I know it will be bright no matter what you decide is your final destination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
In Vietnam, we took care of each other. In combat, you look out for your battle buddy.
I'd do anything for my unit.
When things get tough, it's great to know somebody's there for you.
Every step of the way.
DAV stands behind America's veterans to make their transition back home easier, with free services and help getting the benefits they've earned. Help us fulfill the promise to our men and women who served. Go to DAV.org to learn more.
Drownings are a leading cause of death for young children. Simple safety steps are the best way to prevent these tragedies. Make sure kids learn how to swim. Always watch them in and around water. Properly fence all pools and stay away from drains. Consider the steps you take, then add a few more. Because you never know which pool safety step will save a life until it does. Simple steps save lives. To learn some new ones, visit poolsafely.gov.
Our next guests are Nora Cabroy, Dr. Nora Cabroy, Professor of Life Sciences and undergraduate researcher, and Kayvon Etabar. Welcome to both of you. Thank you for being with us. First, congratulations in order, Dr. Cabroy. You were named as an outstanding research mentor.
Thank you.
That was very, very nice.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
And this guy nominated you, and you participated in the summer 2015 NSF EPSCoR program. Tell us about that.
So the EPSCoR program is basically to allow research grant opportunities for undergraduates to carry out research that would be competitive for their undergraduate institutions. So mine was focusing on the Alzheimer's disease project that we work on in our laboratory.
Yeah, let's talk about the work that you're both investigating. I understand you study the retina of the eye to determine factors that may lead to blindness and have other indicators, right?
Yes. So essentially, what I'm really interested with is on retinal degeneration. So if you look at the eye, for example, every single day, the outer tips of photoreceptors, those are the cells that are responsible for processing the light and converting light to electrical signals and bringing it into the brain such that the brain could actually interpret the message. However, this is a part of normal physiological process. The tips of the photoreceptors are actually shed every single day. We don't know that. We don't notice that because there is no inflammation. Otherwise, our eyes would turn red all the time, but it doesn't happen. However, if there are anything that could disrupt that particular process, so it's shed and it's eaten by a specific type of cell, then those tips are actually, they would somehow be not eaten and just be found between the photoreceptors and the retinal pigment epithelium cells, and eventually they become toxic to the eye. So that's how we get retinal degeneration and eventually blindness. So for my part, I'm really interested in why retinal degeneration happens. Mm-hmm. And a while back, I have identified a protein that acts as a bridge between the outer segments and the retinal pigment epithelium cells, those cells that are responsible for eating. So I characterized those, and I was able to determine the receptors, so the protein that it's actually contacting on the retinal pigment epithelium cells. I know the exact part of the protein that contacts the receptor. I also know the exact part of the protein that contacts the photoreceptor outer segments. So from there, for us, other than that the protein is doing as a bridge, is it enough to actually produce that particular phenotype or manifestation of blindness? So I move on to investigate further, because by looking at the characteristic of the protein is also what we call as a transcription factor. So right now we're also investigating the fact that it could regulate other sets of genes, especially those genes that are involved in oxidative stress. So meaning those genes that impacts, when there is so much oxidation process, and then they could kill the cells.
It's amazing how one thing leads to a whole bunch of other different things.
And actually, my project that Kayvon is doing is an offshoot of that knowledge. So in the brain, especially with Alzheimer's disease, what we know is that there's an accumulation of amyloid beta proteins. They aggregate in the brain, and eventually when there's too much of them, of course, they put too much pressure on the brain cells, and the brain cells die. What we also know is that we have a natural process of actually clearing those, but that process goes through a very inflammatory pathway. So our protein is involved in a process in the eye, involved in a process that is anti-inflammatory. So we kind of harness that information. So on our case, we design a hybrid protein. Part of it contacts the receptor that is non-inflammatory, and a part of it actually is responsible for contacting amyloid beta. And K-bone is responsible for screening those amyloid beta binding proteins, the ones that could contact the amyloid beta part.
How did you get involved in this? How did you find an interest in this?
So I initially took Dr. Cabroy's molecular genetics course, and at the end of the course, she was gracious enough to offer research opportunities to any of her undergraduates that were interested. So the class was still remains the favorite of my undergraduate career, and I decided to take her up on that opportunity. I was interviewed, and I was fortunate enough to receive the position in her laboratory.
Get it from both sides here. Why do you think it's important for undergraduates to be involved in research?
So it's important for undergraduates to be involved in research because you not only get to learn technical skills that you can apply in your career, whether it's research, medicine, or any other kind of professional biology field, but you also get to see the application of what you learn in lectures practically in the work environment with regards to biology and research.
Do you know where you're headed yet?
I hope to go to medical school.
Oh, okay, very good. Why is it important for you to have undergraduates?
Well, I mean,
They work cheap.
not necessarily. Actually, I support them really well. Through fellowships, for example, I help them out in getting fellowships. But other than that, these are the future generation of scientists. And for me, regardless of whether they go to grad school or medical school afterwards, it's very important that they know the basics of research, that they actually understand the actual process of getting the information and experimentation, and later on, they should be able, those are the skills that they need regardless of what professions they go to.
Well, you sound like you're a long ways past basic research, so
absolutely.
Congratulations. There's so many people dealing with Alzheimer's in this country one way or another. I hope you make a lot of progress on that. Thank you so much for being with us, both of you.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Oh, hey, bud.
Oh.
Where are you headed?
Just gonna hang out.
It's a school night. With Gary and Todd?
Yeah?
Not sure about those two. I've been meaning to ask you. This is tougher than I thought. Is there any drinking going on in this crowd?
No.
I hope not, because alcohol can lead you to say things and do things that you really wish you hadn't. Isn't this what you're supposed to say?
I know.
So if any of your buddies ever pressure you to take a drink, just tell them you promised your dad you wouldn't. I'd do anything to keep you safe.
Okay, I will.
I hope this is working.
I promise. Love you too, Dad.
They really do hear you.
Brian.
Yeah?
So start the conversation even before they're teenagers.
Good idea.
For tips on what to say, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. A message from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration.
I remember the moment clearly.
I'll never forget that moment.
As long as I live.
I realized at that moment, when we first saw the damage, these people really needed us. And I was going to make a difference, right here in my community. Together with local responders, we cleared trees and collapsed walls. We had to get to the family trapped beneath. As a citizen soldier, I made a difference.
Be there for your community at NationalGuard.com.
Our final guests this evening come from the Department of Film. We have Assistant Professor Brett Levner, Film and New Media Specialist Jason Edmiston, and undergraduate Carrie Ann Cahall. Welcome to all of you. Thanks for being with us tonight. You produced a feature film called The Track. Tell me about it.
Okay, it's an independent feature film about an underage sex trafficking victim here in Las Vegas. It was produced and created by members of the UNLV Film Department, including faculty, staff, and students, as well as alumni. We shot all here in Las Vegas in October 2014, and have just been working on it and completing it, and it just got into its first film festival, and we'll be premiering at the Dances with Films Festival in Los Angeles.
Oh, very good. You've had a couple of showings here.
We had a couple of private fundraisers for local nonprofits that help the victims of sex trafficking, and it did get a good positive reaction from the audience. We got some good conversation going. How can the community, what can they do to help the situation? So that was really positive.
It's quite an issue here in Southern Nevada, isn't it?
It really is, and actually starting this project, me and my colleagues started to do some research because we realized we really needed to get the authentic kind of point of view about how it was impacting our community, and we met up with some local organizations such as the Embracing Project, which is founded by Esther Rodriguez Brown, as well as one of the professors from the Criminal Justice Department, Alexis Kennedy, and they really became our consultants to kind of guide us and make sure we were telling this correctly.
Very good. You were the film editor for this movie.
That's right, yes.
Tell us about that. Is this your first feature film?
No. Years ago, I cut another very, very low budget feature, and I've worked in educational film at feature length in the past, but this is the first recent project that I've done that was of this scope.
And your role as film and media specialist at UNLV?
Well, that's an interesting position. I get to do a lot of different things each week, each semester, because it covers a lot of ground. The concept was that it would bridge the gap between film, which was sort of seen as an outdated technology, and new media, so various forms of digital production. So I get to keep a foot in both worlds, and I've worked with the Hughes Collection, because that falls into the film side of it. I've worked with HD cameras and Ultra HD cameras and new technology and how that can help students produce much higher quality, much more professional work than what they could do just a few years ago.
Did you shoot this movie on film or on?
No, this was shot on a Sony digital cinema camera.
Okay, so is editing video harder than editing film?
The main thing that you get when you use a nonlinear system to cut digital is you get more time. The mechanics of cutting film are so involved that it's more work to make each cut and to assess each cut. So the digital environment gives us a lot of freedom to try different things, and time's the most important resource you have in the cutting room. So being able to do things multiple times and
you don't lose it if you do it wrong the first time.
Right, exactly.
Okay, Carrie Ann, you were the first place winner in the Spring Undergraduate Research Forum. Tell me about your research.
So my research was in montage theory, and I pretty much spent about a year going through recently shot footage and editing it together to create a new experimental short film to apply the technique and theory that I learned in my research and prove that it could still work today, and it did. So.
A film about what?
In production one at UNLV, everybody has to shoot a 16 millimeter black and white film. Mm-hmm. So I went under the theme of like unity and what is that word? Everybody's a beginner at the beginning, so it's very novice, and it was just lighthearted film. Yeah.
Very good. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Brett, you were noted for your work with undergraduates, so much so that you were named the Teaching Academy Fellow for 2014-2015 academic year.
Yeah,
that was nice.
Yeah, it was a great honor, and it was a newly established, I guess, award that they're giving out to different people throughout the university, and it was a really great recognition, and I didn't realize I was doing anything special, let alone I was just kind of getting the great opportunity of working with students on this project, specifically the film. And to me, it was just a collaboration, and it was a symbiotic kind of relationship. I was getting, the great feedback and collaboration of the students working on the project, and I guess in exchange they were getting credit and getting kind of professional hands-on experience. So it just kind of came from that.
It's wonderful because we get these students here every week or every month to do this show, and we certainly appreciate it, and it's really nice for them. It's nice for us. It works out really well. So, Brett,
Mm-hmm.
what's ahead for you now? Well, you've finished this film. Do you spend a lot of time promoting it now?
Yeah, right now, so we just got into our first film festival, so now it's kind of like the beginning of that process, getting it out there, trying to find a distributor, and then hopefully writing the next project, and hopefully we'll work together again.
Any ideas on the next project? I don't mean to ask you what they are, but
kind of just like this film made me realize, and I made this film because my students kind of inspired me to do a story that kind of, you know, could make a small difference in the community, and I feel like I want to do another pro-social themed feature in the future.
is this a documentary or was it a film?
It's fiction.
It's fiction.
It's not a documentary, it's a fictional film, just because that's sort of like my passion. I love working with actors, and we got to use a lot of actors from the local community as well as Los Angeles, and there's a little bit more, we could craft the story a little bit more because it's fictional.
Very good. So what's ahead for you?
I'm waiting for Brett to finish the next movie.
Very good. Very good. In the long term?
I just keep looking for stuff to edit. It was a great experience to work on this film, and I really enjoyed it, so I'm trying to find as much of that work as I can.
I'd like to thank the Academy someday. That would be good. That would be nice, wouldn't it? And for you, what's ahead?
I actually accepted an offer with UNLV's MFA in Creative Writing program, so I'll be starting that in the fall.
Very good. Very good. Well, congratulations to all of you. Thanks for being with us today, and congratulations on your film. Is there a place that people can see it locally?
It's going to play at the Las Vegas Film Festival in June.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
All right. It is called
The Track.
It's what?
The Track.
The Track. Okay. We will look for it.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
That's going to do it for us for the Research Files. I'm Gary Waddell. Have a nice evening.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair.
Oh my, Patty. Did you find all your files? Finally. Who knew it'd be this much work when Richard and I decided to retire? Well, what are you gonna do first? We're heading down to Brooklyn Heights and starting on that Social Security paperwork. Why would you do that? What do you mean? Well, it's so much easier just to log on to socialsecurity.gov and file online. Well, what if I need to know how much money I'll be getting? Online. What if our address changes? Online. What if I want Medicare too? Online. So how did you get so darn smart anyway? Online.
On the next edition of Where Fun Happens, Gail Gilbert brings her ethereal art to the Winchester Gallery. Some savvy seniors competed for gold at the Cora Coleman Olympics. And we'll tell you about a number of day and nighttime events at the Clark County Shooting Complex, Nevada's only 5-star shooting range. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Where Fun Happens, right here on Clark County Television.
The Clark County Fire Department responds to thousands of calls for help each year. The key to saving lives in any emergency situation is education. That's why the Fire Department teams up with its community partners to host open houses at different fire stations. Our open houses are held on Saturdays every other month. We invite you and your family to visit our fire stations, meet our firefighters who serve you, and learn how to stay safe and healthy. For more information, visit Clark County's website.
Hi, I'm Governor Brian Sandoval. Public safety is a topmost concern for me, and it's a well-known fact that a victim's chance of survival is greatest within a short period following severe trauma. To help our drivers on the roadway, I'm proud to support the Yellow Dot program. Here to present the program to Southern Nevada is Assemblyman Derek Armstrong.
Roadway accidents happen every day. To assist incident victims who are unable to communicate or can't remember important medical information, Yellow Dot helps first responders react as quickly as possible at accident scenes by providing valuable medical information about drivers and their passengers. To get started with the program, you can pick up a free Yellow Dot kit at participating locations, or request a kit via mail by calling 702-676-1010. 1754.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming out tonight. I'm Bill Brown with Brookings Mountain West. Welcome to our lecture, The Partisan Politics of the Congressional Budget Process. I learned two things just from the title. One is that we apparently have partisan politics. That was just to see if you're paying attention. The second is that we apparently have a congressional budget process. Who knew? Right? We're very happy to have our colleague with us tonight from Brookings, Molly Reynolds. It's her first visit to us as a Brookings scholar. Like our visiting scholars, she's in the classroom and out and about to learn about Las Vegas and the Intermountain West and what we're up to. So we're looking forward to her comments today. Molly has her BA from Smith College, and among her many attributes, like yours truly, she's got a graduate degree from the University of Michigan. So we won't hold that against her. We'll let her show us just how important that is. Obviously, in an election season, this is a particularly relevant topic, and we'll look forward to her talk, your questions afterwards, and I'll turn things over to Molly.
Thanks so much, Bill, for that introduction, and thank you all for coming. I'm especially appreciative that you turned out the same time as the vice presidential debate. I'll talk a little bit about taxes tonight. They won't be Donald Trump's taxes, but I'll talk a little bit about taxes. And I'll do my best to make a couple of corny dad jokes so that you feel like maybe you're watching Tim Kaine and Mike Pence. But again, I appreciate you all coming out to hear a little bit about my work and sort of how we should think more broadly about partisanship in the congressional budget process. And to set the context, there we go. I want us to flash back just to last week, so not too long ago. And last week, in order to avoid a partial government shutdown, Congress had to adopt at least a short-term spending bill by October 1st. October 1st is the start of the federal government's fiscal year, and Congress was in a place where if they hadn't done anything by October 1st, we would have been looking at a partial government shutdown. They managed, against some of their better efforts, to get this done on September 28th, with just 2 days to spare. But again, this is a short-term spending bill. It only lasts until December 9th. And what really tripped this bill up were disagreements about two issues that pitted Republicans on one side and Democrats on the other. One of these was a question about whether funding to address the Zika epidemic should go to the Puerto Rican affiliate of Planned Parenthood. Sort of guess which side of this Democrats and Republicans were on. And then the other big issue that was a stumbling block was this question of whether this short-term spending bill should include funds to address lead contamination issues in the water in Flint, Michigan. So this is an example, just a very recent example of Democrats and Republicans fighting about what to do in the congressional budget process. But this is not by any means the only example. And if we sort of think about how we generally hear and understand the budget process, we hear a lot of discussion about partisan politics. And so these are some quotes from current members of Congress describing this most recent budget fight. This one from Senator Bill Nelson of Florida, who's obviously someone whose state is really affected by the Zika outbreak, saying this was a serious situation. This is not a time for partisan politics. Paul Ryan, Speaker of the House, blamed the Senate and said they're being blatantly political, too many filibusters, it's all partisanship. Dick Durbin, member of the Senate from Illinois, said he was tired of these partisan games. Senator Mitch McConnell, Senate Majority Leader, laid the partisan blame explicitly on the other party, saying that they were using partisan excuses, but there was no excuse not to pass this short-term spending bill. And again, these quotes are literally just from the past couple of weeks. If I had gone back in time, I would be able to find lots more like them. And so when we think about the budget process more broadly, again, this is often how we think about it. We have Democrats and Republicans on different sides, and they have a really hard time compromising. So this is a political cartoon from December of 2012 that portrays sort of Democrats on one side wanting more money for entitlements, Republicans on the other side wanting tax cuts, and then slowly declining compromise in the middle. Another thing about this most recent fight that we saw last week that reflects another kind of broader trend in the budget process is the degree to which this seems to happen all of the time, happen over and over again. So this is a cartoon from the beginning of 2013 when Congress managed to avoid what came to be known as the fiscal cliff. You have Congress getting really excited right here that the fiscal cliff fight is over, and then this gentleman here says, don't get too excited, there's a debt ceiling fight coming. So we have the sense that this happens over and over again. And this is one of my favorite headlines from The Onion in the class of things that hit a little bit too close to home. So again, from 2013, where Obama and Congress must reach a deal on the budget by March 1st, then April 1st, then again, and then if you read the fine print, it says, and then twice a week for the next 4 years. And it really does sort of feel like this sometimes, that we have Democrats and Republicans fighting about what to do about the budget, and they're fighting about it often, and they're only ever sort of finding short-term solutions and punting the question just a little bit down the road. So what I want to talk about tonight is how exactly does party politics shape this budget process? It's really easy to say that we have Democrats and Republicans on different sides fighting about it, but how exactly does that work? And what specifically about that partisan conflict makes it hard for the congressional budget process to work well and work effectively? So just a kind of brief outline of where we're going tonight. So I'm going to start with a very short overview of the federal budget process, just so we have some shared context for what I'll be talking about. Then I'm going to look at a little bit of data on how the budget process is working. As a preview, the answer is not well. And then we're going to dig into this question of how exactly does partisan politics affect the process. We're going to look at sort of two levels of answer to this question, a sort of direct path from partisan politics and party conflict to the budget process, and then a set of what I'm going to call secondary effects, where we see the partisan politics in Congress more broadly spilling over into the budget process in some less expected ways. And then I'm going to end with a couple of comments on whether the 2016 elections will matter for any of this. So just to, like I said, quickly walk us through the federal budget process. So the federal budget process begins with federal agencies, the Department of Defense, the Department of Agriculture, et cetera, sitting down and deciding how they think money should be spent in the programs that they're responsible for. They develop these recommendations. You know, the Department of Defense wants to spend more on this missile program, less on this weapon system, so on and so forth. So each agency develops one of these sets of recommendations, and then they submit the request to the president. And the president takes in this set of recommendations from the agencies, says, you know, I think that these recommendations fit in line with my priorities as the president. I think this other set does not. And he she puts together what's called the president's budget, which again is sort of the president's statement of his or her priorities for where money should go in federal programs. And the president sends that up to Congress. When the president and Congress are controlled by the same party, this can be sort of a blueprint from which Congress can work in the budget process. When they're not controlled by the same party, as we see right now, the president's budget often sort of just lands with a thud in Congress. That's, for example, what we saw happen this spring. This process, where the president submits his budget to Congress, is supposed to happen by February 15th of each year. So, the president's budget goes up to the Hill, and then the House and the Senate begin by looking at that budget and saying separately in each chamber, all right, what do we think federal spending and federal revenues should look like for the coming year? And each chamber puts together what's called a budget resolution, which is a very sort of high-level framework that lays out the overall size of the pie. What's the overall amount of money the federal government's going to spend in the coming year? What's the overall size of the revenue that the government's going to bring in? And then from that big pie, gets divided up into some general buckets. So we have a bucket for defense, we have a bucket for health, we have a bucket for education, so on and so forth. But that's sort of the level of aggregation that the budget resolution is written at. So the House puts together a budget resolution, the Senate puts together a budget resolution. Each chamber is supposed to consider this separately. Each chamber is supposed to approve one, and then they have to come together through what's called a conference committee to compromise and agree on this overall blueprint. Once that happens, the framework gets sent to the appropriations committees in the House and the Senate. And these are the committees whose job it is to actually write the bills that sort of push the money out the door in individual amounts for individual programs. So when the House Appropriations Committee is working on the spending bill for the Department of Defense, it says we're going to spend this many $1 million on this weapon system and this many $1 million on military readiness. When they're working on the bill for the Departments of Labor and Health and Human Services, we're going to spend this much money on Head Start, this much money on Title I for underprivileged schools, so on and so forth. And the appropriations committees are organized into 12 subcommittees, and each of these subcommittees is responsible for one of these 12 appropriations bills, which correspond roughly to the different cabinet departments. So again, there's one for defense, there's one for the Departments of Labor and Health and Human Services, one for the Department of the Interior and the EPA, so on and so forth. And so the subcommittees really sort of dig in, get into the weeds, put together a proposal for how money should be spent in their jurisdiction. Those go up to the full appropriations committees. Those committees review what the subcommittees have done, vote yes or no on whether to send those 12 individual spending bills to the floor. The House and the Senate vote separately on the work that their chambers' appropriations committees have done. We have to, again, have a conference committee where they come together on a compromise version, and then it gets sent up to the president for his signature or veto. So what I'm going to focus on tonight is these two pieces. So the development of the budget resolution, or the kind of high-level blueprint for federal spending and revenue, and the appropriations bills, which are the pieces of legislation that contain line items that say how much we're going to spend in each fiscal year on sort of individual federal programs. So, how has Congress been doing at completing both the budget resolution and these appropriations bills? So first, let's look at how frequently Congress actually manages to pass a budget resolution. So here we see what's happened in the past when the same party has controlled both houses of Congress. So we see that when Democrats and Republicans, or when Democrats control both houses of Congress, they've managed to produce a budget resolution about 92% of the time. When both chambers are under Republican control, it's a little less than that. But overall, we're doing okay. This is sort of B minus work if we were giving them a letter grade. Not surprisingly, when the two chambers are controlled by different parties, they've struggled more with this. Finishing a budget resolution only 64% of the time. And you might note here that historically, when the divided control of the chambers has given the Senate to Republicans and the House to Democrats, we actually have managed to do pretty well at finishing a budget resolution. But all 5 of these years are at the very beginning of the time span we're looking at here, so in the mid to early 80s. And one thing that I'm going to argue in a little bit is that some of the structural reasons for dysfunction in the budget process have gotten worse over time. So we shouldn't be too surprised that Congress was able to overcome these partisan divides better, a little bit more historically than they are in the very contemporary years. So, budget resolution, we're doing okay, not great, but not the worst indicator in the world. What about developing appropriations bills? So this is the question of when the House and the Senate appropriations committees really go to work on their individual proposals, do they actually get that part of the process done? And this greenish line is the House, this dark blue line is the Senate, and this graph takes us from 2007, fiscal year 2007, which is the first one under Democratic control after the 2006 elections during the end of the Bush administration, through 2016, which is the fiscal year that just ended. And the reason this is an important metric is because two things. One, there's really important work that happens when the appropriations committees dig into these spending bills. It's a really important venue for congressional oversight. So if you're the House Appropriations Subcommittee on the Department of Defense, and you want to figure out whether a new weapons system is really cost effective, whether the military is doing what it's supposed to be doing, what better way than to haul the person in charge of that process up before your committee when you're trying to decide how much money to spend on it and ask them a lot of questions. So it's important because there's important deliberative work that's done when committees work on these bills. It's also important because it can be a signal for how the members who actually sit on the Appropriations Committee think the process is going to go. So if you're a member of Congress, you've got a lot of demands on your time, and if you don't actually think that Congress is going to finish the appropriations process, you have much less of an incentive to do all the really hard work in putting together an appropriations bill if you think that it's going to go nowhere. So again, the Senate, we can see, has done pretty well. So 12 is the number of appropriations bills we're shooting for every year. And since fiscal year 2007, Senate's, there have been some years when they haven't finished them all, but they've finished them all the past 2 years, and they've done okay. The House has varied a little bit more. In fiscal year 2010, they did not do particularly well. But again, this isn't the worst indicator, but it could be better. What about actually passing these appropriations bills? And here's where we really start to see an indicator of some of this dysfunction. And so the green line here is how many standalone appropriations bills has Congress actually enacted in each of these years. And again, what we're shooting for here is 12. We're shooting for Congress to actually, so I will say that you'll really eagle-eyed viewers will note that there was a period of time when we were shooting for 13. Now we're down to 12, and that's why this line is a little bit higher here. So we're shooting for 12 or 13, depending on the year. And again, this is what we want to see. We want to see Congress working on separate appropriations bills, making decisions about how to spend money in different areas of the federal government, devoting floor time to really having these debates. So the solid green line has fluctuated over time, but if you can see this sort of dotted line here is a linear trend in the solid line, and that's fallen considerably over time. And for instance, this fiscal year, Congress managed to finish just one separate spending bill so far. And then this sort of blue dotted line is how many of these separate bills did they finish on time, which is by October 1st, and we can see again that has really gotten bad in the past decade or so, to the point where there were several years before this one where Congress actually managed to complete none of the separate appropriations bills on time. So lastly, the last metric I want us to look at is this question of how long do we spend under what are called continuing resolutions. And these are these short-term spending bills, like the one that Congress passed last week. And we call them continuing resolutions because they take the amount of money that Congress was spending last year and they just continue that on into the next year. And continuing resolutions are suboptimal for a couple of reasons. One is that they're really bad for the agencies that have to operate under them. They give agencies a lot of uncertainty. So if you're a federal agency and you are operating under continuing resolution, you don't really know, you know how long that one is going to last, but you don't know whether it's going to be followed by another continuing resolution, whether it's going to be followed by a full appropriations bill. If it's followed by a full appropriations bill, will that bill have more money? You don't know. So it's really hard for you to plan and make decisions. So we've seen this. So this graph goes back to 1998. We saw, and this is the number of days on the y-axis. And so we see here that for a while Congress was using continuing resolutions frequently, but they were sort of shorter in duration. And then between 2007 and 2013, we actually had several years where basically the whole year was spent under a short-term spending bill that just kind of continued funding from the previous year, which again is bad for agencies. So this, like the last graph, again, is not terribly promising for Congress. So verdict here, Congress regularly struggles to complete various parts of the budget process on time. Is party conflict to blame? I'm going to argue yes, it is. And we're going to look specifically at 3 ways that party conflict can derail the budget process. The first is when there are intra-party divisions, so when, particularly within the majority party, when there's disagreement within the party. We're going to look at inter-party divisions, when the 2 parties disagree with one another. And then we're going to look at inter-branch divisions, which is basically when Congress and the president disagree about what should happen. And in this part of the talk, I'm going to be relying on some work from 2 sets of political scientists, one, John Moon and Sarah Anderson, and then another named Peter Hansen. So what do I mean by intra-party divisions? So here again, I mean divisions within the majority party. So currently, both chambers of Congress are controlled by Republicans, and so this would, when in the current Congress, this would mean divisions within the Republican Party. And a really great example of how this has played out recently actually comes from this year's budget resolution in the House. The House failed to complete action on a budget resolution this year. And that is in part because within the Republican Party, there was disagreement about how big the overall pie should be in the budget resolution. So remember, the budget resolution sets that overall pie, and then it divides that pie up into buckets. And there were some members of the Republican Party, led by Speaker of the House Paul Ryan and other members of the Republican leadership, who wanted to have the pie be one size. And then there was another set of members, led principally by members of the House Freedom Caucus, who wanted that pie to be a little bit smaller. And Paul Ryan looked at that conflict and says, you know what? I don't have enough members in my part of the majority party to get a majority on the floor for a budget resolution, so I'm just not going to do it at all. So one sort of indicator of how this has gotten worse over time, which contributes to the worsening of the budget process over time, is this data, again, from John Moon and Sarah Anderson, that talks about intra-party conflict in terms of divisions between the Appropriations Committee and the majority party in the chamber as a whole, particularly in the House, which is what we see here. And the idea here is that if the Appropriations Committee in the House, even the majority party members, want one set of spending priorities, if the whole majority party doesn't agree with them, they're going to have a hard time getting that bill that the Appropriations Committee puts together through the full House. And so this is important because this means that even when when your party is in the majority, if you have enough disagreement within your party, it's gonna cause problems for the budget process as well. And so what Moon and Anderson argue is that when you have this distance between majority party appropriators and the majority party as a whole, the appropriations process takes longer to complete, which is one of the indicators we looked at before. And you can see that this has sort of increased steadily over time. What about inter-party conflict? So this is sort of what we often think about when we talk about polarization in Congress, and that's that there are big divisions between the parties. So you may, as I've displayed here, have some disagreement within the majority party, the Republicans, but more importantly, you have a bigger distance between the Republicans on this side and the Democrats on this side. And this is important because when you have this distance, it's harder to build compromise. It's harder to get some members of the minority party to go along with the majority party, which is especially important in the Senate, thanks to the Senate filibuster. So in the Senate, you need 60 votes to end debate in most circumstances. And so in order to, if you're the majority party, often you still need some members of the minority party to go along with you. And when this distance is greater, that compromise, that coalition is harder to build. So we're going to look at two indicators of this increasing inter-party conflict, which has corresponded to more dysfunction in the budget process. And the first is this idea that the size of the Senate's majority party has trended downward over time. So we see smaller Senate majorities now than we used to. So right now, for example, Republicans have a 54-seat majority in the Senate, and there are 46 Democrats, and so that is here. But you can see that going back to the early 70s, which is when the modern congressional budget process started, we occasionally had much larger Senate majorities. And so what Hansen finds is that as the size of the Senate majority party gets smaller, as the Senate majority party has to rely more on members of the minority party to get things done, we see more of these what we call omnibus appropriations bills, which is where Congress ends up taking those 12 separate bills they were supposed to do and folding them together into one big bill. We see more omnibus bills. And the idea here is pretty simple. If you're the majority party and it's going to be hard for you to build a coalition, it's really attractive to have to do it just one time on one big giant spending bill than to have to try and do it 12 separate times. Another sort of finding that comes out of this work is that we see more of these big omnibus bills in the Senate when the Senate is more polarized. And so that's the idea that Republicans and Democrats are farther apart from each other than they used to be. And again, we've seen this increase pretty consistently over time, going back to from the 70s until today. So we talked about intra-party conflict. What about inter-branch conflict? So this is the idea that you have Congress over here, the president over here. And again, it's the same logic. When there's ideological distance between the two branches, it's harder to build compromise, and thus either it takes the process longer to finish, or it's more attractive to do one giant spending bill to negotiate just one big agreement between Congress and the president, as opposed to having to do it 12 separate times, and it's harder to get it done on time. So here, if we return to this work from Woon and Anderson that says that we see more delay in the process when Congress and the president are ideologically different. And so this dark blue line indicates ideological difference between Congress and the president. These shaded areas correspond to periods of divided government. There should also be a little stripe of divided government right here in the 110th Congress. And then the green line goes back to that graph I showed you of the number of days spent under a short-term continuing resolution. And so we can see here that often, particularly in more recent years, when Congress and the president are more different from one another, we spend more days under a continuing resolution. So we've talked about some sort of direct kind of direct path from party conflict to dysfunction in the budget process. Now we're going to talk about some sort of secondary effects. And this is some work that I've been doing recently, and so I'm excited to tell you all about it. So the idea here is that the budget process has also become sort of a steam valve for party conflict in the legislative process more broadly. And so the inter and intra-party divisions that we've talked about affect other parts of the legislative process too. The budget process doesn't operate in a vacuum. And in other parts of the legislative process, party leaders respond to this conflict by trying to manage the process really tightly to ensure that their preferred outcomes are the ones that are produced. And an important part of this is restricting the opportunities of individual House members and senators to offer amendments to bills. And the idea here is that if you're the majority party and you are trying to manage the process and you are worried that a member of the minority party might come to the floor and offer a really controversial amendment that's going to embarrass some of your members, you're going to want to restrict the ability of the minority party to do that. Importantly, leaders are less able to do this as part of the budget process, in part because of the particular rules that the budget process operates under. And we can talk more about that in Q&A if you like. And so this is summed up really well in this quote that I have up behind me from former Senate parliamentarian Bob Dove. And he says that he describes this as like a steam kettle. So you fire it up, sort of partisanship in the process, and it's going to come out somewhere. And if senators can't offer amendments freely to other measures, they're not going to turn to the budget process to do so. But as long as the budget process stands almost alone as a way for members of the minority party to get votes on the things that they want, that process is going to be targeted. So we're going to see this in both the House and the Senate. And just an example comes from the House appropriations process in 2015. So this is sort of what it means to use the steam valve. So in July of 2015, the House is debating the spending bill for the EPA and the Department of the Interior. And this is just after, you may remember, the shooting at a black church in Charleston, South Carolina, of a number of parishioners. And in the aftermath of that, the South Carolina legislature chose to take down the Confederate flag from the Capitol grounds. So some Democrats, sort of sensing that this was a salient political issue, offered an amendment to this appropriations bill that would limit the display of the Confederate flag on federal lands. This amendment is adopted. It's approved in the course of debate. Republicans responded with an amendment of their own that would basically undo the Democrats' efforts. And so this leaves then Speaker of the House John Boehner with a tricky situation. Does he let this vote on this Republican amendment go forward? It would potentially expose both divisions within his party and sort of show the world that there were members of the Republican Party who were willing to vote for this amendment. This was, again, a politically tricky situation for him. And what he chooses to do is, instead of hold a vote on this contentious issue, he pulls the appropriations bill from the floor. And this actually marks basically the end of the regular consideration of appropriations bills in the House in 2015. Boehner is significantly worried that Democrats will try to offer similar amendments to future appropriations bills, and he doesn't want to have to deal with resolving that dispute within his caucus. And then we sort of end up, as we have a number of times recently, with a big omnibus bill that folds those 12 separate bills together last December. So to look at some data on this, so this graph reflects the overall decline in the opportunities for members of the House to offer whatever amendments they want to bills. And so this goes back to the 103rd Congress, which is in the early 90s. And the y-axis here is the share of all bills except for appropriations bills that are considered under the House under open amendment processes. And so we can see that this used to be in sort of the 40 to 60% range, and that has dropped off precipitously over time to the point where in the 111th Congress, there were actually no bills other than appropriations bills that were considered under this kind of open amending process that allowed individual rank and file members to offer what they wanted. So, not surprisingly, over what's basically the second half of this graph, so going back to 2004, we've seen a corresponding rise in the number of amendments that House members want to offer on appropriations bills. So this has risen pretty quickly over time. This spike up in 2010 has a lot to do with a Defense Department appropriations bill that included something like 500 proposed amendments by now Senator Jeff Flake of Arizona. If I were to take that outlier out, it would be more of a smooth curve. But anyway, so what we see here is that members of the House are responding to, so party leaders are limiting amendment opportunities in other parts of the legislative process because they're concerned about party conflict on those bills. And then members still wanting to be able to offer amendments are turning to the place where party leaders haven't limited their chances, and that's the appropriations process. And we worry about this increase for two reasons. One, because like in the case of the Confederate flag amendment, when some of these increasing number of amendments are really controversial, it can lead party leaders to just want to abandon the regular budget process altogether. In addition, this can just take a really long time to finish. So this is the average number per appropriations bill. But again, I was saying in 2010, Jeff Flake wanted to offer 500 plus amendments to just one bill, and that takes a lot of time for Congress to get through. And we know that Congress in recent years has been less and less want to stay in Washington. They're taking long recesses, and so the more amendments there are to the appropriations bills, the longer the process takes to get through. So in the Senate, we see a similar dynamic on the budget resolution. So this dark blue line and then the corresponding linear trend line indicate the overall trend in amendments in the Senate. And so this is on this y-axis. Of all of the amendments the senators indicate that they want to offer to all bills on the Senate floor, what percentage of those amendments were they actually allowed to offer? Did the majority party actually permit? And so that's fallen over time. And then at the same time, we've seen a steady increase in the number of amendments on the budget resolution. So again, and this goes back to that quote that I read you from the Senate parliamentarian, when senators are losing their ability to offer amendments elsewhere, they turn to the place where they still have unlimited amendment opportunities, and that's the budget resolution, and that makes that process take longer and be more prone to controversial amendments. So I'm just going to wrap up quickly, and then I'm going to leave some time for questions with this question of, will the 2016 election matter? So on the upside, there is some interest in both chambers of Congress right now, both the House and the Senate, in budget process reform. Relatively little of it is directed at these procedural components that I was talking about, this business with amendments. The biggest idea that there's some enthusiasm in Congress about right now is something called biennial budgeting, which would basically take that, in sort of the most common formulation, would take that budget resolution, the big picture framework, and instead of doing it every year, Congress would do it every other year. The argument here is, Congress has gotten pretty bad at finishing it each year. If they only had to do it once every 2 years, great, less work. The downside is that if we think that the reason that Congress doesn't want to finish the budget resolution is these structural factors, are those really going to go away when it has to do it only every other year? The stakes of not finishing it, if they only have to do it every other year, are a little bit higher. So we'll see. But like I said, there's some interest in both chambers right now, and we'll see where that goes. In terms of thinking about the outcome of the 2016 elections, there's a distinct possibility that the 2016 elections will bring a smaller House Republican majority than we have right now. The Democrats are not at all expected to retake control of the House, but it is possible that they will pick up some seats. Different forecasts put this at different numbers, but it's somewhat likely that the House Republicans will still be in control, but will have a smaller majority. What does this mean for the budget process? So if you think back to when I was talking about Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, having to manage these differences within his party. If the party is smaller, but still has these differences between different factions, that gives him less room for error and makes it more likely that he may have to turn to Democratic votes to get some components of the budget process done, particularly big omnibus appropriations bills, which many members of the House Republican Party oppose on sort of principled grounds, because they believe that when Congress turns to one big spending bill like that, it frequently shortchanges conservative spending priorities, which often involve cutting federal programs. So if there is a smaller House Republican majority, that could make it more challenging to get some components of the budget process done. There's also a possibility of a very closely divided Senate. So regardless of whether Republicans maintain the majority in the Senate or Democrats retake control of the Senate, it's expected that either party would have a smaller majority than Republicans have right now. And so this means, if we think back to the challenges about when we talked about the effect of smaller Senate majorities on increased likelihood of omnibus appropriations bills, I think again we're likely to see that play out in the next Senate, and again that requires the majority party, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, to get some members of the other party on board with their plans for the appropriations process, because neither party is expected to get those 60 votes that they need to limit debate. Which brings me to my last point here, which is that even if we are to see unified government, which would take the form of Republican control of the House and the Senate and an election of Donald Trump to the White House, that wouldn't be a panacea for the budget process. And again, this has to do with the existence of the filibuster in the Senate. Even if Republicans maintain control of the Senate, they are not expected to have the 60-vote majority that would allow them to end debate without any cooperation from Democrats. And so I think that they would still need to build compromise with Democrats to get the budget process done. And Democrats in turn, particularly in a situation of unified government, would have sort of increased incentive to really hold out for the best deal that they could. So it's not a terribly uplifting place to end my comments, but I'll stop there, and I would love to take your questions.
We have time for a few questions, if anyone, or comments, if anyone wants to get us started.
Yes. I just looking at your graphs and stuff, I was curious as to the first and second term, if you saw a big swing that way, with the president, whether they're in the first term or the second term. If that's
I haven't looked at that, but that's a really great question. And we do, we do think that sometimes there can be different dynamics between the legislature and the president in first terms versus second terms.
The second term, they're not going to have the power they would have early on.
Yeah, and so I haven't looked at that specifically to see what implications that has for the budget process. Specifically, one thing I will say is that we usually see the president's party lose seats in midterm elections. And so to the extent that, so if the president comes in, particularly a new president comes into power, he has some coattails that bring in more members of his own party. The interbranch division that I talked about is helping to produce some dysfunction in the budget process, maybe less present at the beginning of the term when he has more members of his own party in Congress, and then after the midterms, when the president's party often experiences losses in Congress, that may increase the dysfunction. But again, I haven't looked at that specifically. But that would be that's a great suggestion, and a great thing to look at in the future. Yes.
Does the tone of the Congress kind of change depending on the party of the president? So have you seen that Republican presidents tend to have a better time, passing things than Democratic presidents?
So that's also a great question. One of the things that's a little tricky about looking at things like that is that we've seen a sort of increase in polarization over the past 30 years. And so we're at sort of the peak of that now. But we only have so many presidents to look at. So we sort of have 8 years of Barack Obama in the White House with increasing polarization. We had 8 years of George W. Bush with increasing polarization. And I think as we go further into the future, we'll get a better, more data that we can look at on that front. One thing that is interesting to think about in the budget process is what kinds of priorities do Republicans, presidents versus Democratic presidents generally have. And so we know that there are certain federal programs that Democrats frequently want to spend more on, and there are certain things Republicans frequently want to spend more on. And so that can also give us a sense of sort of what the tone is like, particularly because Democrats are generally in favor of more spending than Republicans are, and Republicans are often in favor of more tax cuts.
Can I get there?
Oh, great.
Question maybe. Talking about elections, of course, and here in Nevada we have a Senate seat
Yes.
up for election. And
It's a very competitive one.
yes. So I guess my question is, while we have a presidential election
Yes.
in this cycle, there's a lot of talk and a lot of money being poured into Senate elections
Yes.
to keep control of the Senate. Some of what you said would argue that that's not as important as we might think it is.
Right. So, part of the reason why you see, I think, so much money coming into the Nevada Senate race this year is because it's the only Senate race in the country where it's a seat that's currently held by a Democrat that Democrats think that they might lose this cycle. And so, as Democrats are trying to regain control of the Senate, it's a sort of really important piece to that. So I think that in the budget process, I would argue that building compromise is challenging, regardless of which party is in control of the Senate, and it will require some sort of bridge building across the aisle. At the same time, I would say that in the legislative process more broadly, it matters quite a bit which party is in control of the Senate, in part because the party that's in control of the Senate is the one who gets to decide what the Senate works on. The Senate Majority Leader has certain scheduling powers. He gets to set the agenda of what gets considered on the Senate floor. So we know that every year Congress is going to work on the budget process. It's one of its most fundamental responsibilities, and even if it has trouble finishing it, we know every year they're going to work on it. But there are lots of other things that Congress could or could not be working on, and so there are really important agenda choices that the different parties will make different choices about. So in that sense, I would say it matters a great deal. In the context of the budget process, it also certainly matters in terms of both the size of the overall pie. Democrats often want a bigger pie, Republicans want a slightly smaller pie, and exactly how that pie is distributed will vary across the parties. But at the end of the day, you're right, regardless of which party is in control, they're going to have to cooperate some with members of the other party.
Maybe we should leave on that optimistic note.
I'm glad you got me back. Got me back to some optimism from the pessimism where I ended my lecture. So,
thank you for
Thank
navigating
you.
us through this process. Thank you all for coming out. Speaking of elections, we have one coming up, and we won't be back with another Brookings lecture until after the election, since there's so many other things going on, including a debate on campus you may have heard of in passing. So we'll be back on November 15th with a talk from a visiting Brookings colleague on the clean tech economy, something that's been in the news quite a bit here in Nevada lately regarding solar energy and the Public Utilities Commission. So if you can join us then, we'd love to see you. Thanks a lot.
Positively Kids, a nonprofit foundation in Las Vegas, provides care for medically fragile children at no cost. Please visit their website and join the team to see how you can help support their efforts. Thank you.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955. Came to Las Vegas in 1943. In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
There's kind of this feeling, well, there is no history. Every decade builds its own history.
Las Vegas is the largest city in America established in the 20th century. There is no other place like it anywhere in the world.
The people who came here and started their businesses or moved their families here, whatever, were visionaries. Now you just say, well, sure, who wouldn't have done that? Yeah, well, no. It was a very brave thing to do.
I mean, people here had to make something of this place. And that was not easy in the early days.
They deserve the same amount of credit as the pioneers who came out in covered wagons, because that's what it was.
When you connect to the water, you connect to the basic story of why anybody comes to this valley.
You can't imagine Las Vegas in those days.
It was the end of the world. That's exactly the way I felt, because there was really nothing here then.
Nobody knew anybody else. They were all newcomers.
My great-grandfather was the first doctor in this town in 1904.
And I remember looking down Fremont Street. There was only 2 electric light bulbs, and I was scared to death.
There were no paved highways or anything that we could get here on.
There was nothing within 300 miles of Las Vegas.
The only way to get from Nevada to Arizona at that point was on Dad's ferries.
Los Angeles was the closest thing. Barstow just about didn't exist.
It was just a dirty, dusty, old railroad town.
And they took a train to Las Vegas.
She thought she'd come to the end of the earth. She'd never seen such dust and dirt.
Green was not the color that came to your mind, I think, when my mother saw it for the first time. I don't think she ever totally got over it.
And she turned to her sister and said, thank God he didn't decide to live here.
But they stayed and had their families.
Mean you raised your children in Las Vegas? They said, yep, right under the crap table. I don't know what they think that Las Vegas is different, because our lives aren't that different.
It was a real town with a strange and wonderful bent to it.
It wasn't exactly just like your hometown, but it was a real town with real people.
They had the foresight to see this was going to be a great place to make a living.
They were creative in their thinking. The sky was the limit, and they had all these wild, crazy ideas.
It was built by, developed by, promoted by people who did not understand the negative aspects. They didn't believe that there's something that you can't do.
There were a lot of people who had some vision and foresight, who took a lot of risks, who came here and made it happen.
At the end of the day, it boils down to the fact that Las Vegas was very fertile ground for a lot of imaginative people.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
So, I'm kind of new here, but I've noticed a trend. My human does this funny thing where she goes around and gets all my toys, and then she hides them in that basket by the door. But it's always the same basket, and it's always in the same place. And then she acts so surprised when I find them, but, she's putting them in the same basket. Again. It's like, hello? That's where you put it last time. You were the worst at hide and go seek.
Teenage girls faced conflicting messages in the years after World War II. Bebop, rock and roll, and jazz competed with the traditional values of homemaking and family life. Las Vegas had a unique solution.
Perfection in performance reflects perfection in living. That was the motto of the Rhythmettes, the dance troupe from Las Vegas High School that put a different spin on Las Vegas. The troupe was the brainchild of Mary Evelyn Stuckey. Stuckey came to Las Vegas in 1948, only 2 years out of college, to teach physical education. But her love of dance and athletics convinced her to create the Rhythmettes the following year. Modeled on the Radio City Rockettes, the Las Vegas Rhythmettes provided an opportunity for young ladies to develop discipline, self-esteem, and leadership. Stuckey's idea was to provide an athletic experience for girls that would give them the same sense of accomplishment and camaraderie that team sports traditionally provide for boys. In time, the Rhythmettes became Las Vegas ambassadors to the nation. Their all-American appeal represented a wholesomeness that the image of Las Vegas otherwise lacked, and the city fathers were only too happy to lend their support. 60 girls tried out for the troupe its first year. 12 were selected based on their size, their height, and their sense of rhythm. Moral behavior and personal standards were also taken into consideration. Troop members were expected to be thoroughly reliable, resourceful, and responsible in any situation, have the highest respect for others' ideas, and inspire confidence, respect, and admiration. Community service was also a part of their commitment. Rhythmette performances were quite a show, even for Las Vegas. Each year, the group would work up about 25 different routines, ranging from military-style drills to complex, fully choreographed production numbers with costume changes. Western outfits were standard, but in a single show, you might see the Rhythmettes in 14 different costumes, ranging from flapper-style dresses to tuxedos. For many years, the Las Vegas High School dance troupe was the only group of its kind in the nation. In the 50s and 60s, no matter where you lived, it would have been hard to miss the Rhythmettes. There were live performances, of course, but they also appeared in several films and on television, The Wide World of Sports and The Ed Sullivan Show. In 1964, they represented Nevada at the New York World's Fair after a well-publicized community-wide fund drive to send them there. Stuckey was the director until 1966, when she retired the program because of ill health. She briefly revived the Rhythmettes in 1973 until a year before her death in 1980. As Stuckey told a journalist in 1964, it's amazing. They work together so closely, and their sense of self-discipline is tremendous. They remain good friends. It's a way of life.
Hi, I'm Frank Marino.
queen of the Las Vegas Strip, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District C issues with the man who represents the area, your commissioner, the vice chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Larry Brown. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Great to be here, Randy.
We're here at the Clark County Government Center in downtown Las Vegas. District C is the furthest northwest of the 7 commission districts. Charleston Boulevard is a general south boundary, with Decatur and Rancho Drive as the east borders. Majestic Mount Charleston in the Spring Mountains National Recreation Area is a true natural gem. The rural communities in District C includes Cold Creek, Calico Basin, and Kyle Canyon, all the way to Indian Springs, home of Creech Air Force Base. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District C. Majestic Mount Charleston is located in the Spring Mountains National Recreation Area, providing an array of outdoor activities not usually associated with our glitz and glamour. Camp Lee Canyon offers the only high ropes challenge course in the county, while campers, hikers, and bikers can get a taste of Rocky Mountain High just 30 minutes from the Las Vegas Strip. Lone Mountain Park provides in-town recreational opportunities, and a hike up the namesake peak gives a panoramic view of the Las Vegas Valley. And Mountain Crest Park is another well-utilized District C facility with one of the finest disc golf courses in Clark County. And much of the western and northern portions of the Bruce Woodbury Beltway link District C to the rest of Clark County. Commissioner, I think first of all, I guess you get to call this home for another 4 years. The voters of District C re-elected you for your 3rd term. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. It's has been, is today, and will continue to be an honor to serve not only the people in District C, but throughout Southern Nevada. It's a true privilege to interact with people, not only here at the Government Center, but out in the Northwest, at the Lone Mountain Park, at church, at the schools. It's great, and we've always talked about it, Randy, but that's what local politics is all about, that we're not down in our offices every day, we're out in the community. We're not in Carson City every 2 years or DC 3,000 miles away. We're here, we're part of the fabric of what makes Las Vegas so great. And again, I'm just happy to be re-elected. I look forward to serving the people and encourage them once again to be the eyes and the ears out there and interact with our office, offer those comments and concerns and issues. And it's been great. I look forward to another 4 years.
And of course you did several years as a city councilman up in the same area, and I think people think of you as a fixture, as the go-to elected official in that area. What types of things have changed in all the years, decade and a half or so, in your years of public service, Commissioner?
Well, it's been interesting. The Northwest has been one of the biggest growth areas in Clark County, and not only representing the city and the county. It's always raised all those issues of growth, as far as, do we have the schools, do we have the infrastructure, are the parks built, how do we balance the commercial growth and the residential growth. So it's been an area that has always had action. The good news about the Northwest, and this goes back to my city days, is the citizens in District C and Ward 4, when I was at the city, very active, very aware. They keep up to date on the issues, which has been a tremendous asset serving in office, because they're the ones that provide that input. They're the ones that provide that direction. And here's some concerns that you may not have known about. And that area of town is, and it's done so well. We have some of the nicest parks out there now, with the Lone Mountain we'll talk about a little bit later. But I think the key has been that the citizens are active, very, very involved, engaged, and most importantly, they stay up on what we're doing.
Commissioner, I know as the chairman of the Regional Transportation Commission, transportation is very, very important to you. And in fact, during the last campaign season, we saw you on the TV quite a bit talking about Question 5, which the voters did pass, which is the Fuel Revenue Index 2, I believe. Tell me a little bit about that and why you feel so strongly about it, Commissioner.
Randy, it was, I think it was But for the first time I was elected to office at the city, this was one of the biggest victories that I've been involved with, and with so many people involved as far as the partnership and the construction industry, the Chamber of Commerce's, citizen groups, homeowners associations. But fuel revenue indexing, which the first go around was a 3-year trial where we raised the gas tax per gallon, and that money was dedicated to improving our streets and improving the safety, increasing mobility more efficiently around the valley. And the commitments we made on the front end of FRI1 were we were going to come up with a specific dollar amount targeted to very specific projects with specific timelines, deadlines. And the report card came back with straight A's. We had done everything we said we would do. And I think that was critically important in building the credibility when we came back and said, our pilot program worked. We're asking you if we can continue it for the next 10 years to continue to invest in infrastructure. And it was very successful. I mean, the initiative passed with over 56% of the vote. Again, I think it was the messaging. We were very specific with the citizens as far as here's what we anticipate raising. The Clark County Commission actually put a cap on that. So in a year that maybe that average rolling index would go beyond, we put a cap of 4 cents. We don't even think we're going to get there. But over 10 years, the FRI2 will allow us to raise $2.8 billion to invest in Southern Nevada, specific projects in Southern Nevada, priority hiring Southern Nevada workers, and reaching all parts of the community, both some of our bigger companies and our smaller companies. It's just been great, and I think again the key was it was a public safety issue, and I was very appreciative of the fact that we raised the awareness of the importance of investing in our roads, our sidewalks, our safe routes to school, because at the end of the day, people do want to move around easier, more efficiently, and most importantly, safer.
The western and the northern beltways are two of the last parts of the beltway that need to be buttoned up. Are those some of the projects that are on the table for
Very
the
much so. Out in the heart of District C, we have a major project, almost $100 million project that's well underway. It's been underway for over a year, but those familiar with the Northwest, at Lone Mountain and at Ann Road, currently we have lights that arterial traffic is going onto the beltway, and it certainly causes not only backup and congestion, but a safety issue. This leg of the beltway will build out fully the actual beltway portion. A true interchange is going to be built at Lone Mountain and at Ann Road, just like you see throughout the western and southern part of the beltway. And also an overpass, dedicated overpass at Centennial, right in front of Centennial High School, over the beltway, which is another access into and out of the Providence Master Plan community. Again, it's a $100 million project. If you've been out in the area recently, you'll see that at Lone Mountain, the bridge is complete. They're actually building the road itself in and around that. Ann Road bridge is well underway. Very extensive project, and there was tremendous excavation because that part of the beltway, when it comes down from behind Lone Mountain, is going to be depressed. So the excavation portion from just south of Lone Mountain all the way through Ann Road and around to Wallapai, a lot of dirt moving. So it's the project itself is going to be over 2 years. We're anticipating summer of 2018. So we still have a year and a half to go. But at the end of the day, as far as infrastructure and efficiency and mobility and safety, that would be just a prime project to look to as far as what infrastructure investment can do. And we talk safety, which is the priority, but also the jobs that are created with infrastructure investment, with roads, with our water lines and our sewer lines and our flood control facilities. I mean, these are public work projects that keep businesses doors open. And there's been a wonderful emphasis over the last decade to make sure that our public work projects are targeted towards local Southern Nevada workers. And our track record, again, has been excellent.
A major project that has helped traffic flow in that area and will continue to do so is the so-called Centennial Spaghetti Bowl in that area, straddling, I believe, District C and District B. But people in that area, gosh, they don't care. We need that interchange, and that has already proven to be a time saver and will continue to do so.
Very much so. We have the two flyovers that anyone that's been out there recently can see, literally, that these roads are up in the air, ready to go. The interesting thing about getting back to FRI-2 passing, the Centennial Bowl had been broken up for 4 final phases, the one underway now and 3 additional phases. That third phase, because of funding, would have been anticipated being completed somewhere around 2028, 2030. So a 12 to 14 year window. The fact that FRI has passed, the Nevada Department of Transportation has now agreed and prioritized consolidating that Centennial Bowl project into one final phase. That's going to, ideally, if things go well and we get good competitive bids, we could have that entire project done by 2020, 2021, which saves close to 9 or 10 years on the ultimate build-out. And that, again, is the investment of FRI-2.
All right. We must take a quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Larry Brown. Stay tuned.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to ClarkCountyNV.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
District C is home to Mount Charleston. Mount Charleston is a true 4-season location, an escape from the summer heat for much of the year, and a snow-capped winter wonderland for several months. Clark County provides fire, street, and public safety services to the mountain to the several hundred full-time residents. Whether you want to hit the slopes, do some hiking, or just sit back and enjoy the pristine alpine air, Mount Charleston is just a 45-minute drive from downtown Las Vegas in District C. And we're downtown Las Vegas at the Clark County Government Center talking District C issues with a man who represents the area, Vice Chairman Larry Brown. Commissioner, back on the surface streets and not necessarily in District C, but the Flamingo Road has become buttoned up finally, and that has been one of the success stories, and similar to Sahara, what the FRI has provided to the citizens.
And that was, it was happening not only during the FRI, that was one of our priority projects, but when the ballot initiative was being promoted, a lot of people turned to Flamingo and talked about not only what it will accomplish as far as increased mobility and safety, but my goodness, how many orange cones can we put up and how many streets can we dig up? So that almost became the poster child of the good and the challenges of the FRI. But now that it's opened up, absolutely, everybody, the comments have been remarkable. And it's part of what we do, Randy, in government. It's important that we communicate as much information to our citizens, let's take Flamingo, that are going to be impacted by that, to let them know as early as possible, here's the project, here are the costs, here are the benefits, here are the timelines, here are the jobs created. If we give them that information on the front end and fulfill the commitment to do it on time, then the frustration that everybody feels at times goes away, because at the end of the day, when that road opens up and the efficiency's there and it's visible, drivers are experiencing it, it builds credibility to what we're doing with infrastructure.
Not just the overall transportation picture, Commissioner. I think all of our attitudes are changing a little bit. Take, for example, the regional transportation's bike share. This is, again, we're all still going to probably have our cars, but certain times you can climb on a bike here downtown for a couple bucks a ride or $20 a month and get a little exercise. You don't have to worry about your car. We don't have to worry about parking. It's just changing all of our mindsets that there's different modes of transportation that can get us from A to B to C back to A.
Yeah. It's indicative of where we're going with transportation, and where we're going is we don't know. The traditional, I have my car, I'm driving, or I use the public bus system, the transit, those are just staples. They'll be here for many, many years. But when you start looking at our express routes from the Northeast, West Cliff and out in Durango Hills, you can take the express bus in. We have carpool lanes now. Certainly the beginning of what ultimately will be a build out. We have these kind of bike share, these programs that we're all putting into the overall mobility picture. You hear all the time about these millennials. They don't want to own a car. They don't want to pay insurance. So what are they going to do to move around town? Certainly an Uber or a Lyft, that industry is just booming. Bikes, walking. We have to create all that as a master plan for mobility. And the biggest question mark right now is, what are these autonomous vehicles going to do? What is that going to do as far as changing the modes of transportation and infrastructure? What are our roadways going to look like? Do we put this emphasis on carpool lanes or bike paths, or all these questions are being answered or are asked and hopefully answered in the next few years, because it certainly dictates where we'll go over the next decade and 20 years. But the important part is we're introducing all these elements that have been very successful in other cities. I mean, we're playing catch up to a great extent, not only on our infrastructure, but on our club ride, where we try to encourage carpooling, biking, what we call the first and the last mile of the public transit system. We have a wonderful system, but a lot of times the challenge for people not using that system is they may live a half a mile away from the nearest bus stop. So how do we make it easier for that, what they call that first and last mile, to get that person either on a bike or Uber or walking to the transit system so they can then take advantage of it? All those questions, it's what makes serving on the RTC so enjoyable, because these are things that it's exciting. It's exciting to be part of decisions that are going to define, from a transportation standpoint, what this community looks like in the next decade or two.
When you started on the RTC, there was no Uber, there was no Lyft. Are you satisfied with how those companies have set up shop and are serving the citizens in Clark County, Commissioner?
It's been a very good transition. You know, there was a lot of challenges to the taxi cab industry, which has always been one of the backbones of Southern Nevada and our tourism industry, and they'll survive. It's like everything else. Technology is changing the world of transportation, the world of government, the world of media, and you can't fight that. You have to try to identify the change that's coming and adjust your mission, adjust your purpose and function or industry, and be part of that change. And the Ubers, the Lyfts, the taxi cab authority, the taxi cab industry, they're always going to be a part of our tourism industry. It's what's added to that. Is it an extension of the monorail? Is it the evaluation of a light rail system? The county right now is looking to see if elevated roadways are the most efficient way to get people from the airport into the Strip corridor and vice versa. That's what, going back to the excitement right now, we're making decisions and trying to get as much information in as we can, because these decisions will have to be made over the next few years.
A lot of people that ride up to the best park in District C, Lone Mountain Park, they ride their horses. And now Phase 5 is giving them another reason to exercise their horses. Actually, they can bring their horse trailers out there. There's a kid's horsey playground. He must be very proud, and the citizens have spoken in that area to make that an equestrian area.
Very much so. They've been asking for it for over a decade. It was certainly slowed down during the recession, but that was a commitment we made coming out, that we would get that facility built. And it's been phenomenal. Teresa, with our county parks, is kind of the overseer of the facility, and we get tremendous comments about how professional she is, how much she cares about it. But the Northwest has traditionally been one of the largest areas for horse owners, And as the city has grown up that corridor, we've done a pretty good job of protecting that equestrian group and those that have had horses for many, many, many years. We have some horse trails out there that lead into Lone Mountain. But if the first 6 months of that being open is any indication, it's been wonderful. And the equestrian community, I mean, they're so collaborative and cooperative. They've almost created their own oversight of the facility and making sure everybody's being a proper horse owner, cleaning up after the horses. And the other little piece, Randy, that I have to mention, that it's been on my mind since I first got into the county, but being familiar with the area, is Lone Mountain itself. People that have experienced climbing up to the top of the mountain. It's one of the few treasures in Valley that people can actually hike on. But there's always been this, boy, it'd be great if we get some kind of trail around the mountain. Because those that braved it with their dogs or whenever, prior to this project being completed, you'd go down into some washes and up over some boulders and around some, so it was never perfect. We put a 10-foot wide trail, 2.2 miles around the mountain, at a very minimal cost as far as the entire equestrian facility. And if you go, especially some of the nicer weekends during the spring and the fall, if you go up there, you will see thousands of people taking advantage of this basic trail system. And we're talking walkers, strollers, bicyclists, horse riders, joggers. It's wonderful. It's like capturing the diversity of the Northwest in the open space. And if there's anything that I love to see, is driving by one of our parks and seeing hundreds, if not thousands, of people taking advantage of that. And that's one of those infrastructure type investments, maybe not the roads, but certainly the open space and the parks, that people expect from us. And it's oftentimes the one that gets knocked off the budget plate early, but we can't let that happen. We have to continue to build these type facilities, because it is something that not only the citizens expect, but they deserve. And this is what we do. Government, public safety, public infrastructure, make sure those parks are built, and we owe it to the citizens. And that Lone Mountain has been wonderful. So many people involved in the creation of the equestrian facility in the park. But the proof is in the pudding. You get out there on any weekend now, even during the week, and a lot of people enjoy it.
All right. We must take another quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with District C Commissioner Larry Brown. Stay tuned.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
When there's snow, Mount Charleston gets thousands of visitors.
Traffic can block the highway. Snowplows can't get through. People play too close to the roads and emergency vehicles can't get through. It becomes a public safety hazard.
To make the most of your visit, plan ahead. Visit GoMountCharleston.com for news and information, or call 511 to make sure the highway is clear. Go to Lee Canyon for skiing and snow play. Dress warmly, don't sled near roads or trees, and don't leave any litter behind. Help keep our winter wonderland safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
District C is home to the Lone Mountain Regional Park, one of the most unique in all of Clark County. A moderate hike to the top of the namesake peak yields stunning views of the valley below. A new trail and equestrian park is a place for man, woman, and their four-hoofed buddies, allowing easy access to exercise horses and a large parking area for horse trailers. Lone Mountain Park also offers acres of green space and places to play sports. Lone Mountain Park is located at 4445 Jensen in District C, and we're talking District C issues with a man who represents the area, the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Larry Brown. Commissioner, as we're here at the Government Center, there's going to be one change on the 6th floor. County Manager Don Burnett is moving on after 6 years and 26 years of service to Clark County. Thank you, Mr. Burnett. And Yolanda King moving one office down. It's business as usual, two fantastic public servants, and Clark County is well served either with both.
Yeah. If I tried to find the words to truly capture Don Burnett's value to this organization, to this community, I'd lose. I'd lose the battle trying to find the appropriate description, because being able to work with Don for the past 8 years, certainly in his role as county manager, but even prior to that, he's the epitome of what public administrators should be. He is honest, he's consistent, he's knowledgeable, he's experienced, and he's always been in it for the right reasons. Not only the CEO of a $6 billion public agency, but the toughest job he's had, and any manager has, is managing up. He's got 7 bosses, and as everybody knows, the 7 of us are not exactly alike in a lot of ways, but his ability to manage, communicate, however you want to advise, 7 different independent personalities, and do it in a consistent way where to a person on that county commission, they would say the same thing, that echo these comments, that the one thing we like about Don is he's always been fair and equitable. He doesn't take favorites. He communicates the message that needs to be communicated. He makes recommendations that he feels need to be made. And he's a rare find in today's world of public agencies. We're going to miss him, but he's so talented. I mean, his career here at the county, he's established himself not only as a great public administrator, but a great leader. And I know for a fact that he'll land on his feet and do well, and hopefully keep him in town to continue to have Don Burnett's influence on this community. So we're going to miss him. We wish him the best. The good news, Yolanda King is going to slide right into that position in just a few weeks. And Yolanda's another one that's dedicated well into the 20 years of service to this community. Not only her background in the budgeting and the finance side of the public agency, but her work in Carson City has not only represented the county well, but she has earned the respect of state legislators, the business community, chambers, all the stakeholder groups that this government center deals with each and every day. She's earned the respect, and it was an easy decision to make, which sometimes in an agency this big, we'll do national searches and try to find someone. And here we had Yolanda right here, a great move. And plus those around Don, and this is again a reflection on Don, he's built a great senior management team. Randy Tarr, we just appointed Jessica Colvin at Yolanda's recommendation to the comptroller CFO. Good people, quality people that represent the county so well. So we wish Don well, but like anything, you know, he's passing the baton back, and Yolanda's already got her hand out. She's got it, and we look forward to great things.
Business as usual for the rest of the year and 2017. Thank you so much for being here, Commissioner.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
All right. That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks again to the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Larry Brown, for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District C. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357, or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning into Clark County Television. On behalf of all of us here, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Celebrate 25 years of making magic with a cherished Southern Nevada tradition, the Magical Forest at Opportunity Village. The Magical Forest is a winter wonderland festively adorned with millions of sparkling lights featuring nightly entertainment, great food, and endless holiday cheer. Enjoy the Forest Express passenger train, Cheyenne's Enchanted Carousel, the Avalanche Slide, and much, much more. For tickets or information, visit magicalforest.com.
Number 3, the dog ate my summons. Number 2, I don't like wool. Lawyers wear too many wool suits. And the number 1 most creative excuse, I'm a psychic and I know something bad is going to happen. We've heard every excuse in the book.
Jury service is vital for our community. Participate in our jury and justice system. I served on a jury and it was a great experience.
Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons. Play your important part in our justice system.
Clark County TV. TV for Clark County. Get it?
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, it was a deadly drag racing crash with one survivor who recovered thanks to the UMC Trauma Center. We'll introduce you to her. Plus another trauma survivor story, this time survivors of a home invasion. And on a much lighter note, it's an exclusive camp just for dads. We'll take you to Daddy Boot Camp. The UMC Digest starts right now. Welcome to UMC Digest. This is the UMC Trauma Center, the only Level 1 trauma center in Nevada, and the only freestanding trauma center west of the Mississippi. Here we have a full trauma team standing by around the clock, ready to treat and stabilize any life-threatening injury imaginable. We have world-class trauma surgeons in-house 24 hours a day, and every specialist you can think of on call. Our surgeons are steps away from the blood bank, CT scans, MRI, and X-ray, and can have a patient to the operating room in less than 2 minutes. It's because of the care we provide here that patients who arrive alive to us have a 96% chance to walk out of here alive, and that's with some pretty incredible injuries. Patients like Jennifer Schneider, who survived a horrific car crash thanks to the care she received here at UMC. It was meant to be just a few seconds of fun, a quick drag race in Northwest Las Vegas.
It was an unplanned street race that went really wrong. A black Mustang kind of challenged our car because it was 3 of us in a 2-seater car. So it's like a straight road and then it turns windy and it comes a median in the middle. So I guess when that happened, the Mustang made us swerve and we hit a palm tree. Going, I think the police report said over 100 miles an hour. Yeah, and then, so the 2 boys were pronounced dead at the scene. They said it was the worst accident that they saw in 24 years.
Jennifer was rushed to UMC's Trauma Center, where an entire team of surgeons and specialists were waiting for her.
I cracked my pelvis in the textbook, and then by my pelvis being cracked like that, the car kind of just almost cut me in half. And then I shattered my spine like a cup. And then I had a hairline fracture in my neck, so I just had a neck brace on, but from my heart up, did not get touched.
UMC's trauma surgeons were able to stop the loss of blood and stabilize Jennifer, but she wasn't out of the woods just yet. Recovery was long and hard. She had shattered bones, couldn't walk, and was completely dependent on her mom to take care of her.
Every day was a new thing that my mom would have to go through. She quit her job and just kept me company through my recoveries, and if I would need help, with anything, she would help me go down the stairs, up the stairs, and she's my best friend, and I'm glad that she's with me and she's always there helping me. And even though I get a little frustrated sometimes with myself that she never gives up, I didn't appreciate her enough as much as I do now, knowing that that she is a strong woman to go through what I put her through, and that she's just keeping it moving with me is the best thing ever.
Jennifer went to rehab 3 times a week for 6 hours a day. She was relentless in her fight to recover. Often the very last patient out of the rehab office before they close for the day. Small steps at first, then actual steps, and finally, miraculously, running again.
I think it's her own personal motivation. You know, it's your spirit to battle this problem and come out victoriously with it.
Yeah, I just wanted
But you
to
got to
get
put the
better.
work into it.
I put a lot of work. It was physical therapy for a year and a half straight, 3 times a week, 5-hour sessions, even sometimes 6 hours until they closed. And then I would go home and ice, a lot of ice, and then just do it all over again tomorrow.
Dr. Thomas Vodder, an orthopedic spine surgeon at UMC, has followed Jennifer since the night of the crash.
For somebody with a pelvic injury and bilateral lower extremity injuries, to recover to a functional level that she has is really amazing.
First time I came in here, it was in stretchers because I couldn't
Yeah.
walk for the first 6 months. It was in stretchers.
Nearly 40 surgeries later, the last of the hardware finally out of her legs, Jennifer is ready to move ahead after those near fatal few seconds.
So what are you going to do now? Go out and dance? Live life?
Yes,
Have fun?
I want to finally be able to jump in a pool and swim.
Right.
And go back to school. And then you'll be seeing me as a physical therapist in a couple of years.
Oh, good. Perfect.
Come work for you.
Until she's a physical therapist, Dr. Vodder uses her story to inspire his other patients.
And I always have to remind myself and then my patients about somebody like her that truly has injuries that you would think are incapacitating. And then, you know, we see you fully functional and not having any hindrance whatsoever as far as your mobility. And so I always use you as a model, and I tell them, look, this is what happened to somebody, and look at her walk out of this office.
You can be young and have fun, but not to the point where it's dangerous or you can hurt someone or hurt yourself. It's just not worth it. Take it from me, it's not worth it.
Another lucky patient is Ryan Wilson. While Jennifer was riding in a car and got into a crash, Ryan was on a bike. Here's his story. It was supposed to be a fun day trip for Ryan and his friends out at Dumont Dunes, and he wanted to do one more jump.
We started to head back, and on our way back I saw, like, to the side of us there was a jump, and so I told my buddy, I was like, let's go over here and check it out. And so we went over there to go check it out, and I jumped it the first time and wasn't happy with it, so I decided to go again, and the second time I did it, I was going way too fast. Like, I don't know why I was going that fast, I just wanted to clear it. And so I jumped it, and I was about like 40, 50 feet in the air, and I couldn't like correct the bike while I was in the air, so I just hit the gas and let the bike go and jumped off of it, and I landed straight on my feet and like preloaded myself and did like a flip on the ground. And once like I landed, like I couldn't like feel nothing, like I was in pain.
Though we didn't know it at the time, Ryan was stuck there in the sand, paralyzed from the waist down.
He had no neurological function, and many times you don't get any back afterwards.
Dr. Campana, a neurosurgeon at UMC, didn't like Ryan's odds of ever being able to walk again. So he tried a unique procedure on Ryan in hopes he would be able to feel his legs again. The chances, though, were not good. But Dr. Campana was not giving up.
He went in with a chest surgeon, went through his chest and took his diaphragm down to get to the L1, and then took the vertebral body out, except for portions of it, but got it off the spinal cord, and then put a little cage in there and a little plate and screws. So we basically decompressed him and stabilized him. And the next day he could actually feel and move his right leg, which is really unusual. So I was pretty happy about that. The next day after that, Ryan could feel his left leg.
But that was only half the battle. Months of rehab would come next.
Knowing that you walked before and you did all this stuff and trying so hard to walk, like it's like starting over again. It was like I had a brand new body like just coming, and like every day, like I would get down like some days, but I would just try not to think about it. And I had my friends there, like keep my mind off stuff.
Ryan took it literally one step at a time. First, just getting out of bed. That alone took 3 weeks until he was successful. And after that, it was daily therapy.
And they woke me up at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and like from right then, like they started like doing therapy on me, like trying to like move my muscles and work out and stuff like that, like do as much as they could do. And like every morning, that's what they would focus on. Like they would wake me up early, eat breakfast, and then just focus on working out.
Now, Ryan is not only walking again, he's back on his bike, though this time without a motor.
I'm grateful for just everything, like all my family and my friends, the doctors that helped me get to where I am, because I couldn't have done it without them being there to help me go through it all. And just staying strong and keep myself motivated.
Dr. Campana says Ryan's recovery is one of the best he has ever seen.
First time I visited him at his office, and it was the first time I walked into his office, and he gave me like the biggest hug. Like he said in like 2 years, like he hasn't got like nobody like this that's been walking after surgery. And he's just, like every time I go and see him, like he's so proud. He gives me a hug and everything.
From going from complete sensory and motor paraplegia to back to functioning was very rewarding. Since that time, he's gradually made a complete recovery, which is really rare too. He was in the office here in July, and he's a nice young man. He's a character, and he wants to get back to doing some things I'd rather not see him do.
When we come back, we'll share more stories of survival, including the story of a family who had their home and their lives invaded, what happened to them, and how they recovered when we come back.
I survived because of the transplant center.
I survived because of the burn care center.
I survived because of the trauma center.
UMC. Together, we shine.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're very glad you're with us. Today we're sharing stories of survival, people who have had their lives changed in a split second, perhaps in a car or a bicycle crash. But this next story happened at the hands of another. Take a look. It's a scene that's supposed to happen only in the movies, but this one played out in real life.
I was asleep. I had heard the blinds on the back door move, like a little clicking.
Janine quickly figured out it wasn't her family moving around the house.
As I was walking to exit my master bedroom, the door swung open. A gunman got down in position, was telling me to get down. 2 men came in behind him. One went into my master closet, and one went into the other side of the master suite, and then he started firing. I had the opportunity to either run down the stairs and get out of the room, but I didn't want to drag these guys through my house, so I stayed in the room. I got behind a dresser, and they started firing, and missed my head by maybe 4 inches.
I walked in the room, and then 2 bullets kind of like skinned my face, and then when I went near, because we didn't finish unpacking, I went near this Home Depot box, and the bullet went right through my leg, and I turned around. As I was like walking in, I turned around and I saw Steven coming up the stairs with the gun, and he got shot.
As I went to chamber a bullet, he got a shot right through my bicep, and it rendered my hand unusable. So while I was trying to cock the gun on the floor, and however I could get the sled to chamber a bullet, he was just shooting me.
And then he fell in front of me, and he put his arm up and he said the gun is jammed. And then I put the clip in the, I popped the clip in the gun, and then I shot back. And then after that, I'm not exactly sure what happened. I kind of fell on the bed and was just holding my wound so it would stop the bleeding.
With the gun now loaded, Stephen says he was able to start shooting. He fired 2 shots, enough to chase them away.
I chased after them out the balcony as they jumped over, and at that point, I screamed. I thought I lost my leg. It just gave up like I only had a knee left.
What happened?
Two people kicked through my back door. My daughter ran in the room and they shot her.
Okay, how many people were shot?
2 people.
Okay.
I dragged myself down the stairs to open the door for the ambulance because I knew baby Jay was bleeding hard.
It was your daughter and your husband?
Yeah, he's on downstairs. He shot.
Okay. The people that got in the house, where are they at now?
Dr. Douglas Fraser is the trauma surgeon on duty that night when the call comes in.
This is UMC Trauma, February 10th, 0512. Go ahead.
High-risk 28 around your facility, code 3 with a 55-year-old male gunshot wound. We got about a 15-minute ETA to your facility.
She came in first, the young girl, and then right after that he came in sequence. And she was pretty pale, and you could definitely tell she had a significant injury, but she wasn't actively bleeding right when she came in. She was talking to me, asked if she was going to die. I said, I'm not going to let you die. He rolled in right after that and had a gunshot wound to his leg and his arm, and he was very much more concerned about her. And I said, well, she's not bleeding right now. She's talking to me. She's doing okay. And then, you know, we ended up getting a CAT scan and it showed that injury there, and then she had a little bit increase in her blood pressure, and then that's kind of when all hell broke loose for her. Her blood pressure was up, and then all of a sudden they said, oh, her heart rate's a little high, and I looked over, and it was, you know, probably over 140, which is really high. And I went immediately over to examine her and pulled back the blanket, and she was in a pool of blood. So her blood pressure increased enough, and it kind of popped the clot off that she had formed, and we ended up taking her right back to the operating room then.
Janine had a hole in her vein and in her femoral artery.
When she first got back there, she was bleeding pretty profusely, had pressure on it. Had a senior trauma fellow that we have, and I think Dr. Chad Katona, he was there with me and placing pressure there, and so, you know, there's always up. We were ordering blood products and stuff. It was go time.
It took several hours in the OR to repair the damage.
Because Dr. Eric Turney was a vascular surgeon. He happened to be coming on to take trauma call. So he came in and assisted during the procedure. We got control of the vein. I repaired the femoral vein. And then he helped with doing the artery.
Stephen's main injuries were broken bones in his legs from the gunshots.
Okay. You shot anywhere else? Anywhere else hurt you?
He did have some extensive bleeding from the muscles and things that they had repaired or attempted to repair, and he required some resuscitation and further intervention. And I took care of him for a long period of time in the ICU. He required a lot of sedation and was having a lot of pain issues. We were closely watching his limb, you know, trying to make sure that it had good blood flow. And he had the fasciotomies where they open up the kind of the tough layer of that there and allow the muscles to expand so you get blood flow back.
While Janine was released from UMC 3 days after the shooting, Stephen had a long course of recovery in the ICU. He was in an induced coma for weeks.
The next time I woke up, my pastor and his wife and son were sitting there telling me they were praying for me. But Janine was with me every day. And unfortunately, I have no memory of that. But the people at the trauma center, Janine said, were amazing. And I was very lucky to have the best surgeon at the hospital to save my life.
They did an incredible job. I can't say enough for the nursing staff and the surgeons at UMC. They were absolutely incredible. And Dr. Fraser definitely saved her life. She wouldn't be here. I don't believe she would be here if it wasn't for him.
It's a very nice compliment. I'm part of a team. You know, we have a lot of good trauma surgeons here and a tremendous staff, and I feel that everybody is really well trained, and from even the most junior person of our team. You're only as strong as your weakest link, so it's our responsibility to make sure everyone kind of rises to the occasion. I feel very well prepared and very well trained, and so just when a situation like that arises, it's a call to duty to just act and perform your best.
Now, just 3 months after the shooting, Janine is walking again and back in school.
And that was a really good feeling to think that she came in and could have died from a femoral artery injury, and she's back at school now.
He saved my life. He's not talented, he's gifted.
That's what it's all about. You go into trauma surgery to save lives, and to have somebody recognize that and have that actually be the case is very nice to hear, rewarding. We don't often hear that.
While the night of the shooting is something this family would rather forget, they will always remember the team that cared for them in the minutes, days, and hours that followed.
The care at UMC is unbelievable. These nurses in the trauma unit, they are absolutely amazing. Tim, the first nurse that he had, would explain every single thing to me. What the medication was, what it does, what they're hoping to get from it, what the side effect could be. I was like, wow, this is pretty amazing.
It's all because of the people at the trauma center that saved my life. Thank you.
For more information on UMC's Trauma Center, please go to our website at umcsn.com and click on Trauma. You can also find the UMC Trauma Center on Facebook. When we come back, we'll take you behind the scenes of an exclusive Dads Only Club. They wouldn't even let me in. That's after the break.
When you make a wish for yourself, you fulfill the wish of another. Coins from the Front Caesars Palace Fountain are collected and donated to the trauma and burn care units at University Medical Center, Southern Nevada's only public hospital. Our trauma and burn care centers provide the highest level of care in all of Nevada, right when people need it the most. So far, your precious pennies have done a lot of good. We encourage you to keep those good wishes coming. Thank you for your generosity. Together, we shine.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. If you're a new dad or if you have a new dad in the family, UMC's Daddy Boot Camp is the perfect place for him to hang out. It's a free class for dads only, and they can ask and answer anything. Take a look.
Anyone heard of postpartum depression? Okay, who hasn't heard of postpartum depression? Anybody? Okay, so what about baby blues? Anybody not heard of baby blues? Okay. So
not a question you usually hear among a group of men. Welcome to Daddy Boot Camp, an exclusive men's-only class tailored at teaching men how to be good dads.
Thinking about the relationship you have with your father, or lack thereof, whatever that happens to be for each and every one of you, and try to take the things you want that was good about your relationship with your father and apply that to your child, and the things that were not good, don't be afraid to change.
And no topic is off limits in Daddy Boot Camp. This is a safe zone for men to ask questions about how to father and get realistic answers.
We have a joke that, the first time your kid spits up on you, you're going to go change your shirt. And then about the 5th time, you're going to realize that you're doing a lot of laundry. And so you're going to just wipe it off. And then
just thought that it would be a good class for me to go to and just learn any other new information that I didn't already know.
All the baby basics are covered in class, from what to expect during childbirth to how to help the baby's mom with breastfeeding.
One of my kids wouldn't latch on to one side, and there's lactation consultants here.
To diapering and swaddling.
Over, and then you're going to end up tucking that underneath them. Okay? And I stress a lot of spending time with your child, that it doesn't have to be amazing time, it just has to be time. You're already amazing anyway to your kids, so just spending a lot of good quality time together, and as much of it as you can will build that strong bond for early development.
One of the most important topics covered in Daddy Boot Camp is shaken baby syndrome and the importance for parents to keep their cool.
So, baby's crying, right? So I'm holding the baby. Okay, why won't you stop crying? Come on, baby, what's going on? I've changed you, I fed you, right? What's wrong? What's wrong? You know what? Just cry then. Okay? Pretend that's a crib. Right? So I've dropped him onto a hard surface. If you'll notice, see these LEDs blinking in the back of the head? Right? So, too hard. Right? You lay babies down. right? We don't drop them, we don't toss them, right? We definitely don't do anything like this and shake them, okay?
Dads in this class learn how to take a time out.
You set your child down, they're safe, right? As you step out of that room, almost immediately you're gonna feel bad. But take the 5 minutes, then go back, right? Go back to your child after that 5 minutes. Half the time they fall asleep anyway when you do that, because usually they're overtired or something, overstimulated. They'll fall asleep anyway, and you can just leave them there, or if they're not asleep yet, pick them back up. And that 5 minutes will give you 8 more hours.
Most of all, Brandon wants these new dads to realize how important they are in their child's life.
Better fathers in our community, which results in better children, which results in better adults. You know, so it's a long game for me. That, and you know, we got better kids at schools, and we have things when fathers are involved, things are good.
For more information on Daddy Boot Camp, hosted at UMC's Healthy Living Institute, please call 702-383-BABY. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only one of its kind in the state. Here we have board-certified, fellowship-trained pediatric intensivists in-house with us 24/7 to take care of your little one. And we want to make sure that they have some fun while they're here recovering with us too. So we have plenty of visitors stopping by. Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For information on our one-of-a-kind first and only services, please go to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and childrenshospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on Facebook and Twitter. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
Connect with your county online with facebook.com/ClarkCountyNV. From there, you can access county news and you can interact with your community right from the Facebook wall. Or log on to twitter.com@ClarkCountyNV. From there, you can follow county activities and services, plus learn about special events in your area. Remember, it's your county, so access your county, connect to your county online.
The Clark County Fire Department responds to thousands of calls for help each year. The key to saving lives in any emergency situation is education. That's why the Fire Department teams up with its community partners to host open houses at different fire stations. Our open houses are held on Saturdays every other month. We invite you and your family to visit our fire stations, meet our firefighters who serve you, and learn how to stay safe and healthy. For more information, visit Clark County's website.
Hey, I'm Frank Caliendo, pretending to be Robin Williams, George Bush, and even Bill Clinton. Guess what? You're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, a new stadium just might secure the relocation of the Raiders. We'll bring you an update on the NFL in Las Vegas. The Great Nevada Shakeout is an annual reminder about earthquake preparedness. And the installation of Dream Machine is the newest public art in Clark County. Those and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. It will go down as one of the most historic days in Southern Nevada history, the day when Governor Brian Sandoval signed a bill that could score a touchdown and could be the latest play in securing a National Football League team in Las Vegas. Equal parts of rebel pride and Raider fervor coexisted at the packed UNLV-TAM Alumni Center prior to Governor Brian Sandoval inking two pieces of legislation that could lead to thousands of new construction jobs, enhanced convention capacity.
Las Vegas is the perfect place for an NFL team called the Las Vegas Raiders.
And the construction of a new public-private stadium intended to attract the Oakland Raiders of the National Football League, who would relocate from the Bay Area to Clark County. Raiders owner Mark Davis and a coalition of elected officials, casino executives, organized labor members, and representatives from conventions and higher education all gathered to witness Governor Sandoval sign into law two bills that should shape the future in Southern Nevada.
And first I want to talk about Assembly Bill 1, where we're providing Clark County the ability to put more cops on the street.
Governor Sandoval praised the bipartisan support by state legislators for passing the bills that will allow for stadium construction, convention center expansion, and the addition of more Las Vegas Metropolitan Police officers. Senate Bill 1 will increase Clark County's hotel room tax to raise $750 million for the construction of the $1.9 billion stadium, probably to be located on a site just south of Mandalay Bay. Another half percentage point hike will allow for a major future upgrade of the Las Vegas Convention Center as it expands onto the old Riviera site.
And these two projects will allow 25,000 of them to go to work, which is huge for us.
The Board of County Commissioners will select 3 of the 7 members who will serve on the Clark County Stadium Board of Directors. Expect that decision during the November 15th Commission meeting.
This is going to be an extremely hard-working board. There's an enormous amount of responsibility that's going to be associated with this, because you're going to have to work this board from day one with, the selection of the site, the development of the site, making sure that it's compatible with the surrounding area, making sure that the financing is right, the infrastructure is right. Well, now they're going to be fans of the Raiders, because the Raiders is our home team. So between Raiders and I don't know what to call the hockey team yet, we got 2 professional franchises we can start rooting for.
This piece of land in downtown Summerlin is being developed into a practice facility, one of the final pieces of the professional hockey puzzle in Clark County.
2, 1.
Majority owner Bill Foley led a shiny shovel brigade as part of the groundbreaking ceremony that marked the construction opening face-off of the new practice facility for the Las Vegas National Hockey League team. The state-of-the-art structure will feature 2 full-sized ice rinks, a pro shop, and the headquarters for the professional hockey team.
Here we go.
It was earlier this year that the NHL awarded Las Vegas an expansion franchise, and the yet unnamed team will join the league for play next year. The team will play their preseason and league games at the state-of-the-art T-Mobile Arena on Las Vegas Boulevard. but much of the players' sweat and front office decisions will happen here in Summerlin. The facility will be a boon to the community, giving young figure skaters and recreational hockey players a place to play and promote the sport of hockey. A local company, Gillette Construction, is the general contractor and will get an assist from Clark County planning personnel.
We appreciate that this hockey facility, the training facility, is going to be here. I would like to also thank our comp planning ahead of time. This is for Mr. Foley. We know that we want this facility opened on time and even earlier than that. We have an incredible staff in the county that I want to thank ahead of time. They've already worked on this.
Dirt moving for the future ice rinks resumed immediately after the ceremonial groundbreaking, and officials expect the practice facility to open in the summer of 2017. For months, motorists here along the Southern Beltway wondered what this giant building with the giant A was. Well, we now know. It's Ainsworth Gaming Technology.
The only Australian to ever be inducted into the Gaming Hall of Fame. That's quite an accomplishment. And the father of video poker. Think about that.
Governor Brian Sandoval couldn't help but heap praise on a true giant in the gaming industry, 94-year-old Len Ainsworth, the founder of his namesake slot machine manufacturer. Later, the governor and Mr. Ainsworth officially opened the company's 291,000 square foot North American headquarters. Ainsworth Game Technology is best known for the popular Rumble Rumble and Flying Horse slot machines and hundreds of other titles. Ainsworth employs about 200 people at this manufacturing and distribution facility. A well-stocked break area and a sporty fitness room are among the worker amenities. The massive manufacturing area boasts 8 production lanes that produce machines for casinos in the United States, Canada, Latin America, and Australia, solidifying the Ainsworth name as a global gaming giant.
This area is becoming a high-tech hub of the valley.
Commission Chair Steve Sisolak welcomed Ainsworth into District A and welcomes another jolt of economic development into this area along the Southern Beltway.
It's huge for Clark County, for the district, for the entire Southern Nevada area. You're talking 150 to 200 permanent jobs in here. These are good, high-paying jobs and room for a lot more expansion to come in there. They're about a third of their capacity right now. The building is exquisite. I mean, taking the tour, it's just very well done. It's got all the amenities in it, and really proud that they've chosen Southern Nevada to make this type of an investment.
Evoking images of dust devils and drones, a local artist has created and now installed a magical sculpture here at Siegfried and Roy Park.
My name is Wayne Littlejohn. I'm the artist for the piece behind me that's being assembled. I've been working on this for just under 2 years now. And my hope is that you'll come out and you'll spend some time with the piece or drive by it or look at photographs, whatever that may be. Hopefully it becomes part of your world.
Artist Wayne Littlejohn was on site as workers safely and magically installed the gigantic sculpture called Dream Machine at Siegfried and Roy Park. Crafted into 2 massive shapes, the 26-foot figure is a stainless steel skeleton which houses cast aluminum.
Doesn't it kind of match this angle?
Dream Machine is Littlejohn's largest scale project, and the first time he had a team to assist, advise, and approve the final project.
Most of my work I've done all pretty much by myself or with maybe a person or two helping me here and there. And so this was the first one where I really had to deal with engineers, airport authorities, and different bodies that I would be reporting to. So that was a whole new thing for me.
It took several hours for the high-flying crews to hoist the pieces into place. Securing the base and installing the mushroom-shaped lid topped off the crowning of the Dream Machine. The new public art will greet motorists and McCarran visitors from its perch near the intersection of Maryland Parkway and Russell Road. And the artist hopes the provocative piece will be a conversation starter and a landmark in the neighborhood.
When you're dealing with public art, I mean, everybody's going to get their own thing. And some people are going to love it, some people are going to hate it. And it'll be very personal to some people. So, I don't have a specific goal with it. It kind of is what it is, and it's there. My hope is that it sort of grows into the community over time, and people start, at some point, almost not noticing it anymore. It becomes part of the environment, and they'll turn left at the big mushroom or whatever they're going to call it.
Our most famous sign was given a purple light bulb color change recently to illuminate awareness of a serious issue, domestic violence.
3, 2, 1.
Commission Chair Steve Sisolak joined representatives from Safe Nest and Safe House, flipping the switch and turning the lights purple on the Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign. Safe Nest and Safe House are two of Clark County's most prominent organizations that provide support and resources to victims of domestic violence.
These folks do incredible work and oftentimes goes unnoticed by the general public.
October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and the community stands in support with those in need. The color purple signifies valor in honor of those who have survived domestic violence crimes. Many domestic violence victims are unaware or unable to contact people or organizations that can provide a sanctuary and legal assistance.
Safe Nest is one of the local organizations here in town. We've been here since 1977, and last year we provided almost 50,000 help to almost 50,000 people who were experiencing domestic violence. Our program provides shelter. It provides counseling, court advocacy, and prevention education.
You've all heard the saying that if you see something, say something, and we kind of relate that to terrorism, but domestic violence is a form of terrorism. So if anybody in this audience ever sees or hears any abuse going on, please pick up the phone and call 911.
If you know someone who you even think might be in a violent domestic situation, contact someone who can help at safehousenv.org or safenest.org.
We must take a short break, but when we come back, we'll take a tour to the Valley of Fire, and we'll tour this place, the Clark County Water Reclamation District. This is Clark County Chronicles.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
Your car weighs thousands of pounds. It's no match for someone crossing the street. Whether you have the right of way or not, you have the responsibility behind the wheel. Last year, almost 700 people were hit by cars in Clark County. 172 of those accidents involved a child. In 42 cases, pedestrians died. Slow down and watch out for pedestrians around our schools, playgrounds, and intersections. Don't add to our statistics. Give pedestrians a break.
Graffiti is the single most destructive property crime in southern Nevada. Clark County's graffiti abatement program combines a public-private partnership with the community to combat this costly eyesore.
Well, graffiti is a huge problem for us. It occurs in pretty much every part of town, every part of the county. We see it even in our rural areas. We actually employ 4 people that take care of graffiti on private property full-time, and then various other departments also have folks that take care of graffiti.
That seems unbelievable. I know this is actually increased now. You even have more people that just physically come out and paint every day?
We do. Yeah, their job, they work 4 10-hour days every week, and they respond to complaints from citizens, and they also know certain areas that are repeatedly targeted by taggers, and they will come out and they will paint over that graffiti for free.
Quite often we see it on walls such as this one in the neighborhood, but we've also seen some things like out at the Clark County Wetlands Park and other different park areas. How big of a problem is that, Chief?
Well, you know, it is a large problem for us, and when we have graffiti that occurs, whether it's on a sidewalk or a block wall or at a county facility, there are several departments that get involved. We all assist each other in taking care of that graffiti, but then we also need to involve the Metropolitan Police Department because tagging is a crime, and when somebody does get caught, we want to make sure that we can attribute whatever graffiti they've done to them so we can get the proper restitution.
People, police officers, and I'm sure comes over into code enforcement, public response as well, they talk about the broken windows theory, which graffiti truly is that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, if we don't cover over the graffiti, what we see is that it invites more graffiti. So we're going to try to get there as quickly as we can. And again, those repeat areas, our folks are hitting those every day of the week that they're working, sometimes several times a day, playing a cat and mouse game. And if we don't cover it, then it winds up taking over a neighborhood, and that's not good for anybody.
What are some of the high areas that you do find yourself sending your people to over and over?
So the east side of town, we actually split up with 3 of our 4 folks. And that's pretty much everything east of I-15. And then we have 1 person that does the west side of town. So we are seeing primarily mostly gang-related graffiti on the east side of town, mixed in with some political graffiti. And then on the west side of town, we're seeing some gang graffiti, but mostly political and just other, minor tagging incidents.
You've gotten the public and the community involved in the Clark County Graffiti Abatement Program. Tell me about that.
So the Graffiti Abatement Program, we do a couple things. Number one, when people do get caught and they have been caught tagging something, the court generally orders them to do community service. And with that community service, they'll do a ride-along with one of our graffiti painters, and they're responsible for painting over either their own graffiti or other people's graffiti, and then we'll sign off on the community service hours they work. We also work with the juvenile justice system, where they will bring out youth that have been involved in various crimes, and they'll take care of graffiti under the supervision of a juvenile probation officer, along with our staff. And then on top of that, we also help with communities. So if a community is seeing a large increase in graffiti or they have a big area that they want to cover, they can contact us. And if they want to participate, we'll go out there and we'll coordinate with them and help them cover the graffiti.
When you say you help them, you'll physically manpower, brushes, paint, things like that?
Yeah, we'll absolutely. We don't want anybody painting over graffiti if it's not their property. Our staff is authorized under state statute and county code to paint over graffiti on other people's property. Generally, the public doesn't have that ability. So we will definitely staff it, and we will provide all the paint brushes, rollers, whatever's needed to cover the graffiti.
Bottom line, if someone sees graffiti on a piece of wall like this or some other public property, what should they do?
Well, we want them to call us, and we don't discriminate as far as where it's at in the valley or anywhere in the county. Our phone number is 702-455-4509. That is the Southern Nevada Regional Graffiti Hotline. People can call it in whether they're in one of the cities or in the unincorporated county. Our 4 painters will take those messages off every day, and they will, if it's not our jurisdiction, they'll make sure they route it to the proper authorities.
Thanks a lot, Chief.
Thank you.
Much of the work that the Clark County Water Reclamation does takes place in the 600 acres behind me, but the district is always grateful to show the public how the Clean Water team really operates.
We're here at the Flamingo Water Resource Center, the largest water reclamation facility in the state of Nevada. Currently treating more than 100 million gallons a day. The facility operates 24/7, 365 days a year. There's always wastewater coming in, it's always got to be treated.
Now in its 60th year, the Clark County Water Reclamation District provides wastewater services for nearly 250,000 commercial and residential customers. Commonly known as the Clean Water Team, the district operates treatment facilities from Laughlin to Indian Springs. But the district's main hub for all wastewater activity is a 600-acre Flamingo Resource Center on the valley's east side.
We have a lot of residential neighbors that have built and live closer and closer to our facilities, so we want them to come in and see the technology, see the process, and understand all the things we do from an odor control standpoint.
Part of the Clean Water Team's public outreach is an open house program. A couple times each year, the district welcomes their customers to take a tour of the Flamingo location and see and smell the wastewater as it is cycled through several different processes before being returned safely back into the Las Vegas Wash and eventually ending up in Lake Mead. Guests who tour the gargantuan facility are always in awe of the theme park-sized campus.
It always starts with the size. This is a 600-acre campus. So when you go back and say this is larger footprint than Disneyland, and that's the first thing that captures people's attention.
Sanitation scientists identify, analyze, and study even the smallest living microorganisms in the reclaimed water. This research keeps the district on the cutting edge of wastewater technology. To learn about future open house events and how you can do your part not to be a pain in the drain, visit cleanwaterteam.com for more information.
The Silver State is the fourth most seismically active state, meaning that earthquakes are a way of life in Nevada. An October event called the Great Nevada Shakeout gives our kids a lesson in shaker safety.
We drop, cover, and hold on.
Officials from Clark County's Building and Fire Prevention Department taught some earthquake awareness to a group of 5th grade students at Dondero Elementary School.
What if you're outside and...
There are thousands of earthquakes each year in the Silver State. Thankfully, most are small enough not to cause damage.
This is an earthquake drill. Right now, drop, cover, and hold on. Unless you're driving, drop to the ground now.
The Great Nevada Shakeout is a statewide exercise to teach the kids about what to do in the event of an earthquake. The drop, take cover, and hold on procedure is the safest way to avoid injury. The Dondero students then gathered with the rest of the student body outside the schoolyard as part of the drill.
Whoa, that's an earthquake. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You think you know everything about earthquakes? Because I do. Oh, really? Which state has the most earthquakes after Alaska, California, and Hawaii? Yeah, Nevada, and...
Cable television stars, the Property Brothers, participated in a public service announcement to entertain and educate. Despite having some fun with the disaster drill, these savvy students are well aware of the potential dangers that lurk during an earthquake.
I learned today about earthquakes that you have to take them seriously and you have to be ready and not play around, and once you're under the table you have to duck and cover, and after that evacuate.
In the earthquake, you have to get under something and then duck, and then you have to evacuate the place, and then wait until the earthquake stops.
Probably the most stunning location along 169 is this place, the Valley of Fire. A Nevada state park, this place is on its way to a record-setting season. Park officials estimate 600,000 visitors will visit the Valley of Fire this year.
Dedicated in 1935, the world-famous Valley of Fire is the oldest Nevada state park. Its name is evident by the magnificent red rocks and sandstone formations that were shifting sand dunes since dinosaurs dominated the landscape 150 million years ago.
So over the years, erosion from wind, but primarily water, has continued to shape the landscape into what we see today. As I touched on, this is Aztec sandstone. That's considered the softest sandstone, so that's why we get so many strange, whimsical, and carved out pockets and formations here in the park.
Coming to work at the Valley of Fire, Chris Johnson's office is one of the most unique places on the planet. The undulating landscape is a stunning sensation. The vivid colors are electric and can seem to be ablaze. This recreational paradise is a destination for everyone, from hardcore hikers and campers to short-term shutterbugs.
So the most popular activity is definitely going to be hiking, camping, picnicking, and just enjoying the scenic vista points, enjoying the visitor center / museum. And this park really attracts a wide variety of people. Some of that probably due to the proximity to Las Vegas. You get a lot of people out here that might not normally go to a national park or a state park, so it kind of introduces them to that whole world. And this has really become a internationally known park at this point. A large chunk of our visitors are actually from European countries, Asian countries, so we get a lot of people from abroad as well.
Popular with Hollywood producers, this Silver State gem has graced the silver screen many times.
And numerous filming projects here. And the professionals probably had the biggest impact on the park, if you will. Star Trek Generation, I believe that was 94. The one where, spoiler alert, Captain Kirk infamously dies, falls off the bridge. That was filmed in the Fire Canyon area. Transformers was filmed in the park. I believe there's some shots from Casino. And these days, numerous car shoots, fashion shoots.
Many of the daily visitors make the short 58-mile drive from the glitz and glamour of Las Vegas to enjoy a different style of stunning visuals.
Are you seeing it? Do you get the elephant?
Is that his trunk?
Yeah.
Elephant Rock is one of the many popular locations in the park. The namesake pachyderm seems to be soaking up the sunshine in his craggy home.
This is the Rainbow Vista overlook. We're looking down at what's commonly referred to as the White Domes area. Generally, that's considered the most scenic part of the park now to a lot of people, probably the most unique part of the park. As we can see, it's where you get all the multicolored formations, really stark contrast to what we see down on the valley floor.
And the White Domes area was once inaccessible to many until a road was constructed in 1994. Providing an exceptional park experience for all ages to enjoy is a vital part of the Nevada State Park's mission. Valley of Fire's harsh setting means only hardy desert plant species survive, and the expected rattlesnakes, lizards, coyotes, and foxes dominate the animal population. But the most asked about Valley of Fire critter is, of course, the bighorn sheep.
Yeah, a lot of people are shocked to hear there's any kind of wildlife at all out here, and what looks like this bare and incredibly harsh climate. I guess the most exciting for most people is going to be the desert bighorn sheep. Pretty commonly asked question is, well, where do we see the sheep? Where are they at today? Where are they hiding? Short answer is you can see them all throughout the park. I mean, I've seen them down here where we stand. I've seen them on the west side of the park. They're generally more active at dawn, but still, it's just kind of right place at the right time. Some people camp here for 2 weeks, don't see any. Some people drive straight through and see a big herd.
For more information on the natural beauty that is the Valley of Fire, visit parks.nv.gov.
Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at ClarkCountyNV.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Chronicles.
Hi, I'm Governor Brian Sandoval. Public safety is a topmost concern for me, and it's a well-known fact that a victim's chance of survival is greatest within a short period following severe trauma. To help our drivers on the roadway, I'm proud to support the Yellow Dot program. Here to present the program to Southern Nevada is Assemblyman Derek Armstrong.
Roadway accidents happen every day. To assist incident victims who are unable to communicate or can't remember important medical information, Yellow Dot helps first responders react as quickly as possible at accident scenes by providing valuable medical information about drivers and their passengers. To get started with the program, you can pick up a free Yellow Dot kit at participating locations, or request a kit via mail by calling 702-676-1754.
If it wasn't for the Homeless Youth Foundation taking me off the streets, I probably would have lost all hope a long time ago. My mom was a meth addict, and I became homeless at the age of 14. What turned my life around was the foundation. Basically showed me how to live your everyday life and try to put that past behind you. I have a lot of goals and dreams and desires. They help show me the way to better your life. I will never take having a roof over my head for granted.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Win or lose, our children need a natural green grass space in which to run, romp, and be a kid, especially out here in the desert. Yeah! What is your team color? Ours is purple. We are the Clark County Water Reclamation District. You may have seen workers installing our purple water pipe system at Silver Bowl Park. Yes, purple, the signature color for reclaimed water. The playing fields and landscape at Silver Bowl Park are now irrigated using reclaimed water. This water surpasses the high standards set by the state, saves our potable water for drinking, and reflects our abiding commitment to wise management of our precious water resources. Reclaimed water is the right water for the right use. The Clark County Water Reclamation District, in partnership with the Clark County Department of Parks and Recreation, is pleased to use reclaimed water to provide this green grass space where everybody wins.
Great job!
Hi, I'm Robert Smith, and I want to tell you about Positively Kids, a nonprofit foundation dedicated to providing medical care for children in our community. Here's Fred Schultz to tell you more.
Our facilities care for mentally fragile children and their families at no cost. Help us as we embark on building a long-term pediatric care facility to handle the growing needs. Visit our website.
Support the Foundation for Positively Kids.
Together, we can create our own all-star team.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. Hainan Airlines recently announced a new route connecting Las Vegas to Beijing. Here are the details about the first ever nonstop flight between Las Vegas and mainland China.
Traditional lion dancers at the world-famous Welcome to Las Vegas sign helped celebrate Hainan Airlines' big announcement.
Today is a very important day. On behalf of Hainan Airlines, China's largest independent airline, I'm pleased to announce that this morning we filed our application with the U.S. Department of Transportation to begin non-stop flights between Beijing and Las Vegas.
The service will begin December 2nd, 2016, right here at Terminal 3, and will operate Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is part of Hainan's large-scale expansion in North America.
Chinese tourists are one of the fastest growing and largest spending groups of international visitors to Las Vegas. With the reciprocal 10-year tourist visas and the introduction of hotels, programming, and amenities geared toward Chinese visitors, Las Vegas has established itself as a major draw for Chinese traveling to the United States.
China, being the most populous country in the world, of course, just statistically is going to bring us so many opportunities. Again, we know that we have people from China coming to visit us already, but they're coming through one-stops and two-stops. There's no doubt in our mind that having a non-stop schedule where they can plan for it will increase that visitation.
The new non-stop service will be flown by Boeing 787 Dreamliners with 34 business class lie-flat seats and 179 economy class seats. Hainan Airlines provides the most non-stop 787 Dreamliner routes between China and North America.
You know, we've been working on this flight nonstop out of China for quite a few years. Our international effort to get more airline service started back in 2000. We really went after China, and it opens up the entire Chinese marketplace for us because they service all the major cities in China.
The flight will depart Las Vegas McCarran International Airport at 12:30 p.m. and arrive at Beijing's Capital Airport at 5:30 p.m. the subsequent day, allowing for connections to other points in China. For passengers leaving Beijing, the flight departs at 2:20 p.m. and arrives in Las Vegas at 10:30 a.m. the same day. Non-stop flight time is approximately 13 hours westbound and 12 hours eastbound. Hainan Airlines is mainland China's largest independent airline and is the only mainland Chinese airline with a perfect 5-star rating 6 years in a row from Skytrax, the international airline ratings agency.
Now Chinese tourists and Las Vegas residents can enjoy the benefits of the award-winning service between these two popular travel destinations.
McCarran International Airport served 45.4 million travelers last year, making it the 8th busiest airport in North America based on passenger volume. The number of flights and seats into Las Vegas continues to rise. Here's what's behind the growth.
The number of seats that airlines fly into McCarran International Airport increased by 1.4 million in the fiscal year ending in June. That equals more than 73,300 inbound and outbound seats each day. Much of that growth comes from low-cost carriers such as Spirit, Frontier, and Las Vegas' own Allegiant Air. On the international front, Virgin Atlantic will add a weekly flight to and from London's Gatwick International Airport in September, and Thomas Cook Airlines will add one weekly round trip to Glasgow, Scotland, and Manchester, England during that same time period. Norwegian Air will launch 2 new markets later this year. Twice-weekly Gatwick service starts on October 31st, And once weekly service to Oslo, Norway starts November 1st. Additional international air service for Las Vegas continues in 2017.
Asia is such a strong market just because of the pin-up demand. As economies continue to emerge and as their middle class increases, their population now has the means to travel more.
To make room for the projected growth, 7 gates of the D concourse are being converted to accommodate international flights. The project also includes a new pedestrian tunnel that will connect the northeast wing of the D gates to U.S. Customs and Border Protection located in Terminal 3. Las Vegas is one of the top U.S. markets for German tourists. Next year, Condor Air will launch the first ever nonstop service to Munich, Germany.
To have another nonstop destination into Germany is great for the destination.
If this trend continues, McCarran is on track to surpass the 2007 all-time high of 47.7 million passengers this year or next.
Transportation network companies have become popular in today's sharing economy. Both Uber and Lyft are authorized to provide rideshare services at McCarran, giving our passengers another option for getting to and from the airport.
A transportation network company uses websites and mobile apps to connect paying passengers with drivers who provide rides using their own vehicles.
Simply arrange for a ride using the app on your smartphone or mobile device once you get to baggage claim and have picked up your luggage. Drivers waiting in a nearby staging area at the airport will be there at the designated pickup location in minutes.
We have a designated area for our drivers to stage while they're waiting to get hailed, and that is located at Terminal 3 near our limo and bus staging area. It's really nice because it's probably right in between the center of the terminals, and they have easy access no matter which way they get hailed.
Passengers getting rides to the airport may be dropped off at the departures curb at both Terminal 1 and Terminal 3. Rideshare passenger pickup locations are designated at both terminals for customers using the service for transportation from the airport.
At Terminal 1, after they get their bags from baggage claim, they'll see signs that say rideshare. It'll direct them across the street to an elevator bank, which brings them up to level 2M.
The pickup area at Terminal 3 is located on the valet level of the parking garage. From baggage claim, take the elevator near door number 52, 54, or 56 up to level 1. Cross the pedestrian bridge on level 1 to the Terminal 3 parking garage.
Taxis, limousines, and group shuttles are also available to transport passengers needing a ride. For a complete list of these services, visit McCarran.com.
Southern Nevada is rich with aviation history, from the first flight to Las Vegas in 1920 to the record-setting World Endurance Flight in 1958. The airport's Howard W. Cannon Aviation Museum chronicles these and other aviation milestones. Now, an amenity that's been educating and informing visitors for more than 20 years, it's getting a facelift.
The museum's main exhibit is located above baggage claim in Terminal 1. It features a replica Red Thunderbird crash car, a restored Cessna 172, and multiple display cases that highlight different aspects of the history of aviation in Southern Nevada.
It's important to tell the story of aviation in Southern Nevada. Aviation has become a critical part of the economy of Southern Nevada. We believe that it's important to know how that story developed.
After years of use, the museum is getting refurbished.
To save money, the work is being done entirely in-house by the Department of Aviation facilities staff, in between other scheduled maintenance.
It just takes a hit. I mean, there's a lot of traffic through here. There's a lot of interest in it. So people come through here with their bags and they drag them alongside of it, and it gets nicked after a while. And then just being in the desert, adhesives and stuff, just after a while they dry up and start to come off.
During the remodel, the museum is open 24/7. As part of the upgrade, display cases are being refurbished, new flooring was installed, and the photographs and other artifacts are getting cleaned. The work is no match for our talented team of skilled trades workers, including carpenters, sign makers, and electricians.
Basically, the scope of the job to do this was to bring it up to a more modern look that matches the rest of what we're doing out here. Also redo all the graphics, redo the metal trim and things to make it smoother and also safer.
The department saved thousands of dollars by doing the work in-house. When the project is finished, other displays located throughout the airport will also get refurbished, preserving the history of aviation for our passengers to enjoy.
One of the most important aspects of the museum is not only care of collections, but educational outreach, community outreach. Let the visitors know that there is history here.
If you have a few minutes between flights or have some extra time before picking up friends and family, stop by the museum and explore Southern Nevada's interesting aviation history.
Passengers at McCarran have great options when it comes to shopping, dining, and other amenities. Here's a look at some of the new or updated concessions available in the airport.
McCarran International Airport serves a diverse mix of foreign and domestic passengers. That's why offering a variety of shopping and dining options is so important.
Well, not only does our customer change and the customer dynamics change, but the customer expectations change based on what they see on the street and what the restaurant options are available in Las Vegas, and they want to see those options at the airport.
McCarran has something for everyone, from the passengers on the go to those with time to relax between flights. The Seagates are home to McCarran's busiest carrier, Southwest Airlines, and a renovated food court area with new restaurants offering chef-inspired menus with a fresh and healthy flair.
We also have Brookwood Farms Barbecue, which is fresh and healthy options, fresh meats and things brought in daily. Also, we've added Las Vegas MKT, which is a chef-driven menu. It's got a lot of healthy options on the menu.
In addition, the Seagates now offers a remodeled retail option with an innovative concept.
We've got a brand new Hudson News. It's the first of its kind concept in the country. It's a brand new store concept. And also over at D, we've got a brand new Jamba Juice, which is another healthy option for our customers.
Passengers who are new to the airport can easily find shop and restaurant locations by using interactive displays at various locations throughout the airport. Or on a mobile device, use McCarran's free Wi-Fi and find out more information online at mccarran.com. There you can find interactive maps, store descriptions, operating hours, and menus.
For those who don't want to self-park, valet parking is available at Terminal 1 and Terminal 3. This option is perfect for our passengers who are in a hurry or just enjoy the convenience of simply dropping off their vehicle. Here's a look at this time-saving parking option and the helpful attendants who are at your service.
Hi, how are you? Good morning.
McCarran International Airport has more than 17,000 public parking spaces, offering a variety of choices to meet our customers' short-term and long-term parking needs. But drivers also have another parking option, valet.
Good, and yourself? Yeah, please. Yeah, that works great. Let me give you this.
It's definitely more convenient. So if you are in a rush, it helps to be able to come in and not have to worry about where your car is parked. It's $23 a day, or if you're not going to be gone for the day, it's $6 for the first hour, and then $1 every hour after that.
It doesn't get much easier than driving up, hopping out, grabbing your bags, and dropping off your key with the valet attendant. It's a service that is commonplace in the entertainment capital of the world and also here at the nation's 8th busiest airport.
I love the people. And we get most of the people that come in here are regulars. So I see them, weekly, bi-weekly, at very least a couple times a month. So you feel like you get to know them after a period of time. So it's like family.
Both terminals at McCarran have valet service, and as an added benefit for an extra fee, passengers' vehicles can be washed. And that's why McCarran's valets are at your service.
Even when temperatures outside hit triple digits, you can count on McCarran to be comfortable inside, thanks to a sophisticated and efficient air conditioning system.
It takes a lot of specialized equipment and skilled staff to cool the nearly 4.7 million square feet of indoor space that make up McCarran International Airport.
The process starts here at one of two central plants. This one, Central Utility Plant 3, or CP3 for short, serves Terminal 3 and the D-gates.
CP1, the original facility at McCarran, supplies chilled water for all of Terminal 1, including the A, B, and C gates. Computers with energy management software monitor hundreds of sensors throughout the airport to control the target temperatures, called set points, which can be adjusted here at this station if needed.
This is kind of a snapshot of what's going on out the airport right now. I can come in here and quickly look at some. For example, right now, we're about 102 degrees out here in Las Vegas. And I've got two chillers running. I got about 6,800 GPMs of water flowing throughout Terminal 3 and D gates right now.
Centrifugal chillers, each with an evaporator barrel, a condenser barrel, and a compressor, are at the core of the cooling process. Water from nearby cooling towers is pumped into the condenser barrel and circulated through a system of smaller pipes. Reducing the temperature of the water before it enters the condenser helps the equipment operate more efficiently. Meanwhile, the adjacent evaporator barrel chills the water to about 43 degrees. Powerful pumps distribute the water through more than 25 miles of pipe into nearly 600 air handling units and 450 fan coil units located throughout Terminal 1, Terminal 3, and the D gates. Fans blowing over the chill water coils create cool air that keeps the buildings at a comfortable 76 degrees during the summer. By adjusting the building maximum and minimum temperature by only a few degrees, McCarran was able to save energy.
By just raising the set points and or lowering the set points throughout the terminal a couple of degrees, the passengers haven't even noticed it, and we've saved millions of dollars in electrical costs and gas consumption on our boilers.
A maze of return pipes then transports the now warmer water back to the chillers where the process is repeated. Nearly 1 million gallons of water are pumped throughout the closed-loop system. CP3 houses 6 chillers, each capable of processing 5,000 gallons per minute. 5 chillers at CP1 can process up to 4,000 gallons per minute. More than 30 employees work around the clock, 365 days a year, to operate and maintain the equipment at both plants. Although we can't control Mother Nature, when the mercury goes up outside, we can keep the temperatures down inside,
making it cool and comfortable for the employees that work at McCarran and the thousands of customers they serve each day.
McCarran recently launched a new Fly Fit program to help improve the health and wellness of those traveling through our airport. Let's take a look.
Fly Fit encourages walking as a way to fitness by sharing with travelers convenient walking paths located throughout the airport. Routes range from approximately 1/2 to 1.5 miles long, with options located before and after the security checkpoints. Fly Fit is the first airport fitness program created in partnership with the American College of Sports Medicine and was developed in response to Step It Up, the Surgeon General's call to action to make walking a national priority.
So I researched 11 other airports, found out what worked for them, what they liked, what they didn't like. I assembled a report and submitted it to our senior management. They then in turn worked with the American College of Sports Medicine, who reviewed it. They made some recommendations, and in concert with them, we developed the McCarran Fly Fit program throughout the terminals.
Pamphlets and online maps identify the location, starting point, and distance for each of the 4 designated walking paths in Terminal 1 and Terminal 3.
I think anytime you have an opportunity to, quote, stay fit, I think it's a great opportunity to get out and about and also, consume some time and, you can look out the window, and it's a great way to have some time to yourself between flights.
McCarran's Fly Fit program also falls in line with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's recently introduced Airport Walking Guide that was developed as part of its Walk to Fly project to encourage airport travelers to make active choices. Walking is a simple, effective, and affordable way to increase physical activity. So next time you're at McCarran, use our free Wi-Fi and visit McCarran.com. Click Relax and Fly Fit to get started.
To reach out to our growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish with English subtitles. Here's Gabriela Muro to tell us more about the airport's Lost and Found.
Cada año millones de pasajeros pasan por el aeropuerto. En ocasiones puede que se deje detrás algún objeto. Cuando esto sucede aquí en el aeropuerto McCarran, la ayuda está a un clic de distancia.
Objetos dejados en las zonas comunes de McCarran, incluyendo las puertas de embarque y áreas de revisión de seguridad, pueden entregarse a la Oficina de Objetos Perdidos. McCarran cuenta con 2 oficinas de objetos perdidos. En el Terminal 1, la Oficina de Objetos Perdidos se encuentra en el nivel 2 sobre los mostradores de boletos y área de chequeo. En el Terminal 3, la Oficina de Objetos Perdidos se encuentra en el nivel 2 al este del edificio, junto al mostrador internacional de entrada y chequeo. Si gustaría saber si contamos con algún objeto suyo que ha perdido, simplemente vaya al sitio mccarran.com y haga clic en Online Lost and Found. Aquí usted puede presentar un informe de objeto perdido o confirmar el estado de un informe existente. Al presentar su informe, incluya toda la información acerca del objeto. Vamos a mantener su información en nuestra base de datos por 30 días y le notificaremos si es que encontramos su objeto perdido. Una vez que un objeto es identificado por su dueño, nuestro personal del Departamento de Objetos Perdidos hará todo lo posible por devolvérselo. Si desea recoger sus objetos, visite la Oficina de Objetos Perdidos en la Terminal 1. Necesitará traer una identificación con foto. Si usted vive fuera del estado, nuestra oficina podrá enviar su objeto a usted. Solo tendrá que cubrir el costo de envío.
Objetos en el Departamento de Objetos Perdidos deben ser reclamados dentro de 30 días. Y recuerde, si dejó un objeto dentro de un avión, por favor póngase en contacto con la aerolínea directamente.
Did you know that McCarran International Airport is part of a system that includes general aviation airports in Henderson and North Las Vegas? Comprehensive information about these two unique facilities is just a click away on their brand new websites.
The user-friendly websites make it easy for customers to get the information they need, from FBO services and ground transportation options to the news and driving directions.
Each general aviation airport in the Clark County aviation system caters to a specific customer base, and the new websites help patrons determine which facility will best suit their needs. North Las Vegas Airport is an ideal base of operation for the general aviation traveler who needs convenient access to downtown and the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Henderson Executive Airport also serves as a reliever airport for McCarran and caters to business aviation with its convenient access to the world-famous Las Vegas Strip and the Convention Center via nearby I-15 and Las Vegas Boulevard.
We're very excited about our new websites because it informs our passengers of the great amenities and the central locations of our two GA airports, the North Las Vegas Airport and the Henderson Executive Airport.
To see what terminal amenities are available and view an FAA airport diagram, click FBO Tour on the new websites. Select Airport Business for a comprehensive directory of support services operating at each airport. Both websites were designed to meet the needs of online visitors by displaying important information in a user-friendly, attractive, and intuitive way.
We're really catering it to be relevant to what the users want on which page. For example, we have pilot information that's specific to pilots that includes their data from aviation weather.
The general aviation websites are dynamic and designed to be mobile-friendly. The content will automatically adjust to the user's screen size, so the content looks great on any device, from laptops and smartphones to tablets. The new online form makes requesting needed aircraft services quick and easy.
The online form is great for our customer because it gives them a chance to be able to price out the trip before they actually show up at the airport. You can put in your dates of travel, the anticipated amount of fuel, and it'll calculate the fees and charges, and it'll also make suggestions to you to see how you can save money through the bulk fuel program.
Today's busy customer expects to easily access information online and conduct business on the go. These new mobile-friendly websites meet that demand while helping to distinguish each airport and reinforce its unique brand.
Learn more about these airports by visiting hnd.aero and vgt.aero.
To enrich the travel experience for our customers, McCarran boasts a variety of sculptures, photographs, paintings, and artwork creatively displayed throughout the terminals and on the grounds. Let's take a closer look at one of the murals painted by local artist Harold Bradford.
Here at the D-Gates, Harold Bradford's mural, Triptych Passages, invites the outdoor beauty of Southern Nevada indoors to McCarran International Airport. Hailing from greener vistas of the Northwest United States, Bradford instantly fell in love with the unique beauty of the desert Southwest when he moved to Las Vegas.
Well, my main inspiration was I wanted people to feel the same impact that I had when I first came to the desert. I also felt that it was really important that people see the other things. So a lot of people, when they think desert, they think it's hot, but there's also a certain beauty about it.
Bradford's affection for the landscapes that are unique to the Las Vegas Valley is carefully captured with intense color and detail in his masterpiece on display in the northeast wing of the D-Gates.
One of my favorites has this rock formation, and there's these turquoise blues, and I have some oranges, I believe, and mauve colors, some purples, and also I kind of liked what was happening with the horses. And I was really proud of that because it was a lot drawn from within myself.
The oil painting showcases a trio of distinct locales in southern Nevada: Red Rock Canyon, Valley of Fire, and Mount Charleston. The three-paneled canvas measures 8 feet tall by 153 feet wide and is full of symbolism derived from the work's name.
Because everything was divided into threes, triptych means three, so it's all the 3 areas around Las Vegas. Also, there's 3 horses, there's 3 bighorn sheep.
It took the artist more than a year to complete the project while working full-time as a graphic designer for a local sign company. But in the end, the painstaking process was worth all the effort, and Bradford is proud to have his largest work to date on display at the airport.
To me, it's the artist's dream. I mean, there's millions of people that go through the airport every year. For me, it brings attention to what is happening here in Las Vegas.
Today, Bradford keeps busy painting in his studio and teaching classes at the Left of Center Art Gallery located near his home.
The TSA prohibits travelers from bringing beverages, shampoo, gels, or creams weighing more than 3.4 ounces through the security checkpoints. When passengers forget, these unopened items don't get thrown away. Here's a look at the unique program that helps keep the airport growing green.
When travelers inadvertently bring prohibited liquids or gels in their carry-on bags, instead of tossing them in the garbage, they are collected here in specially marked donation bins located at the entrance of each security checkpoint. Unopened items are then donated to military men and women as part of a joint effort between the USO and the airport to reduce waste while helping to meet the needs of those who are serving our country in the armed forces.
It's extremely valuable for us to have those donation bins at the airport. We collect hundreds of bottles of water every day that we can give out to our service members and their families that are traveling through McCarran International Airport.
At least twice a day, USO volunteers empty the donation bins. Hundreds of bottles are collected each day that would have otherwise ended up in the landfill.
There's incredible amounts of stuff that would be just going to landfill. This way, it's used for a good purpose, and I couldn't think of anything better to do with it.
Volunteers bring the donations to the USO Center at McCarran, where they are carefully sorted. Unopened bottles are then thoroughly checked, cleaned, and sanitized.
Put them in another bucket with a sanitation liquid. Anything that might look like it's open, we will throw it away.
Volunteers are sometimes surprised by the number of unused items that passengers forget they can't take through security checkpoints, but they're thankful.
At least we have the USO boxes there that we can recycle this, and it's great for the amount of water and pop.
Military members and their families appreciate the services provided by the USO and welcome the recycled resources like water, especially when flying.
It makes me feel a lot better, and it's nice coming off the plane where the plane's super dry and being able to come in and grab like a glass or a bottle of water or something to drink because you're dehydrated.
The checkpoint donation program is very successful. Passengers who aren't allowed to bring their favorite beverages through the security checkpoint can take comfort in knowing the items will be donated to a very good cause. And that's a win-win for the environment, our customers, and our servicemen and women, and it's just one more way the airport is growing green.
Las Vegas is home to the biggest celebration for electronic dance music lovers, the Electric Daisy Carnival. To welcome revelers arriving by air, local youth from the Enterprise Library's DJ Learning Lab performed as part of McCarran's Voices of Vegas program. Let's take a listen.
The Enterprise Library has a state-of-the-art DJ Learning Lab where youth ages 13 to 17 may practice and master many DJ skills. The unique program gives local young adults hands-on experience with the equipment, software, lighting, and sound that are unique to this performance art.
Music got me interested, and I've been fascinated by how music could have a message in it, so it makes me feel proud.
Youth that master the DJ hardware and software are then able to perform at public venues or community events.
When I first saw it, I was like, oh hey, maybe this is new, maybe I should try something new since I'm in Las Vegas. So I first went in there, it was amazing, there's a lot of music, I feel like I was in control.
The aspiring DJs were a great addition to the airport's Voices of Vegas program, which helps welcome customers to the airport through music.
It's awesome because everybody's already hyped up, ready to go to EDC, to the nightclubs, day clubs, and everything. And this is a great warm welcome for everybody.
People from all over the world gets to see him, and he's doing what he loves.
In addition to honing their musicianship, the program helps the youth strengthen their abilities in other important areas, including cognitive skills, critical thinking, public speaking, and etiquette.
The library district does teach youth how to DJ, but we are also interested in other skills. For example, they become real good at public speaking. If they need to articulate something, now they could do it professionally.
The performance was a hit with passengers and passers-by, especially those attending EDC.
It's thrilling, it's like a breath of fresh air, honestly. When you come out here, see the crowd, see the energy.
As part of ongoing efforts to enrich the customer experience at the airport, McCarran will continue to showcase local talent during future Voices of Vegas performances.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on Flight Path.
Don't let your pets go tomcatting around. Did you know that an unspayed cat, her mate, and all their kitties can produce 470,000 cats in 7 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
Clark County TV. TV for Clark County.
This is where fun happens. Gail Gilbert brings her ethereal art to the Winchester Gallery. Some savvy seniors competed for gold at the Cora Coleman Olympics. And we'll tell you about a number of day and nighttime events at the Clark County Shooting Complex, Nevada's only 5-star shooting range. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are...
My name is Gail Gilbert, and I am the artist presenting work at the Winchester Cultural Center. The name of my exhibition is Tethered. The title of the show is Tethered, and that has to do with the connection between the weight and the flight. So it's that action of being tethered, which has that, strength in what's holding it and strength in what's being expressed, up and out, breathless. I didn't know if the glue was going to hold this wool as well as it held the linen, because the linen is such a looser weave. I like it. It's cool. At first I started out trying to make everything look like it was blown by the wind, look like it was the wind. And that was based on a dance that I made a couple years ago, where I was the dancer being blown by the wind. And I wanted to make a sculpture of that. And that's that blue piece in there. That's where that came from. And now I've sort of, as I did more of them, I thought, okay, I could make all blue pieces of wind, but I sort of started to branch out and think about, well, what is it that was so beautiful about that? And it's the flight. So it's about finding pieces with other materials that have that sense of flight. I want people to get a visceral reaction when they see it that has to do with their breath. The same way I am a performer, I want that in there. So it comes out in the sculptures too. I want something to, this material that I work with to have a life. This piece that I just have set here, for the anchor, I'm using this piece of wood, which I think is great because it already has this slit in it. It's already got this crack. And I decided most of the pieces that I've been gluing, they kind of go around in these circles. So I wanted to try gluing the fabric in a horizontal place and trying to get a ripple effect. It's a more recent piece, and I was just trying to bend this steel piece and trying to get a softness to come out of that really hard, rigid thing that we usually associate with just, a building or something. And this I saw that it was getting kind of soft, and the stones just have sort of like a gentle sort of connection to each other, sort of like a kiss. I had these strips of steel that I had worked on for a theater prop piece, and they were sitting around, and I was thinking about the fabric and how it's woven, and my idea was to weave these and then shape that, which I've done with other pieces of wire that's in work that's going to be in the show. And this, I just started grabbing it and bending it, and I was getting that sense of flight already. And I want to show you what happens. It's very fragile. This is tiger iron, and these are all just pieces of steel. And it's so fragile that even if you change like one little element, it will just completely fall over. So it does look fragile, and it really is. Like, the balance point on this is so delicate. Now it's going to take a while to get it back. The name of this sculpture is Aeoliana, which is a made-up word, being representing like an Aeolian harp, something that is being played by the wind. And this is fabric that's essentially played by the wind. And it's based on a dance that I made for myself a couple of years ago, where I was a dancer being blown by the wind. And I wanted to, without being trite or too representational, I wanted to just create a piece that looked as though it was the wind. And because of the color, I think it also just looks like a piece of the sky. The show is called Tethered because each of the pieces represents a sense of flight and a sense of weightedness, and that show in each of the works is about that opposition and that static position full of life that's in the middle of that which is heavy and that which is light.
Hi, my name is Russell Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different activities and special events, and today we are here at the Cora Coleman Senior Center, which is located near Lake Mead and Nellis, and we're having our first annual Senior Olympic Games.
Oh, that's nice.
Now, what's great about these games is it's obviously very set similarly to the Olympics that happen every 4 years. We have games ranging from table tennis and billiards, to softball and football tosses, to power walking, horseshoes, shuffleboard, pinochle, badminton, and even an egg and spoon relay race. So what's great about this is a few different things. Number one, it provides a sense of teamwork and bringing a sense of community together. Number two, it provides our seniors to try some different things that maybe they wouldn't have tried out on any other given day during the year. So it's and number three, also it gives them a chance to step outside their comfort zone. And obviously we do offer several other different health and fitness programs and events year-round. Obviously, before you check any of our programs out, we obviously consult with your physician first. The Cora Coleman Senior Center and Aquatics Facility is located near Lake Mead and Nellis. The recreation side of the facility, their telephone number is 702-455-7617. And the Aquatics Facility, their telephone number is 702-455-2120. For all other inquiries and to see what else we have going on across the valley with all of our Clark County Parks and Recreation facilities, give us a call on our main hotline number at 702-455-8200, and check us out on our website at www.clarkcountynv.gov/parks. Thanks for watching, and we hope to see you at one of our different facilities really soon.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello, my name is Patrick, and I'm here to tell you about some of the events we have coming up at Winchester Cultural Center. An opera by the wonderful Sin City Opera Company is already in progress, and it continues on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday November 18th, 19th, and 20th. It's Postcard from Morocco. Tickets are $15. On Thursday, December 1 through Sunday, December 4th, our resident theater company, which is made up of young theater students who do really an unbelievable job. They're doing Babes in Toyland. That's 6 p.m. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. On Friday, December 9th, the Winchester Starcatchers are presenting their winter dance recital. And it'll feature hip-hop, ballet, jazz, and contemporary dance. You won't be disappointed. Friday, December 9th, 6 p.m. Tickets are $7. On December 10th at 2 p.m., we're presenting a wonderful jazz trio, pretty progressive group called Lockout Station. They mix all kinds of influences from flamenco to jazz fusion, avant-garde, you name it. But they're an awful lot of fun. The music is really exciting, and if you like music at all, you'll be glad you came. Tickets are $10 in advance, or on the day of the concert, $12. On Friday, December 16th, at 7 p.m., we're very lucky to have the Zirna Trio, which is 3 of our finest musicians, and they are going to perform works by 2 forgotten classical composers, forgotten mainly because they were women. It's the Zirna Trio, 7 p.m. Friday, December 16th. Tickets are $10 in advance or $12 on the day of the concert. And the very next day, Saturday, December 17th, Alan Lawson has put together a wonderful group of musicians to play his arrangements of Tchaikovsky's The Nutcracker. His work tends to be jazz influenced, so you're going to hear The Nutcracker in a different sort of way. Saturday, December 17th at 2 p.m. Tickets are $10 in advance, or on the day of the concert, $12.
Hi, this is Justin Favela with Clark County Parks and Rec Galleries. Coming up at the Winchester Cultural Center, we have artist Gail Gilbert and her exhibition, Tethered. Tethered is a show where wind is portrayed in sculptural form in Gail Gilbert's show. The fabric sculptures appear to be in the midst of a gust of air, evoking emotion and capturing the ethereality of wind. Coming up at the Clark County Government Center, we have artist Crystal Ramirez. She's going to have a big installation. That show is set to open January 9th. More information on both of those shows soon.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in Southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in Southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and length, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
If you're wild about the Clark County Wetlands Park, you'll love the Wetlands Park Nature Center. Its exhibit gallery gives you a whole new perspective on this desert oasis located right in Clark County's backyard. The interactive displays, educational videos and activities, and hands-on exhibits are for kids of all ages. There's something for everyone at the Wetlands Park, indoors and outdoors, and it's all free. Visit today.
Hi, I'm Steve Carmichael, Program Administrator for the Clark County Shooting Complex. The holidays are fast upon us, and I want to let everybody know that we have updated our gift certificate. It has all the different shooting venues represented on the certificate. You can purchase this at the Rifle Pistol Center, the Shotgun Center, or at our main office. It makes a great gift for all your shooting friends. And we'll be bringing back our Learn to Shoot program in January. Every Friday from January on, We have 9mm auto handgun, we have archery, and we have trap shooting available. These are 1-hour classes. You can make reservations. It includes everything: ammunition, firearms, instructors, very reasonably priced. So it's a great way to pair your gift certificates with these shooting programs for your friends. Also want to mention that the archery basics class has moved to Wednesday night through the winter months. So it'll continue on Wednesday night through February. Hope to see everybody out here real soon at the Clark County Shooting Complex, Nevada's only outdoor 5-star rated recreational shooting facility.
Hi everybody, I'm Martin Olson with the Nevada Department of Wildlife here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. And hey, waterfowl season is in full swing and it runs to January 29th. Some of the locals around the area here love going to the Overton Wildlife Management area. If you'd like a reservation for that area, you need to come to our office on Vegas Drive in Decatur or in Henderson or the management area itself. Once you get your reservation card, then you're guaranteed a blind for that day on that hunt. So if you're planning on doing something like that and you haven't got your hunter education under your belt, you can take a class right here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. You can pick up the book here at the main office and then go online at our webpage, ndow.org, and sign up for a hunter education class. And remember, you have to come to our office to get that reservation for the Overton Wildlife Management area. And the duck season runs all the way into January 29th. I hope to see you out here. Until next time, have a good hunting trip.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist and registered dietitian nutritionist here in the kitchen. Inevitably, people tend to eat a lot of sweet treats during the holidays, and consequently, they pay for their overindulgences with compensatory exercise, dieting, and New Year's resolutions. If you tend to eat healthfully most of the time, then an occasional indulgence will be okay. An easy rule to keep in mind is the 90-10 rule. So you'll want to eat healthfully 90% of the time, and then 10% of the time you can indulge in a sweet treat. Allowing an occasional splurge helps your diet become more enjoyable and sustainable. Use moderation with treats. When bringing home a dessert, bring just enough so that every person in the family has one piece. Also use smaller portion containers. Although moderation is always a good idea, small changes in your own kitchen may be used to improve the nutritional quality of your homemade treats. Try replacing half of the solid fat in a recipe with a healthier alternative, like canola oil or olive oil. Use this for items that will go in the oven or be cooked. You can use 25% less oil than you would butter. Use pureed fruits or veggies like applesauce, pumpkin, sweet potato, or bananas, and that will leave a fluffier, more cake-like texture. Substitute low-fat dairy like plain non-fat yogurt or Greek yogurt, buttermilk, or 1/3 cream cheese, or even use pureed cottage cheese as an ingredient. You can also add fiber to your baked goods by replacing all-purpose flour with whole wheat flour, or adding 1/4 to 1/2 cup of rolled oats instead of the same amount of flour. Consider adding 2 to 4 tablespoons of flax, or you can even use pureed beans in your recipe. Cut out trans fats and partially hydrogenated fats such as those that you'll find in margarine or shortenings. And if you use graham crackers or ginger snaps for your crust, you'll want to be sure to select the varieties that do not have any partially hydrogenated fats in the ingredient list. You want to add healthier ingredients too, like walnuts, shredded carrots, or even shredded zucchini. There's lots of recipes and lots of tips on the internet, so be sure to take a look and see how you can substitute healthier ingredients for your sweet treats. Just remember, even with a healthier version, you still need to use moderation. And don't forget to stay active during the holidays. You can do just that at a Clark County Parks and Recreation facility near you. There you'll find lots of fun and exciting fitness classes, well-equipped fitness rooms, and many other activities to keep you physically active during the holidays. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to stay active and eat healthy during the holidays by visiting a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center near you, where fitness happens.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton. I want to welcome you to the Clark County Museum. We're coming into the holiday season, and as you come out to the museum and go through the houses, you'll see that we actually decorate the houses to the different time periods of the houses. Now, this particular house is our railroad cottage. It was built between 1909 and 1911. So when you go inside here, you'll see that the kinds of decorations were much more minimal than what we might think of today. And you won't see any electric lights on the outside, anything like that, because those didn't exist at that point. So we don't show those on this house. If you come out to the museum during the holiday season, all the houses on Heritage Street will be decorated to the time period of the house. So each one will be decorated differently depending on what time period the house is representing. So let's take a walk inside and see what it looks like in 1910. So when you come inside the railroad cottage here, you'll see one is a fairly small house, but this was the first mass housing that was built in Las Vegas. This one was moved from downtown, from 3rd Street actually, and restored here and is on display. Now when you look at the decorations, you can see they do have a tree and a little bit of greenery here, and the man and woman of the house are in the back getting ready for a major meal, because of course that was one of the main things that you did for Christmas at the turn of the century in the 1910 period, was it wasn't a lot of presents, but you would have a very large feast. That was a big deal. And so we have the porter and his wife. The porter here worked for the railroad, and his wife would have kept house. And you can see that they didn't have much, but this was very typical of the kinds of decoration that you would have seen at the time. Now, one thing I will tell you, a lot of people talk about the fact that on trees of this time period, you might have had candles, and that was used once in a while. The thing about candles is you didn't have them lit every night, not like you would electric lights today. You would, if you had candles, you would put them on, and on Christmas Eve, you would send everybody out of the room, and you'd have a bucket of water and a bucket of sand right there. You'd light all the candles, everybody would come into the room, ooh and ah about the tree, and then you'd blow them all out. Because even at the time, everybody understood the problems with fire, so you would not have them going all the time. So that's something that we never show out here, because fire's not our friend on site. But you'll be able to see this in all of the houses, different time periods. And I also want to welcome you, if you have the time, and invite you to come out on December 9th and 10th. That's Friday and Saturday, the second Friday and Saturday of December. We will be open from 5 to 7:30 p.m. those nights. We will be free those nights. You'll save that onerous $2 entry fee, and you'll be able to see not just all the houses, but the exterior lights. We have strolling carolers, we have Santa here, we have free hot chocolate. There's a lot to see and do, crafts for the kids. So please come out. That's December 9th and 10th. It is our Heritage Street holidays. And otherwise, at any point during the holidays, please come out and see the decorations and learn a little bit about the different kinds of celebrations that have been done over the years in Las Vegas, in Southern Nevada, in Clark County. This is Mark Hall Patton. Remember, we're only open 7 days a week. It is only $2 a head, and we're open from 9 to 4:30. So please come out and join us.
Hi, I'm Bruce Isaacson, Clark County Poet Laureate, and I've got a special guest with me here today. I've been hearing the poetry of Rodney Lee in the Las Vegas community here for about 20 years. And he's a remarkable talent. He's also an educator and taught extensively through the Clark County School District and is an executive with the district now. So, Rodney, how does poetry interact with your work as an educator?
Poetry kind of frames everything that I do, and particularly being as an educator, being concise to the message, finding my rhythm, looking for ways to connect with my audience. So that's exactly what I do in my work, and it's kind of what I try to do in my poetry.
Well, that's great. Will you read a poem for us?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. The poem I'm going to do is an older piece. It's called Boys Will Be Boys. And a lot of times in working with my students, I really try to get them to value other human beings as equally as they value themselves. So, boys will be boys. Mighty, young bullocks we were, each and every one, locking horns, flashing bronze, you know, a boy's brand of fun, hanging in the school's hallways, clowning for the crowd, strutting and jiving and talking loud. When Montina, fine, fine, gorgeous Montina, rounded the corner, and her beauty stilled us all. Lord, she looked good back in '78, afro like a flower, and her young body like a stream. Many nights she had danced through the orchid fields of my boyhood dreams, and we all looked, checked her out, devoured her with our very sight. And she walked like winds blow and angels sing. Sister, my sister had inherited the grace of ancestral queens. Now, I think it was Sainty who cat whistled. And Don Juan said, hey now. But it was me, big mouth, callow, cowardly, insecure me who shouted, ooh! Look at that plump rump! Ow! My boys all laughed and slapped me 5, and I tried to shoot the jive. But inside, a part of me had died. You see, I actually liked her. I always had. Ever since the 3rd grade. Why didn't I just say hi? Hi, Montina. Why didn't I? But instead, I was cool. Played the fool, anything to be accepted by the crowd. I'll never forget the look on her face. Her eyes, 1,000 years old they seemed, filled with both pity and pain. 1,000 years, as ancient as women's suffering, because men cannot be men less by their disgrace. Boys will be boys, and women will suffer.
Wow, that's an incredible poem. I really like that poem. I've always liked that poem a lot, and you know, I think we can identify with that. And with Montina, God, well, that's wonderful. Hey, Rodney Lee is out there in the community. You can hear him. I want to see you guys come on out to poetry. On November 26th, there's a poetry slam, which has now got a new home down on Fremont Street. Look it up on Facebook. And special event, December 2nd at CSN at 6 o'clock and December 3rd at 7 o'clock at the Clark County Flamingo Library. Sharon Olds, one of the most significant and influential poets of our time, is going to come to Las Vegas, read, hold a writer's workshop. Look us up on Facebook. I look forward to seeing you. Come on out to poetry.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Ma'am, driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend.
Only motorcycles or vehicles with 2 or more people are permitted to travel in a diamond lane.
Now what about hybrids or trucks?
Hybrid vehicles are not exempt. They are allowed in a diamond lane. only if they have 2 or more people.
Oh, pooh. Now where's the girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride is the perfect solution to finding people to carpool with. Their website can match you up with commuters who travel a similar route. You'll reduce traffic on our roadways, save wear and tear when you share a ride, and most importantly, you'll avoid a traffic citation by having enough people to ride in those speedy HOV lanes.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
Don't let your pets go tomcatting around. Did you know that an unspayed cat, her mate, and all their kitties can produce 470,000 cats in 7 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
This is Clark County Television, CCTV 4. Nevada State Route 169 is located in the northeastern part of Clark County. State Route 169 begins at exit 93 off Interstate 15, continues south through the Mawapa Valley, and includes the farming communities of Overton and Logandale. It ends at North Shore Road in the Lake Mead National Recreation Area. Let's take a look at some of the people and places and sights along this rural slice of District B. And just a few miles west of 169 is the Logandale Trail System. 45,000 acres of stunning southern Nevada scenery. And of course the place has trails, more than 200 miles of them, for nearly every type of recreational usage.
They love it. I mean, it is a little slice of heaven that you don't even know about until you literally come over that road, you know, and it's like, wow, it's here.
Elise McAllister and Bonnie Levitt are massive supporters of the Logandale Trail System. The pair are employees at Partners in Conservation, a non-profit organization that bridges the gap between rural communities and government entities to develop recreation and promote conservation on public lands.
You have all manner of OHV use that uses it, and then you have hiking, photography, picnicking, camping. We've had a couple of marathons here.
The Logandale Trail System offers stunning views and scenic vistas, with majestic red rocks and sweeping sand dunes rising from the desert floor. Home to hundreds of species of native plants and animals, exploration opportunities are plentiful for human guests.
On busy weekends, there's 40, 50, 60 different campsites here, and people literally, you know, find a flat spot and pull over.
Situated adjacent to the more well-known state park at Valley of Fire, this place was once a secret area of seclusion and leisure for Mawapa Valley residents until a couple decades ago when off-roaders discovered the trails and convinced the Bureau of Land Management to designate the Logandale Trail System as public lands.
That's the wonderful thing with public land, is that it really is public for everybody. And so since they started working with the BLM back then, and all these structures and stuff here are kind of from that time period, and then the reputation's grown, and internet and everything's just really highlighted it.
Hardcore Jeep and rock crawling enthusiasts are frequent visitors, but any four-wheel drive vehicle will reward a Sunday driver with spectacular panoramas and a bouncy crawl over well-trod trails. Clark County Public Works is responsible for the road leading up to the trailhead, but improving and maintaining the Logandale Trail System is truly a cooperative effort. Volunteers work with Elise and Bonnie on cleanups and routine maintenance. In the past 15 years, more than $2 million worth of infrastructure, including global positioning, indoor restrooms, fencing, and blazed trails, are just some of the man-made amenities found at this Clark County gym.
And we like to use volunteers to do as much of the work as possible, and that way we like to have what we call horizontal education, where people get involved in something and they learn while they're doing it.
The Logandale Trail System is located just an hour away from downtown Las Vegas. Visit LogandaleTrails.com or their Facebook page for a main loop trail map, photos, and much more information on this pristine piece of Silver State paradise.
Scenic Route 169 is in essence the main street in the communities of Logandale and Overton, and there's a lot of Nevada history in this area. Interesting people with interesting stories. Let's learn a little bit more about this place, the old Logandale School.
And Lou Adams and Lillian Frainer Adams, they donated all this property. They donated the property to put the building on.
The Logandale School opened in 1935, a learning facility for elementary school students in the Moapa Valley. Today, the stone building is still used to teach lessons, as a preschool for Valley children. Local members of the Art Guild meet weekly in an old classroom, but most notably, the old Logandale School is a museum chock full of cultural and ancestral photos and artifacts, remnants of the rich history in the area.
And once you know me, when I set my teeth in something, I'm like a bulldog.
Virginia Lanny Tobiasen, known to one and all as Beezy, is a one-woman walking, talking Wikipedia of Muddy Valley history.
Can you believe that?
Beezy and Robin Mon are the driving forces behind the Old Logandale School Historical and Cultural Society, an appropriate acronym of OLSHACS.
History is so important, and this valley still has so many old families that live here that we're finding there's such a disconnect from our young people to their ancestors. We're finding it even among the school and the pirate pride that we've always had. And so what we're trying to do is just bring it back, that these were real people. They gave you your heritage.
His name was Hugh Lord, and he was bound determined that that water would never ever come up to his house.
OLSHAC's mission is to restore and preserve the historic buildings and artifacts in the community. Less than 20 years ago, the old Logandale School was slated to be torn down. Just another forgotten and neglected lost slice of Nevada's pioneering past.
Show their talent.
So that's when Beezy got busy to save the building.
It was in probably 1998 they were going to demolish the building. Clark County School District said that, you know, there was asbestos in it and they were just going to doze it and get rid of it. The school was literally falling apart. And then I've always collected all this stuff, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to fight for this building because we need a museum for this community. And so it took me 12 years.
Beezy's love of the valley and heeding her mother's urging, Beezy spent years researching, writing, and compiling stories. She co-authored 3 extensive books about the people and places in the Muddy with her friend, Georgia May Bagshaw Hall.
Do you know that you have a ghost in this building? And I said, well, yeah, I do. I know it, yeah.
Like many old buildings, the old Logandale School is said to be haunted. A young girl who drowned nearby is said to lurk in the school. You might expect her to be located in the hair-raising basement. Instead, she's a friendly apparition and spends her time spooking visitors in the main hallway.
Well, and we've had a paranormal group contact us. They love the old buildings, and they've been going around the valley, and they called me and asked if they could come. They've come twice, and the report I get afterwards is don't be afraid, that everything's very friendly, and we did have action, but it's all friendly. And now I don't mind being here, and I can be here alone. My husband will not come here at night with me.
The old gymnasium still looks much like it did when the boys' basketball teams were winning championships in the 1930s. It's now a meeting place, wedding hall, and gathering spot for the entire community.
This room here is something that I've always wanted to do because it's a Native American.
This room is dedicated to the contributions of the native population. The Paiutes and Moapa tribes played formative roles in early development in the valley.
Indians were such a part of this valley. They worked and first hassled right along with the settlers here, and then became very much a part of their lives.
The old Logandale School and Museum is open to the public Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Just an hour's drive from Las Vegas, this place is located at 3011 North Moapa Boulevard in Logandale, Nevada. It's a great way to learn more about this remarkable part of the Silver State.
From everybody that's come in, I've never had one person say, oh, this place is no good. You know, it's junk. It's beautiful. We're real proud of it.
Many of the buildings here along 169 have gone through many names.
Back in 1938, when this gymnasium was built, it served the students of Mawapa Valley High School, and it was known as the New Gym. Now it sits on the campus of MacLyon Middle School, and of course, people around here call it the Old Overton Gym.
The gym has always been the Overton Gym. It's even on the out front of the building. It says Overton Gym. I played football, basketball, baseball, and track.
During your years on the court there, I hear Virgin Valley used to kick your butts quite often.
Oh, not that often. We held our own pretty good with Virgin Valley.
Ben Robison, class of 1961, remains a proud Mawapa Valley Pirate and still reflects fondly on his athletic and scholastic accomplishments that took place in this historic gymnasium decades ago. Constructed in 1938, the old gym's Italian Renaissance Revival architecture was a classic design. For more than 40 years, the gym was home to all high school and community athletic events, until the new Overton Gym opened in 1964. Today, the stately structure hosts Clark County School District and County Parks and Rec programs nearly every day, and remains a vital part of the fabric of the Mawapa Valley community.
Unless you have been in a small town and understand small town community and relationship to schools, you won't get a feel for what the school means to a community.
Dr. Larry Moses' Mawapa Valley roots aren't quite as deep as Mr. Robison, but the longtime educator was the principal at the new Mawapa Valley High School for 7 years before retiring from the Clark County School District. Dr. Moses was one of the original members involved in a nonprofit organization dedicated to saving the place called the Society for the Preservation of the Old Overton Gym, or SPOOG.
I think Ben and some of the guys came to me and said, you know, we have the old Overton Gym, which is they're threatening to tear down, and we need to restore that.
That was 2001. Over the next few years, the members of SPOOG raised nearly $900,000 through fundraisers and government grants. Thousands of hours of work, mostly by local volunteers, helped bring the old gym back to life. Much of the successful restoration was due to the community's sweat equity, and in Dr. Moses' case, a few drops of blood.
Because I've never been in construction in my life. Now, the writing of the grants was easy for me, and the presentation of the grant was easy for me because that's something I did. I wrote and I did those kind of things. But I actually picked up hammers and began to knock walls down, and I learned that you don't leave your hammer on top of the ladder when you move the ladder because it falls off and hits you in the head, and I did that 3 times before I learned that lesson.
All the time I was growing up, a lot of my classes were up here in this room right here.
The second floor weight room is stocked with donated health and fitness equipment and is available for public use for a small fee.
This was part of the squad room for the football team. And when you came up here, you always wanted to...
And Ben remembers the stench like it was yesterday. The Pirate football team's old squad room is now a mere dance room, with locals offering lessons to younger dancers. Today's Gary Batchelor Gymnasium at Mawapa Valley High School is a palace compared to the old gym. The blue and gold colors and swashbuckling logos are sources of pirate pride for current students and for the community. But for old-timers like Mr. Robison, the modern additions to the old gym don't erase the old memories, even the painful ones.
It ended right over there.
It ended right over there?
Yeah, I got hit playing basketball, broke 2 ribs and ruptured my spleen. That ended it. I had a small scholarship to go play at Dixie College, and I still went to Dixie College, but I didn't play basketball. That ended my basketball career.
The old Overton Gym is located at 353 West Thomas Street in Overton. For more information on this place, visit www.oldogym.com.
The town of St. Thomas lived a glorious life and died a glorious death. It started out as nothing and eventually became submerged, part of one of the largest man-made lakes in the world.
St. Thomas is named after Thomas Smith, who was sent by Brigham Young.
Despite her lofty name, Sky McLean is more comfortable digging her boots into the ground. The National Park Service ranger leads hikes to the fascinating St. Thomas site, which was once a thriving Old West town. It's now a ghost town in the Silver State, rising from the depths of Lake Mead, which once covered the entire valley. In January of 1865, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints leader, Brigham Young, called Thomas Smith to lead an expedition. Mr. Smith's hardy pioneer pack consisted of about 9 or 10 men and 3 women, and settled in this area to grow cotton and provide a friendly respite for Mormons traveling between Salt Lake City and Los Angeles. St. Thomas was established in a strategic location less than 20 miles from the Colorado River. The nearby Muddy River provided water that was used to irrigate crops, and an established canal system delivered water to the town.
What we're walking around right here.
Hiking the well-trod Tamarisk Line Trail for a mile or so leads to the 47 features that still remain from the lost city of St. Thomas.
So this is one of the most prominent features here at St. Thomas. This is the Hanig grocery store and ice cream parlor.
In 1870 or so, the original St. Thomas settlers were stunned to learn that their village wasn't located in Utah, but in Nevada. Lincoln County officials demanded back taxes from the pioneers, who were faced with a difficult decision to leave or pay the levies.
They had to go back to their leader, Brigham Young, and ask what to do. And so he told them they could vote, and if they voted to leave, he would release them from their mission. And in fact, that is what happened, and only one family, Daniel Benelli's family, stayed behind.
10 years later, in 1880, other Mormons returned to the area, and the town was reborn. Cisterns were dug and installed, which provided drinking water.
Over time, people were still faced with communication issues. There were no cell phones or telephones. There was no electricity. They had to communicate with each other by word of mouth or the mail that might come in. They also had no plumbing, no running water. They would go to their cisterns that held about 6 months worth of water and draw water out of the depths of those 15-foot deep wells.
Around the turn of the century, St. Thomas continued to grow, and these artifacts are reminders of the early hardships and triumphs.
This is a 150-year-old community, so a lot of things came along and went, and then settlers would return. And as the railroad arrived in 1912, that brought their abilities to actually build the schoolhouse and build the hotel out of brick. Some of the homes were built from wood. Initially, many of the homes were just out of adobe and mud, and they made bricks out of that.
About 500 people lived in St. Thomas. Streets were constructed, businesses were born, including the Gentry Hotel. And of course, town founders needed a place for education.
Well, I actually hear some school bells ringing, so I'm thinking maybe that's where our next stop should be. Let's head off here to the left, and we'll go down to what is left of this 3-story school.
The rounded Art Deco steps from the old St. Thomas School are still remarkably preserved. One can imagine students going to class in the 2-story brick building. Built in 1915, the school continued to educate students from grade 1 through grade 8 until the early 1930s. Ranger Sky McLean quotes a former student, Marva Ray Perkins Sprague.
I remember all my teachers, dear Anna Arnold, Miss Birch, and Vera Whitover, were special in my life. The many parties at school, church programs, classes, Christmas was looked forward to. Mr. Peck, a railroad official, always brought cases of huge oranges. How we eagerly awaited that treat.
Far above the crest of any other dam yet built by man, or likely to be built for years to come.
The beginning of the end of St. Thomas was Hoover Dam. The massive federal project miles away created the floodplain that would eventually submerge this valley and force residents to abandon their town, their homes, and their way of life.
People seemed very happy to live here. Of course, they were faced with the change that happened when the Hoover Dam was being built in the early 1930s, and they had to give up their lands. through the appraisal process that the government established. And so they reluctantly accepted their fate, that yes, the little town of St. Thomas was going to be no more. It did take about 5 years for the waters to eventually reach St. Thomas. And so during that period, I'm sure there were a lot of discussions amongst the neighbors, but eventually many of them tore down their homes and removed them and rebuilt them elsewhere, whether that was into Overton or they just sold it off as salvage.
St. Thomas has risen above Lake Mead 3 times, in 1952, 1965, and emerged permanently from its watery grave in 2002. In fact, Lake Mead still covers the region a few miles south of the town site. St. Thomas is located inside the park boundaries of the Lake Mead National Recreation Area and is a popular spot for hikers and lovers of Silver State lore. Visit nps.gov for more information. Probably the most stunning location along 169 is this place, the Valley of Fire. A Nevada state park, this place is on its way to a record-setting season. Park officials estimate 600,000 visitors will visit the Valley of Fire this year. Dedicated in 1935, the world-famous Valley of Fire is the oldest Nevada state park. Its name is evident by the magnificent red rocks and sandstone formations that were shifting sand dunes since dinosaurs dominated the landscape 150 million years ago.
So over the years, erosion from wind, but primarily water, has continued to shape the landscape into what we see today. As I touched on, this is Aztec sandstone. That's considered the softest sandstone, so that's why we get so many strange, whimsical, and carved out pockets and formations here in the park.
Coming to work at the Valley of Fire, Chris Johnson's office is one of the most unique places on the planet. The undulating landscape is a stunning sensation. The vivid colors are electric and can seem to be ablaze. This recreational paradise is a destination for everyone, from hardcore hikers and campers to short-term shutterbugs.
So the most popular activity is definitely going to be hiking, camping, picnicking, and just enjoying the scenic vista points, enjoying the visitor center / museum. And this park really attracts a wide variety of people. Some of that probably due to the proximity to Las Vegas. You get a lot of people out here that might not normally go to a national park or a state park, so it kind of introduces them to that whole world. And this has really become a internationally known park at this point. A large chunk of our visitors are actually from European countries, Asian countries, so we get a lot of people from abroad as well.
Popular with Hollywood producers, this Silver State gem has graced the silver screen many times.
And numerous filming projects here. And the professionals probably had the biggest impact on the park, if you will. Star Trek Generation, I believe that was 94. The one where, spoiler alert, Captain Kirk infamously dies, falls off the bridge. That was filmed in the Fire Canyon area. Transformers was filmed in the park. I believe there's some shots from Casino. And these days, numerous car shoots, fashion shoots.
Many of the daily visitors make the short 58-mile drive from the glitz and glamour of Las Vegas to enjoy a different style of stunning visuals.
Are you seeing it? Do you get the elephant?
Is that his trunk?
Yeah.
Elephant Rock is one of the many popular locations in the park. The namesake pachyderm seems to be soaking up the sunshine in his craggy home.
This is the Rainbow Vista overlook. We're looking down at what's commonly referred to as the White Domes area. Generally, that's considered the most scenic part of the park now to a lot of people, probably the most unique part of the park. As we can see, it's where you get all the multicolored formations, really stark contrast to what we see down on the valley floor.
And the White Domes area was once inaccessible to many until a road was constructed in 1994. Providing an exceptional park experience for all ages to enjoy is a vital part of the Nevada State Park's mission. Valley of Fire's harsh setting means only hardy desert plant species survive, and the expected rattlesnakes, lizards, coyotes, and foxes dominate the animal population. But the most asked about Valley of Fire critter is, of course, the bighorn sheep.
Yeah, a lot of people are shocked to hear there's any kind of wildlife at all out here, and what looks like this bare and incredibly harsh climate. I guess the most exciting for most people is going to be the desert bighorn sheep. Pretty commonly asked question is, well, where do we see the sheep? Where are they at today? Where are they hiding? Short answer is you can see them all throughout the park. I mean, I've seen them down here where we stand. I've seen them on the west side of the park. They're generally more active at dawn But still, it's just kind of right place at the right time. You know, some people camp here for 2 weeks, don't see any. Some people drive straight through and see a big herd.
For more information on the natural beauty that is the Valley of Fire, visit parks.nv.gov. We hope you've enjoyed this look at a few of the features along Nevada State Route 169. We encourage you to take the short drive from the Vegas Valley, have a hike, enjoy some gorgeous scenery, and learn a little bit more about the history of Nevada and our Mojave Desert and Clark County. I'm Randy Swallow.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
The mob never ran anything 100% here. There were sure mobs here, but they didn't run the town by any stretch of the imagination.
Senator Kefauver, who was closing the illegal gamblings all over the United States, in Kentucky, in Florida, in Arkansas, and so on. And those professional gamblers had only one place to come.
They were running a legal operation in Las Vegas. Where they came from, whether it was Cleveland or Detroit or New York or Chicago or whatever, it was illegal there, but it was legal here.
It was run by gamblers that were straight shooters.
They took care of the city where the gambling occurred because it was in their interest to do so.
One of the things they wanted to do was to make sure everybody knew that they cared about the community.
They did not wish to draw attention to themselves in the sense of they were disobeying the law or running amok.
And here they were operating a legitimate business, and they appreciated that. Most of them, not everyone, most of them.
Hughes was a very unique person.
Howard Hughes never paid for anything. He never paid for anything at all. The guy came around behind him and paid for him.
First time he came in, he called us from Los Angeles and told us he was coming in. We had no runway lights or anything like that. It's all dirt strips. And so he said, now if I come in late and it's dark, I've got to have some lights to land with. So we said, well, we'll get automobiles and line them up on each side of the runway and turn the headlights on. And that's what we did. His stature gave him away, and his tennis shoes gave him away. He wore tennis shoes all the time. It's true. I'd like them to know what a nice person he was. The mental picture I have of him is him coming in that low-wing monoplane and crawling up out of the top of the cockpit with a pair of white tennis shoes in his hands. So he flew in his stocking feet. I thought a great deal of him. He was a genius. I think a lot of people didn't understand him.
Howard Hughes did make a fortune in Nevada, but he did it through real estate, not from actually running casinos.
And then he bought the Desert Inn because they wanted to get him out for New Year's Eve or something, and he didn't want to move, so he bought the hotel. And then I heard that the reason he bought the Silver Slipper was that the lights were in his eyes.
We turned it on, and the next day Mr. Mayhew called us and said that Mr. Hughes wanted to buy the Frontier Hotel because the sign was disturbing him up on his penthouse suite. He bought the Frontier, he bought the Desert Inn, he bought the Sands, he bought the Landmark, he bought the Castaways, and he started to buy the Stardust. And that's when they stopped him.
Howard Hughes never contributed anything to the growth of Las Vegas while he was alive. He bought joints, but the same old guys ran them.
And I was never sure if it was a rumor started by law enforcement or what, that he was arriving to buy out the mob. If that's the case, he didn't do a very good job of that. I mean, he bought out some longtime hotel owners, but there were a lot of people left, including Tony Spilatro, who were on the front scene of Las Vegas, unfortunately.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
For thousands of years, the Paiute people had inhabited their ancestral lands alongside neighbouring Washoe and Shoshone tribes. The Southern Utes, Tudinu or desert people, made their home in what is now southern Nevada and the valley that would become Las Vegas. After over a century of European settlement, the displacement of Native American tribes, open warfare and cultural assimilation, the Paiute people would finally regain some of their tribal possessions, the Snow Mountain Reservation near Mount Charleston, and a city within a city, the Las Vegas Indian Colony. This is the story of the Native Americans of Nevada.
Tawo muan, ame kichi TV pu maroko wepukand, ame kai pukand, ne mumi ibe muchi pukand, ne mumi uningumanam pagarwada, ame ichi ibe kani ibe band, urusan.
But who were these tribes making the unforgiving Mojave Desert their home for thousands of years before European settlement? Where had they come from in their long trek across the Americas?
There's two geographical regions of Paiutes in the Great Basin. So we have the northern Paiutes and the southern Paiutes. And obviously down in the Las Vegas region is where the southern Paiutes live. They've probably been in this region for about 1,000 years. It's probably 1000 AD. And where they came from was from the south. They're Uto-Aztecan speakers, and so they have relations that will go down into where Tenochtitlan, which is now Mexico City, is. There was a very wet period during the first maybe 600 years, and there was a lot of people who migrated to where Phoenix is today. And so where the two rivers, the Gila and the Salt River, where those two came together, there was a lot of water, and so you had a massive civilization that was founded by the Holocaust developed there. And so there was a very large population. When you get to about 800 or 900 AD, the region goes into a severe drought period like we're experiencing now. And because the rivers were not able to sustain that very large population, you really have the people moving outward. And so they start spreading out so that there's less people per square mile so that the resources that were there could sustain them. And as the population starts to do concentric circles outward, that's when you're going to have some of the people going up into what is now the Las Vegas Valley. And so when you're looking at the southern Paiutes, that's where they can trace their lineage back to.
But the Paiutes would say that they're the original, they're the indigenous peoples here. They were created here. Their creation story states that that the people leapt out of a sack who was carried here by wolf, and so that they were created literally in this place. That they weren't Paiute until they had come here. The Paiute creation story holds that a figure called Ocean Grandmother instructed Wolf to take a sack full of something, he didn't know what it was, north. Wolf at this time did not feel like making this trip, and so he gave the sack to his brother Coyote. Coyote, the mischievous kind of trickster figure in a lot of American Indian and indigenous systems of knowledge, traveled north, and he was traveling up a hill, and the sack became heavy, and so he decided to open up the sack and look what was inside. And as he opened up the sack, people jumped out and ran away. Coyote recognized the mistake that he had made. He closed the sack rather quickly and continued on his trip. His brother Wolf finally walks up, sees what Coyote has done, and he takes the sack and he takes it north of the Colorado River. And Wolf then comes here to the Las Vegas Valley, and he opens up the sack, and a very small number of people jump out. And the Paiutes are the people who leapt out of that sack the last time. They're a chosen people since they were created here in this place. There are hardy people who know how to live on the land. Wolf then gave them deer to hunt, rabbits to hunt, pine nuts to gather.
The Paiute people, later divided into northern and southern populations, spread out over the generations into California, Oregon, Utah and Nevada, each tribe identified generally by their particular dietary mainstay or inherent lifestyle.
Southern Nevada is a harsh land to other people, but to us Southern Paiutes, the Creator placed us here, and He said He would provide for us, which He did. So we know what to gather as food, as medicine, and we still gather those today. We know what the plants are, what is food, what is medicine, and we still use them today.
That's the understanding that I think how people think about Native people. You know, they're savages, how could they live? We knew about things, how to grow things. We knew astrology, we knew stuff about plant, all these things we used and lived. That's why we're still here. And it's not like we were just wandering around the desert. We had places to go and things to do, and so that's just the way it was,
And so Utes coming out of southern Utah would sometimes also attack and take Paiute women and children as captives, and they would take them down to Santa Fe or to other places in New Mexico, and they would sell them there, also often in exchange for horses and so forth. So the Paiutes very often had a very kind of difficult relationship with some of their native neighbors, mostly the Utes. And so one of the things that I think that this did, at least in terms of, or at least for the Paiutes, is sometimes when many people would pass through through southern Nevada, they wouldn't see any native people. They would sometimes say, we saw signs of native peoples around, but physically no native people around. And so what happened is that Paiutes often understood that that the best thing to do was to stay away from people coming through their territories. Oh. And so they would, if they knew that Utes were coming through, or even some of the Mexican and American traders, they would stay away from them.
Living in relative peace with neighbouring tribes like the Shoshone, and only occasional tension with the Washoe and some other Utes, their lives were tough, but otherwise idyllic. However, their civilization would change forever with the arrival of the first European settlers. The first permanent Anglophone settlement was made by members of the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints, known popularly now as the Mormons. They built the first non-native community in the Las Vegas Valley, known as the Mormon Fort.
When the Mormons decided that they were going to come out and colonize the Great Basin, they did so very purposefully. Up until the 1840s, the Mormons had been in conflict with what they call the Gentiles or non-Mormons since the beginning of their religion. And they had been pushed steadily west. And so by the time they get to St. Louis, so they're in Missouri and they're in Iowa, Brigham Young, this was after the assassination of Joseph Smith, Brigham Young then takes over the leadership of the church, and he purposely decides that he is going to take the Mormons and go outside of the country, that he's going to go to non-American held territory. Now there were a lot of Americans by the 1840s that were in California because of the gold rush. Brigham Young decides purposely not to go there because he doesn't want to run into the same problems. And so he picks the Great Basin specifically because of its low carrying capacity and because it was a very harsh environment. Nobody else wanted to go there. It was kind of a no man's land that just the Indians were living with. And so when you're looking at the Great Basin, what's now Nevada and Utah, there weren't very many white people here, and it was mostly the Utes, the Paiutes, and the Shoshone that were living in a very kind of peaceful existence. So he came to the Great Basin specifically because there weren't other white people here. When he's thinking about the new country that he's going to found, which he's going to call Deseret, he needs to make sure that he's not going to be trade dependent on the American government or on American capitalists. And so when he starts to do surveys of the Great Basin, he realizes that he's landlocked. That there is no, this was when there was some speculation that there might be a river that connected where Reno is today over to the Pacific Ocean. When that is debunked and we discover that there is no river, that's when he starts to expand out the boundaries of Deseret and wants to get a port down in California, where is Southern California right now. And so what he does is he sends Mormons out from what we would consider the I-15 corridor right now. So they would go from Salt Lake to where St. George is, that there would be a way station where Las Vegas is, and then there would be a road that would go down to San Bernardino. And so the reason that the Mormon Fort was established when it was to provide supplies, was to provide a resting place for Mormons who would then travel between Utah and Southern California. And he tells them that their main mission is to go and to provide water and food and care for travelers who are going to be coming through there. But he says secondarily that while they're there, that they should make contact with the Southern Paiutes who are going to be in the region, that they should not do anything to harm them, and that they should bring the teachings of Mormonism and Jesus to the Paiutes. So when the Mormons arrive in the Las Vegas Valley, they're going to start building their fort, and they're going to try and do things to encourage the Indians to come to the fort and trade. The Paiutes will come, ask them, what they're doing, talk to them, don't really see them as being a threat, because up until that point, there had not been any conflict between the Mormons and the Indians anywhere within the Great Basin. And there was actually stories that were circulating around that the Mormons were providing trade goods to the Indians, that if the Indians came and listened to their story about Jesus, that they were getting food and that they were getting gifts. And so the Indians were attracted to the fort. In other areas and later in time, there will be conflict over water, there'll be conflict over water that can have crops grown on it. But at this point, it's still kind of a new contact era, and the Mormons don't do anything that seems overtly aggressive towards the Indians. What's kind of interesting is the Mormons try to convince the Indians, who are at this point up in where Red Rock is, where the Spring Mountains are, because there's water there and it's cooler there. And so when the Indians come down to talk to the Mormons try to convince them to come settle around the fort and to learn about farming and to learn about agricultural techniques. And there's kind of a funny story where one of the headmen is talking to the head of the fort, and they're trying to convince the Indians to come down. And eventually this Indian gentleman looks at the Mormon men and says, "Do you not realize it's hot here?" And they're like, "Yes, but we can do farming and we have technology." And he's like, "But it's cool in the mountains. Why don't you just move over to the mountains with us?" And so in a way, the Indians kind of thought that the whites might be a little crazy because they didn't understand it was hot, and that if you just went to the mountains and practiced what the Indians were doing, which is called vertical transhumance, where you just go up and down depending on the weather, and that's how you deal with the heat and that's how you deal with the snow, that they couldn't understand why the Mormons didn't understand that and weren't smart enough to understand that. And one of the things the Mormons do is, as they're trying to figure out how to adapt to the Great Basin environment, that they do adapt in a lot of the things that the Indians were doing, and they do start to understand that they can learn from the Indians that when it's hot, you can just go to the mountains and live there for a while, or you can't depend on just having agriculture, because if there's a drought, then what are you going to do? And so Native Americans who are from the Great Basin are extremely adaptable. If you talk about in evolutionary terms, they're on pretty much on a moment's notice able to abandon one resource and switch over to something else and not skip a heartbeat.
This period of peaceful, if rapid change, would not last long. Escalating political and religious tensions between the Salt Lake-based Mormon Church and the United States government would result in the Utah Campaign. The conflict led to the abandonment of the Mormon fort and the dominance of southern Nevada by American settlers.
Because of conflicts with the American government later on in 1857, when the so-called Mormon War breaks out, Brigham Young sends a message out to everybody who's living along this trail that he needs them to come to Salt Lake City in case the military invades. And so that's when the fort is going to be abandoned. So before there's any real population pressure in the Las Vegas region, the Mormons actually are going to leave.
The Mormons had actually left in 1857 prior to the Civil War. And at the time the U.S. Army was here from 1867 to 1869, it was simply a rundown cattle corral, and the walls of the fort were actually about chest high, and Odie Gass was here at the time, and his goal was to sell fresh fruit to the Army, and the conduit for that was through the troops stationed here. Indians did come inside and they would trade with Mr. Gass, with Odie Gass, and then as far as the Army is concerned, there was some trading as well. Most of that, of course, was done in town outside of the eyes of the sergeant.
10 years later, the Mormon fort was renamed the Las Vegas Ranch, and railroads came to dominate the landscape and nascent Las Vegas economy, a city rising from the dust of the Mojave. The famous Montana statesman and entrepreneur William A. Clark built the maintenance stop for his San Pedro, Los Angeles and Salt Lake Railroad by purchasing most of the Paiutes' land, including their primary source of water.
Paiutes were invaded by a variety of kind of different economic activities. So especially in southern Nevada, mining became one of the big industries. More so in northern Nevada, the railroad began to cross the state. And connected with mining and the railroad, we see the development of ranching and agricultural economies. These three economic activities, mining, ranching, and the railroad, harmed Paiute ways of life, specifically economic practices. They cut down forests where Paiutes harvested crops. They muddied streams that Paiutes relied on for a variety of activities, and they killed overhunted game, deer and rabbits and so forth. And so many Paiutes then were placed in a very difficult economic situation. Paiutes then kind of tended to move to some of these to mining communities and ranching communities in order to find work and jobs. And so they supplemented the loss of their older economic practices with wage labor in the late 19th century.
The then owner of the Las Vegas ranch, Helen J. Stewart, pioneer, educator, and at one time the largest landowner in Las Vegas, witnessed the loss of Paiute territory, and in 1911 donated 10 acres of spring-fed land to the tribe. Known as the Las Vegas Indian Colony, this area was located in what would become the downtown of the modern metropolis, a city within a city.
To understand the Paiutes who live in and around the Las Vegas region, you have to also talk about Helen Stewart. Her husband Archibald and Helen created a ranch, which is now where the Springs Preserve is, and they did a lot of the same things that the Mormon Fort was established. They helped travelers that were coming through. They had a vineyard. They sold wine to the miners who were down in El Dorado County. And she had a lot of contact with the Paiutes, and it was very amiable contact because she wasn't really doing anything to threaten them. So they would come and visit her. She would go visit them.
On her ranch, Helen Stewart hired and employed many Paiute men, women, and sometimes children. Men often did much of the cowboy work on the ranch. Women performed some of the domestic labor, and Helen Stewart also purchased a large number of baskets from Paiute basket makers.
She was very lonely, especially after Archibald was killed, and the only female companionship she had was with female Southern Paiutes, and so she learned a lot about basketry, and she really had this is kind of the difference between the white guilt love of Indians and just a very true appreciation for Native American culture that Helen Stewart had. And so when she decided to sell the ranch and to deed it over to Senator Stewart, who was going to bring the railroad through here, she specifically wrote into the contract that there would be a small plot of land that would be set aside for the Paiutes. It would be private property. It would not be a government reservation. She would be giving it to them. And so if you go to the Southern Paiute Smoke Shop, which is now down off of Main Street, that's the land that she gave to them. And because it's considered, it was recognized as a reservation, it is not subjected to state law and to state taxes. And so the main business that's there is a smoke shop, because you can go to their smoke shop and you can buy cigarettes and cigars and tobacco, and the state taxes are not on it. And so they are still adapting and finding a niche and surviving, because people will go there to buy their cigarettes.
Helen J. Stewart also helped to found the Las Vegas Grammar School in 1923, the first educational facility in the state to accept Native American students. As Las Vegas and Clark County developed, the Southern Paiutes found themselves affected by the legacies of two prominent Northern tribal members, Sarah Winnemucca, the controversial but passionate activist and educator, and the prophet Wovoka, whose words inspired a movement which would spread throughout most Indian tribes in the territorial and United States. Wovoka, also known as Jack Wilson among Europeans, was a Northern Paiute, raised partly by his father, a medicine man, and by a Christian missionary family. On the solar eclipse of January the 1st, 1889, he experienced a vision in which he saw the Paiutes regain their ancestral lands, the resurrection of their dead, and the removal of Europeans and their civilization from Native American territory. This was to be accomplished through 5-day rituals known as circle dances, later translated from Sioux sources as ghost dance.
What's interesting about the ghost dance in relationship to the Paiutes is if you're aware of the ghost dance, most people associate it with Wounded Knee, they associate it with Plains culture, and they associate it with pretty much the denouement of Indian culture in America. But if you look at it, it's very Great Basin associated, and it's associated with Jack Wilson up in the Northern Paiute region. Within Northern Paiute culture, there is a very strong tradition of what an anthropologist would call revitalization movements. So you would have people who would have visions, who would go on spirit quests, and would have some type of experience that would make them feel like they were being communicated to by somebody on the other side. And so when Jack Wilson, or Wovoka is his name in Paiute, which means the cutter, when he came out with his vision and his prophecy that the whites would be removed from the face of the earth, that the buffalo would come back, and that there would be a revitalization, it was not something that was completely new to northern Paiutes, because they had seen, just within even in their lifetime, other people who had come forward saying that they had had these kind of spiritual experiences. What ended up being different about Wovoka and his ghost dance is that it spread so far. And so when Northern Paiute, Southern Paiute, Shoshones came and talked with him about the vision that he had experienced and the prophecy that he had for Native Americans, that was something that was usual. That was something that they had experienced before. But when you had the Plains Indians, and it's interesting that a lot of the Plains Indians who came and visited him came on the train. And so you had this kind of revitalization movement that was very focused on going back to the way things had been before whites had come to the continent, and yet you have Native Americans from the plains coming to visit with Wovoka, traveling on the train. And so when the Lakota Indians, and there was other Indians who came, when the Lakotas came and spoke to Wovoka, they were really hearing him from within the context of what was happening to them. And so the fighting that they were having with the U.S. military, being forced onto reservations, having problems that were associated with reservations, so lack of food, disease spreading among Native Americans, high infant mortality, they were hearing what he was saying from within their own culture. And so when they went back, it became very militarized among the Sioux Indians, the Lakota, and ended up being the thing that sparked probably the massacre that happened at Wounded Knee. When Wovoka heard about this, he was kind of disturbed because he really didn't see that as being the message that he was trying to portray. He felt that he was really talking about that there would be this revitalization and whites would disappear, but not necessarily be killed or driven out, and the Indians would go back to the way things had been, to a less violent time, to a time where people got along and were not suffering from starvation or having their children die.
The Indian Wars during the Western expansion carried a high price for the Las Vegas natives. They had largely lost their tribal lifestyle. Their population had been decimated, and their only territory in southern Nevada until 1983 was the Las Vegas colony.
You know, they play such an important role in the settling of this area. And, you know, when you think about it, this was their land. And through political means and through agreements and treaties and things like that, you know, decisions were made, and that, you know, with reservations and things like that, I think that we need to step back and appreciate them more for the parts that they play in settling this area.
The Las Vegas band of the Southern Paiutes were terminated when we went through termination after World War II, when a lot of Native Americans were integrated into mainstream society either by enlisting in the military or going to work in the war industries. After the war, the government said, well, they're pretty much assimilated in. We don't need reservations and we don't need to have tribes anymore. And so any tribe that was deemed to be doing financially well was cut off, that they were no longer a recognized tribe. And the Southern Paiutes were actually doing quite well after World War II because Las Vegas was booming. We had the dam being built, and so we had a kind of a boom during the 1930s. But then we had basic magnesium, Nellis Air Force Base, the troop trains were coming through here, and so Las Vegas was doing very well. And it seemed like the Southern Paiutes were going to do very well. Unfortunately, you have predatory Anglos, predatory whites, come in and take away private property that the Indians have, kind of trick them into giving up some of the rights that they have, so that by the 1980s, they were not doing as well.
But after decades of American settlement, after countless agreements signed and broken between the federal government and the Native American tribes, the Indian Reorganization Act of 1983 restored 3,800 acres of land in the Spring Mountain Range to the Southern Paiute people. In 1970, the federal government recognized the Las Vegas Paiute tribe as a sovereign nation. With their reacquired Snow Mountain Range territory in 1983, they built a golf course resort, smoke shops, and have endeavoured to improve the lives of their people and maintain their traditions, most notably the circle dance, here practiced at the tribe's Memorial Day powwow.
The reservations in southern Nevada are actually quite unique in the United States. The reservations here in southern Nevada have never been established, but were never established by treaty. A lot of other reservations are the product of treaty negotiations between the United States and indigenous nations. Most of these reservations in southern Nevada are what are called executive order reservations, meaning that the President of the United States issued an executive order creating the reservation lands. And it does not mean that they have lost or have less status or clout than treaty-based reservations, except that they're quite unique, and many of them are newer. The Las Vegas colony, for instance, or the Las Vegas reservation was created in 1910, 1911. So it's in terms of reservations, it's quite new. In the 20th century, in the late 20th century, though, the Paiutes have been able to take advantage of new opportunities on their small land bases. In the 1970s, the Paiutes began to sell cigarettes on the reservation.
And so the federal government comes back in and re-recognizes them as a federally protected tribe and gave them money to reestablish a reservation outside of the bounds of Las Vegas Valley so that they could take care of themselves. Because the federal government recognizes that they were very adaptable, that when they were treated fairly and had control over their resources in a way that they couldn't be abused, that they were able to take care of themselves. And so the Southern Paiutes here in Las Vegas were allowed to buy some property with that federal funds, which is now called the Snow Mountain Reservation. And it has water because it's at the base of the Sheep Mountains, and so that the water percolates down in there. But the state of Nevada said, okay, we're okay with that, but they can't have gaming because we don't want the competition. And so I always find it interesting when capitalists say, oh, competition, no, we're afraid of that. And so what the Southern Paiute said, well, we need to be able to do something that fits in with the resort economy that we have. And so the state of Nevada said, well, there's water there if you guys would like to do something related to a golf course or some type of spa, we would be okay with that. And so the Southern Paiutes ended up hiring a world-renowned architect who was famous for doing a lot of the very fancy golf courses in other states. He came out, did the golf course, and so it's interesting when you go out to the Snow Mountain Ranch, it's desert everywhere, but there's this very nice reservoir and a beautiful, beautiful golf course, and kind of a spa or a club where you can go and you can have a massage or you can have a very nice meal. But a lot of people are not even aware that it's an Indian reservation because it looks like all the other resorts that you could go to in Nevada. So to me, it's just the Southern Paiutes doing what they've always done. They're just adapting to the circumstances, and they're being quite successful with it.
But as the tribe rebuilds, facing new economic opportunity and uncertainty in their future development, nagging legacies from decades of warfare, neglect, prejudice and exploitation linger. Unemployment, crime, addiction, and other social ills affect this community as they do any other reservation, any other tribe, native or otherwise, in our American nation.
I was born just about 20 miles away from here inside of the Muddy River in Little Wikia. So I can actually say true native.
I was born in Las Vegas, Nevada, in the Southern Nevada Memorial Hospital. That's where most of us, that was the only hospital back in the day. And I lived most of my life here on the reservation. I wanted to be white, really. I remember telling my kids that, and they're like, what? I said, because I didn't like being Indian, because I didn't like how we were treated, even as kids. Everybody can understand how you're being treated. You know, we're not that ignorant to the fact that we do have feelings that we have, that we feel, get the vibes from other kids and all this kind of stuff, and it was hurtful. You know, the things that they said, did, and even, you know, just, I remember hearing a story from somebody that they would move their skirt, like, oh my gosh, you're going to sit by me, oh, don't touch me, you know, like we were some kind of a disease, that they might turn our color, or might, you know, we might do something to them, and I was like, I didn't like that.
I was raised with Mormons, white folks, from 5 years till I was about 13 years old. And the people that I was raised with saw that I was seeking my identity of who I am. And when you're 13 years old, you're all searching, who am I? What am I doing here? What's happening, right? So,
identity.
right, and she saw that in me, because I was relating to people, because she wanted to raise me white, because she was LDS. So when I came back when I was 13, my family was living in Logandale, which is about 30 miles away, 40. And I remember coming home, and they had told my mother I was coming home. They were bringing me home. And I remember seeing my brother running to, saying, there she is, she's home, right? Big deal, I'm home. And when I got home, it was like I never even left. Everything, you know, with my family, the language, everything was the same. But I experienced prejudice from my own people, because it was like, she's not acting like an Indian, like a reservation Indian, whatever that was supposed to be at that time. And so the Indian people treated me with prejudice.
I grew up in Las Vegas, on the Indian colony in Las Vegas. I was pretty much born and raised there, but I'm registered in Moapa. It was a big change for me to move out there, because I grew up with hearing ambulances, sirens called night long, trains going by, shooting, screaming, yelling, crashing. And I move out here and I hear nothing but coyotes. So it was a big change. I find myself now not liking to go to this city because it's more quiet out here.
When I was growing up, I didn't have electricity. As even when I left here about 15 years old, we still didn't have power. Now I still remember one of my classmates, I shan't mention her name, she was non-native, and she said, oh Iris, I love your skirt, it's so pressed so nicely. And I knew she had electricity, and we didn't. We had we had the wooden stove with those metal irons that you put on the stove to get heated, then you ironed with that. And I thought that was so facetious of her. I just was like, every time I'd see her, I'd have my hair standing on end, because I knew that she was just trying to put me down, but I didn't care. Just like Eunice said, I think I was a very strong person too, because I didn't like how our kids were being treated, and they would all come tell me, and I'd have to go take care of the business for them, and tell them to knock it off, or hey, do you want to mess with me? And I hear stories about it from our old classmates, and the year older than me. They'd tell me that, tell my husband, your wife, she was really mean, you know. But I told him, I said, I wasn't mean, I had to protect our people. I didn't like them to be treated badly, and, you know, fighting with them, or hurting them, or saying things to them, or stupid Indian, or dirty Indian, or whatever. No, I didn't tolerate that, even as a young age. I don't know why I had that, but that's who I had to be. Not because I wanted to, but because I wanted to help our kids and our people not to be treated in a bad way.
And the difference in what it looked like before as a child and now, it's really, I like what it looked like in the beginning. We all lived separately and away from each other, but we still were connected and close together. But families like lived in clans. Iris was just 2 blocks away from me, and we were raised right down here, just down the road a little bit. And the changes that have come, and being older, I was a city person, and then had to come back because I wanted my son to experience this, living here, and then meet his grandmother, his great-grandmother. And so I came back in the 70s, and because of the connection, I was in California, and I went to Berkeley during the 60s, and that's where, born and raised here in Indian, and my mom says, you guys think you're Indian just because you're brown, but you don't even speak the language. She kind of kicked us out of the nest, so I left when I was about 21. And then when I was down in California, I became actually Indianized. I could actually say, when you live here, sure, you're Indian, big deal, right? But I was raised around a lot of prejudice around religious people.
And the community that surrounds us.
Really. And so I did an about face and appreciated who I was and understand I need to make that connection with the land. And I did.
Now the membership is about 60, 65, 60 members. So probably a little bit more.
So at its strength, that was probably when back in the 60s, the 50s?
Yeah, but they were just living there.
Well, are the Paiutes today, are they a forgotten people? Are they starting to marry other, let's say, races and cultures, which is kind of disintegrating the Paiutes?
Well, at the time, the Paiute tribe is, it's kind of small. It's probably the smallest in the state. Las Vegas Paiute tribe is a small tribe, but eventually, people have to marry out because we're sort of like closely related to a lot of different people. But myself, I'm married to a Mojave, but other people marry the non-natives, all races.
We're out here right here where we live on this reservation. We have about 350 or so enrolled members. You have to be an enrolled member of the Montana Paiutes, which is quarter. You have to have a quarter blood quantum of Paiute blood, Southern Paiute blood, to be eligible to be enrolled here. And so approximately 300 plus that are enrolled. We're a very small tribe.
But I knew that Moapa and Las Vegas were like sister tribes because my mom used to tell us that they would start out from Moapas going to Las Vegas and end up at Dry Lake for lunch. And it all depended on the families that, were traveling, if they wanted to continue on into Las Vegas after lunch. But a lot of them would stay overnight there and then start out in the mornings.
And we went to different schools. And we had sessions with the elementary, junior high, and the high schools. The first question they would always ask, do you guys live in teepees? I said, no, we stay in home just like you and your parents do. Do you ride horses? I said, no, we have our own vehicles also. That's why they were taught by their parents. And plus that, our history books only had a paragraph about the Paiute people. And you can't learn nothing from that. So that's why, how the young kids generation are looking, oh, the Indians, they probably do all, they see too much of a stereotype in the movies. That's what really threw them all, because they thought we lived in teepees. The reason I joined the Army was because I wanted to defend my land, not just the land of the United States of America, but the land that we live on here in the colony. It's just to be there when needed. I mean, I didn't have to go, but I did. I volunteered, and it was an experience for me to meet different cultures out there, not just one culture that is like as a Paiute, but different cultures from different places in the United States.
I know you were telling me earlier that while you were in the service, that you usually galvanated around other Native Americans. Can you talk about that?
When I was stationed in Germany, we used to call ourselves skins, Native Americans. We used to all come together, no matter where, but we always ventured out together with each other because we felt secure around each other. I mean, well, we had other nationalities there, but still, we outnumbered them as a group. But we felt like we were in like a safe hand because we were in like a band to keep us circled. and we was always protected with each other. We always covered each other's back, and we felt safe that way.
Was there any competition between the different tribes or anything?
You know, we were all one. I mean, we had Sioux, Navajo, Cherokee. We had them all, but we were always the same. We didn't try to compete with each other. But we were in different units, whereas I was in the 1st 32nd Artillery. I was a wheel mechanic, and we went to our duties, but when our shift ended, we'd all end up together, doing different things, just to be, talking about our own home, what we did at our own home place back in the States.
Basically, back when they had the draft, they had to go. And they didn't run off and, they didn't say we're not going, but they did go. My uncles and cousins, they all went, Vietnam, World War II, World War I. They all went, and some of them never came back, and some did come back, and they were all messed up. And it's just what we had to do. But basically, too, I'm in the U.S. Navy. I was back in the 70s, and I volunteered to go. But my brother, like I said, my uncles, Dad, all those people.
I see that in 20 years, I see the Paiutes much as I see them now, a vibrant tribal nation within the boundaries of Las Vegas. Whenever I teach classes, even here at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, I'm always surprised to find out that very few students know that there's a reservation within the city's boundaries. And so one of the efforts that I make in my class is to make sure that students leaving here from UNLV know the fact that Las Vegas is Indian country, and Las Vegas will remain Indian country for the next 20 years and for eons. I mean, since the Paiutes were created here, they'll remain here and have an important role in the city's development.
I don't know if pride is the right word, but I do feel proud to be Native American. I like being Paiute. I like being Southern Paiute, and I just want other people younger than me and even older than me. I want everyone who's Paiute to feel the way I do about it, to be proud of it, to take an interest in their culture, even other cultures, just general.
I would like to want my younger generation, the younger children, to know that we are strong people. You can knock us down, and we're going to get right back up. You just dust yourself off, start all over again if you have to, but you just keep at it, and eventually you will achieve whatever it is you want.
Like I was joking around with my sister saying that, I owe it to my culture to have a child because they would be, a Native American and they would be, part of my tribe. I would have enough blood on my own to do that. But as for marrying another Paiute, I suppose, I don't know. I don't like to just feel like I have to be in that little bubble when, sorry, I just don't feel like I have to be in that little bubble, like thinking about a partner. I don't know.
As I'm getting older, I used to resist trying to be Native. Remember I said I didn't want to be one? But as I've gotten older, I know Eunice is a traditional singer, so she sings in our ceremonies and stuff, and I wanted to do that myself, and so I'm starting to do those things, and I like that. And I don't like why we're doing it, because it's mostly because of death, but it helps you to, to feel like you're a part of what the old people were about, and also in knowing, being wise, I guess, wisdom as part of when you're getting older, you grasp, or you're more spiritual, in tune with the Creator, that you develop over a period of time if you're really sincere and have faith in all that you do. Feel connectedness to the old people. And like I said earlier, I marvel at how they survived and what they did and what they had to go through, especially in extreme cold and extreme heat where we live.
Iris is a dancer. She
Forgot that.
She's a dancer, so she can't say she's not a traditional person, and she wasn't saying that, don't get me wrong. And what I do is so personal, but it is a calling of what I do, and mostly it's a gift from Creator. But mostly, I like to sing, so, and once you do those things, as far as traditional things, I feel I'm on the red road path. I know I'm on the red road path.
Recently, somebody passed away, and I noticed there's a lot more youth that take a part of our funeral rites, and that's very strong in our culture. Like maybe the other people told you about it that were interviewed, like the bird songs and the salt songs. I've seen like a lot of young people, younger than me, who like take an interest in, take part of it and learn all those songs, So I think it's there. People are interested.
Yeah, I enjoy coming here. The Paiute people are very welcoming, they're very open, and it's just a good feeling being here every single year, getting to know different people from the tribe as well. I've been coming here for 5 years, and I keep coming back just because I enjoy the atmosphere and I enjoy their welcoming and the way they care about the people. I would just encourage the youth to continue their native ways, and they shouldn't be afraid to ask their elders or talk to their parents, and because it is important, because our culture really is dying out, and our language as well, and not just here in the Paiute reservation but other tribes.
What has happened to the Paiute people? Well, they got the education through our education system, and a lot of young kids, they like to go out, to venture out. They forgot about their heritage, their culture. So like, the older people, the elders, they would always say, you need to know your culture. But the younger generation, like I said, they went to school, they figured, they're going to go off on their own to see what they can do. And a lot of them made it on the outside, but the culture is always there within our soul. We'll never lose that, no matter what they do.
I'm one of those ones that believe that, as long as you've got your health, a place to rest, that's really all you need. You don't need any of these fine things, in these department stores that you see. You could be happy. I'm happy with what I have. I don't.
Do you think we as Americans have consumed that so much that...
Yes.
We have to go to this place and that place and have expensive taste, and can we ever go back to living off the land and living as indigenous again? Can we as human beings?
As long as you have that mindset, you can do anything. Is my belief. If you want to go back to, hunting and gathering, you can do it. You can do it, but you also need to know that with the seasons, things change. You don't hunt, you don't gather out of these seasons.
For me, like I learned through my grandparents, that basically to be a native is just to be a good person, just to be decent to one another. And maybe we're losing that because I don't really see that as much anymore.
We're on the map again. We hit start to star, and it's going. We're going to be well known because we're the first Indian reservation to do a solar project, and it's really big news for us. And we're not really going to be disturbing the land that much, but it's ink's dried already. It's a go.
Does that mean more jobs here for the people and more revenue coming in? Tell us what that means.
Well, it's just the idea of having a project that's bringing in money for the tribe and the community, plus not really disturbing the land is what I like about it. It'll be helpful, but it's not gonna tear up the land. The income that will come in, hopefully we could seek it into the community to to upgrade the homes, our entities that we do have right now, to make them better and have the best.
When you hear white people claim to be Cherokee and want to be Indian, how do you feel about that? Not only white people, but all people.
Well, it's kind of hard when you have a last name like Miller, because of course that, is a German last name. And, I do have that, unfortunately, in, my grandfather, actually came from Germany. So it's kind of hard for me to really, point fingers or say anything, because, I've been, I know that I am what you would call a half-breed. So there are times I do find myself, in a conversation where somebody has brought up, white people, and it stumps me sometimes, because, I'm like, hey, I forget, I half agree with you and I'm half offended, so, yeah.
Isn't that a bad word to say half-breed, though?
Well, you don't,
or are we being too PC again today?
Being a little too, that's one thing that, a lot of people don't understand. Natives like to have humor. We are portrayed as these, stoic, Indians. We have this, like, solemn look. Or, I wouldn't say solemn, but, we have this, like, look. But, what a lot of people really don't know is that, Native Americans love to laugh. Make jokes, play tricks, and that, it's, so, that's why I, will bring up to my friends about that, being a half-breed, because, it's always good, like my mom says, it's always good to have a little humor to, lessen the load or lighten your load, so.
As we come to the end of the story of the Las Vegas Paiutes, we find we have moved in a circle dance as practiced by the Paiutes and Native American tribes throughout our nation. A circle whose end is really just another beginning in a history that is still being written. It is perhaps in this ageless ritual that the future of native Nevada reveals itself. A mixture of ancient and modern, of the spiritual and the temporal, but always one people, powerfully, inherently American.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
When I was 15, I became homeless because my mom was battling an addiction.
My dad was very abusive.
My dad was kind of intolerable.
I was taken away at age 2.
Became homeless at the age of 14.
My mom was a meth addict. She couldn't take care of me.
Drugs and different men in her life were more important than my well-being.
Drugs, prostitution. A lot of days I went hungry.
Some nights I would just be so emotionally torn up that I would just
You're
walk.
so alone. There's no one
You
there.
don't know if you're going to have food to eat.
Felt unsafe.
It's hopeless. Everything you do is hopeless.
You don't know what's going to happen next.
How am I going to eat today? It was never a choice. It was just how it happened.
Teen Challenge is the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation's largest endurance training program that trains you to run or walk a half marathon while helping the foundation raise funds to find a cure for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease.
Hi, I'm Lance Burton, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Good morning, Ms. Burnett. I would like to call today's meeting for Tuesday, November 15th of the Board of County Commissioners to order.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. With us this morning to offer the invocation is Chaplain Sandy Marks. She's the chaplain for the Metro headquarters.
Chaplain, welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please join me in prayer in whatever way you feel comfortable. Wise and loving Father, thank you for the many and abundant blessings you have granted us. Bless all those gathered here today to witness this county commission meeting. Bless all our county officials, in particular our assembled commissioners. Please grant them wisdom to govern, a sense of the true needs of the community, a keen thirst for justice, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony, and a personal sense of peace in their lives and joy in their tasks. It is in your most holy name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. No. Commissioner G's in the back because we did not pause, because we had the pause there. So, oh, she's here. The pause went through. Mr. Burnett.
Okay, for the first item on your agenda this morning is public comment.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item on today's agenda, only items on today's agenda, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. If you speak on an item now, you will not be permitted to speak on that item when we get to the item. Commissioner Brown's going to be keeping track of speakers.
Good morning, Board Commissioners.
Coleman, good morning.
This is Margaret Coleman that I am. I've been here for 34 years now, and I see that the police department is here, and that's good. I'm addressing you concerning the item, I think it's 13. Let's see, to share the funds to the homeless and evaluate the amount of the Clark County and the city and the Board of Henderson and Las Vegas and North Las Vegas. As you know, I am a homeless victim, and the police department been looking at me being a homeless victim riding around because of you all. I address you continuously, and I did see Mr. Wells. We had a meeting November 10th. This was concerning my court order that has been lynched and been omitted by The gaming establishment, as you know, I did attend the gaming establishment meeting, and the gaming committee personnel is also the commissioner's personnel that I have found out. Now, the money is being transferred from the gaming establishment to here and has been issued out. And that is a violation to me. I deserve workman's compensation that was given to you, and I continuously spoke to you concerning it. This court order is important to me, and that was my living arrangements. Your energy assistance program, in which you have here, such as social services. I went there 3 times trying to get them to help me. They want to interrogate me, who's going to be living with me, can I pay the bill next month, and things of this nature. I addressed them, yes I could, because I had to use my daughter. My daughter had a stroke. I'm needing this money to take care of my family. I worked as a change person, and I was an employee. I did my job, and I have to do the job of correcting you all, because this is important that you follow the law just like I am. I'm on collection, and this is what this is all about. So I asked him about a check. I'm credit this check, workman's comp, and my pension. And Golden Nugget is within the gaming establishment. So if you can talk with Mr. Wells to issue this check today, so I can move on. I don't fit in because I've been placed in this position to talk like I do. When I approached the judge 1982, and he made the decision, yes, you won, Mrs. Coleman.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. You can use this microphone right here, it's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, I'm Reverend.
If you could pull it up, there you go, thank you.
I'm Reverend Linda Gray. I've lived in the same home in Las Vegas for 42 years. I'm here to speak on Public Hearing Section 4, Item 57. The neighborhood that I am in could utilize one police officer all day long, 24 hours a day, because of what happened 8 years ago when all of the housing went down, and out of state and out of country, buyers came in and bought up most of the homes in our neighborhood that went under. Then they rented to anybody who could come up with the money monthly. And for the last 8 years, we have been devastated and in fear because of the crime in our neighborhood. We have drug dealers in and out all the time. We have a chop shop that has just set up. And when the police come in and do an incredibly wonderful, wonderful job, the people will move a couple of doors down and set up again. And because of the legalities of what you can and cannot do, and because the laws are on the side of the criminal rather than the peacemaking residents, they're up and gone and set up in another area instantly. If you call 311, you're on for at least 45 minutes. And by the time they get there, the people, they're gone. They tap into the communication system so they know when you're coming. They have spotters so they know when the police are on the way. We need more officers. We need to take care of our people, our first responders. We need to give them incentive to stay here instead of having to move to another place where they can get better salaries. I am just here to say, please, don't go to any more committees. We don't need to be fiddling while Las Vegas burns. We need to make decisions. We need to give our officers, our first responders, the people who protect us, more money, and we need to give it to them now. And for those of us who have been living in the same homes for 42 years, we're willing to pay whatever it takes to keep these men and women happy and safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Charles Redmond. I'm a resident of Henderson. And I want to talk about what happens if the Raiders don't come to don't come to Las Vegas. because the commissioner of the NFL has said he wants to see the Raiders stay in the Bay Area. And what then does that mean to us here? And I would like to propose that we take into consideration what Phil Knight, the owner or founder of Nike, did with the University of Oregon. He made an investment in the University of Oregon athletic program. To give you an example, he put $100 million into an athletic fund to support all of the sports programs at the University of Oregon. He put a $68 million into a 145,000 square foot training facility for the University of Oregon. He put $19 million towards a new sports complex. I say that because Sheldon Adelson has made a proposal to spend $650 million of his own money supporting a move of the Raiders. If that doesn't happen, would the commission be ready to approach him about making a similar kind of proposal for UNLV that Phil Knight made to the University of Oregon? I think that would be the right thing to do. He talks about wanting to contribute to the community. Also, the $750 million that was approved for this program, what happens to that? Would that money be available to be used for UNLV development, stadium, and also would it be money left to go into the schools, to fund some building of the schools, equipping of schools? I want to know, is there a question or a possibility of a plan being put in place to do the what if the Raiders don't come? Because it's a good possibility that that might not happen. They may not come to Las Vegas. There's a group being formed in the Bay Area to keep them there. Roger Goodell says, I want to keep them there. And my question to you is there a plan being developed to say what if and what are we going to do about it given where we are? Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment testimony on agenda items? Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close this portion of public comment, turn it back over to staff.
Item number 2 is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on October 18th, 2016.
Do we have a motion? So moved. Commissioner Brown moves approval. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Please cast your votes.
Take a look.
Motion passes.
Item 3 is the approval of the agenda with the inclusion of any emergency items, addendums, and deletion of any items. With the inclusion of one item in your addendum, we now have 67 items on your agenda. Staff only has one change to offer this morning, and that's regarding item 33 on your consent agenda, where we're recommending it be held until your December 6th, 2016 meeting.
Do we have a motion to approve the agenda with the exception of item number 33 being held? So moved. Commissioner Scow and Brager move approval. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing, seeing none. Please cast your votes. Commissioner Brown is an aye, and could I ask IT to come on down and fix the computer screens, please? Please. Motion passes.
Items 4 through 55 comprise the consent agenda. Item 33 has been deleted from your agenda. To this point, there's been no further recommendations to delete or hold items separately from consent.
Did any commissioners wish to take an item separately on the consent routine action items? Consent agenda items. Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Mrs. Vasiliadis, our Director of Aviation, in reference to an item that we were waiting on a letter back from one of our businesses over in the North Las Vegas Airport. Mr. Chairman, here's a concern that I have on item number 17. I'm following staff's recommendation on this. North Las Vegas Airport is in my district, and I just want to put on the record the works that Director Vasiliadis, along with her deputy, have worked tirelessly at this airport to bring it up to speed, to offer business opportunities for individuals that's looking to do business with us in the city of North Las Vegas as it relates to our airport. And I just think that it's important that we put that on the record because we get complaints from some of the businesses that's at the airport there, in which we're happy to have them there, but there are rules that have to be followed. and there are timelines that have to be met. And one of the applicants here, I believe, indicated that they were going to come in and make themselves whole. And before we move forward today, I just wanted to know for the record, where do we stand with them?
Rosemary Vasiliadis, Director of Aviation. Commissioner, the Chairman and Board, Commissioner Weekly, you summarized it very well. The proponent has not cured anything, so they are in breach of contract. It is a trend that we have been experiencing, and it is at the point where we do feel we have to be fair and equitable with all the other businesses that operate at the airport and adhere to the contract in which they enter into, and the board approved.
And I don't want to ever outstep my boundaries, but as it relates to just being the representative of the area, you know, again, I get the phone calls in my office, and I appreciate you and Ben being very responsive. But I would hope that the applicants that work in the airport that would follow the rules and regulations, and you know, we still will keep that open door policy. But I today will support your motion, and if they'd like to talk about it a little later and maybe come back in the future and do business with us, I'm open to that as well. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to follow staff's recommendations.
We have a motion for approval on the consent routine action items, with the exception of item number 33 being held, and ask the record to reflect the comments of Director Vasiliadis and Chairman Weekly. Commissioner Weekly makes that motion. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Burnett, I think we have one commissioner recognition item.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're so kind. Every now and then, ladies and gentlemen, things come along. We here have a procedure, speaking of following rules and regulations, we have a procedure in which we get things in to be printed on the agenda, but sometimes things come up in our districts that don't meet that particular guideline. And so today, something was brought to my attention that I thought was very, very relevant and very pertinent in my district. And I have a young man here. It's not often that we hear random acts of kindness, especially with young folks. And so here was something that happened late summer, but just brought to the light just a matter of a week or so ago. And I thought this was something that this commission should pay recognition to, a young man who stepped up and really did what we call the right thing. And if you don't mind, commissioners and members of the audience and those at home viewing, if you'd all please direct your attention to the screen.
Now to a story you'll only see on 13 Action News. A Valley High School football player fighting back from a devastating injury becomes an inspiration to his teammates. 13 Action News reporter David Schumann tells us Malik Hausman owes his comeback to a player from a different school who stepped in to help him when he needed it the most.
It's just crazy. Like, I could have lost my life. Tony Fields II and Malik Hausman, forever linked through a fateful July night.
A car was approaching us 70 miles per hour, and I looked over, and I yelled Malik, and I grabbed him and jumped out the way, and the car happened to tail his leg.
The two football players, one from Bishop Gorman, one from Desert Pines, were on a recruiting visit to the University of Arizona. The drunk driver caught Malik's leg.
This is the knee I hurt. I tore my ACL and then my LCL. You can see the scars, this one right here and this one right here.
Just like that, his senior season yanked away, the standout athlete confined to a sideline.
I was in the weight room, and I was looking out on the field, and I was just looking at everybody, and then I went back into my locker, and I was just thinking about it, and I just started crying. Like, that was the first time I had cried.
Malik remains a captain for his Gorman team, as his role has changed.
I've just been trying to be positive for my team, just keep them on the right track, like the younger guys, just trying to coach them, get them ready.
He doesn't remember the accident. The memories of those moments only haunt the friend who saved him.
When I walk across the street and everything like that, sometimes I have flashbacks. I like, at nighttime when I walk across the street, I'm more cautious. It definitely brought us closer together.
Malik is rehabbing and expects to be back alongside Tony next year for their freshman seasons at Arizona. David Schumann, 13 Action News.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's so important that we show young people as adults how much we appreciate them stepping up. And we have a lot of law enforcement officers in the audience with us today that can share with us the number of fatalities that we've suffered right here in Clark County alone as it relates to drivers who are driving at excessive speeds and even under the influence. Just as early as day before yesterday, two young brothers were killed in my district as it relates to a 25-year-old drunk driver. Two young men going to the store to purchase their mother a birthday gift a driver speeding down the street crashed into their car and killed both of the brothers. And so today we want to invite Tony Fields II, who is our community hero here in Clark County, along with Malik Hossman. Both of these gentlemen are here with us today. If you come down, gentlemen, here and be recognized by the County Commission, please. Come on, all the way around. Take your time. Not at all. Not at all. Commissioner Sisolak tries to put me on a time limit, but no, take your time. Walk slower. Okay. How you doing, Malik? How you doing? Tony, today we want to just say, man, thank you so very much for just your heroic efforts. We just thank you so very much for your random act of kindness. And we are just extremely proud of you and to be one of our star athletes. And, of course, District D, might I add, Desert Pines High School will be playing the state football game this Saturday. And so, yeah, we are very happy. And, Tony, we want to present you with this Medal of Honor and just say, man, thank you so very much. Allow Commissioner Sisolak to drape you, please, if you will. Could you please do me the honor of doing that? Yes. And audience, if you all don't mind, please show this young man a great round of applause, please.
Thank you all for coming today, and I want to thank my grandmother and dad for. Can you guys stand up, please? And also Malik's mom, she's been a lot of help through everything. Can you stand up, please, also? And most of all, I want to thank God because we're still here today. I mean, every bad incident has happened all the time, but I happen to be able to think on my toes and get us out of the situation. Thank God.
Thank you. Also on behalf of the Clark County Commission, Commissioner Weekly, we are just honored that we can stand beside you today and that you are here. To me, it's super personal. I've been in your position before, having been hit by a drunk driver, so this just brings back, I wish it didn't, but not so fond memories, but I feel very blessed also, and I am very thankful. So today, we just want to bestow that you are strong, and you're showing leadership with your team, and that you're going to continue on, and next year we look for great things from both of you young men. And so it's my great pleasure that today we want to bestow this on you and just recognize that you are showing what you can do even in times of trials. And we know your heart's on the football field and you'd like your body there also. And next year you'll show us what you can do. And thanks to this young man that was able to give you that ability to be here today standing with us. So thank you so much.
Well, first off, I just want to thank God for keeping me alive, basically. I mean, it was like crazy. I don't even remember what happened. I woke up in the hospital. It was putting stitches in my foot. And then from there, it was just, I had to just hear everything from Tony. I also want to thank Tony for saving my life, basically. It's crazy. I couldn't even be here right now. Like, I always think about it. And it's kind of crazy because I was really hoping I could play this year. And it really broke my heart. Like I said, when I got in the interview, I told him that I only really cried one time. But I always think about it. And, yeah, it's crazy. I'm just happy to be alive, honestly. Thank you.
You guys in state?
No, we have state. We have quarterfinals this Friday and then semifinals in the state December 3rd. Yeah.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Clark County, thank you so very much. Let's give these young men a nice round of applause.
Thank you. And Dad and Grandma and Mom, thank you all very much. You've done a great job with these young men. We appreciate you. Congratulations, guys. Appreciate it. Congratulations.
Okay, with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we can move to Section 4, Public Hearings, item number 56. It's to conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Clark County Crime Prevention Act of 2016 to receive input from the public and participating police departments on the board's plan for implementing the proposed tax authorized by the Act. Mr. Chairman, before you open up the public hearing, with us this morning is Sheriff Joe Lombardo. I believe he'll also introduce the police chiefs from all the entities, and I believe he also has a presentation that will help outline the plan that's before you this morning.
Mr. Burnett, this is a public hearing we're going to open up after I hear from the sheriff and have his presentation. That is as pursuant to the County Crime Prevention Act of 2016. So, Sheriff, I appreciate you being here, and I, for one, know just how hard you and your entire staff has worked on this item, because we're together up there for a lot of the time. So I'll turn it over to you and let you kind of go through it as you see fit with your presentation, and then the other police chiefs you want to call up.
Thank you, Chairman. This matter is logistics. Do I have to hit a button here or anything?
Just talk in the microphone.
As far as can you hear me okay?
Yeah, but you kind of twist that microphone to get it to come up. There you go. Okay.
So just a matter, can I get the other police chiefs up here, because they're going to be part of the presentation at the subsequent to my comments. So a matter of introduction, Clark County Sheriff Joe Lombardo. Standing next to me is my CFO, Rich Hogan, Mesquite Police Chief Troy Tanner, and then Pat Moores from Henderson Police and Alex Perez from North Las Vegas. Want me to move forward? Okay. So, all right. So I'm going to give you, to abide by the NRS and the public hearing cause, I'm going to give you a short education piece associated with the Crime Prevention Act of 2016 and explain the nuances associated with it versus the more cops tax that was enacted in 2005. And then we give you the accountability piece associated with it, and also the hiring and deployment plan that we perceive to take place associated with it. So there's 5 different sections: recent history of police staffing and funding, which will be presented by myself; incremental police funding proposal by myself; incremental resort corridor police funding will be presented by Rich Hogan; implementation and accountability by Rich Hogan; and subsequently incremental community police funding and information provided by the police chief standing with me. So first, recent history of police staffing and funding. I'm sure I don't have to walk the board through the nuances associated with the 2005 sales tax, but that was all on the basis of police funding to achieve the amount of 2 officers per 1,000 permanent resident ratio. If you look across the United States, there's different periodicals and different data associated with it, but we were using the average of 2.2 for the United States to show success in proactive policing. Here locally, we are currently within 1.75 per 1,000. And in previous years, in 2008, we did achieve 2 officers per 1,000. That was through the initial purchase of officers, or the hiring of officers, through the initial enactment of 0.25 of the More Cop sales tax. If you put an overlay of crime associated with 2 officers per 1,000, if you see the graph before you, in 2008, we were experiencing approximately 5,200 crimes per 100,000 residents. With the hiring above 2 officers per 1,000, eventually that went down to 3,700 officers per 1,000. As subsequently we hired those initial officers, and then the population increased, and obviously the economy hit us. We went below that level, and subsequently crime started to raise. Right now, in today's number, I'm comfortable in saying right around 4,000 crimes per 100,000 residents is occurring. So the data dictates the need for more police officers. Quite often, I am presented with sheriff, if you receive more police officer, equates to more arrests, and obviously equates to the need for prosecutors and prosecution, and we've already got backlog associated with both of those entities and the incarceration piece. But my argument and my pushback is cops make a difference, and preventive measures are a lot more successful than reactive measures. And for us to put those community programs into place, I need to have officers that are not responding from call to call to call and able to have time on their hands to put preventive measures in place versus being reactive. And the numbers bear true. To give you a picture of what's occurring today, violent crime across the board is around 15% increase, but I'm happy to say property crimes is 7% decrease. So it is the need for that proactive police presence for us to be successful. Incremental police funding proposal. So I had mentioned in the early throes of the more cops, we went to 0.25 and then subsequently through enabling from this commission, we were able to get 0.05 for a total of 0.3 to hire police officers. We are in the process of in the ending of hiring of those officers from the original or that enactment of 0.05 of 133 police officers. Today's numbers as far as vacancy were well below what we used to experience in the past. As we receive vacancies on my department, and the chiefs will speak about their departments, we hire as fast as we can within our resources available to do that. So our vacancy factor is well below what this board has experienced in the past. As numbers as early as yesterday, we're experiencing 20 vacancies in the general fund, and I believe it's 18 vacancies in the more cops fund. So there's two distributions that are going to take place in this, and the easy nuance between the more cops sales tax and the Crime Prevention Act is we have added language to include calls for service for deployment, not just population, and also the resort corridor implementation to encompass all of Clark County. So if you look at the slide presented, we're predicting, now these are revenues provided by Applied Analysis, they're just projections. I am pretty confident in the conservative accuracy of it, and that's the numbers we used as far as presentation with the legislature, and that's subsequently the numbers I will present to the board today. So a total of 315 police officers for a revenue stream of $39.2 million. The resort corridor encompassing $7.9 million of that, and community police funding 31.3, and that is for all departments across the board. If you refer to the next slide under LVMPD encompassing my police department, we're looking at a revenue stream of $31 million for 267 police officers, and the resort corridor 7.9 for 68 police officers, and community police funding 23.1 for 199 police officers. So for those that have calculators, I don't know if you're doing the numbers up there. I'm sure Commissioner Kirkpatrick may be doing that. The previous slide of $39.2 million, that equates to $124,000 per officer. So obviously the difference is the nuances associated with the separate police departments. They use a different multiplier associated with their police officers than I do. Well, my multiplier is $116,000 on the front end of hiring of a police officer. As they progress through their career, we're using $125,000. But for purposes of this presentation, $116,000 is my multiplier. That includes all salaries, benefits, and associated equipment.
So for the record, Rich Hogan, Chief Financial Officer, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. So how do we determine how much of the funding is distributed to the resort corridor? It's a little bit of a complicated formula, but because the remainder of the tax is distributed according to population, and the population is also used as the method to determine how much is distributed to the strip. Specifically by that, I mean there's a formula that is utilized to determine about how many people we have on the strip relative on any given day relative to the rest of the population. So the formula determines the average number of nights, the average number of days multiplied by the number of people on over the past 5 years that we have in any given year, divides that, adds it together, divides by 2, and divides by 365, essentially coming up with a number of how many people we have. Sorry, it's a little bit of math there.
No, that math was crystal clear.
Sorry. Yeah. And that comes up with an average daily visitor count relative to the total population. So if we take the average daily visitor count over the total population, over the past 5 years, that's an average of about 17%. Then there's a multiplier of 15%. What is that multiplier? Well, like any of us when we go on vacation, we're a little bit freer with how we spend our money than we do in our average lives. So the 15% is a number that was determined by Mr. Aguero in applied analysis as the average amount, a conservative number of the average amount that a person spends more than on the Strip when they're on vacation, I should say in the resort quarter when they're on vacation, as opposed to the average person in town. So there's a multiplier of 20%, of 15%. That then gets you to the roughly 20% of the total funding that is received from the Crime Prevention Act then would be distributed to the Strip. The remainder would be distributed to each of the respective entities according to population. So the next slide speaks to where the resort corridor is.
And I could speak to the resort corridor portion of that. So when we went, did presentation to the infrastructure committee, there was a missing portion on my deployment strategy for the Clark County. As we talk about the resort corridor, specifically Las Vegas Boulevard, the nuances probably, in a matter of clarification on this presentation, we're using from St. Louis to Russell, and then we're going to go west on Flamingo to Valley View, and I'll speak to those borders. And then subsequently in downtown, which would be the Fremont Street area from Main to 8th and Ogden to Carson. Those were brought forward because in previous allocations that Mr. Hogan explained, approximately 20 to 22% of our total sales tax is generated by the resort corridor. But my deployment in the past has not encompassed 20 to 22% of my police resources. That is because of the need to supply police officers obviously across all of Clark County. The intent of this, the separation of the resort corridor, is to get those police officers within that 20 to 22% revenue stream for two reasons. One is the threat picture has changed in the United States and Clark County. As a result, within the last 18 months, we've had 12 separate mass casualty terrorist events across the world, but more specifically in the United States, 4 separate ones that encompass mass casualties. So ISIS, Al-Qaeda, whoever you choose to be the one that is going to cause us harm, their rhetoric is increasing. And it's no secret that Las Vegas in particular is a target. So how do I respond to that with police sources? Well, obviously I can't guarantee you 100% prevention associated with a terrorist event, but I can provide you a better service to mitigate if an event does take place. In my current deployment strategy, if an incident was to take place on Las Vegas Boulevard or Fremont Street, officers would have to respond from a great distance to supplement the officers that are assigned in those jurisdictions. So mass casualties would be difficult to mitigate in a short period of time. With this deployment strategy, we have a better resource with boots on the ground to respond in a timely manner, and hopefully it does not happen in the first place. So that omnipresence would be a key in the prevention piece of that. So I had used New Orleans and Times Square as an example in my presentations before, just to give you some context. At any point in time on Bourbon Street and Times Square, there's 100 plus police officers deployed. On Bourbon Street, it's on the weekends, and in Times Square, it's 24/7. So I think this valley, us being mentioned as a target more than one occasion, deserves the same level of service that those other jurisdictions could provide. And in talking to their police chiefs, it is exactly how I described in their ability to prevent and respond in a timely manner with that number. So with this number in the resort corridor, obviously we're going to hire more police officers dedicated to it, but for Convention Center Area Command, that will almost double their allocation associated with that. Those two corridors will help us get to where we need to be as far as preventive measures.
So, again, for the record, Rich Hogan, accountability. This legislation has very similar accountability to what we've seen in the More Cops legislation, but it adds some additional accountability. So, what's similar with More Cops are the reporting requirements and the supplanting requirements. If you recall, the supplanting requirements, the police budget for any given year cannot decrease year over year without violating the supplanting provision, and unless there's a decline in property tax revenue of a certain amount. So that requirement still exists in the legislation. The Fiscal Affairs Committee in our case, or the respective city councils in the case of the cities receiving the funding, will have to make that determination every year that they have complied with the supplanting provision and report that to taxation. The quarterly reporting also remains the same with a couple of important distinctions. We continue to report revenue and expenditures. We continue to report the number of officers we hire with the money. But we also now report the demographic information of the employees, the officers that we've hired, or the recruits rather, that we've hired with those dollars. And in addition, we also report efforts that we've made towards crime prevention. So we'll be reporting crime statistics as well, relative to each of the two separate streams of funding. And finally, the other distinction from More Cops is a prohibition against using the funds to pay for salary and benefit increases of employees hired before October 1st of this year, 2016. So this money cannot be used to pay for salary and benefit increases of current employees. Finally, an important distinction for this board to consider is that the resort corridor formula can be reconsidered 3 years from the date of passage of the passage of the ordinance, or passage legislation actually, and then every other year. So this board can come back 3 years from now, and then every other year after that, and essentially revisit that formula that's used to distribute the officers to the strip, to the resort corridor rather.
Hiring.
So, with regard to our hiring plan, how are we going to implement this? I can speak to our plan for LVMPD, and then of course the police chiefs will speak to their plans as well. We anticipate that we'll be very close to full staffing with an academy that we're running at the end of December. Of course, that depends on the number of people that are tread out prior to the end of the calendar year, but we'll be very close to that. Our plan then is to hire run 80-person academies each quarter to account for attrition hires as well as the additional position hires. We anticipate that we have about 170, including recruit dropouts during any year. We have about 170 attritions, and of course then the additional 267 positions through that we'll be adding through this fund. So we anticipate that within about 5 quarters, beginning in April, that we should be very close to have met both our attrition hires and the additional position hires. Now, if we're more successful and we can recruit faster than that, we will certainly accelerate that. But we believe that that's an achievable number. And we say that's an achievable number because we've done it in this calendar year. We're on track to meet the hiring for the additional positions that were added with the 0.1% More Cops sales tax increase, as well as the positions that were added to our operating budget. So this calendar year, we're on track to hire about 350 recruits. And so we have proven history, I suppose, of being able to meet those goals, and anticipate we'll be able to continue to do so going forward.
Mr. Chair.
So the remainder piece of the, I think it's important to clarify, is the deployment of the 199 police officers outside of the resort corridor. There is some language associated with this act, associated with population and calls for service are to be measured equally. So that autonomy still lays with me in the deployment of those police officers. But more importantly, it makes it easier for me, because before I would do it just based on my perceived need and obviously based on data to back it up. But this one is more definitive in the fact that those officers will be deployed based on calls for service within those specific 8 remaining area commands, my jurisdiction being a total of 9 area commands, but one of them being Convention Center, which encompasses the resort corridor. So that will be the deployment plan moving forward. So that's easily adjustable on a quarterly basis as I see fit, and then as obviously the collective bargaining agreement allows me to do. So the last portion of this is obviously the remainder of the revenue generated by the tax and the deployment of those police officers in the remainder of the Clark County jurisdiction. And I will speak on behalf of Boulder City. They have a brand new police chief there. He was really not up to speed on the nuances of the previous law and this one. And I told him I would take care of his presentation piece. It says 2 officers there. It's actually less than 2 officers. I just did it as a matter of rounding ability. But he will receive approximately 1.5 police officers within his jurisdiction. And there was approximately, it was actually less than 1 police officer on the 0.05. So his deployment will be based on just simple deployment wherever the need seems fit. So, Troy.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I've got police chiefs. You want a question of the sheriff?
Yes. We've got a question of the sheriff, and then I'm going to ask us, the commissioners, to hold the questions until I'm done with the whole presentation of the law enforcement officer.
Just before, Sheriff, before we go to the other chiefs here to talk about their plan here, you had given a formula that had broken down the disbursement of officers, whether it be from the resort corridor to community police, to the community policing, if you will. Is there some type of formula or breakdown that you may have as to how you disperse those officers? Is it done by area commands, or how are we doing that? Is it per capita, or what is it that we can look at? Because again, you know, we look at certain areas, and I'm sure Commissioner Kirkpatrick is just as interested as I am when we get to North Las Vegas, because we're both looking at the 18 number, and we probably would surely love to have a little bit more than 18, but we're happy with what we can get because we have some concerns. And Chief, we'll talk to you when you get to your presentation. But explain to us, if you will, is there some type of breakdown on the disbursement of these officers for community policing?
Correct, Commissioner Weekly. Yeah, I mean, in previous throws of the more cop sales tax, which it was basically to bolster my ranks as I seen fit and distribution. And, you know, and because of the staffing models and the geography and calls for service and times clear in between calls for service and distance to calls, you know, you're talking about 104 square miles in Enterprise Area Command down to 5 square miles in Convention Center Area Command. So there's a lot of different factors associated with my original staffing to ensure officer safety and service associated with calls to the citizens within those specific geographies. But with this design, it is defined by the legislature that it would be based on calls for service and population, that distribution. Now that calls for service still encompasses my previous formula that I just described to you in my deployment of police officers. So your concern was North Las Vegas and obviously the adjacent 89106 area, Bolden Area Command. So we have perception, we have experience, and we have data, and we deploy those police officers based on that need. Bolden Area Command is, so if you have a standard 121 police officer substation. That ensures vacation, RDOs, and officer safety. Everything above that is based on calls for service and need. So Northeast Area Command, Bolden Area Command, Southeast Area Command is
And
our
DTAC.
highest need right now.
DTAC.
And
Also.
DTAC. But DTAC will be encompassed by the resort portion.
Okay, great.
But it doesn't encompass all of DTAC. It only encompasses that small block area. But their strip resort, it almost encompasses about 90% of the strip, Convention Center Area Command. And then there's a small portion going up into Spring Valley. But those officers obtained through this act, I will deploy them based on that need that I described to you. Just in current numbers, like Northeast Area Command and Bolden and DTAC and Southeast, they have more officers than the traditional leveling out portion that we have in other area commands,
Sure.
just by the need of crime and response to crime.
And I hope that when this is all over, that you'll have revenue left over that you can come up with another area command and maybe the northern, I'm not sure what portion that is, so that Commissioner Kirkpatrick can get her own area command and not try and take ownership of Northeast Area Command, because Northeast Area Command is located in District D. Thank you,
I
Mr.
won't
Chairman.
I won't get in the middle of that, Tiff, but but just to make clarification to Commissioner Wakely on the own area command in the north, our plan is, as part of the capital improvement plan, is the next substation will be out towards Mount Charleston. That's our next deployment location.
Okay, I'm going to save you here, Sheriff. Okay, now let's go to the police chiefs. So, whatever, and just so everybody's clarification, these numbers 26, 18, 2, and 2 are exclusive of the sheriff's numbers. These are in addition to what the sheriff's getting, so they're not coming out of that number. Okay. These are additional officers that are being hired in these various jurisdictions, so that everybody understood that. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners, Chief Troy Tanner, Mesquite. Just real quick, you have the numbers on the board right here, but we'll have 2 more police officers we'll be able to add. We're at 1.34 per thousand right now. I'll move us to 1.44. That increase, I'll just be super brief on property crimes. We have a 7% increase in that area, just like everyone being off I-15. And I think our highest number before the economy hit, we were at like 31 police officers, and it'll put us at 30. We have 28 currently. So I appreciate you guys looking at this again, and it is important to us. We're, in the small northeast corner, but everyone comes in that side, and there's a lot of travel and traffic in town, more than in the past too. So, and our visitors went up also. So I appreciate you guys considering this. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, Chief Patrick Moores from the City of Henderson. Some historical perspective from the More Cops perspective. The City of Henderson has already maximized the More Cops fund for us. We have approximately 85 officers hired out of the 352 that we currently have today in our staffing model. This plan right now would get us approximately 26 officers for the City of Henderson. In that model, we would like to deploy them in certain areas, obviously, to consider our responding times that are getting bigger, especially on the southwest side of Henderson, where we continue to grow. We'd like to put them in specialty units to tap down the crime, just like the sheriff said. We've seen decreases in the property crime area, but unfortunately, the City of Henderson has experienced larger amounts of violent crime, unfortunately, this year in 2016. We'd also continue to provide the services in our community relations unit, where we continue to have programs with the community and with our education of our youth in our schools that we have, and obviously be part of the regional initiatives with the sheriff, because we have force multipliers on task forces that we in Southern Nevada all have to participate in here. So I'd ask you to continue your support in that function.
Thank you, Chief.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'd like to explain to you what my plan of to put these officers into the field for. I do not have.
Chief, if I could ask you to, to identify yourself for the record, because we're keeping a.
I apologize. Chief Perez, North Las Vegas Police. The plan is to get these officers quite simply into the neighborhoods. The 18 officers that we've designated based on the funding set forth for North Las Vegas by the legislature is boots on the ground, officers in the neighborhood, and to increase the amount of unobligated patrol time to to work those areas. We have 2 area commands, a South Area Command and a Northwest Area Command in the city of North Las Vegas, with the calls for service being very similar, slightly higher in the South, but they're not really that different. So with the officers, we're pretty much going to split them down the middle on both sides of the city.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, Sheriff, if you're ready, I'm going to take a few questions from the board, then I'm going to open the public hearing. And if you guys could answer any questions the board might have, then I'm going to do the public hearing, then I'm going to ask you to come back and address any issues that the public might bring up during the public hearing to wrap it up before we take a motion and a vote, okay? So Sheriff, did you have some more comments before you take some questions?
No, I'll let you orchestrate that. I didn't understand anything you said.
Okay. I hear that on a regular basis, Sheriff, so don't feel alone here. I just want to, before we get the comments from the commissioners, I just want to make one comment in particular. We have 2 members, I think, of the SNTIC committee meeting here. I see Mr. Sloan and Mr. Noonan. I don't know if we have anybody else here. If we do, I apologize, but I can tell you this issue was brought up at SNTIC as a result of the sheriff and the resort industry. I know Virginia Valentine is in the back speaking on behalf of the NRA, and they wanted a presence on Las Vegas Boulevard, and the sheriff and Rich were there every single time we had questions, and I've tried to make a list here. I got calls from Mr. Wynn, Mr. Murren, Mr. Adelson, Mr. Jenkins, Ms. Sinatra, Mr. Sloan, Mr. Noonan, Mr. Fertitta, Mr. Smith, amongst others, all emphasizing how important this was. Mr. Rollencotter talked about how important it was to have law enforcement on the Strip with our conventions, and that's what precipitated this entire situation. The sheriff took his team to Carson City, and it was very effective. We had the opportunity to testify before the legislature, and Sheriff, it could not have been done without your yeoman's efforts moving forward on this. I mean, every time we needed you to answer a question, you were there. We sincerely appreciate it. I think it happened because of the efforts that you and Rich put forward. But that being said, I'm going to ask the board if they have any questions before I open the public hearing for the citizens. No, you can go now if you want. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. So the waterfall went away,
Correct.
but you do have, you're projecting 7.9 million would be raised for the resort corridor and 31.3 for the community policing
Correct.
component. And I think staff told us yesterday that they'll be looking at segregating those funds and collecting it separately so that it could be audited, correct? I think. Okay, thank you, AJ. So 247 additional potential officers in the community policing program. Can you just briefly, a little bit more elaborate on how that distribution comes about? Because I think you said instead of just PopCap, you're going to use PopCap and calls for service?
Yeah, the previous iterations was PopCap, and
Right.
then this one, the legislature seemed fit to add calls for service into that. There were some issues in the early throes of the legislature by having total calls for service evaluated, that you can conceivably take the money from Henderson and put it in North Las Vegas if the calls for service
Rose.
But you know, that's not apples and apples. That doesn't necessarily, how they measure it is different in each jurisdiction, and that would be too cumbersome through the tax code to enable that or accomplish it. It was more appropriate for the individual chiefs to have autonomy on the revenue and associated officers hired based on it and for that deployment. So the calls for service was added to just more than just the PopCap because of the need. Because certain areas or geography of the town, obviously, you know very well, require a lot more police presence versus other areas. And it's not to say that other areas aren't as important, but the need is the need is the need.
Okay.
We have to deploy the police officers where that need is. So.
And then with the more cops from 05, because we actually worked on that legislation, the 80% to community areas still exists in the language, correct, AJ? I think. Okay. And then tell me a little bit, because that fund was supposed to run out by 2025?
Correct.
Right.
Sunset in 2025.
Okay, so how does this interface with that?
It does it. There's not a sunset associated with this act, and I will be doing everything in my power to address the legislature on the previous legislation to lift that cap. Because the reason here is the general fund cannot absorb the number of officers that we hired in the previous more cops legislation, which is approximately 755 police officers in today's numbers. So that will be the plan moving forward.
And then the reconsideration language that the county commission can do in 3 years, is that?
It's 3 years in the initial enactment, and then after that, every other year.
Okay. And that sales tax increase, the 10% goes on ad infinitum at this point, but not it doesn't affect anything within the current more cops. And that's what you're going to have to go back and lobby on as far as that's concerned.
And the intent of that 3 years evaluation every other year is for those resort corridor borders. They may change because the initial presentation that I presented was based off suspicious activity reporting and certain types of calls for service that we developed those boundaries.
And I do remember, because you had asked, I was at that meeting when you actually did that presentation, then they figured out, go to Owens and there was some different carve-outs for the downtown core.
Correct. There was requests by several business owners to include them within the corridor, but I can't conceivably do that to accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish, and that is to put individual police officers, boots on ground within the vicinity and have a timely response.
Okay. And then how much of this, in your mind, is still tied to the issue of whether or not a stadium actually comes? Is that the additional?
I think it's separate and apart.
Okay.
The need is there with the crime picture and the threat picture, absent of the stadium or the convention center.
Okay. So then would there be a diversion from the community fund to be able to offset if that's not a component of anticipating possible issues, to be kind?
I don't understand that.
Well, 68 officers to the resort corridor. You're saying that that's tied to the 2 to 1 or the 2 to 1,000 population?
No, that in particular is not. That's tied to the revenue generated. So the remainder, but if you look at it in totality, all the numbers that we're bringing together, that 0.1, just by coincidence, that was a remainder from the original more cops that wasn't enabled. That 0.1 that expired in July of 16 happens to be the same amount needed to get me to 2 officers per 1,000. So as we move forward, it's very important for the board to understand, and more importantly, fiscal affairs, population increases. If the population increases in the general fund, we will have to hire more police officers on that side to compensate for population.
Right.
So,
okay.
But my total number of officers does get me to 2 officers per 1,000.
Okay. And that was exclusive of what happens with the stadium one way or another. I think we need to know at some point when we have that discussion, whether it's transportation, infrastructure, is there other unfunded liabilities or potentials that are out there?
Right. And just a matter of clarification, the NRS does cover public safety issues associated with any mass gatherings.
Correct.
And the stadium would have to hire police officers in order to police it during
Correct.
any function that they have there.
Yeah, like they do currently. Anybody does as far as that's concerned. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a couple questions, and I appreciate everybody calling me out today on cops because I've been there with you all since 2005 and probably been on you the most about the accountability piece, so I don't want to leave that out today. So I want to understand how can we track it, because here's what I'll tell you. There is no doubt that we absolutely need this today, no matter if one more resident moves into town or not, because we've already been stretched. What people don't realize, when the economy is good, we need public safety, and when the economy is bad, we need public safety. So at least for me, what I don't want to see happen is get into another situation like we were in 2009 when we couldn't get a handle on the numbers based on attrition. And we all know in government today, 71% of the people are going to be eligible for retirement soon. So we want to make sure that we can always keep up with the attrition component, which I think that was a sticking point in maybe 13. So I want to know, and I want to be very honest with the public on a regular basis on what they're getting for their investment into public safety. And I think that it's important that they know. And I can tell you that I represent 3 of the entities that are up there today. And yes, I don't have a substation in my own district. However, I claim all 3 of you, plus many more, but because there is that need, and people just want to know. They want to know what the expectation is. And Mr. Olson can tell you in 2004, we knew exactly how all of that was laid out. So I want to keep in the spirit of doing that. So is the accountability and the reporting go just to the legislature? Is it on your website? How will we be able to see that? Because I want to be able to say, we currently have 80 officers in the academy, which is going to be dispersed. So I want to know a little more detail on how that works, because I will watch it quarterly. I've been watching it since 2005. So if you could explain how that specific information will get out, because I think that we are going to see some growth, and we're going to have to, people are going to come here and go, what do we need more from the general fund, right? So if you could talk on that, so that at least we as the commissioners can educate our residents on what they shall be seeing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, for the record, Rich Hogan. It's a very fair question, and I know that the information, the accountability measures that you and also initially Commissioner Giancarlo put in place have been helpful, I think, for us to be able to be held accountable specifically with the More Cops Fund. But I think it's also important, particularly as you relate to what happened in the 2009 legislature, when we kind of had trouble with the declining tax revenue in our operating fund, making a connection between our authorized positions and our assigned positions. I think we've made a lot of progress towards that. You heard me mention earlier that when Sheriff Lombardo took office, his direction was to fill every vacancy. And trust me, the captain from HR is here right now. He's felt that pressure. And we have gone a long way to achieving that in the course of his administration and filling those vacancies. So not only do we have the reporting measures that go to the legislature that report how many positions we have in that fund, or how many people we have hired in that fund. Every quarter, we're required to report that, just like we do in More Cops. But each Fiscal Affairs Committee members, as the two representatives from Fiscal Affairs can tout, we actually report our authorized and assigned positions by the type of position at every meeting, and that is publicly posted. Anybody can see that at any given time, posted on our website with our Fiscal Affairs Committee announcements. However, if there's any additional reporting that we can add to help be even more transparent, and to help us be more accountable, if we can have that same report given to Fiscal Affairs Committee on a quarterly basis, to the board, we're certainly open to whatever helps ensure that we're meeting our hiring objectives.
Follow up. Sorry.
Understand, this is not the public hearing on the increase. There's going to be another public hearing immediately after this, so you're going to have plenty of time to ask questions. Go ahead, continue.
Okay. Because I want to understand the implementation plan, because at the end of the day, if we don't understand it today, how can we make sure that the accountability is there? And I'm assuming North Las Vegas, Mesquite, Henderson will also have that, because they don't typically go before Fiscal Affairs, so it's not fair to put it all on Metro. But I mean, at least for everybody within that piece, so that there is some real public transparency, so if they know, because I would bet, and Sheriff, I could be wrong, but once we get these more officers in, we're probably going to see a spike in crime rates, because it usually goes up when you start having more officers out there with the calls for service. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I couldn't quantify that. But that is a natural phenomenon until it levels out on its own, and then the actual presence kicks in, the prevention piece, and then you start to see the numbers to change. And data proves that exactly how you describe it, but I couldn't quantify it by percentage.
No, and I don't disagree with it. I just want folks to understand, because it doesn't always get reported the way that we see it, right? When you're
Well-
issuing more citations and all of those things, the stats tend to go
Well, I
up.
would, it's easy to explain. If you use 2005 as the enactment on the initial quarter cent, we have the hiring process that goes along with it. Rich describes around a 2-year hiring process for these numbers. That was similar to what took place back then, and we didn't see a positive effect on crime until 2008. So everybody knows it takes well over a year for me to get a full-fledged police officer on the ground. So, so your description is accurate. I wouldn't use 3 years as a window because that was late in 2005. I'd be comfortable with about a 2-year picture. So.
No, and I hope that you understand. I'm just trying so that the public is aware of
Right. No, I
how
understand where
the
you're
process works, because most people today don't realize this. If it is to pass, doesn't even start being collected until April, right? So
Correct.
we're almost an entire quarter out with that. So I just want to make sure that people understand the implementation and the hiring, because I did watch every one of those hearings. They were painful for me to watch from afar, but I think that there was a lot of things that needed to be cleared up. I watched the piece about the diversity training and hiring that would also take place, and how important it is that our standards stay where they are and we bring other folks in to learn what those standards are. So I just wanted to be clear that your implementation plan, so that people understand how it's all going to come together, because they're not going to see a difference tomorrow, but it's going to take some time, and the more that we can educate them, the better we can ensure that the implementation actually happens the way that we all want it to.
Correct, and I'm glad you brought it as part of the record that we do not receive revenue associated with this until April 1st of 2017. But that will not curtail us from starting the hiring process. We will get those numbers in place, the testing and the list and everything else associated with it to start that process. But you're correct, and I'm glad you said it publicly because it's a matter of record. Positive results don't happen overnight.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, moving on here, and we've got questions, but we're not here to micromanage your departments. Understand that, Sheriff. These are just healthy questions that are coming forward from the commissioners up here.
I won't let you do that. So.
I know you won't. Heading this way, Commissioner Branger.
Actually, both commissioners asked a couple of the questions that I had. I do want to say that I appreciate for the citizens in the Southwest that we have a new substation that was long in coming, but has made a distinct difference in call times. I actually have kind of 1 1/4 because Enterprise does take care of my far. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Southwest. So I'm not letting go of that piece, but I just would like to thank all the men and women in uniform since my questions were answered, because to me, not only is the numbers good for the public, but I think it's good for the officers. And I believe they need to feel safe. If they don't feel safe, then I think we have more problems. And when they're out there in a violent situation, they need to know they have the backup and the support that they need. So I think this is twofold for us and for those that serve us. And I don't want us to forget that piece. And I think sometimes the public, when they hear about the increases, as Commissioner Kirkpatrick said, it's not revenue for you giving a ticket. And I think that that's a misconception out there.
Correct.
That you have people giving tickets for yourself. And I think it's really for the safety of the people. And I think that piece needs to be understood as we walk through this process.
Yeah, our jurisdiction is unique in that aspect. Most of your jurisdictions experience revenue generated from citations. We do not. The court system is the benefactor of that. So.
Thank you, Sheriff. Commissioner Scow.
I appreciate the data-driven approach for this and how we're deploying the officers on the Strip and in the neighborhoods. And I wanted to say how much I appreciate the resorts and how they've stepped up during this time when we haven't been able to supplement the number of officers on the Strip, and how they've supported Safe Summer and helping to bring those officers. And I think we need to say how much we appreciate our Resorts Association, what they've done there. Along with what Commissioner Kirkpatrick said, I had a neighborhood meeting the other day, and we were talking about the deployment of officers, and they were the neighbors were very anxious to see how the officers are being deployed in the neighborhoods. And along with what Commissioner Kirkpatrick said, it really would be good if there were some type of a model so people could see how this is being done, because people really are concerned how many are going to be in my neighborhood. We know we need them on the Strip, but we know we need them in our neighborhoods as well.
Well, I appreciate your comments, Commissioner. And I agree with you in that aspect. And so as a matter of practice moving forward, our organizational charts, I can't get into specifics of exact deployment because it would not benefit us in fighting crime in that. But what we can do is give you a better window or picture into your bureau, where you reside or where you work, what that looks like and how the squads are made up, and what their functionality is associated with those squads. So we could make that a posting on our internet site, and it actually even helps the employees within my own organization. Quite often they're like, where's that individual work? So I appreciate your comment, and we'll work forward to accomplishing that. So.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to ask, gentlemen, if you will take a seat. I'm going to open the public hearing. We are not going to take a vote other than if you want me to take a vote to accept this report.
This is not an action
okay,
item.
so we're just going to open the public hearing. We're going to have a public hearing to hear about this. Then we will actually move on to item number 57 when we vote on implementing the tax. So I'm going to open the public hearing. Mr. Olson. Comments? I'm going to open the public hearing. Please address your comments specifically to this item, and comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and identify yourself for the records.
Okay, my name is Stan Olson. I'm here representing the Henderson Chamber of Commerce as a member of the Board of Directors and the Nevada Association of Public Safety Officers, and we're here to support this effort, that it will benefit the city of Henderson. It'll make it safer for the community and safer for officers.
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Steve Gramis. I'm the president of the Las Vegas Police Protective Association. On a side note, I coached Malik Hausman when he was in middle school in football, so it was nice to see him here. From our perspective, we represent the rank and file. I remember working the streets back when we were near our 2 officers per 1,000, and we had 2,400 calls in a night. Now we're well below that, and we have close to 4,500 to 5,000 in a night. And I know those numbers are true because my wife works dispatch. She tells me all the time how busy she is. We at the PPA, we trust the sheriff's plan. I've talked with him many times. He's got great concern for our officer safety, and he has even greater concern for the people of Las Vegas. And he wants what we want, and that's for everybody to be safe, not only work for the department. I have 4 kids, I have a wife, and I'm concerned when they go to the store and when they go to the park that they're safe. And this is going to do that. Putting more people on the streets is going to help out. So from our perspective, we 100% support this.
Thank you, Stephen. We know that you and Mike and the PPA were present in Carson City and at the SNTIC as well, lobbying on behalf of this, and we thank you. Good morning, Ms. Stokey.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, I am Judy Stokey, representing NV Energy, 6226 West Sahara. We are here to support this item. We have a very critical partnership with the Metro Police Department. When we have outages from storms or floods, it's very critical, our partnership with them, to make sure that the safety is not compromised for the community. They are there always to help us. I support Sheriff Joe Lombardo, his officers and staff, and everything that they do, and we look forward to a further partnership with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Mujahid Ramadan, 5601 Indian Ridge Drive, North Las Vegas, Nevada. And as a part of Metro's Multicultural Advisory Council, we're here to support the idea and the funding for the department, but not only at this level with the Advisory Council, but the many programs that are going on at community level, D Street Strong and Commissioner Weekly's district, the Safe Village Initiative, which is expanding, the organizations that are joining in and supporting and lending as much support as they can. Men walking the streets in areas where there's violent crime, reducing that violent crime, thereby those police officers can be used other places. So the community itself and the department has had a great success in terms of the areas we've concentrated on in terms of fighting violent crime, reducing homelessness, fighting against mental health, dealing with the issues that really impact the officers. We think that it's very much worthwhile, and we are very much in support of it, and also in getting other organizations to join us in that support. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Michael Blow, and I am the president of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Chapter of the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. One of our ideals for our fraternity is community service. And we totally understand that in order for the community to thrive, there must be vibrant and inclusive law enforcement service provided by all of the agencies. And we're very fortunate that we enjoy that type of service from all of the agencies that are represented here today. And so what I would ask is that you consider our support of this legislation that will allow the sheriff and the chiefs not only to fulfill their visions for the future, but to enjoy present victories in the work that they are doing right now. And we currently support this initiative, and we also thank all the law enforcement officers that are represented here today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, Mr. Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the County Commission. It's very hard to follow that last speaker. I'm Bill Noonan. I'm Senior Vice President of Boyd Gaming, also the Vice Chairman of the Nevada Resort Association, and as the Chairman pointed out, was a member, fortunately, of the SNTIC, who had the opportunity to review all of the information that was brought forward over about 15 months by the Sheriff and his team. I can't imagine being here to not do anything but wholeheartedly support item number 56. I believe we have properties in all of the jurisdictions that were up here today with the exception of Mesquite, and we feel that the protection of both businesses as well as the community citizens in those jurisdictions are vitally important, and we believe this legislation will help do that. So we would certainly ask for your support, and thank you for taking up this very important matter today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noonan. Ms. Valentine, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Virginia Valentine with the Nevada Resort Association. I want to start by thanking all of you for working on this plan. We fully support the plan that the Sheriff put forward today. You all have been so supportive in the past of giving us, Metro, the properties, all the tools that we need in the resort corridor for crime prevention. The bag ordinance, the no glass ordinance, most recently the civil infractions court. They have all the tools. What they haven't had now is the resources, and we think that this plan will give them the resources to enforce all those ordinances that you have created for them. They will give them the resources to use the tools that you've given them in the toolbox. I also want to emphasize that of our almost 60 members in Southern Nevada, about half are along the strip or downtown, and about half are not. So I would say this plan is as important to us in the resort corridor as out of the resort corridor, not just for our neighborhood properties, but for the employees and the residents of this community. So thank you very much. Would urge you to support both this plan and the sales tax increase to fund this plan, and just appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valentine. Next, Mr. Sloan, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Briefly, I just want to indicate Mike Sloan, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs for Station Casinos, that we fully support this proposal and urge you to adopt it. As one of the two individuals the Chairman recognized as members of the Infrastructure Committee, I want to also acknowledge that the leadership of your Chairman in bringing this issue up and making sure it, in fact, got addressed by our Infrastructure Committee, because police were not initially considered on that. And thanks to Chairman Sislak's leadership on this, the proposal that's going to be addressed today was brought forward, included in the legislation, and hopefully will be approved again today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Councilman. I'm Michael Edmiston, and I'm the Vice President from the Civilian Union at Metro, and we too support this. We appreciate the Sheriff's hiring in the last few months. It has greatly increased our unit, and behind all the officers that would be hired is our civilian employees, and especially in our dispatch area and stuff like that, we can greatly use that support. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak during this public hearing? If there's anybody else, could you please line up along the rail? So, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. My name is Jill Bernacki, and I'm the CEO of the Trauma Intervention Program of Southern Nevada. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. We are in support of this act. We send volunteers out to scenes of tragedy where they provide emotional and practical support on those scenes. And just over the past 5 years, we've had to double our number of volunteers that we send out because of the increase in calls that were requested to out on scenes. We work with all of the law enforcement agencies here in Southern Nevada, and throughout all of those agencies, we've seen the increase. You've heard the sheriff and the chiefs talk about the increase in violent crimes, and we see that just within our organization as we send volunteers out to assist. Our volunteers stand side by side with these officers on these scenes as they see them going from call to call to call, and their response time has decreased a little bit. And the importance of having them there and the importance of having them fresh and ready to go on any scene that they're called out to is important to this community. Thank you for considering this act.
Thank you. Next speaker, and I'm going to remind everyone we are going to have another public hearing on this item immediately following this one. So,
good morning. For the record, I am Daniel Honcharu with the Nevada Policy Research Institute. I will speak directly from handouts, of which I have copies.
And you can pull that microphone up so you don't have to hurt your back.
Thank you.
There you go.
Again, Daniel Honcharu. I will be speaking directly from handouts, and I have copies to hand out if you're so willing.
Sure. This young lady here, or one of these ladies will take them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I thank you in advance for the chance to speak today. It has been noted in past months throughout local media that Metro maintains a large unused balance in its More Cops Fund. Indeed, Commissioner Sisolak yourself, speaking to the RJ in 2013, highlighted that big bank balance, saying, quote, "Pursuing a tax increase isn't the right approach when the department is sitting on a sizable reserve." At that point, Metro's More Cops reserve was $124 million. Through fiscal year 2016, ending June 30th, that balance was still about $110 million. So this has been a very clear pattern throughout the last decade. A very substantial portion of More Cops sales tax revenues is never used to hire more uniformed officers, but instead kept in reserve year after year. The argument given for the reserve that we've recently heard is that such a stash of funds will be needed in the future after the current More Cops tax sunsets in 2025 to pay the costs of whatever years remain in those officers' careers. However, that was not the understanding in 2004 and 2005 when voters and then lawmakers approved the idea of the More Cops sales tax. Never did Metro, when lobbying for the tax, mention any plans to save such a sizable reserve for future expenses. Moreover, it was widely known that the tax was for 20 years, so it was obviously not designed to pay out over an officer's 30, 35, or 40-year career. Indeed, Sheriff Bill Young, while testifying before committees, made it clear that the promise being made to the public was for more police immediately. In Metro, in the first year, he told the committee, you get almost 1,300 more police officers with the More Cops tax. It is, of course, true that since 2005, the county sales tax has only increased by 0.3 cents and not the 0.5 cents by which Metro made its projections. But all that means is that the proportionate increase in uniformed officers by 2015 should have been 766 new officers on Metro's payroll, rather than almost 1,300. Of course, department hiring has never approached anything near that number. Actually, what Metro's most recent personnel report shows is that in October of this year, the department had only 325 more officers than it did in 2005. And based on the $650 million in revenues the More Cops sales tax has brought in so far, it means that Metro...
You've got 2 more pages to go here, and you're not gonna be able to read it all in, so if you could.
Understood. I will lastly note that for every $2 million in revenues received by Metro, we've hired 1 new officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
My name is Stephen Miller. I'm with the Nevada Policy Research Institute. Also, I want to talk on a slightly different issue. When the legislature in special session passed AB 1, one of the unique provisions was making state law to require the Metro Fiscal Affairs Committee to report in much more detail on the allocation of money and how that money was used. I would like to ask both the Commission and the Fiscal Affairs Committee to go further, because the credibility of this tax increase and the credibility of Metro itself depends upon more transparency. And that means not just within the black box that is Metro, working with politicians that the police union supports, but it means that the public has to understand also exactly the rules governing response to calls and allocation of forces. So I would ask for more transparency. Thank you.
Thank you for comments.
Buenos dias. Good morning. My name is Fernando Romero. I'm president of Hispanics in Politics. I'm also a member of the Metro Multicultural Advisory Council. And I have the pleasure of knowing Sheriff Lombardo and Chief Perez and Chief Moore, and know the work that they do and know the need in the community. And in full support of the Clark County Crime Prevention Act of 2016, and hope that you vote in favor of it. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Thank you.
Buenos dias. My name is Jose Solorio. I'm here to support the More Cops proposal. I'm also a member of the Metro's Multicultural Advisory Committee and have met once a month with that committee for well over 5 years. This will allow more officers to serve our public and provide safety, but more importantly, it will allow an opportunity to diversify a force that is currently being diversified by adding more officers that represent the community, and that is what's being done. I see that happening at the with Sheriff Joe Lombardo and the new I'm going to say Sheriff in North Las Vegas, but he's got a different title, Mr. Perez. Chief Perez. I'm a graduate of Rancho High School and UNR, so I believe this is critically important. And as a community member, I unfortunately had to use the services of Metro to protect the life of my daughter. And back then, the ratio was good, the response time was good. My daughter is alive today because of that. I don't want to see anyone's daughter or son not have that same opportunity. So we need to make sure that we provide the correct protection for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Redmond, welcome back.
Thank you. My question has to do with...
You've got to identify yourself again for the record.
Charles Redmond, resident Henderson. My question has to do with the presentation that took place on the chart that dealt with implementation and accountability about salary increases. And I noticed in that chart it said no salary increases for existing, I believe, police officers. I was at the Grant Sawyer building when the same question was discussed. And I'm pretty sure I heard them say that there would be no monies from this tax increase used for salaries. Is this a change in what took place at the state level?
The legislation doesn't say that.
Does anybody know?
Yeah, we know we can address that, but we'll address it once you're finished with your comments, because we're not going to have a dialogue back and forth.
Okay, my next part of my comment is I want to make sure that the commission ensures that the public has hearings on these kinds of issues when they're coming up for approval, because the taxpayers are being asked to pay money, but I don't believe adequate public hearings are being held on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. Anyone else? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. That's why this is a public hearing, because we are having public hearings. We do that at the county. Henderson has them as well. I don't know if they have them on this issue, but they're held as well. Sheriff, if you want to address briefly the question as it relates to salary increases, this money is not going to be used for current officers to increase salaries. This is for new officer hires is what the purpose of this is. Did I basically get that right for you, Sheriff?
For the record, Sheriff Joe Lombardo. That is correct. Any individuals that are hired under this act will fall under any current collective bargaining
Correct.
agreements. So associated with their salary and increases in salary will be negotiated just like any other employee.
Okay. So. Thank you very much. That wrapping up the public comment. We've closed the public hearing. I'm going to, Commissioner Jim Kiliani's got, who do you have questions of? The Sheriff. And remember, we're coming back with item number 57 as soon as we're done with 56. We're going to do this all again. Yeah.
Done with by then.
Oh, well, we want to hear from you.
I think I neglected to ask a couple of things. One was the continuation of multicultural training and de-escalation training. That is just something you do as a department policy. None of this funding goes for that, or does it?
No, it doesn't. It's twofold. That's a mandate by the Department of Justice as a result of our audit that had occurred a couple years ago because of officer use of deadly force. And then it was a matter of practice because it's considered best practice in police functionality nowadays.
Do they read Zen in the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance? It's a
I'm
great
sorry?
book. So do they read Zen in the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance? It's a great de-escalation book. Anyway, just kidding.
It was a joke, Sheriff, just so you know.
I
had some police officer friends who used to read that, and it's
Okay.
a great old book, but they used to actually, they use that in their classes.
Next question,
There
go
was
ahead.
some questions about cameras and what we're doing on that part of it.
Yes, as a result of collective bargaining in the last, this last iteration, it was approved by the association and the department to make it mandatory for uniformed police officers to wear body cameras. As a matter of deployment, that mandatory piece is only effective if we have the equipment.
Right.
We're building out the infrastructure as we speak today. We have well over 600 cameras deployed today, but we will reach all the uniformed services in early of 17, in the
Okay.
first quarter of 17.
So these
So-
new officers that are hired would be able to have that equipment.
Right,
then?
that was already mandatory on any new hires. They were required to wear cameras. And now it's, we're working through the throes of existing employees.
And you're now responding to accidents, correct?
Correct.
And is there a reason we don't tape fiscal affairs? Several people have mentioned the issue of transparency, and as well as AJ mentioned it as well. Is that something maybe we ought to take a look at so that there's some, even if it's played back at a different time? I just throw that out there because there was.
I don't think that, and I can jump in on this one, that the room that we have the fiscal affairs meeting has facilities like we do here. Now, if you want to move the meeting, we used to have the meetings back and forth at City Hall
When
and here.
Susan and I were
Yeah,
first on it, we
but
did.
you don't have.
I think Channel 8 records it.
Oh, do they?
A couple of the TV stations record it on a pretty regular basis, but they don't do the whole meeting. So that would have to be a question the sheriff would have to address internally if they wanted to move to a facility that had video.
Oh, that's just something to
capability.
throw out there because it's probably not a bad idea because Susan and I used to serve, and I know it's Larry and Commissioner now, but, Commissioner Sisolak and Commissioner Brown now, but that might be something that would help people understand how the funding formula and some things like that go along. Section 11 in AB1, I had a question on. Let me get to it. It says an ordinance amending an ordinance enacted pursuant to Section 9 of this Act, except an ordinance authorizing the issuance of bonds or other securities, must include a provision in substance that the board shall amend a contract made pursuant to subsection 4 of Section 10 of this Act by a contract made between the board and the department before the effective date of the amendatory ordinance, unless the board determines at the written concurrence of the department that no such amendment of the contract is necessary. What contract are they talking about?
Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
That's the mandatory cooperative agreement with the Department of Taxation for the distribution of the
For the actual
collected
collection and
taxes.
dispute. Okay, so it wasn't them as a department. There's no contractual piece with you all. It's just on the reporting part. Thank you. I had read that 3 times and I couldn't figure out what the heck it was saying.
I'm glad you clarified it.
Thank you.
Unless I have any further commissioners, which I don't, That's good. We're moving on to item 57. That completes item number 56. Moving on, Mr. Burnett, item number 50. We will accept that report. Moving on, Mr. Burnett, item number 57.
Item 57 is to conduct a public hearing and approve, adopt, and authorize chairman to sign an ordinance to amend Chapter 4.18 of Clark County Code to enact an additional sales tax for the purpose of funding more police officers for crime prevention in local resort corridors and elsewhere in the cities and unincorporated areas of Clark County, and providing for other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. This time I do not need a presentation. We already did the presentation as the last public hearing. I'm going to open up the public hearing on item number 57. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 57, which would be the implementation of AB1, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Anyone wishing to speak during this public hearing? Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 57, turn this over to the board. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
I'm not going to let you off that easy, Mr. Chairman. So there's a couple things that I want to say that I didn't, because I really do believe that the implementation plan is good. But I'm going to tell you, I did 2 10-hour ride-alongs the last weekend. And I'm going to tell you that there's a lot of things that we don't see from this side that our officers and our dispatchers and our civilians do. And I will tell you, whether it's the briefing that starts at 2:30 or it's the last call that comes in at 11:30 as the shift is crossing over. I went on very different sides of town, one on the northeast, one on the northwest, and it is very different on what we run across. So I just want, and for me, the reason I did it twofold. One is I'm working super hard to educate the residents of District B on what jobs they do, whether it was the mental health folks that we addressed on one side of town, or it was the commercial robbery on another side of town, or it was just the traffic in general, being able to get from one side of town to the other. And whether it was on the northwest side, where we seen that the officers were getting an abundance of different type of calls that we didn't see on the northeast, just within those 2 24-hour period, we really do need to take our hats off to our men and women that are out there every single day, that get a call, don't know what they're faced, what are they walking into, whether it's domestic violence today or whether it's somebody's child that they can't get a handle on. They see it all. And I just want to make sure that people understand, whether it's our dispatchers that are on the phone, that are very calm through the entire process, who are typing in exactly what's going on to try and give the officers as much information as possible to ensure that they're getting that correct information. And I just think that I encourage anybody to not do it for a 1-hour shift, not do it for a 2-hour shift, but do it for the entire shift, from the briefing in the beginning to the debriefing in the end. And I am going to do Mesquite in North Las Vegas, and I have done them many times before, because I think it's important that we as elected officials understand the boots on the ground and the folks are having to deal with. And, you know, I want to debunk some of the comments from NPRI, and I'm going to tell you why. I was there in 2005. I was probably the biggest critic, and I can tell you there's not a lot of you, except for maybe Chuck and I, that were there at the time, or Tom Roberts. Where are you? The rest of them, there wasn't a lot of folks in this room today that were even there back then on what the discussion was. And there was a lot of discussion, and it was never about 13 officers at one time. It was about 1,300 officers over a period of time. And I think if we look back then, North Las Vegas was only going to get 50 officers total for the entire 20-year period, right? Boulder City was going to get 16 for the entire 20-year period. And I will tell you, as much as you want to criticize them saving that money, that is exactly what we, the legislature, told them to do. What happens when the sunset goes away? Do we lay off 1,000 officers tomorrow, and then what do? Right? So we, the legislature, and I own it, we told them to have a plan so in case that sunset went away, that public safety did not go away, right? So I own that, and proudly, because we asked them to save it because we don't know where folks are today and we don't know what we're dealing with. Two, it was always about equipment, and I was probably the toughest person on the equipment when it came to the office, to the cars, right? Metro paid, back then, $19,000 per car. North Las Vegas paid $24,000. Remember, Chris? And we said, what's the difference? Why can't we just have the one same thing? So we had very detailed, and I'm not lecturing you, Sheriff, but I just want the record to be clear, and you don't even got to answer anything, but I want the record to be clear because I have been there since day one. I was boots on the ground in 1999 when we worked in North Las Vegas to even get officers back then, and I want the record to be clear because when I'm not here in 20 years, then somebody else can go back and get the minutes, and the entire minutes, not a portion of the minutes. So I also want to say that we did talk back then, and we did stay on top of them. There is not one session since this was implemented in 2005 that has not been back before the legislature for any reason, whether it was, this report's not quite working out for us. We're not seeing what we have. The economy tanked. Now what do? We can't hire any officers because there's no money coming in whatsoever. The population has changed. I am thankful that it's over, right? So that we can now make our choices and have a plan, and we can implement a plan, and we can stay on top of it. There are a couple more things within this report that I want to debunk, and I wasn't going to say anything, but since you started it, I want to clear it up. So, in the...
Okay, is there a question in there for the sheriff?
No, there's
okay,
not, but I
okay.
want to clarify the record. So, there's not a question for the
If
sheriff.
I can interrupt, Commissioner, and I'll sit back
No, I'm
down.
on a roll now, because
Yeah, that's what... The momentum, we're trying to slow the momentum just a little. Go ahead, Sheriff.
I just want to speak real quickly to the sunset point. You alluded that the intent was, to supplement those police officers so we didn't have to lay them all off at the end of the sunset. Well, when we lifted the supplanting language, I believe it was in 2009, we moved officers from the general fund into the more cops, and subsequently it is now operating at a $11 million year-over-year deficit. So by proximity and math, in 10 years, that $100+ million in fund balance will not be there. So it's even more important to clarify that because it's constantly brought to my attention and everybody else in this room's attention that you have $100 million, why don't you hire off of that? Well, it's arbitrary, it's encumbered, it's going to be zero in a matter of 10 years. So I just think it's important for the public to understand.
Thank you, Sheriff. Continue, Commissioner.
Now you lost my adrenaline here.
No.
But I just want to say that we have constantly had to make adjustments and not actually because of things that have transpired through this process. So at least for me, I'm going to tell you that not one constituent in my district, and I might get 5 after this, have told me that public safety was not their number one concern. And I think that we couldn't do it without the officers and the dispatchers all the way down. So whether it was the 2 hours that we spent on DUIs, whether it was the 45 minutes on mental health issues, we as a community have to embrace this, and we have to give them the tools that they need in order to ensure that everybody benefits from the public safety. So I have no problem supporting this. I've been consistent since 2004, and I think that we have one of the finest public safety components, and quite frankly, across the nation, because we have the community policing components. We have the, I don't know, I went to 2 different substations, and everybody has their own thing that they do in the community for their area. So we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the good stuff. We continually try to beat folks up. So I want my constituents to know that, you know, I'm there to ensure that they understand what tough jobs they have and how they're going to make their life better. So no question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
But thank you.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Yeah, that's okay. We had this discussion in '05. It was Marilyn, David Parks, and myself that actually were the co-chairs that passed the More Cops, and we felt it was absolutely important and critical at that time. I have always felt that. I just don't like the funding source because of the regressiveness of the sales tax and the impact on jails, the trickle down that we get, the jails, the courts, and all those factors. And I just am looking at the Moody's report, and they've come out. I think Yolanda's warned us of this. We're at 0.02. Our property tax collection's actually down, and it's going to be in all of public sector. That really should be still the funding formula to assist our police and our fire and our school teachers in the long run. And so the legislature has to do, and we all need everybody in this room to go to them next session to say we need to fix that property tax, especially that cap on the commercial side. So, Sheriff, I'm going to surprise you here. Because there's no supplanting language, because my neighborhoods will not be subsidizing the strip with that 247 police officers will be dedicated to the community policing, because we can as a commission reconsider it whether I'm here or not. There'll be that next round within 3 years, and especially since it's not tied, with no disrespect to the stadium, for the impact of that part of it, and because this was the percentage that was in the original 2005 More Cops that I supported that expired last year. I plan on supporting this piece of legislation. Thank you for your men and women in service. They've done a great job, and I don't ever want my policies, in this case at least, it will on the stadium be different, but
Different item.
yeah, different item. And I really, because of it's deployed elsewhere, that gives me comfort for my constituents, because I share Northeast with Commissioner Weekly, Southeast. No, you don't have any of Southeast. I do have Southeast. I have downtown. I have Convention Center, and I have South Central. I have Nora 1. I have Nora 2. The work that your men and women do are phenomenal in our area. I want that to continue, and I think because there's a new attitude, and I appreciate your work and your officers' work, because it's been far more open than what I've seen in my 10 years here in the board. And so regardless, you didn't need my vote in the first place, but on this one, you gave me comfort, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do I have any further comments from the commissioners? Seeing none, do I have a motion? You learn how to do this after a while. You learn, you know. Do I have a motion? Commissioner Giuliani and Commissioner Brager move approval. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Congratulations, Sheriff.
I want to thank everybody for that, and especially you, Commissioner Giuliani. But more importantly, I want to thank Don Burnett. It's my understanding it's his last hearing today, right?
Yes, it is.
Well, it's not called a hearing, it's a meeting. So I appreciate all your effort, Don, and thank you very much. So,
thank you, Sheriff.
Mr. Chairman, while the sheriff's still here.
Well, the sheriff's here. Let's move on to 65.
Let's move 65 forward and hear it at this time. 65 is to delete bill draft request 22-435 relating to the funding of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department from the list of approved bill draft requests for the 2017 legislative session. And I think we have the bill draft request we can distribute to it. This item, of course, was requested by Commissioners Sisolak and Brown.
Okay, if I could ask the audience to hold it down just a little bit. Commissioner Brown, you want to go first? You want me to? I can go. It doesn't matter. This item is a result of Commissioner Brown and I had originally asked for this as it related to funding on the city and the county, and particularly I felt that the Strip was underrepresented, which is our lifeline to provide safety for our public when those tourists are in town here. And Sheriff, through the SNTIC, through your testimony at the legislature, through numerous conversations you and I have had privately, and I know you've had at the industry, your commitment to transferring more officers. I think you've already moved 68 over there. We're going to move more as a result of this increase. So we're going to have a significant increase in presence on the resort corridor as a result of these increases. So I, along with Commissioner Brown, were in favor of removing this bill draft request. So Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to delete BDR request 22436.
Do we have any discussion on that? Seeing none, please cast your votes. That motion passes.
Thank you.
You had a good day today, Sheriff.
Yep.
Returning to your public hearing section, item number 58 is to conduct a public hearing, approve, adopt, and authorize chairman to sign an ordinance to amend Title 4, Chapter 4.08 of the Clark County Code by amending sections 4.08.005 and 010 regarding an increase in the combined transient lodging tax rates, adding section 4.08.033 to impose an additional tax on transient lodging establishments in the county, and including the incorporated cities, amending sections 4.08.040 and 075 to update for the new tax, adding section 4.08.130 to provide a schedule of transient lodging tax rates, and providing for other matters properly related thereto. And Mr. Chairman, before you open up the public hearing, I believe Mr. Tarr or Ms. Miller have a very minor correction regarding the proposed ordinance that needs to be read into the record.
Commissioners, thank you. Item 58, simply, and I have a handout for you, and I'll put some at the back on the counter if any from the audience wants to take a look. But quite simply, the combined rate for the city of Las Vegas is off by 1%, and what is listed in the backup is 1% high. So that is the change we have for you today.
Okay. Ms. Miller, and I need your help on this one a little bit. Before I open the public hearing on item number 58, I am not going to take presentations on this one, since my understanding through Ms. Miller, we're here simply to address SB 1. We're not here to talk about the Raiders, the need for a stadium, the need for a convention center, Mr. Adelson, Mr. Rollencotter, or any other people that were mentioned in all the previous hearings. We're here simply to discuss the implementation of SB 1 and the room tax. Am I correct?
Of just those provisions of SB 1 that direct the county commission to adopt an ordinance providing for room tax for both the stadium and the LBCVA project.
So that is what the public hearing is for, is to address the provision to that the county shall impose the room tax increases. So the first thing I'm going to do on this one is open a public hearing. Anyone wishing to testify or speak on item number 58, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. You kidding? Okay, see. Okay.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Howard Watts III. I live in Commission District E. I testified at the legislature on SB 1 and expressed some different concerns about it. Since these are bundled together, I am speaking in opposition to it. I think that the two issues should have never been put together. I'm also perplexed that the state, instead of just implementing this, has essentially mandated that the commission has to vote a certain way. I think there should be, debate and public consideration and consideration of the measure by the commission without being bound to an outcome. Specifically, I said this at the legislature, I support the expansion of the convention center wholeheartedly. I'm very concerned about the proposed stadium, the financial impacts that it can have to the county, to the state. I'm concerned about the impacts specifically to the county's room tax revenues in the future, which are essentially going to be capped while the county's population and expenses continue to grow. So, I'm going to keep this brief. I think there are some other people that are going to speak, but I just want to make that clear that, I wish that these items were not put together and could be considered separately, because I believe they are two very separate issues with separate implications. But because they are, I'm opposed, and Like I said, I wish that you had the opportunity to really fully deliberate and consider these items without essentially having your hands tied by the actions of the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, Marco Henry, Henry. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. I'm also now a resident of the Stadium District, over which I had no control or say, that my property was put into that district. And I'll explain shortly why that should concern everyone who lives within a 25-mile radius of this building. I'm going to start with somewhat of an admission that I don't often make in polite company. I used to work on Wall Street. That used to be a cool thing, until I realized it has pretty big issues, and I left. But it left me with the ability to look at a financing deal and see the problems in it. And this is what I'd like to put before the Commission for their consideration. The Southern Nevada Tourist Infrastructure Committee made the assumption that this financial plan required 451,000 additional new visitors to Las Vegas in order to make this plan financially viable. It amazes me that here, only 8 years past the Great Recession, we've forgotten what can go wrong in an industry, tourism, that is very, very dependent upon the general state of the economy. We're now 8 years past the beginning of that depression. Generally, recessions come every 10 to 12 years. So just as this stadium's going to be coming online, it's about the time we're probably due to hit a recession. Now, maybe it won't be as bad as 2008, but I look back at the numbers on visitors. In 2007, when we hit our peak before we started having the effects of the recession, in the succeeding 4 years, we lost 6 million visitors from the peak that happened in 2007 before the recession. So I point that out because over that 4-year period, if that were to repeat, we need to generate 1.8 million new visitors in a scenario where we could be losing 6 million visitors. We could be a net shortfall of nearly 8 million visitors if we had anything resembling 08 repeat here in Clark County. What happens then to the bonds? Well, we've been told by the legislature that we are now on the hook. We, Clark County, are now on the hook for these bonds. If we don't have the money because we have another recession and a downfall in visitors, where's that money going to come from? The only solution, the only place it can come from is property taxes or sales taxes. So at exactly the same time when a recession hits, when people are losing their jobs, when their property values are being impacted, this body will be forced to raise sales taxes or property taxes to make up the shortfall. Every single person living within a 25-mile radius of this building has now effectively had a second mortgage put on their home, with very little say in the matter. Short version, I would ask this body to delay their consideration of this issue while there's more public comment and input about whether we actually even have to implement this mandate from the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you for comments. Mr. Bowler, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. For the record, Jack Mallory, representing Painters and Allied Trades District Council 15. I realize that the item in front of you today is the mechanisms for and implementation of a modification of the room tax. And the purpose of the room tax has always been and was in its implementation years ago intended solely for tourism. We approve and appreciate and support this implementation and this increase in the room tax because it is in fact going for tourism. Just a couple of points of information. The way that the agenda reads, it looks like this issue is being taken as two separate issues. Whether it's the necessary changes to the ordinances to do the implementation and the tax as a separate issue is unclear, or whether the quote-unquote stadium and the convention center being taken as two separate issues is kind of a moot point. The issue of what it's funding was debated by the legislature. The public had opportunity to weigh in, whether it was in writing or in person, either in Carson City or at the Grant Sawyer Building. We believe that it is an important thing for you as a body to move forward with this, and we fully support and hope that you do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is John Delabose. I'm speaking in opposition to this measure, and first of all, I would like to extend my empathy to you folks for having your hands tied like this. This is ridiculous, but that's a separate issue. I do not see the wisdom in approaching this situation the way we are. I think it was unfortunate that it appeared this special session was successful in ramrodding this through and getting it down here as soon as possible. I don't think that the amount of deliberation given to this significant encumbrance to our county was judicially prudent on the part of the state. I also don't think that what we're about to undertake is well informed. I realize it's a wonderful thing to have everybody think about how great it would be to have this wonderful venue, and we all in Las Vegas like to look at these fantastic buildings erected and how great it makes us all feel. But I think there's a greater issue here, and that's exactly how this feeling is going to be spread about amongst your constituents and all of us. And I don't see that being equitable. Marco Henry's points were well taken about the frequency of recessions. I'm not a pessimist by any means. I just am basing my commentary on history, and it's a relatively well-documented history. I do feel that we should not turn our eyes against a stadium. I just don't think that this is the right way to do this. And I don't think that those of you who really look in your hearts and look at this are real happy about this either. And I think it's a shame that you've been put in this position, and I would respectfully request you to vote against it so that you can show you aren't going to be put in this position, because it's ridiculous to have that happen to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Magnus, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Annette Magnus, for the record. I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress, and we are opposed to this measure. We went to the legislature and talked quite a bit about why we oppose this measure, because we believe that the public wasn't given enough time. We had to fight for every minute of time we got at the legislature for the public to actually participate in this measure. And now, once again, we are having this rammed through and basically shoved down our throats as the public, and we are opposed to that. We want transparency in our government. We want to know that our elected officials are listening to us, and we want them to know that the public is opposed to this. We don't want a stadium. And look, I'm the biggest football fan you'll find. I love my Broncos. But at the end of the day, this isn't in the best interest of the public. And that's what we have to look at on this measure. You know, there were significant issues with the bill as it was proposed at the legislature, and we went through section by section with legislators to talk to them about those issues, because whether it was transparency or making it harder for the government to participate in this process, those are the things that we are adamantly opposed to. You know, we also want to make sure that we are doing this in a way that's smart for our economy and moves our economy forward at the end of the day. And I just don't think this was the right way to do this. You know, we believe in the convention center. I think it's so important to make sure that our economy is moving forward with that convention center. And I want my union brothers and sisters to have those jobs. And I want them to be able to have jobs in the future. But this bill is not the way to do that, and that's what we're opposed to. So please vote no on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Maria Teresa Lieberman, for the record, and I want to echo Ms. Magnus's remarks that us at Battleborn Progress are opposed to this, especially the bundling of all of these things together. It's a bad idea. This experts on the issue of public financing of stadiums have come out and said that it's a bad idea. It's bad anywhere, even if it's Las Vegas. This is bad for our economy. And it was not a transparent process at the legislature during the special session. We didn't get to see any opposing views. We just saw the propaganda for it. And I would hope that the commission doesn't bound itself to what the state did. We hope that you guys have a transparent process to this and really take a look at what the impacts of this is going to be to Clark County and to the people that live in it for the long term, not the short term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Verna Mandis for the record. I also did speak out during the special session in opposition towards the stadium. There was a senator there that said that he's sick and tired of hearing us talking about the cliche of education, and that really frustrated me in a state that we rank like 49th out of the entire country in education. We do definitely need to be investing in other things more. I live off of Arville, and the streets on Arville are absolutely horrendous, and it's right in front of a magnet school that I also went to called Clark High School. I feel like if we want to talk about jobs and building our infrastructure, we need to focus on our roads and focus on building schools. It's great if we have a stadium here, but let's talk about doing that later on in the road. Let's talk now about the issues that Nevadans face every day. Like I said, we need schools, we need roads, and we need to take care of our people here that have mental health issues. Address all that first, and then let's talk about investing $750 million into a stadium. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Willoughby, and I am here to speak in opposition to this deal. I spoke during the legislative session on this as well, and I would urge the commission today to consider the last great promise that was made to this state in a special session, that being Faraday, that we're learning today has now ceased construction. That was a bamboozle. This is a bamboozle. There's a reason why it was done in special session and why it couldn't wait until the full legislative session coming in the new year. That continues with deciding to keep this bundled together when we have issues that we clearly all agree on here, except for the folks from NPRI, sorry, such as more cops on the street, to attempt to ramrod this down the throats of Clark County residents on the backs of something like that we do truly need is definitely appalling. And I would ask that the commission think about that and think about the future of this community before we sign on to another bad deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Courtney Kravitz. I also testified at the legislative session against this bill. It's amazing that everyone was able to find $750 million to go to a stadium, but can't seem to fix our deteriorating education system here. As a young woman who's looking at having a family, it makes me really consider whether I want to even have kids here and have them raised and go to be a part of this education system if our lawmakers can't even put money into it, including our streets and mental health. And so I encourage you again to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Jose Rivera. I'm here to speak in opposition. Just the fact that we had a special session for the lack of a stadium is very telling. A lot of our politicians don't have the public's interest in mind when they're writing some of this legislation. We have so many budget shortfalls here in the state of Nevada, and we never have a special session to kind of create remedies for some of those budget shortfalls. But once we have this NFL team wanting to come to Las Vegas, we think it's a good idea to have a special session close to an election, close to the holidays, when nobody's paying attention. And that's why I'm here to speak in opposition. We do have better things to focus on, education being one of them. And pretty much every shortfall that the Nevada budget has, we never try to create remedies for those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Stanley Warning.
Good morning, Chairman, County Commissioners. William Stanley for the record. I represent the Southern Nevada Building Construction Trades Council and their 25,000 members. I'm here today to speak about SB 1 and our support for the construction of both the Convention Center, the expansion of the Convention Center, I should say, and the construction of the proposed Raider Stadium and or the construction of a stadium for the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. For me personally, being an alumnus from UNLV, the Raiders are just a little cherry on top of the sundae. We have always wanted a stadium on campus. This is as close as we've seen for some time, and for that, for personal reasons, I support that. But on behalf of the Southern Nevada Building Trades Council, you know, this SB1 was put together in such a way that I believe that the public is protected in that with the creation of the Stadium Authority Board and much of the conversation that happened during the Southern Nevada Infrastructure Committee meeting about the construction of that infrastructure, or that committee, and those individuals that were proposed to serve on it, being the professionals from the industry who will lead this charge to construct a stadium in such a way that transparency, that the taxpayer funding is looked after well, and so from that perspective, we believe that. Also in SB1, we believe is a very critical element, which was the community benefits agreement that was added in the legislature that will address underrepresented individuals who have not been properly represented in the construction industry. I can tell you that we have been working with other stakeholders within the building trades have been working with stakeholders trying to prepare individuals to enter the construction trades, enter the apprenticeship program, and I can tell you that I'm very much pleased with the fact that both of these both the convention center and the stadium, there has been an agreement about the way that they will be constructed, and they will be constructed with agreements that are supported by the Building Construction Trades Council, and for that we are grateful, and that we believe that it will help put folks to work who have been unemployed for a very, very long time. It was said during the legislature, and I think it bodes repeating here, that we have many of our trade council affiliates today, the iron workers come to mind, have 75% of their members still unemployed in this valley. We have to find a way to put these folks back to work. They have families to feed, they have house payments to make, car payments to make, and we need to find a way. And so for that, Commissioner, I thank you for the work that you did on the Infrastructure Committee, and I thank the rest of you for your consideration for the Building Construction Trades. We support this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, I got to ask you to please, I've got to ask you to please not applaud or catcall during comments. I want to be respectful of everybody's comments, everyone that spoke. Anyone else wishing to testify during the public hearing? Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Now turn this over to the board. Who wants to start? Commissioner Brown, well, go ahead.
I was going to make a motion, but
go ahead, make a motion, and then we'll take commissioner comments.
I would move for the approval and adoption.
Okay, comments. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. First of all, for anybody's public edification, I have item 59, which is the Convention Authority expansion and remodel, because I felt that it was appropriate to have the two items split so that those who wanted to vote for a stadium could have that, and those that didn't could at least support the LVCDA. But just like what happened in the legislature, my chair will not split the two issues. I did not want to make my colleagues have to vote on whether to do that. I don't want to put you into that kind of a position. That said, I have concerns about this continuing, not the issue of whether a stadium is built here or not. It's about the bill itself. So I do have still some questions that have not been answered, and they go as follows. First of all, the entire Stadium Authority Board, which we're appointing today, is made up of unelecteds. Because they drafted this as a and Marianne, I just want to make it clear, it could have been split. There was no reason for us. Unlike the legislature who played a political game, correct? We could have split our piece.
I couldn't find anything in the legislation that would prohibit that.
Correct. Thank you. So the unelecteds are completely not accountable to anybody. With no disrespect to whoever we appoint today, there's no feedback for the public. But the way they set up this legislation is it becomes a quasi-public body which exempts them from paying the property tax if and when they ever build this, which then takes funding away from schools, police, fire, and everything else. If the authority is sued in this, who actually pays? And I believe it's section, because it says it has the authority to be sued to sue and be sued. And who's on the hook then? Because there's a $2 million operating budget for them, but that wouldn't be enough to come out of a lawsuit. And it doesn't speak to it that I can find? Does anybody have an answer on that part?
The question of can they be sued?
They can be sued. They can be
Anybody
sued.
can be sued, any entity.
I'm trying to find out who pays if they lose a suit. Who is on the hook for anything along those lines?
Well, my understanding is the stadium authority would be responsible for defending themselves in light of any action if the stadium authority was sued.
Using what money?
The-
Again, the $750 million?
To defend themselves?
Yeah.
Yes, so my understanding would come out of their operating budget, which is included in the $750 million.
Okay, so yeah, the operating budget right now is up to $2 million, but that's not going to cover a potential lawsuit, okay? So once again, the consumer's on the hook. They also are allowed to do condemnation. So that was not ever discussed, but that's a scary issue if an unelected, unaccountable board can condemn people's private or personal property. And I don't know that anybody looked at that part of it. Section 29, Marianne says, it says shall in one section and then goes to may in the second one, and I'm trying to figure out what the procedure would be. Here, let me find that one. Oh, that's 29.5, sorry. On sub A, or sub 1, the stadium authority shall negotiate, and may enter into a development agreement. And it was held out for quite a while that the development agreement would be able to protect people and the construction folks, and maybe they could get hiring standards in that development, whatever. But this one now says shall negotiate, but may enter into a development agreement. I'm not sure how those two go hand in glove. Who do they negotiate with if they don't have to do a development agreement?
My understanding is, if you correct me, Marianne, there has to be a development agreement for the project, which will be negotiated with the county because the property is going to be in the county. Currently, there is not a development agreement in place because they have not yet selected a site to develop.
They haven't selected a site. They haven't selected a developer partner. They haven't selected anything at this point.
That is all correct.
But it does say the stadium authority shall negotiate and may enter into development. I was under the same understanding that you were, that a development agreement was required, but this now changed somehow.
No, the county is requiring, my understanding, a development agreement of the stadium being built, which will be negotiated with the developer partner stadium authority.
And when is the county doing that? Where did that
Well, they
conversation?
have, my understanding is they have to ask for it, and they haven't asked because, best of my understanding, I don't know if I've got anybody here from, they have not picked the site yet. So they can't have a development agreement until the site to develop is selected. And to have staff jump in if I'm off base on any of these arguments, but that's how it's been explained to me.
Well, all of that's true. We don't have a stadium authority
Right.
yet, so.
There's 4 people been appointed to the
I'm
stadium
just saying
authority
that
this
it's
way.
not mandatory that they have to enter into a development agreement. And what you're
The
saying
county
is
mandates
the
a
county
development
will
agreement.
mandate it through its own ordinance.
Correct.
Separate from this. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay. They can also extend themselves for 18 months, even if say the Raiders don't vote to come here, there's a provision for shifting of the collection of those dollars, but they can also extend themselves for 18 months as an authority without any, I'm trying to understand that part, because say if UNLV, which is ridiculous that they put in legislation that a public university has to raise $200 million to qualify for any funding to build their stadium, but a private sector doesn't have to raise crap. That said, if the Raiders don't come and UNLV doesn't raise the $200 million, what happens to that? Can they just continue to extend themselves as an
No,
authority?
the money at
board?
that point, after the 18 months, would be used to defease the bonds on the Convention Visitors Authority that we're going to be
A
selling.
portion of that rolls over to that, but I'm just saying the Stadium Authority Board, because I think it's a 6-7 vote to get rid of themselves or something along those lines.
Well, it's my understanding that the Stadium Authority would become obsolete if there were no use for the Stadium Authority, but the funds collected pursuant to the .88 or the .5, which would go to,
Goes
would
to the
then,
convention
then it would be reduced. I don't have the numbers in front of me. It would be reduced if it went to UNLV. If UNLV couldn't use the money would be transferred to the Convention and the Visitors Authority, be used to defease their bonds.
That's the way I understood it. as
That's
well.
correct.
Okay. So, but I'm still concerned about, will the Stadium Authority, there's a little wiggle room on how they can actually dissolve themselves. And so if somebody doesn't want to, they don't have to have a majority vote. It's a higher standard for them to be able to go away. it also speaks to making an adequate, okay, section 29 again in F, and I raised this during my testimony in the legislature. It says state that any and all development and construction cost overruns for the development and construction of the project must be the sole responsibility of the developer partner. And that was used to say, oh, there's no problem for infrastructure, except that the cost overrun must not be the responsibility of the developer partner if the overrun is caused by a change in development or construction mandated by the Stadium Authority Board after the execution of the development agreement, other than a change in development or construction of the execution of the development agreement that is tied to a building code without limitation of building safety. To me, that's a loophole in the language that the cost factor could come back onto the county, because the Stadium Authority Board could make changes if they're not related to building or building code and it wasn't addressed in the development agreement, then we're on the hook for that cost. So I just think people need to be aware that there are some other factors that may come into play that put us on the hook in the long run. Then it goes into, and it was on the news again today, so the midnight or the 1 o'clock in the morning when they got Rudy Malfadon out of bed to come in and talk about the $899 million in potential infrastructure for roads and such, saying, oh no, there's no fiscal note, there's no fiscal note. Well, there is now a fiscal note, and it's $899 million, and the conversation was that they may have to reshift or readjust Southern Nevada's building program, which is something that we have to take a look at as RTC, because the state, now the governor did say that he might slow that down a bit, but it just bothers me that the public was lied to, as well as the legislators, that there was a fiscal note in the first place, and now we're seeing it a month later, or the day we're voting on it, it actually comes back up again. I mentioned about UNLV having to be stuck, having to raise money in order to qualify. Section 30 about confidentiality, again, it leaves, it's more than proprietary language. It can allow for confidentiality to be declared by the Stadium Authority for these people that bid or want to do business for us. There's also no public benefit to the public. The PSLs go to the NFL, and they're not really putting up $500 million because they'll recapture all that back. There's no naming rights. There's no actual dollar benefit to the public in the long run. And I think any kind of legislation should always make sure that there is an opportunity for the public to benefit from this rather than being on the hook for 33 years before they pay off the bond. It does say in here that the authority should anticipate some maintenance in their plans, so that hopefully there isn't another rate increase that comes into play, because you have to maintain a facility if it actually winds up getting built, and so that could be another potential boondoggle for the general public. It does, another big factor was why they went with GO bonds versus revenue bonds. GO bonds put the public on the hook, revenue bonds put the purchaser or the leaseor or whoever the owner of that property is on the hook. So that was another factor. I'm curious what they're going to spend $2 million on a year as a stadium authority, but I guess it's a moot point because everybody's going to go ahead and vote for this but me. We're not supposed to issue general obligation bonds unless the board makes a finding, though, this board. The requirements of subsection 1 have been satisfied, and the payments of the cost of construction from the NFL project will be made over time by both the stadium authority and the developer partner in accordance with subsection 2. And Steve, you may want to answer this since you've been answering for Mary Ann. In that section, what exactly, so what's the anticipated period of time for the National Football League to contribute?
What?
I'm sorry, I'm section sub 2.
I'll answer for Mary Ann, so
okay.
Go ahead.
Section 36. Subsection 3, A and B, which is on page 34 of the bill, if you want to help out a little bit more.
36 subsection, okay.
So is the issue, to me, that's the $500 million, because that's what NFL is supposed to be putting up, but it sounds like there's a length of time that they allow them. Is that because they allow them to collect the PSL, and they don't have to actually pay anything out of pocket until it's open?
There's 3 different contribution sources. There's a contribution source from the developer. There's a contribution source from the largest tenant, which would be the Raiders. There's a public contribution source, which would be the transit lodging fee, room tax, right. My understanding is that if the Raiders percentage, the Raiders money, is going to come from an NFL loan and PSLs, which they are responsible for selling. If they do not sell them, that money is borne either by the Raiders or the developer partner. It is not shifted over to the public.
Yeah, that part I did know, but it's bothersome that the public's still on the first payor. I know that Mr. Adelson would put up the first 100 million, I believe, is how it was worded.
It's more
in
than
there.
that.
It said that, then up to 650 is what he has pledged.
My understanding is he has to put up, I don't know if we said 100 or we negotiated 150, but that's in addition to the land. He has to put that up. So he is responsible for those two before one dime of public money is expended.
And yeah, again, the public's on the hook. And 750 million is the single largest public subsidy in the United States for a public stadium. The average is $262 million, and so it just seems ironic to me that we're moving towards a transient tax that will tax my people on Boulder Highway that are, barely can afford an apartment, but I couldn't segregate them, and I do appreciate Yolanda seeing if I could have pulled them out somehow. And several of us have constituents that live in the shorter-term transient lodging who will be paying for a billionaire stadium, but barely making their own rent. In addition to that, there are, it seems like the Campus Improvement Authority, no, I know what it is. Under the Convention Authority portion, there will now be an oversight committee overseeing the Convention Authority for the expansion. Is that correct?
Give me that one more time.
That's okay. There's an oversight committee for the LVCVA.
Correct.
Okay, and how will they interface with Commissioner Weekly and the board that exists currently?
My understanding is that oversight committee, which could be overruled or basically provide a recommendation to the LVCVA, will be appointed. We have to come up with a list, which is going to be the governor's office. My understanding in talking to them is going to request that we have to provide a list to the governor's office, and he's going to appoint the people to that oversight committee. That oversight committee will work in conjunction with the LVCVA staff, will basically oversee the management of the construction and make recommendations that relates to construction, which will then go to the LVCVA, which has ultimate authority. Have I got that right? The heads are nodding.
Rossi's nodding, yes, yeah. Okay, all right. That gives me a little more comfort, but
I'm answering for Rossi on that one.
No, I appreciate that. It's just bothersome to me that if somebody challenged or questioned their budget or however they're doing that, somewhat insulting to the current authority board, in my opinion, to put in secondary oversight, but I know you had to sign off on that deal to get the deal, so that's politics in Vegas.
No, you're talking for Rossi.
I know, I talked to Rossi on that part of it. All right, now, I probably haven't touched everything that I've tried to go through, but I could read the handwriting on the wall as far as what's going to happen today. I just think that for the public benefit, that we should have split the two issues, allow people to vote their conscience that want to do, and not done it the way the legislature did it. I do feel that I want our working men and women to go to work, that the Convention Authority, if it hadn't been killed by the same players that are there now supporting this, last session you'd already be back to work as laborers and as well as my union friends. That's the unfortunate part of it. And so now 2 years later, you were delayed. Be careful what you ask for, because what's in writing does not have to be followed. And I don't want men and women set up for failure or hope, or I know how hard it is about I know how our people were hit as far as that's concerned. But there's a public policy issue here. And I know we're not supposed to be able to talk about it, but when on the same night that they're debating whether or not to do a public subsidy for $750 million, the report came out that right now K-12 is $400 million short and projected to be $800 million, and there's a $2.8 billion need. And that's not important enough to have to come together on. So, just deep respect for folks. Look at the Moody's. Listen to the hearing yesterday on the Economic Forum, because there are some really, really bad issues that are out there that are going to affect this state and the financing. Faraday's a good example of that. I know you tried to put in as many, at least in that, you had how many suppliers? You had escrow accounts. You had factors that actually protected the public as well as the working men and women. None of that wound up in this legislation. So just, in the long run, I want the Convention Authority. I don't support public financing of a stadium, period. Economically, it does not benefit the community. It actually, if you look at the studies from many professors around the state, it actually hurts people. If it had been located at Cashman Field, that might be the only place where it actually could have done an economic development piece that comes into play. That said, Mr. Brown, I'm done, so go ahead.
Now I'm going to get the mayor calling me after that comment. So. Ms. Miller,
Mr.
I'm not
Chairman.
going to speak for you this time. I'm going to let you speak for yourself.
Speaking of statutory requirements, I have to ask that we amend the definition of primary gaming corridor on subsection 16 of section 1, because SB 1 does require that the ordinance provide that any parcel, building, or other structure located partially within the primary gaming corridor is deemed to be wholly within the primary gaming corridor. So I'd ask that that sentence be added to definition set forth in 16.
Would the maker of the motion accept that or make that amendment?
I shall.
Okay. Do we have any further comments? I'm going to start on this end. Commissioner Scow.
Thank you. And I appreciate Commissioner Jean Kiliani's list of questions. And I'm sure we've all had questions as this has gone through the legislative session. And I agree. I feel very that I'm not able to respond to my constituents as I would want because I am bound by what the state has told us we have to do. We're unfortunately a Dillon's law state, Dillon's rule state, so unless the state tells us we can do something, we can't do it. So, abiding by the spirit of the law, I do vote for this, but I have many concerns, as Commissioner G. Your list was very good. We don't want the taxpayers on the hook for anything from the stadium. And hopefully, I know there is a fund built in. Commissioner Sisolak, how long does that cover? I can't remember.
My understanding, and I'll address that, Commissioner Brown had just asked me the same question about the taxpayer being protected. The SNTIC committee spent an extensive amount of time addressing the concern to protect the taxpayer as best we possibly could, and I felt it was adequate. What we've done, coming out of the waterfall, it's initially going to be bonded for. 1 year's full of reserve will be bonded, and then there will be the reserve that's set aside out of the waterfall would fund another 2 years worth of debt service payments, which the study showed that in the worst downturn of the recession that we went through in the 2008, 2009, 2010 recession, those revenues that would have been collected at that time would have been more than sufficient to pay those bonds, service those bonds without touching those reserves. So we did look at that. We looked at establishing a reserve that is more than sufficient, we felt, to cover that debt service payment, and gave comfort to the committee that the taxpayer would not be on the hook for those potential debt service. When you talk about, and believe me, we spent hours, and I commend the SNTAC for doing it, hours and hours on this. You know, we looked at the public benefit of this is approximately, my understanding it was a conservative estimate from Applied Analysis, Mr. Guerrero, of $35 million worth of additional tax revenue, the delta in tax revenue that's going to come from the result of the stadium being established, which would include the employee tax, the sales tax, all those sort of things, live entertainment tax that would be associated with other events at the stadium, that the state and the county would get those benefits from the construction and implementation of the stadium and the Raiders. That was the discussion.
One other question, where does the money come from that goes into that reserve fund?
Okay, the reserve fund? The money comes in, my understanding is, and I wish I could have had Jeremy here, was the coverage ratio 1.5?
Yes.
It was a little more. The coverage ratio is a minimum of a 1.5, which means if you need $100 to service the debt, we are collecting at least $150 to service the debt. So we service the debt with the first $100. The $50 is used to fund a bunch of other things. There's a whole list of them that's in the bill, including the debt service reserve, a payment to UNLV, various things that are included in there. So that comes from the overage or the pay-as-you-go type money that we're doing.
So it's actually from the room tax?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, well, this does put us in a difficult spot. We really don't have any choice, but I think we all have concerns.
Okay. More questions going this way. None. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you, and thank you for raising that issue about in my 26 years politics, I have never seen a local government directed on how they had to vote. No one tells me how to vote, period. And Pete...
Okay, I'm going to ask you not to applaud, okay? I'm going to ask you...
Pete Goycochea stood on the floor because he wanted to support this, but he, as a local elected official, said, I had never seen this kind of language. And with no disrespect, Mayor Beth, it has nothing to do with the Dillon's rule. They didn't have the courage themselves to stand up and do it and take the hit for the largest tax increase in the state and dumped it on the county. And I just find that sad in the long run, not more than offensive, just sad. Because none of us, we're all independent. We argue, we're like a wonderfully dysfunctional family sometimes.
We are.
You know? And so it's just pitiful that is how they expect a local government to be run when they want to dump infrastructure costs onto us and everything else that comes into play. So it's sad that happened.
Okay, and Commissioner, without going too much into detail, this is not the first time that this has happened, that it was mandatory, that it came down here. Going back to, without going into great deal, 1997, an assembly person sponsored a bill that increased the room tax. It was a mandatory vote that was sent down to the county, and the you were the sponsor of that bill. I wasn't going to say that, but you were the sponsor.
That was the one I negotiated
with.
Yes.
You stated that the room tax would be mandatory, and it had to be implemented by the county.
That
was in 1997.
Actually, I worked with, at that time, Manny Cortez and the Convention Authority Board, and they agreed to have the room tax segregated to do the school district bond rollover, which created construction jobs in this community for the last 20 years, paid for by public schools. So what the mandate was already previously negotiated with them, and Rossi knows that was it was Tom Skanke was your lobbyist, I think, at that point in time. And so, no, I didn't do it where this board had to enact it. It was done through the Convention Authority at that time. Thank you.
Okay, I'll let it go. But this is not the first time. This is not the first time that a room tax was mandated to be voted.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's the first time it's mandated that we had to vote for an ordinance. We shall enact. It's been may in the past, and that's the may for the more cops. This one, they made it a shall enact an ordinance. That is the difference, not the tax.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Brown.
I just wanted to double check on the motion as amended by the District Attorney's Office. These revisions on the tax ordinance that is in front of me, was that included in the original? Or do I need to amend it or add this into it?
Would you, just for clarity's sake, amend it to include Mr. Tarr's remarks on that?
Okay. So amended. And just a quick aside, Mr. Chairman, I know Commissioner G and I have spoken at length about infrastructure and the potential impact of this ordinance. But for those that spoke earlier, many of you in this room, for sure, were instrumental in the passing of Q5, separate from what's being discussed today. But that is specifically going to give this community 10 to 15 years or longer of infrastructure investment that goes right to some of the points made as far as roads and a far more safe mobility system throughout the valley. And a year ago, it wasn't given much chance. But again, many of you in this room and the outreach done by the business community and all the construction industry throughout Southern Nevada, it's one of those things that I don't think we really appreciate what was passed with Question 5, but the positive impact it's going to make throughout this community over the next couple decades and the jobs, the local jobs that it will create. I need to put that on the record and thank those that were involved. With that, I'll let my motion stand.
Thank you. Without any further comments, and I'm just going to address, we tried to keep this our process transparent. I know there were disputes. You can shake your head all you want, but we kept our process transparent. Nothing was ramrodded through. Nothing was shoved down anyone's throat. And I believe people were paying attention. That was brought up at the legislature. Everyone here had an opportunity to testify, and we took all the public testimony that was offered. So that being said, we have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing, hearing none, please cast your votes. That motion passes. Please, if I could ask you, no, thank you. If I could ask you to please refrain on to the next item is item number 59.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, with your adoption
I'm not
of
gonna
item
go ahead.
58, which includes the room tax increase for the convention center expansion, it appears to make item 59 moot. So unless you all feel differently, we can move on to your business
Does anyone
agenda.
feel differently? Okay. Seeing that someone doesn't want to say anything, we're moving on.
Move to the business
Belabor
portion
the
of your
point.
agenda. Item 60 is to identify emerging issues to be addressed by staff by the board at future meetings, receive updates on the activities of the various regional boards and commissions, and direct staff accordingly.
Could I ask IT to come on down? I've got another commissioner screen that's out of service. Emerging issues. I want to start on the end down. Who's got emerging issues? Let's start with Commissioner Kirkpatrick and then June Kiliani.
She made notes in our briefing that I had. Open seat. I've contacted the future congressman to make sure that he does do his resignation sometime so that we can move to consider that. The majority of that district's in mine, but I have a little bit of Mary Beth's and a little bit of others, but and a little bit of yours. And we can't act until the governor sends that, and he has to resign. I'm just hoping that anybody, whoever's recommended by us, has time to participate in the trainings and that part of it. So I'm hoping that we hear sooner rather than later, but I haven't heard back from Ruben. So.
I could address that one. I have spoken with the governor's office regarding this one about filling it. Senator Keewan needs to notify the governor's office before he can send us a letter, which would then come to us. My understanding, because Manager Burnett and future Manager King have explained to me there's an orientation thing going on, and I believe we could, if it's the will of the board, open up the application process because the vacancy is imminent. And then we will already have taken applications by the time he resigns, so that individual, he or she, might have some chance for training, if that's the will of the board.
I was going to ask that we consider that. We talked about that in our briefing, so at least we're prepared and we've got the names in so that when the resignation goes to the governor, then the governor can send the letter to us so we're not missing any more time.
Does anyone object to that? Seeing no one, could I direct staff to initiate the application process for the filling of that seat in anticipation of...
And I'll go a step further, Mr. Chairman. I would expect Mr. Keewan to not move forward with that until the election results get canvassed and certified. Of course, you all do that this Thursday. It's my understanding the Secretary of State does it, I believe, no later than the 22nd. Should that not happen, should we not get the letter, obviously there will not be an item that comes forward at your next meeting.
Okay. Other question?
So could we, in anticipation of our December 6th meeting, could we plan on placing an agenda item? We can always withdraw it. But that way we'll be positioned with the recruitment and an agenda item.
Of course, conditioned upon getting the letter from the governor's office regarding the vacancy, yes.
Okay. Anything else further down here? I just, as we're going down, I want to make one comment. We had quite a couple of us were at the Veterans Parade on Friday. Commissioner Weekly had what Commissioner Berger and I learned was I don't know, what was called, a live? We went live at the Veterans Parade on his phone. Somehow he went live, which was interesting. But the veterans did a great job with the parade. It's, I tell you what, it restores your faith when you see all the ROTC kids there marching and the great job that they're doing. So that was a great event that we were all at downtown for the Veterans Day Parade. And I think that's all I got. Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, both Commissioner Kirkpatrick and I serve on NACO, and we do have NACO in Pahrump starting today, actually. NACO kicks off, and we have all the county commissioners statewide who are convening in Pahrump, and I'll have an opportunity to participate on tomorrow as well. Also, too, I just wanted to give a shout out. I don't see her here. I don't believe she left, but Clark County School District, each cycle, they name schools. And although there was some disappointments from several of us here. I want to congratulate our Director of Aviation, Rosemary and Billy Faciliadis, for being named, to have a school named after them. I think that's extremely commendable. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I think I wanted to just, missing one here. I think that was the main one that I wanted to point out, was just to congratulate Rosemary Faciliadis. Yeah. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's it.
Any other public comments? Commissioner Brager. We're getting a little repair work done up here.
I know, it just absolutely
Right.
disappeared.
Any Commissioner Weekly too?
No, I think I'm okay.
He's
right
okay.
now. I think it came back on.
Only because we keep discussing stadiums and different things. I would like to see, and I didn't discuss with Commissioner Weekly yet, just because we are an LVCVA, just, I guess I'd like an update to know where are we with, because I haven't heard anything new on baseball fields or where they would go or what we're doing with Cashman Field, because if we're going to improve it or not improve it or where they're going, because I think the team even needs to know what's happening. I hear little snippets out there. So if we could get an update on where we are, what's happening, where we might be going along with LVCVA and the City of Las Vegas, because I still feel like it has to be a win-win for everyone. But I just would like to know what's happening with that.
Mr.
Commissioner-
Chair, just real briefly,
Chairman Weekly.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. At our last LVCVA board meeting and my discussion with Mr. Rossi Rollencotter, who just left the room here, we will have an update that's going to happen. And once we get that update, we'll make sure that we bring that back to the Board of County Commissioners as well, so that everybody here is thoroughly abreast of what's going on with that also. Mr. Chair, my light came back on here on my phone here. I wanted to just take this opportunity under my emergent issues to just say thank you once again, and we'll have an opportunity to do that on Thursday as we ratify our numbers. But as we approach Thanksgiving this time of the year, I just do want to say thank you to my staff who held my office down for me, but more importantly, on Monday, we'll have an opportunity to be a blessing to 300 families. We'll be working with Three Square and other community partners to provide Thanksgiving dinner to families out there. But to the residents of District D, thank you all so very much for your love and your support. And we appreciate y'all, and happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Another Commissioner Brager, back this way again.
Just quickly on an emerging issue, because I think my district is so unique. Whiskey Pete's had, which is out by the California border there, redoing a renovation. It was really pretty extraordinary what they've done and what they're doing with their rooms in this economic time of showing that we're moving forward and everything. So it was a big shout out to them. Great band. If anybody hasn't gone out there just for a maybe an in-town staycation, they've done a really great job in everything they've done out there. So it was a fun little night. Took my husband with me, and I'd actually never been there before. So very interesting.
Okay. Any other further issues? I want to add two more. That we're also doing a Thanksgiving event at Piero's, which they feed, I don't know how many thousand people. It's an incredible event for those of you who want to stop by on Thanksgiving. And also, a week from today, the hockey team will no longer be nameless in Las Vegas. They're having an event at the T-Mobile, for those of you who wish to attend, where the official name and logo and whatnot of the hockey team will be announced at T-Mobile next Tuesday. I don't know. I know there's a lot of anticipation of what the name is going to be, but Commissioner Brager thought she knew, but she doesn't know. She did not know. That was a slip.
Because they kept saying that they were called the Black Knights Organization, and I just have to defend myself. So when I got up to speak, for some reason the word Black Knights came out and everybody freaked out, but I do not know the name, and I'll be happy to learn what it is along with everybody else.
If that's what it is, you're in big trouble.
He promised me it was.
Any further emerging issues? Seeing none. Okay. Mr. Burnett.
Item 61 is to appoint.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr. Burnett. Commissioner Scow, I didn't see you.
I think congratulations are in order, too, for our 4 commissioners that were reelected.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. And before we move on to another item, for those of you who are not aware, this is our manager's last meeting, Mr. Burnett. And he didn't want, don't applaud because he's leaving. I mean, I'm kidding, I'm just kidding. You know, Don has been an incredible resource to all of us, and I know Yolanda's going to do a great job. But it's sad to see Don go at the same time he's moving on with another chapter of his life, and whatever his endeavors he pursues, I'm sure he's going to do very, very well at. We thank you for everything that you've done and continue to do for us, Don, and you'll always be part of the county family, certainly. I don't know if anybody else has anything to say, or we'll bring him back. I know he's going to have an event later, so we thank you. I think there's a video. I think there's...
I will be gone, so I just wanted to
Okay.
publicly, if that's okay. Don, you've been delightful to work with. Unbeknownst to some people, I didn't support your original appointment, but it was not personal. I felt that we needed to look outside. But be that as it may, you've done an awesome job, and you've always been very, very on point. Both you and Yolanda and your staff, you're calm compared to us sometimes up here, and that calmness helps us be better commissioners, I think, in the long run. So that's not an easy skill to have, and you're probably that way with your kids as well. But wish you the best of luck. I'm sorry I won't be here for the celebration.
Okay. Can we cue up the video, please? Or Yolanda, go ahead.
Commissioners, if I could, I would like to ask David Johnson to come down to the podium. The Department of Finance has a special presentation, a gift, if you will, for Mr. Burnett that is very personal, and I think he'll appreciate any time we've given this gift to our retiring employees. It's been special, and you can also present the proclamation as well.
Then we'll do the proclamation, and we'll be at his event. Good morning. 3 more minutes.
Don, we'd like to say a few things too. As you know, I'm retired military, and in the Air Force, when one of our members retire, we fly a flag over their last installation that they served at, and we present it to them to honor them for their dedicated and selfless service to our country. We borrow from that tradition here today. You've dedicated 26 years of your life to serve the residents of this community with selfless service and determination to make this community a better place for all of us. To serve your community is not an easy task. It has countless challenges and struggles to do what is right for the community in whole. And when a person sees a flag, it lets them know who you represent, and it's one of the most identifiable symbols in the world. And here in the county, we have our own flag that we fly, that we serve under, and represents this governmental body. So to honor your 26 years of service to our community, we've flown a county flag over the government center for you. And it's my honor and privilege today to present you with this flag on behalf of the board, Yolanda King, and the Department of Finance. So we've inscribed on it for you, and we've cased it for you. Donald G. Burnett, 16 July 90 to 1 December 16. This flag was flown over the Clark County Government Center on November 9th, 16th in your honor for dedicated and faithful service to Clark County, Nevada. Your outstanding leadership, tireless efforts, and sacrifices were appreciated. Your long-lasting contributions to our mission will not be forgotten. All the best in retirement, and Godspeed, my friend.
Thank you.
So to you.
And Don, if you want to come on up before you say a few words. Don, you have probably overseen us present hundreds, if not thousands, of these proclamations in the time that you've been here. And we've never given you one. But that changes today. And I won't read through the entire thing here because it would bore a lot of the people that are sitting here. But we want to commend you for the work that you've done for the county, for the citizens of Clark County, the state of Nevada, your tireless efforts, not just to the board itself, but to our citizenry and the employees, our Clark County family, as we affectionately refer to it. So on behalf of the Clark County Commission, it is a pleasure and honor to present you with this proclamation, recognizing you and signifying your achievements and your accomplishments and all you've done for the community. So Don, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Commissioners want to go?
Chairman's in charge, so.
Yeah, go ahead, Don, go ahead. We're going to speak at your event.
So do I get to take credit for the video going out, or?
No, Eric's not around. Let's get that.
Well, as you know, I've always told our folks, our staff here, that my preference would be to go out the same way I came in, and that's with the least amount of recognition and fanfare as possible. In fact, it took me like a month to meet Pat Shalmy, 1990. Met him in the restroom, and frankly, I was
Too much information, Don. That's way too much information.
But it's been a great ride. It's been an amazing journey. It's been my great honor and privilege to serve as your county manager for the last 6 years. It's been my great honor and privilege to serve as a county employee for the last 26 years. I've spent my entire adult life in this organization. I'm proud to be a county employee and soon to be former county employee. It's just been an amazing experience, and all made possible through the leadership of this board, previous boards, previous county managers. I saw Virginia here earlier. I've learned from all of them. They've all helped me become who I am today, and hopefully I've been able to pass some of that on to this amazing staff that we have here. And Yolanda, like I said before, she'll do an amazing job, and you all are in good hands. But it's just been a great experience, and I'm truly honored to be here. So, thank you.
Thank you. Don is not normally. Boy, that was very heartfelt. I sincerely appreciate that. I won't, unless somebody wants to say something, we'll be seeing you at your retirement party, so we'll save all the roasting that is going to occur that evening. So,
Last word, right?
No, don't count on that. You never get the last word. Thank you all very much. Congratulations. Again, congratulations, Don. We look forward to following your next footsteps, and we'll see you at your party. Yeah, copies are available at Amazon.com if you want to buy a copy of that. Under Don Retirement, Angela's in Trouble. That's the easiest way to find that video.
Good job, Angela.
And Angela, if you're watching, thank you very much for providing us with that entertainment today. Okay, let me get back to that was 60.
Where were we?
That was 60, I believe. We finished. Yeah, it was emerging issues. On item number 61, Mr. Burnett.
Okay. Item 61 is to appoint a qualified individual to serve on the Clark County Regional Flood Control District Citizens Advisory Committee for a 2-year term ending January 3rd, 2019. And at this point, Mr. Chairman, the Flood Control District staff recommends the incumbent Ronald Newell.
Do we have a motion here? We have a recommendation from staff. Commissioner Scow recommends the reappointment of Ron Newell. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Someone down there? Not to name anyone, Commissioner Weekly? Bless you. How are we doing? Somebody down there? Commissioner G and Commissioner Kirkpatrick, who didn't vote? Okay, everybody back with me here now. Motion passes. Now, we're moving forward. We're having some discussion on 62. Let's move. Want to go out of order here? Let's take number 63, and you guys keep talking.
Item 63.
Item 63.
63 is to receive and accept the audit report for the fiscal year 2016 prepared by the accounting firm of I.D. Bailey pertaining to the Clark County Department of Aviation airport system.
Mr. Burkowski, wearing your CPA shirt and tie. Let the record reflect for Director Vasiliadis that you're in CPA clothes today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Joe Burkowski, Airport Chief Financial Officer, and I'm here to present for the acceptance the fiscal year 2016 comprehensive annual report of the Clark County Department of Aviation and the results of our audit. And I have here with me Tamara Miramontes from the accounting firm of I.D. Bailey.
Good afternoon. I am Tamara Miramontes with I.D. Bailey and here to present our report on the the Department of Aviation's June 30th, 2016 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. We performed our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards as well as the government auditing standards. Our report on generally accepted auditing standards, we have issued an unmodified opinion, which means there were the financial statements are materially correct as they had been presented, and they can be relied upon by the users. Our government auditing standards report also discusses any non-compliance with laws and regulations, grant agreements, and it also goes through internal controls, significant deficiencies, and material weaknesses. We did not identify any non-compliance. We also did not identify any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses, so that was a clean opinion also.
Thank you very much. Do we have any discussion on the audit? Do we have a motion to accept the audit? We have a motion by Commissioner Giuncaliani. Further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Back to item 62.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 62 is to appoint a qualified individual to serve as a member of the Clark County Advisory Board of Managed Wildlife for a 3-year term from November 15th, 2016 to November 14th, 2019 from the list of interested individuals noted in the background of your agenda item.
I'm looking to my right.
Mr. Chairman, I would, and we had an outstanding group apply this go-around, but I would make a motion to approve Brian Patterson to be reappointed. That was in conversation with some of the existing board members and our past selections, trying to make sure the board is well represented. So my motion for Brian Patterson to be reappointed.
Commissioner Brown has a motion on the floor for Mr. Patterson. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
We can skip over 63. 64 is to ratify the appointment of Jessica Colvin as Chief Financial Officer effective December 2nd, 2016. Mr. Chairman, while this was my appointment, I view it really as a co-appointment with Ms. King, so I'm going to allow Ms. King to introduce Ms. Colvin.
Okay, Ms. King, you want to handle? Do we have a handout, I believe, Ms. Saber? We have a handout on this one?
Ms. Colvin actually has a presentation.
The video. I'm going to cue up the video on item number 64, please.
It'll be just like mine, right?
How about we open up the public hearing on item number 64? Nothing? Nothing. Do we have a motion to approve on item number 64? Commissioner Weekly has moved approval of Ms. Colvin. Is there any discussion on that item? Commissioner Brown requests to see the applicant before us. The applicant's sitting right over there in the front row. You didn't think you were just going to sit there quietly, did you? You can come forward and, you know.
Commissioners, for the record, Jessica Colvin.
Do you have? Is there a presentation?
There is no presentation. I do have some comments after the vote.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I'll save them till after.
Commissioner Brown, are there any direct questions?
Not yet, after the vote.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say I'm very excited. I think that Jessica will be a great asset to the position, and I'm excited to move forward. I just didn't want it to go so quickly with not, saying how great she is, because I think that she is truly wonderful.
She is truly wonderful. You're right. Is there any further discussion? Who made the motion? Commissioner Weekly made the motion. Any discussion on Commissioner Weekly's motion? Hearing none. Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, now you can make all the comments that you like.
Thank you, Commissioners. The years I've worked at the county have by far been the most rewarding of my professional career. And it's because of the extraordinary people that I work with every day, as well as being able to be part of the extraordinary missions of this organization. And I need to thank Mr. Stevens and Miss Yolanda King for their mentorship over the years. And I do have very big shoes to fill. And I am thankful that she's just going to be down the hall when we need her. So again, thank you for the opportunity, and I do look forward to it.
Thank you. Welcome aboard. That motion passes. So on to item 67.
Your addendum item 67 is to appoint, as directed by Senate Bill 1 of the 2016 special Nevada legislative session, at least one member to the Board of Directors of the Stadium Authority from the list of nominees, and appoint additional members for a total of 3 to the Board of Directors of the Stadium Authority from the following list of applicants. In the backup, of course, that list is rather lengthy, but all the application material has been provided to the board and the public.
Okay, we have an extremely qualified group of almost 100 applicants here. Now, we're going to do this, we have 3 separate nominees. We're going to make 3 separate appointments. One of them is a list that was provided by Caesars, according to statute, has to come off that list. 2 of them have to come off this list. We'll take the appointments individually on the 2 people. And I'm going to go out of order here, and I'm going to nominate Tom White to fill one of those appointments. And if someone wants to make comment on that one, we'll vote. If it passes, great. If it doesn't, we'll take more nominations as we go through. Commissioner Giunciliani.
Thank you. I know that 2 of the other applicants was Ms. Jan Jones Blackhurst, and I know Commissioner Weekly has somebody, because no matter what, I think this board has to be made up of women and minorities, and we're not getting there. And just even with the governor's appointments, I'm kind of disappointed that you came out of order so that we at least could go down. I mean, there's people, and nothing against Mr. White at all. There's Eric Sanchez, there's Marilyn Spiegel, there's Louis Overstreet, there's Ken Evans, but I think that's who Commissioner Weekly, Ashok Mishandi, Andy Armenian. There are some people that are true community people that are not connected with anything, and and we're going to have, with no disrespect, almost an all-white male board of directors again.
Well, I don't think that's what we're going to have by the time we're done. I mean, Caesar's list has diversity on it. This group of 7 will appoint 2 more off the list that is going to be provided by the Raiders/Sands, and there is a tremendous amount of diversity on those lists as well. So,
how do we know what those lists are?
well, they submit that to the list of the 7, to the group of the 7, of which 4 have been appointed.
We have
We have no say. We only have say-so over our 3. That's absolutely correct.
I guess that's a question that I have, Mr. Chairman. I know that you served on the SNTIC as
I did.
well, and thank you for your service. But the concern that I had at that particular time as well, and I appreciate the comments from Commissioner Giunciliani, was there was no diversity there as well. And I know that when I had spoken with the governor and had expressed that thought, he asked me to serve on the committee, and I couldn't, because I just didn't have the time to be able to commit 100% of what you all were able to do. But at any rate, I'm hoping that today, when I look at the list, and there are some amazing people on this list here, and I appreciate everyone who submitted their names, but I definitely would love for this commission here to ensure what comes out of here today, that there is some minority participation. And I know that I've tossed, looking at this list here, and I've asked the question, if we're not satisfied with what's on the list, do we have that authority or ability to be able to maybe select someone not on this list, but reading the Attorney General's language, if you will, we have to submit a name that's on this list here. Am I correct, Marianne? I am? Okay. So with that being said, I mean, I have Mr. Overstreet, who Commissioner Giunciliani
Well, we're going to
pointed
take
out.
these one at a time. So,
I know, I am.
okay,
I'm just kind of
okay.
discussing that right
I
now.
didn't get that.
I'm going to
Okay,
make a
sorry.
recommendation, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to be like Frank Sinatra and do it my way right now. And so, I mean, we have Louis Overstreet, we have Ken Evans. I adore both of these gentlemen here. And so, hey, here we go. Ken Evans, your heads. Louis Overstreet, your tails. What's that, heads?
How was it?
Ken Evans was heads and he
Heads.
was tails. Okay.
It's heads.
Okay. Ken Evans will be the person I recommend.
Okay, well, Mary, what's the best way to do this? Vote on them one at a time?
Yes, and they'll get if they get a majority, then they are selected.
Okay, Commissioner Brager.
Okay, and once again, we're given something with a timeline that I don't feel was adequate. I think it would have been nice to be able to vet people, to get this 100 list to 10 or 20 or whatever it might be, and have them speak before us. And we didn't get to do that again. And I think that when we're given a task, that we should be able to do it in our way, as Commissioner Weekly was saying, in his way, to where it feels like...
No other way.
I know, right. There you go. And so I'm prepared to vote, but I don't think it's equitable in the way that I like to work, and that's by being able to have an opportunity to ask questions of people, to see what they're thinking, who they're supporting, what they're doing. And so that's the part that I don't like when we're given something. They came in as of last Tuesday, so we had Wednesday, Thursday. I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but to read things thoroughly and to have had a spreadsheet to see who had the 5 qualifications would have been to my liking. So I will vote today, but I hope in the future that the legislature, when they make these when they give us these items and different people give it to us, that we can have the time to do it in a manner that maybe I'm the only one that feels that way, but I think that it would have been nice to have that information in that manner, even though I read the documents and I know a lot of the people. There's others that are quiet people, like, young people that are in our community that have a lot to offer. And I think that that's just how I feel. Anyway.
You're right. Unfortunately, this process was part of the bill, and this was when we have to do it. So.
I know, but the have to needs to stop.
Okay. I don't disagree, but. Okay. The first motion is for Tom White. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please, or all cast your votes regardless. Favor or opposed? Yeah. Motion passes. No, if I could ask you not to applaud. The second one was, Commissioner Weekly, you made a motion for whom? Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans. Do we have any discussion on the motion for Mr. Evans? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. The next one has to be, the next appointee has to be off the Caesars list. So
I'm making a recommendation for Jan Jones Blackhurst.
Commissioner Giuliani recommends Jan Jones Blackhurst. Is there any discussion on that motion? We need our screen up. Seeing no discussion, please cast your votes. That motion passes. So the nominees are Mr. White, Mr. Evans, and Ms. Blackhurst.
Chair,
Commissioner Giuliani.
And the governor then appointed Mr. Hill, Mr. Hornbuckle, and who was the Haas? Hahn?
Right.
Daryl.
The bank president?
Yeah, the bank president.
Right.
So I would ask with Tommy and Kim that are here, when you look at our list of folks that come in, please try to make sure that we're still continuing with some diversity, both as well as women, Hispanic, African American, Asian American. We've got some good applicants, so thank you very much.
UNLV appointed Mr. Newcomb as their appointee. So those 7 will appoint 2 off the list that's provided by the Sands and the Renters at whatever time they provide that list. Okay.
There are no closed door items, so that concludes your agenda.
There is no closed door session today. This is the second time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Is he serious? No closed door?
Yes, thank you. My name is Margaret Ann Coleman. I'm a homeless victim still. This court order in which I presented to you is a victim of everyone's crime here. It's killing me as well as my family. This is law. The police officer are law. Red is law. You are law. Instead of trying to kill me, because I'm presenting you something that they gave to me is law and order. I need you all to stop putting these threats out to do these things. I'm living in the streets. I'm at fear 24/7. Giuliani, she don't care. Pat Kirchhoff don't care because she the one who had the cop arrest me and throw me in jail. I asked her for the key. She said she was going to address me on the podium today. I feel as though I'm 65. I'm going on 65. I should not have to go through this. This all started with paying me, not paying anyone here. But it has come to these over the years, 34 and 15 with you. As I stated before, President Obama's wife, enough is enough. I need to move on. You want to move on? Let me live with my children and myself. I did a win, a won. And each one of you, I would like you to take these knives out my back.
Thank you. Next speaker. Go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Stephanie Myers, Las Vegas, Mount Charleston. I am surprised and dismayed at what happened with item number 62, that there was no consideration for the other candidates for the Clark County Advisory Board to manage wildlife. We have an excellent candidate in Stacy James. I am sure that many of you received emails on her behalf, and I do not understand why this was just handled the way it was. Is there an explanation that anyone can offer me?
No, this is a public comment. We don't respond to what your comments are. We just take them for the record.
Well, it's just very surprising, and this has not been handled this way before. It has been allowed to be public input on the various candidates, which was not allowed today because Commissioner Brown just said, let's have Brian Patterson in that position again. This is a public seat. This is a general public seat on the cab. And Brian Patterson is a hunter and has voted exclusively with the hunters and the trappers for the at least 5 years that I have been attending all of the CAB and all of the Wildlife Commission meetings. He is not a public representative. He is a hunter. And this is a public seat, as was voted on in 2013 in AB 168 that Maggie Carlton put before the legislature to have one public representative on every cab. And yet we don't have a public representative. This board has 7 members, so does the CAB. This board has 4 women. The CAB has none and never has had any as long as I've been following the CAB. I am dismayed that there was no consideration given to Stacy James for this position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stacy James, resident of Las Vegas. I am disappointed that there was no public comment for this position. I think it's also unfortunate that it is all men, 7 men on this advisory board, representing many of the same viewpoints. I would hope that in the future you would hold public comment, you would consider diversity in this position. It's deeply disappointing to me. So I would hope that there's a different decision made in the future to approach diversity of this CAB. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Ken Evans, President for the Urban Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Weekly, other members of the County Commission, I just wanted to come up and very briefly say thank you, and that I'm honored and I take this responsibility for this new initiative on behalf of the community very seriously, and that I'll fulfill the duties of this responsibility similar to what I've done in other areas of public service that I've completed in the past. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Weekly.
Real briefly here, I know we don't comment on during public comment, but I do want to say no disrespect to you or Mr. Overstreet, who I have the utmost respect for as well. By me flipping a coin, I just have to just be honest and transparent with you both. I didn't want to have to say either of your names, to be perfectly honest with you, and so I did what I thought at the spur of the moment. So just know what you wanted by a flip of a coin, buddy. Take that.
That wasn't a bad thing.
No, take that and walk away. Bye-bye now.
Thank you for being here. Any further public comment? Seeing and hearing no one, we are in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red and you should be prepared to stop or prepared to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to ClarkCountyNV.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
Since the earliest days, entertainment played a part in the hotel casinos of Las Vegas, but it was in the 1950s when Las Vegas gained the reputation as the entertainment capital of the world, and the dancers of the chorus line were at the center.
The bomb was not the only thing to explode in 1950s Las Vegas. Showroom and lounge entertainment became the hot attraction that brought customers to the casinos over and over again. Hundreds of women danced their way to Las Vegas as members of chorus lines. Las Vegas developed its own spatial style of shows, but it built on the nightclub productions in New York, Chicago, or Los Angeles. In fact, successful dance companies like the Morrow Landis Dancers or the June Taylor Dancers had a number of troupes in clubs around the country and added Las Vegas to their circuit. Eventually, casino showrooms developed their own identities. The Sands had the Copa Girls, based on Jack and Trotta's Copacabana Club in New York, and the Sahara Hotel and Casino created the Saharam Dancers. Early strip properties like the El Rancho Vegas and the Hotel Last Frontier emphasized a Western style done with modern elegance and convenience. Cowgirls and glamour girls promoted that theme at the property and its advertising around the world. Many of the women who came to dance in Las Vegas were hired in other cities. Los Angeles was a frequent audition spot, but dancers came from across the country and from overseas. Dancing for a touring company gave many young women a chance to work in their chosen field and led to lifetime careers for some of them. The explosion of showroom entertainment of the 1950s and 1960s occurred during the last decades of racial segregation in the United States. Black or Latino performers might appear as an act in the showroom, but not within an integrated cast. At the same time that notable entertainers worked to end the segregation, others found a chance to work in the racially separate venues that slowly became integrated in the 1960s. Nudity became a greater focus of showrooms by the late 1950s. Minsky's had partial nudity in its burlesque shows, but the Lido de Paris at the Stardust and the Folies Bergère at the Tropicana introduced a new style and a new icon, the Las Vegas Showgirl. The post-war Playboy era welcomed gladly the nude and the semi-nude showgirls and dancers. The size and spectacle of these newer productions marked a distinct shift that changed showroom entertainment for decades. Of course, female performers did more than dance and appear in burlesque shows. The era's greatest entertainers, such as Sophie Tucker, Lena Horne, and Debbie Reynolds, brought new forms of music from the artistic and urban metropolis to the casino lounges and the showrooms. Las Vegas' own creation, the Lounge Act, highlighted internationally known groups like the Mary Kay Trio, Keely Smith and Louis Prima, the McGuire Sisters, and the Kim sisters. They may not have created their music in Las Vegas, but it was the place for everyone to come and see them perform.
Driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend.
Only motorcycles or vehicles with 2 or more people are permitted to travel in a diamond lane.
Now what about hybrids or trucks?
Hybrid vehicles are not exempt. They are allowed in a diamond lane only if they have 2 or more people.
Oh, pooh. Now where's a girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride is the perfect solution to finding people to carpool with. Their website can match you up with commuters who travel a similar route. You'll reduce traffic on our roadways, save wear and tear when you share a ride, and most importantly, you'll avoid a traffic citation by having enough people to ride in those speedy HOV lanes.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
I survived because of the transplant center.
I survived because of the burn care center.
I survived because of the trauma center.
UMC. Together, we shine.
Clark County TV.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where there's no business like the art of show business. The tale of the railroad is still being told, and every living and growing thing plays its own starring role. Here at the Springs Preserve, where all that matters is what's elemental. The title of the current exhibit at the Nevada State Museum is as phenomenal as its subject, Les Folies Bergères, entertaining Las Vegas one rhinestone at a time. And the artistry, beauty, and historic importance of the Tropicana's long-running Parisian cabaret are represented by a wide selection of costumes, photographs, and personal accounts from this fondly remembered age of spectacular showman and showgirlship. The Folies Bergères landed here in 1959 on Christmas Eve. It came here directly from Paris. The show was built and designed in Paris and then shipped over here for use on our stage at the Tropicana Hotel and Casino. And the show lasted for almost 50 years, finally closing in 2009. The secret to its longevity may have been its endless inventiveness. The show would change out its sets and costumes every few years, so you could see a brand new version or edition of the Folies Bergères show in Las Vegas every other year. At its height, it was a one-of-a-kind show in this country. Short of going to Paris to see a show like this, a cabaret show, Las Vegas was it. Vegas was the closest you could get to Paris, especially because the shows actually were designed in the early years by French people. The same designers that were building and designing for the Paris stage were designing and building for our stage here. The revolutionary French design aesthetic is undeniably present in the extensive and iconic costumes that are on display from the museum's collection. Because we have in this collection at the Nevada State Museum a 50-year span of costumes, you really can see an evolution of stage costume from the 60s through the early 2000s. So each era has its own sort of unique statement and unique style. But the costumes are best brought to life by the memories of the performers who wore them. Because the show just closed in 2009, there's still a lot of men and women that are working and living here in Vegas that can come and tell me their stories. This exhibit includes audio, visual, oral histories from these people. It's fun to have a narrative behind the costume and know who wore them and when and what were some of the fun things or negative things or interesting things that happened to these people while they were wearing the costumes. That really does add a lot of life to the actual physical garment.
Their stories also add a lot to our knowledge of the backstage drama involved in appearing graceful while parading around in these wearable but weighty works of art.
There's a big headdress. It's a headdress attached to a wig. And there's this sort of abstract bird shape sticking straight up from the top. It's a wire frame totally covered in rhinestones, which are glass and heavy. And it probably weighs 30 plus pounds. And she remembers, she tells this great story about trying to figure out how to carry the headdress so she didn't look like there was any weight to it, because that's the trick of being a showgirl, right, is making these 30-pound headdresses look effortless and being able to still float across the stage. So she tells a great story about how she totally did not succeed in the task, and she was fired for a second until someone then said, no, you're not really fired, but you got to figure out how to carry that headdress. So there's nothing easy about being a showgirl.
The men had an easier time playing their own roles as elegantly tailored but understated set pieces.
The men were very elegant, and they were just there to sort of point at the women and to remind everyone that's who they should be looking at. There are a few examples over the years where the men got to wear character costumes, and those are costumes that are of a particular period or theme, but mostly it was tails and tuxedos with a few rhinestones on the lapels or on a waistcoat vest.
The spirit of this time and place is also portrayed in exceptional detail through the period photographs that complete the exhibit.
The other really fantastic thing about this exhibit, not only are there costumes on display, but there are photographs, archival photographs from the Las Vegas News Bureau's archive. And most of these photographs have never been seen before. And they're photographs from the very first day of the show to the very last day of the show.
They're fitting tributes to so many showbiz visionaries who became citizens of Las Vegas and contributed so much to the city's culture.
I think of them as our sort of settlers, our early settlers. A lot of these men and women actually moved to Las Vegas to work in these shows. And they stayed here and they raised families, and so they're an important part of our history.
Come experience the advanced technologies of tomorrow today in our new traveling exhibit, Science Fiction, Science Future, on display in the Origin Museum through January 8th. For more information, visit springspreserve.org.
The butterfly's image of fluttery delicacy is actually quite contrary to the species' sheer variety of distinctive types that can endure the most trying transformations and travels across extreme terrains, including surviving in their Mojave home and thriving in the habitat we've created for some truly exotic specimens here at the Springs Preserve.
Several species that live here in southern Nevada, so we'll commonly see monarchs that fly through on their migration path. We've got queens that we have that live here. We've got cabbage whites. We've got some swallowtails that live here.
More than their striking beauty, people admire and study the wondrous natural process of metamorphosis that so completely changes them throughout their lifetime.
So they start out as an egg, that hatches, they become a caterpillar until they finally reach a stage where they go into what we call a pupa or a chrysalis. That's their pupal stage. That inside that chrysalis is when the caterpillar metamorphoses into a butterfly.
It's no wonder then that they're so very hungry in every form they take and endlessly inventive in their feeding habits.
So once they eclose on a butterfly, they subsist on nectar. So they have a very long tongue, basically, that uncurls, their little proboscis, and it uncurls and it will go right down into the flower and they'll drink the nectar right from within the flower. And the really kind of fun thing about that is that they don't taste with that, they actually taste with their feet. So all of their taste sensors are on their feet, and that's where they'll kind of land on a flower, check it out, see if it maybe is a tasty flower, and then they'll start to drink the nectar.
In this eat or be eaten world, they've also developed some clever devices to confuse potential predators.
So we have a few that mimic one another. The queen caterpillars mimic the monarch caterpillars. The reason for that is that monarchs are poisonous, so it pays off to look like them. They get eaten less often. But other caterpillars look different from one another too, and you can actually identify the species of butterfly based on the caterpillar.
And you'll get plenty of practice identifying all kinds of different caterpillars and butterflies at almost every time of the year throughout the preserve.
There are lots of plants that the butterflies like here. One of the ones that is just immensely popular with butterflies and hummingbirds are lantana. Lantana is crazy popular. I've also seen some other flowering plants like sages that are very popular, and I think that the bluebells are popular as well. Those are all plants that you can get at some of the local nurseries or even at our plant sale.
And once you draw butterflies into your yard with these popular plants, you can expect to see them fluttering about for a significant part of the year.
We see them starting in the spring all the way through fall. So really the only time we don't have butterflies active here is through the winter time when it gets colder at night. But some of our hardier species, and especially those monarchs that do that great migration, they'll fly through here regularly throughout the year.
And many glamorous butterflies that aren't natives or frequent visitors are well represented and easy to see in our seasonal habitat.
We would love to have you come visit us in the butterfly habitat. We've got things like blue morphos, which are those gigantic silvery blue butterflies that come from Central America. We usually have swallowtails and various kinds of monarchs, some peacock butterflies. We end up with lots of little buckeyes, which are the little brown and orange guys that flitter all over the place. Lots of fancy and really beautiful colored butterflies for you guys to come and see.
Our hugely popular butterfly habitat will be open for most of the fall until the cooler weather comes. But you can follow all our flight plans up until the end of the season by visiting our website at springspreserve.org or follow us on social media to be the first to know.
Las Vegas has hardly ever been considered middle of the road, except when it came to the fortunate geography that placed the town midway between Salt Lake City and Los Angeles. And it was even luckier to be located in a valley that overflowed with a wealth of spring water, because these features combined to set so many people and wheels of progress in motion. And visitors to the Origin Museum's Railroad History exhibit can relive the actual land auction that made this improbable story possible.
Well, Las Vegas was sort of the main division point, the halfway point between Salt Lake City and Los Angeles. And so because of its location and because of the abundance of water that came out of the Las Vegas Springs, out of the big springs, it was an important source of water for locomotives, for trains.
So it's no surprise that a mining magnate would recognize how valuable these resources could be for his own grand railroad scheme.
William Andrews Clark, who was a late 19th century copper baron, robber baron, wanted to set up his own railroad to take his ores that he was bringing out of Montana from his copper mines. And so he developed the railroad between Salt Lake City and Los Angeles and the port of San Pedro in Los Angeles as a means to get that ore to the coast.
But there were many powerful men who had their eyes on the prize of this particular right-of-way that ran straight through Las Vegas.
There was some competition at the time because the Union Pacific was being built at the same time, and E.H. Harriman, who was the head of the Union Pacific at the time, didn't want a competing railroad. And William Andrews Clark had enough money he could buy up whatever he wanted for the most part.
Even owning half of a railroad would make both rich men that much richer.
In the end, the Union Pacific and Clark came to an agreement where E.H. Harriman, who ran the Union Pacific, owned a 50% stock in the San Pedro, Los Angeles, and Salt Lake Railroad. And the SP, LA, and SL could use the Union Pacific tracks to move their trains from Salt Lake City down to Los Angeles.
But there was still an element of risk and some major investments to be made in creating a company town almost from the ground up.
Las Vegas was small, it was dusty, it was hot, there were no amenities, there was no real infrastructure, so it wasn't necessarily a place where you were going to bring your family and set up shop, immediately.
The railroad men knew that people would follow the work and water.
And if you were going to build shops, if you're going to build machine shops to help repair trains, you need a workforce. And at the time, in the early 1900s, 1902, there were probably no more than 20 or 30 people that lived in Las Vegas. And so they needed to develop Las Vegas as a town to help support these machine shops. So in about 1902, Clark and his backers purchased 1,800 acres from Helen Stewart. That included the Las Vegas Springs and Helen Stewart's ranch, and also purchased the water rights for the water coming out of the springs.
Then, in the first of the great Las Vegas promotional campaigns, they described a desert that was just waiting to bloom and a supply of water that was endless in the imagination.
When we go back and look at historic newspapers, we can see advertisements both in the Salt Lake newspapers and the Los Angeles newspapers highlighting how wonderful the climate was in Las Vegas, how there was flowing water, how there was vegetation, how it was a perfect community to come out for farming, but also touting the development of the shops and the development of the railroad and access to Salt Lake City and Los Angeles from Las Vegas.
The robber barons made out like bandits by betting on the competitive advantages of buyers trying to outbid each other in an auction sale.
So over 3,000 people came out on that May Day here in Las Vegas to bid on town sites, to bid on plots. And for the most part, people felt like they were getting a square deal. A plot of land you could get for $150, $170, corner lots upwards $300, $500, but the prices went up pretty quickly. And at the end of the two-day auction, they made over $270,000. And once again, if we translate that in today's money, that's over $6 million they made just from land auctions from the Clark Las Vegas town site.
Even today, guests can get caught up in all the expectations and excitement of the auction atmosphere.
When visitors walk amongst the statues, they trigger an audio file or an audio discussion basically that happens overhead amongst many of the folks that you see represented behind me, talking about the auction itself, whether or not they want to live in Las Vegas, maybe it does or doesn't have the services that they're used to, maybe they consider it a good deal or a bad deal based on the size of the parcel.
Over a century later, both the optimism and practical considerations of betting on Las Vegas still reinforce the challenges of living in a company town.
Las Vegas in many ways has been a boomtown. If you look at the ebb and flow of the economy nationally, Las Vegas fits very, very well into that.
But Las Vegas can consider itself fortunate in conserving one of the essential resources that has always kept the city going in forward motion toward its future.
One of the reasons that Las Vegas has done well is it has a natural resource that a lot of these smaller communities lack, and that would be water. And in fact, it was water that lured the animals and the plants here, and then the Native Americans and the early pioneers, but more importantly, it was water that lured the railroad here.
At the Big Springs Gallery through January 8th, the Preserve is welcoming the members of the American Society of Railway Artists in their annual juried show of paintings portraying the nostalgia of the Iron Horse and its modern importance to North America. For more information, visit our website at springspreserve.org.
A well-chosen souvenir should provide pleasant reminders of a special trip, and the selection of natural, recycled, and unique holiday presents at the Springs Preserve gift shop will make the memories of your trip last and share them with your friends and loved ones.
The Springs Preserve gift shop is a great place to pick up a memento of your visit. So much of what you'll find here in the gift shop relates back to our mission here at the Springs Preserve. You'll find books that will teach you how to live in harmony with the desert. You'll find beautiful jewelry, most of it one-of-a-kind pieces that's actually made from items that come out of the desert. We are featuring a new artist, local artist, who is actually utilizing turquoise that was mined here locally. We're trying to highlight these types of artists, and we're planning events in the future that will give you an opportunity to come and meet the artist and talk to them about why the desert is important to them and what is important to them about utilizing materials that come from where we live. It's also a great place to drop in if you're planning to walk down to the gardens or go out onto the trails. You can pick up a hat or a bottle of water, any kind of sundries that you might need for your visit at the preserve. It's also a really fun place to come and check out the items that we have that relate to our seasonal events. As we move into fall and Haunted Harvest is coming up and Dia de Muertos, Day of the Dead, we will have some fantastic items in the gift shop that people can come in and get to take with them into the celebration that will help them to celebrate. And they can also get some items that they can take home and decorate their own homes for the holidays. The Springs Preserve gift shop is more than just a place to buy things. It is a place where you can have an interactive experience. We have our mining camp experience where kids can come in and they purchase a bag of minerals, and then they get to go through the process of actually pan mining those minerals. And we also have a really fun lightsaber building activity where kids can come in, they get to choose what kind of handle they want, and they get to decorate their own lightsaber. And buying something at the Springs Preserve is a great benefit of membership. Every member gets 10% off their total purchase, so you'll find amazing, beautiful, one-of-a-kind things here, and you'll also get a special discount because you are a part of the Springs Preserve family as a member.
It's been said that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and the true proof of this wise saying is the inspiration for our new fall show, Copycats and Other Critters, which demonstrates how proud inventors are mimicking the highly intelligent designs of the animal world to create the innovations of tomorrow.
We've really tried to adjust the fall shows to complement and to kind of go along with the exhibits. The exhibit during the fall is science fiction, science future, and it's all about how the inspiration for technology kind of affects the directions it's going. We realize that a lot of the inspiration for technology and technological advancements come from the natural world. You know, like you can talk about Velcro sneakers were developed because the guy that discovered it was curious about birds sticking in his dog's fur after they went for hikes. And it's going to be a show that kind of shows and highlights how some of these inventions and interventions and things coming in the future are inspired by the nature all around us.
The show features a fascinating cast of Mojave animals from our living collection, including spiders that provide a model for futuristic technology, which will give mobility to people who find movement a challenge.
The same natural systems that help tarantulas move around are going to eventually be developed to help people who haven't been able to walk for the first time. And hydraulic exoskeletons that'll affect us, we'll use every day in the coming years.
And the scientists who so seriously studied the very slither of the snake have successfully copied it as an ingenious rescue mechanism.
One of the things we were really fascinated by was the ability for Mojave Desert animals to act in ways that humans can't. So, for example, looking at a snake being able to slither through a rock pile inspired emergency personnel to develop robots and robotic equipment that could search through fallen buildings after earthquakes and discover survivors and really help make real positive change, as far as inspiring technology.
But we believe our audiences will also find a lot to learn in the design failures of the scientific process.
The program is going to be very educational, as all of them are, but we're really making this one a lot of fun and exciting to be able to get up close with some of the animals, but also see some of the ways that technology succeeded and not succeeded in the past.
And we think the stories of the struggles and accomplishments to channel animal behaviors into practical human advances perfectly fits the mission of our exhibits, shows, and experiences.
We offer these shows as a chance for an educational experience above and beyond just your everyday walking through the museum. We keep them fresh and new. We change them every couple months, and so there's always something fun and exciting to find here at the Springs Preserve.
We have so many classes of every kind here at the Springs Preserve. Why not come and join us so we can all learn to live well in a Mojave Desert home?
Well, we do have several things that adults can do at the Springs. Right now it's beautiful weather, so we have lots of places for them to be walking around enjoying the beautiful scenery. We've got our botanical gardens, the butterfly habitat is opening up. We've got trails, walk with the dog on the weekend. There are leading physicians that come out and take a group of people out to the trails or even in our gardens and learn some of the principles of preventative medicine and also how exercise helps to keep you healthy. You also kind of have the ear of the doctor too, so you get exercise and you learn something at the same time and get healthy. We have our bird walk that's starting again. It'll be the first Wednesday of the month. Our bird walks are led by someone from the Red Rock Audubon Society, and we kind of take it a little bit different route each time depending on where we kind of find the birds. And every time we see at least 10 to 15 different species of birds, and they are so knowledgeable. They can tell us all about birds, their habitats, where they're coming from, if they're here to stay, if it's seasonal, and how you can attract birds into your yard as well so you can have just as much fun as you would here. It's a lot of fun, and it's free. And we will have some classes coming up soon. Our drip irrigation classes with the Water Smart Landscaping has been very popular. We do that kind of seasonally, so it's still the season for that. How to landscape using less water, zero-scape. We've got classes for that. In our botanical garden walks, those happen a couple of times on Saturdays and Sundays, and it's usually led by a master gardener or one of our horticultural team members, and it just depends on who's in the audience, and they just kind of learn what plants are out in our garden, what grows well here, how they could use those things in our landscaping. Part of our mission is to learn how to not only survive in our desert environment, but also thrive.
It's remarkable what a difference a few days and degrees can make in transforming your desert vegetable garden from the hard-won harvest of summer crops to the bountiful salad bar our cool season produces.
You can have your salads and your spinach, and your warm season is kind of sort of limited, but you can have a better selection of cool season crops.
Which reads like a whole grocery list of head and root, leafy and green vegetables, and makes it easy to grow what you love and will enjoy come mealtime.
Our fall vegetables include our broccoli, cauliflower, our cabbages, lettuces, spinach, Swiss chard. You could do all your root crops, which are radishes, red beets, turnips. We have peas you can grow if you have a nice trellis left over from your tomato cages. You can grow your peas up on your trellises for your winter months.
In fact, such temperate weather will give your garden extra energy to climb and grow and flourish with record speed and endurance.
From plant to harvest is a little over 3 weeks, so you can continue to plant your vegetables during the course of the winter months.
The care and placement of your crops can be that much easier by investing in some containers or raised beds and the best possible soil.
We want to kind of amend the soil, turn it over, add some more compost, a nice balanced fertilizer, a complete fertilizer that's got the macronutrients and the micronutrients in it.
With a right-sized garden, you'll have more control over everything that goes into the plants and all the exceptionally fresh flavors of the final products.
Well, your own garden is very controlled. You know what goes in the soil. You know there's no pesticides on there. And you're able to select the seed that you want. There's all different varieties of broccolis and cauliflowers, and you select one that is going to, be the best tasting for yourself. So the flavor is unbelievably different than what you would get in the supermarket.
That should give you good reason to come shopping for garden tips at the Springs Preserve.
We have all kinds of classes always. There's always a gardener on staff. We're always in the garden. Feel free to look up one of us, and we'll be happy to answer questions and kind of lead you in the right direction.
And with just a little direction, there's a high likelihood of ending up with the kind of successful vegetable garden that will grow only in our moderate Mojave temperatures. Our Sensible Herbs class for home-educated students will make them hungry to learn about science, technology, engineering, art, and math as we give them a taste for the sensational world of edible plants. Find out more about these 3-week classes for children ages 6 through 12 by visiting our website at springspreserve.org.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, the premier showplace for the entertainment, history, Mojave wildlife, and desert gardening that mingles to bring new life to Las Vegas.
Whoa, that's an earthquake. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You think you know everything about earthquakes? Because I do. Oh, really? Which state has the most earthquakes after Alaska, California, and Hawaii? Yeah, Nevada. And I happen to know that if a big one hits, you want to drop, find cover, and hold on until the shaking stops. Most injuries happen during earthquakes because of falling objects. Don't put heavy objects above your bed. Fasten bookshelves and water heaters to walls. Yeah, put the heaviest items right on the floor or on the lowest shelves. Go to Clark County's website for more earthquake safety tips. Told you I knew everything.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, a new stadium just might secure the relocation of the Raiders. We'll bring you an update on the NFL in Las Vegas. The Great Nevada Shakeout is an annual reminder about earthquake preparedness. And the installation of Dream Machine is the newest public art in Clark County. Those and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles right here on Clark County Television.
I'm George Wallace, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Especially on cloudy days like this, our meters and weather systems stand ready to catch any change in weather. For one local community, this was the difference between life or death. 2 years ago, flash floodwaters rushed through the town of Moapa, causing millions of dollars in damage and cutting off residents from the Native American tribe. Now, thanks to a partnership between the flood district and the tribe, residents will be better prepared for situations like those. About 20 rugged miles off I-15, you'll find the Regional Flood Control District's newest weather station. It sits at the top of the canyon, just above the Moapa Tribal Reservation.
Our reservation comes down 168, turns on Reservation Road, comes all the way down, and that's our only access coming into the reservation and leaving the reservation. When we have a major storm and a flood, and if it washes out that road, we're done. We got nowhere to go, and then we sit right there in the bottom in the floodplain. On September 8, 2014, Moapa experienced widespread flooding, with 91 homes damaged and a huge chunk of I-15 washed away by floodwaters. More than $6 million in damage was reported in this rural area after the strongest flooding since 1981.
It was a devastating flood. It breached 5 dams, 2 of which were on Moapa's land base, and then 3 that are upstream on BLM land. And unfortunately, all 5 dams were earthen dams, so they weren't cemented. And due to the, not just simply the rain, but the runoff from the mountains, the tributaries, the fingers, and all the washes, this area in Clark County is probably one of the lowest points in the entire county. So everything that's uphill runs down through these washes, through the valley, through the Muddy River, and through Moapa's land base.
Tribal leaders had trouble reporting the impact of the flood because the rain did not fall on the reservation.
What the rain gauges provide are statistical data in terms of rainfall, which then we can compare to the actual damage that comes down. It's been very difficult to provide statistical data to explain the full impact the water has had. And for Moapa, it's not just simply rainfall that impacts them, it's the runoff. It's what comes down the mountains, down the tributaries, down the fingers, and through all the washes. And in fact, there's the Dead End Wash, Segmiller Wash, and the Muddy River. They all converge at a single point right in the center of Moapa's residential and business area.
Anderson had to take back roads during the 2014 flood event.
The water was coming across 168, probably a foot or two across. The water was above the road, continued up 168, and then there was another flood coming across on one of the dips before we get to the railroad tracks, and that actually shot the culverts out. The water was coming down so high, probably 12 foot high, hit the culvert, shot the culverts out the other side of the highway, and it continued to go over the top of the road and went on around. They shut the traffic off right there so nobody could go through. And so I know my way around, so I went up and around it and come around on the other side of it and still came across, went back to the reservation. Going through the reservation, it was continuing to flood. It was washing everything out. Water was going all over the place. There's rocks and mud all over the roads, all the way in. I finally got to the reservation and went and got a backhoe. Started helping dig people out. And that was pretty much my day. I didn't get home till 3 o'clock that morning because we're still digging out people, digging out the culverts, digging out everything, all the mud off the roads.
Just under 300 people live on the reservation, including 70 children. Older residents with mobility issues tend to live closest to the water.
You know, when you look at the history of Moapa, you know, and when you look at indigenous people around the world, they choose places to live where there's moving water. And so I think what policymakers need to understand is that their cookie-cutter policies don't work in individual communities. They can work in zoned urban areas, but not in a rural, isolated area. And I think that has been a major challenge for Moapa is the fact that policies don't fit their way of life. And I think that can be said for any small, rural, isolated community.
This area has seen devastating floods in the past. Anderson remembers the big one in 1981.
There was walls of water. The dairy down here got washed out. We had cows all the way to the Lake Mead, all the way down the flood, down the Muddy River, clear to Lake Mead. There was cows stuck and wedged in trees in the mud, just their head poking out. That's quite a thing in the Middle Valley down here. They call it Hidden Valley, and that's over the top of that, right where that power plant is. And that's called Hidden Valley, and that was completely full of water all the way across there. It was just devastating. I mean, there was a lot of people that was there at the dairy they got out of there. Luckily, they got out of there. I could still see a picture of that one house that just had a little chimney. That house is still there. Has a little chimney on it. There was a chicken on top of that. On that chimney, the only thing that you could see on that, it was a chicken on top of that chimney.
The weather station will help keep the district aware of that type of event before the water flows.
What's critical for Moapa in this is when you deal with indigenous and traditional communities, their land base isn't just a space, it's a place. And so there is a resistance to leave your ancestral home and move out of the flood zone. So with the rain gauges and the weather stations, this allows, not days, but at least a significant amount of time to put into rescue efforts and recovery actions, and to allow for evacuation through the only exit that is available to the reservation. There's only one way in and one way out. So in 2014, there were children and parents and families totally separated because the only road in had to close. It was washed out, and so children were left at schools. So this effort will eliminate some of that pain and stress and agony for the community.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
When you think of devices that predict weather, you usually think about the latest technological devices. But here at the district, we use old school physics.
Well, this is the equipment room for the Regional Flood Control District, where we store and maintain our equipment that we use out in the field. We have primarily 4 different types of sites. We have sites that are exclusively set up to monitor rainfall, rain gauge sites. We have full weather station sites which monitor wind direction, speed, humidity, temperature in addition to rainfall. We have water level measuring sites in channels and in stormwater detention basins, so when it does rain hard, we can monitor the rate of inflow into the basins, and we can detect the depth and alert people when the depth gets really high. And we also have 6 radio repeater sites, because all of our radios operate on a line of sight principle. So our remote sites up in the Mesquite, Laughlin areas and such, they cannot directly transmit to our office. They actually have to bounce a signal off of a repeater, so we maintain 6 of those sites as well. Over here is really the heart of our system. This is a tipping bucket, and except for the repeater sites, every other site we maintain has a tipping bucket. What does this do? Well, when rainwater collects in this funnel, it really is a funnel, kind of like what you'd find in your kitchen here, but it's a bit bigger. Rainwater will fall into the funnel and collect in the tipping bucket. There's a smaller funnel that will also channel the water into the cups in the tipping bucket, and as they fill up, they tip. And so when the tipping bucket is working, a signal will be transmitted to our office, to the office of the USGS and National Weather Service, so all 3 agencies will know when it's raining, where it's raining, and how hard it's raining based on how many tips is occurring and the rate of tipping. And that's very important in our line of work, so we know when the tipping buckets are tipping rapidly, there's potential for flash flooding and we need to investigate.
Every time a tipping bucket in the field is activated, a signal is sent to the district. Staff checks these meters frequently to make sure everything is working.
Could you go ahead and tip the tipping bucket there? And there's the audio chirp, and a new line will pop up like that, and it came in at 9:12 and 57 seconds, so you can see it came in just now, and that was the 5th tip. And if you want to tip it one more time, tip number 6 will come up shortly. There it is.
The tipping bucket isn't the only old-fashioned thing the district uses to sense the water levels. We also use a bubbler.
Inside here there is an air compressor, and it will send out a stream of air through this line. It's a very narrow diameter line. It's hollow. Some people confuse it for cable, but no, it's hollow for a reason. The system again is designed to send out air at a rate of roughly 1 bubble per second, 60 bubbles per minute. And when water starts getting into a channel or a detention basin, the water depth will rise. The compressor has to work harder to maintain that bubble rate, and that translates into a water depth.
The district also uses radar-based water level devices. But when we really want to know when the flash floods are possible before the rain starts, we look at one very important weather indicator.
Well, the weather station is used to not only detect rainfall, that's the main job of all of our weather sites, to monitor the rainfall, but a weather station will also monitor wind speed, wind direction, because knowing which way the wind blows can impact what kind of weather develops. Temperature and humidity are also two other parameters, with humidity that gets translated into dew point. Typically in the summertime, if the dew points are low, below 50 for example, what happens is whatever rain that rain clouds are bringing tends to be in the form of very light rain, or sometimes not rain at all. When the precipitation comes out of the cloud and it's with low dew points, the precipitation can actually evaporate, and that's called virga rather than rainfall. And that means obviously we're not going to have flash flood issues. But as the atmosphere gets more and more moist, if we start seeing weather stations reporting dew points in excess of 50 degrees, that will raise an eyebrow. We'll look at for potential for heavy rainfall. And many of our flash flooding events with significant consequences have occurred with dew points above 60 degrees.
Up to 40% of businesses never recover after experiencing a major disaster. Make a plan at ready.gov/business.
Mind the road. Flash flood season is here.
We have all seen the devastation that floods can cause to homes and lives in Clark County. Has your neighborhood or home ever been affected by major storms? Federal flood insurance is a smart and cost-effective investment if you think your home is vulnerable. Some easy-to-understand assessments can help determine if you need flood insurance. Call your insurance agent or call 1-888-CALL-FLOOD or visit the Regional Flood Control District's website for guidance. See if flood insurance makes sense for you.
Even when we think we can predict the weather, we can never be too sure. As this year kicked off, meteorologists thought it would be a super El Nino. So far, it's been drier than last year.
El Nino is a warming of the waters in the eastern Pacific Ocean in the near the equator, where we tend to get higher temperatures, and what that does is cause a change in our weather patterns in the northern hemisphere. And during a strong El Nino, like we're experiencing now, it can bring the storm track during the winter right over our heads. The storms we've gotten so far have been primarily more of a typical winter nature, but we've got the storm track evolving as we speak, and we expect there to be more storms, more frequent storms than we've experienced so far over the next couple months.
Computer models suggested this El Nino looked a lot like the Super El Nino of 1997 that created very heavy rain in the Las Vegas Valley.
There was flash flooding associated with those storms in 97 and 98. Again, it's not like we see in a monsoon, but there can be a flooding when anytime you get that much rain occurring in a desert area.
Although we haven't seen an increase in wet weather here yet, the National Weather Service is still keeping tabs on ocean temperatures.
My concerns with El Nino are primarily that people will not understand what it really means for them. The El Nino isn't a big storm system that's going to come to you and produce, you know, heavy rains over you. It's not like a hurricane. It's a climatological cycle that we have going on in the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes it's warmer and we call it an El Nino. Sometimes it's colder, we call it a La Nina. It shifts the weather patterns around, so we just tend to be more likely to see storms than we are at other times. So the El Nino, you know, we've had this one called the Godzilla El Nino, among other things. It's not an entity that's going to, you know, come after you. It's just happens to be quite a strong El Nino, and it's producing this potential for heavy rains down in the southwest part of the United States.
Weather watchers scan the ocean for clues to possible rain here, and one thing in the ocean has them thinking of old science fiction movies.
There's also a feature in the Pacific Ocean we're referring to as the blob over the northern Pacific Ocean. It's actually been out there for several years, but it's been migrating, and now this year it's off the coast of the northwest United States and in western Canada. It's yet to be seen exactly how the blob will affect things, but so far it looks like it's kept the storm track a bit further to the north and given Washington and Oregon and Northern California the brunt of the precipitation so far this winter.
As far as the drought is concerned, El Nino won't have any impact on the water level in Lake Mead.
Now, is it a drought buster? Absolutely not. It's not going to get rid of all the drought problems. Groundwater takes a long time to replenish, and California is in the midst of an extremely historic drought. So I don't expect to see a lot of drought mitigation. Short-term drought mitigation is possible if we get some really good snowpack up in the mountains and we have a good spring to melt it and fill up the reservoirs.
Scientific methods help us predict the weather, but they also help us with our construction projects. They tell us what works and what doesn't. This year, engineers had to think outside the box for one of our projects, and they had to freeze the soil. This is the Brooks Channel project. The district needed to install steel pipe under the very busy Union Pacific Railroad tracks right next to Interstate 15.
We had researched a couple different options in order to stabilize underneath the railroad in order to accommodate the boring and installation of the casing pipe that we needed, and soil freezing made the most sense. They had experience in exactly this scope of work, so for us it was the right call to make.
In order to keep the railroad tracks from collapsing the tunnel, Soil Freeze was called in to engineer an arch made out of ice.
We do ground freezing all across the United States, everywhere from Florida to New Jersey to California and Washington. Our typical application is in areas with high groundwater and where excavations need to go below the groundwater table.
If this sounds like something brand new, it is. At least it's the first time being used in Nevada. But the technology has been around for a long time.
Everybody that I know of thinks it's a brand new experience. People run into it as a brand new technology. It's actually been around since the late 1800s, but before, historically, it was used for big projects because they didn't have these modular chillers like we have. They would actually have to build the freeze plants, and they would have to make them specific to the job. So jobs like the Grand Coulee Dam, the Channel, big projects that were done historically have used ground freezing. So at this location, we're installing a frozen soil arch over the top of their proposed pipe that they're going to jack into place. Our job is to stabilize and improve the ground temporarily for the railroad, so that the railroad can maintain their traffic and continue to run trains while we perform the work beneath their tracks. So we are a safety measure to keep everything in place like it should be. We install 3-inch steel pipe horizontally through the ground. That's the conduit that we use to run a de-icer, a calcium chloride brine, through the ground. We don't inject anything in the ground, we just circulate it in the ground, and it runs through chillers, and we keep it nice and chilled, and that creates a freezing process around each pipe, and gradually that frozen ground grows until it overlaps with the adjacent pipe, and then we get that start of an arch. Our design here is to have a 5 to 6 foot thick arch where the freeze pipe's centered. So when we activate our system, we have a number of probes that we put in the ground that monitor the ground temperature. And then we activate the system and it runs 24/7. It continually just circulates this brine, extracting heat from the ground. It doesn't put cold into the ground, it pulls warmth out of the ground. And that runs. And our design here estimates that it will be 4 weeks to freeze an arch that's sufficiently thick and sufficiently cold enough to be strong and stiff enough to support the railroad.
The technology works the same way here in the desert as it does everywhere else. But the district was the first to use it on a project in Nevada.
This method is new to us, and as far as I know, nobody in the state of Nevada has done this yet. It was a challenge, and they were the solution. So we're learning. You know, it's not something we do every day, but we're confident in the results, and we're confident with soil freeze, and we're looking forward to it.
After 5 weeks of chilling, construction crews were able to drill the tunnel and push the steel pipe into place. The arch held just as it was designed to, and soon a needed flood channel will be ready to take on stormwater.
I like the flexibility. I like the problem solving, the head scratching that we get to do. The system is similar, but however we set it up and the different parameters are challenging. This one in particular was a fun project because it's unsaturated conditions. So we had to really tweak our parameters and really look at them closely to make sure that we were using appropriate parameters for this system to meet the requirements that the railroad set down.
When there's weather in Las Vegas, you can get up-to-date information on our social media. The district is on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also download our app, FloodSpot, to see where the flooding is happening. You can get that at your app store.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Since the earliest days, entertainment played a part in the hotel casinos of Las Vegas, but it was in the 1950s when Las Vegas gained the reputation as the entertainment capital of the world, and the dancers of the chorus line were at the center.
The bomb was not the only thing to explode in 1950s Las Vegas. Showroom and lounge entertainment became the hot attraction that brought customers to the casinos over and over again. Hundreds of women danced their way to Las Vegas as members of chorus lines. Las Vegas developed its own special style of shows, but it built on the nightclub productions in New York, Chicago, or Los Angeles. In fact, successful dance companies like the Morrow Landis Dancers or the June Taylor Dancers had a number of troupes in clubs around the country and added Las Vegas to their circuit. Eventually, casino showrooms developed their own identities. The Sands had the Copa Girls, based on Jack and Trotta's Copacabana Club in New York, and the Sahara Hotel and Casino created the Saharam Dancers. Early strip properties like the El Rancho Vegas and the Hotel Last Frontier emphasized a Western style, done with modern elegance and convenience. Cowgirls and glamour girls promoted that theme at the property and its advertising around the world. Many of the women who came to dance in Las Vegas were hired in other cities. Los Angeles was a frequent audition spot, but dancers came from across the country and from overseas. Dancing for a touring company gave many young women a chance to work in their chosen field and led to lifetime careers for some of them. The explosion of showroom entertainment of the 1950s and 1960s occurred during the last decades of racial segregation in the United States. Black or Latino performers might appear as an act in the showroom, but not within an integrated cast. At the same time that notable entertainers worked to end the segregation, others found a chance to work in the racially separate venues that slowly became integrated in the 1960s. Nudity became a greater focus of showrooms by the late 1950s. Minsky's had partial nudity in its burlesque shows, but the Lido de Paris at the Stardust and the Folies Bergère at the Tropicana introduced a new style and a new icon, the Las Vegas showgirl. The post-war Playboy era welcomed gladly the nude and the semi-nude showgirls and dancers. The size and spectacle of these newer productions marked a distinct shift that changed showroom entertainment for decades. Of course, female performers did more than dance and appear in burlesque shows. The era's greatest entertainers, such as Sophie Tucker, Lena Horne, and Debbie Reynolds, brought new forms of music from the artistic and urban metropolis to the casino lounges and the showrooms. Las Vegas' own creation, the Lounge Act, highlighted internationally known groups like the Mary Kay Trio, Keely Smith and Louis Prima, the McGuire Sisters, and the Kim Sisters. They may not have created their music in Las Vegas, but it was the place for everyone to come and see them perform.
Coming up on the next edition of In Your Neighborhood, Vice Chairman Larry Brown tells us all about his district, District C, and valley-wide issues, including transportation. That's all In Your Neighborhood, right here on Clark County Television.
Whoa, that's an earthquake. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You think you know everything about earthquakes? Because I do. Oh, really? Which state has the most earthquakes after Alaska, California, and Hawaii? Yeah, Nevada. And I happen to know that if a big one hits, you want to drop, find cover, and hold on until the shaking stops. Most injuries happen during earthquakes because of falling objects. Don't put heavy objects above your bed. Fasten bookshelves and water heaters to walls. Yeah, put the heaviest items right on the floor or on the lowest shelves. Go to Clark County's website for more earthquake safety tips. Told you I knew everything.
Hi, I'm Rita Rudner, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County.
Hello and welcome to Waterways, the Southern Nevada Water Authority's news information program. I'm your host, Scott Huntley. We join you this month from the Springs Preserve, where work is underway on a new teaching garden to help students dig deep into school curriculum while having fun. But first, saving water is easier than ever with a Water Smart Home. We'll show you how home builders are designing new houses with the desert in mind. Curious about how much water you use at home? Your water meter holds the answer. Plus, the change in the weather is a reminder to set your irrigation clock to water only one day a week. And if you want to plant your own Water Smart landscape, you'll need drip irrigation. Learn how to build and install it yourself. It might surprise you to learn single-family residents consume the largest amount of water in southern Nevada, more than golf courses, resorts, and commercial properties combined. Since the SNWA is committed to helping the community reduce water use, it made sense to help residents create a Water Smart lifestyle from the ground up. Christine Vaughn explains the value of a Water Smart home.
As Las Vegas emerges from the Great Recession, one sure sign is the rise of home construction. But what's most encouraging is that we're building smarter and more sustainably, not just building more. Many new home communities are water smart. These homes have technology to help home buyers live a water smart lifestyle without sacrificing the comforts of home. When you build a brand new home, your toughest choices usually involve whether to purchase the upgrades, such as granite countertops, crown molding, or covered patios. But when you buy a water smart home, a water efficient foundation is already laid for you. Your purchase is a guaranteed step in helping Southern Nevada conserve its most precious natural resource, water. A new water smart home can save about 85,000 gallons of water more per year compared to a home built in 2003. That's huge water savings for Southern Nevada and conservation gains for homeowners who can reap energy as well as water savings. Water smart homes include high-efficiency appliances and fixtures such as washers, toilets, faucets, and shower heads. Participating builders must meet standards for hot water delivery indoors and a water-efficient irrigation system outdoors. The Water Authority launched the Water Smart Home program in 2005 in partnership with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. The program provides customers the opportunity to purchase homes that exceed water efficiency standards, and it's one of the largest water efficiency programs for new homes in the nation.
Well, single-family homes as a whole use the most water in the Las Vegas Valley, and so knowing that, the Southern Nevada Water Authority partnered with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association to develop the Water Smart Home program in order to promote new home construction that is much more water efficient than what is required by basic code. And so the program really works because both home builders and home buyers have really come to understand the importance of water conservation.
With home construction rising again, more water smart homes are on the market. Last year, builders constructed more than 700 new water smart homes, bringing the Valley's total to 11,200 since the program began. Under program guidelines, participating builders agree to designate and build individual neighborhoods that qualify as water smart and are more efficient than current drought and plumbing codes mandate. This requires all homes, common areas, parks, and pools within a water smart neighborhood to be water smart and to meet standard requirements established by the SNWA. All water smart home landscapes are guaranteed to comply with current laws and codes. And since Southern Nevadans on average use far more water outdoors on landscapes than they do indoors, that means the potential for outdoor water savings is high.
There are landscape requirements for the Water Smart Home program. Front yard turf is not allowed. Backyard turf is restricted to 1,000 square feet or 50% of the total area of the backyard, whichever is less. Ornamental water features are not allowed to be installed by the builder, and a low-flow drip irrigation system must be installed to include a pressure regulator, a filter, and a flush end cap. And the irrigation system must demonstrate that it does not create water waste, such as runoff off the property.
While outdoor conservation has a big impact on our valley's water supply, it isn't the only way water smart homes save water. These homes feature state-of-the-art appliances and fixtures to advance water savings even further, such as high-efficiency toilets that use 1.28 gallons of water or less per flush, kitchen faucets that release a maximum of 2.2 gallons of water per minute, low-flow bathroom faucets limited to 1.5 gallons per minute, shower heads that use 2.5 gallons of water per minute or less, and hot water systems that deliver hot water quickly, reducing waiting and waste. Appliances that are pre-installed or offered as upgrades also must comply with SNWA Water Smart Home requirements. Specified high-efficiency dishwashers, washing machines, air conditioning systems, and drinking water treatment systems not only save water, but energy too. On average, high-efficiency washing machines use 40% less water than traditional machines.
Similar to the Energy Star program, which was designed to conserve energy, homes that are labeled under the Water Smart Home program must meet very efficient water use and performance standards. The program was designed to help protect the future of our water supply while at the same time promoting water-efficient homes and products.
Water Smart home builders agree to have a percentage of their newly built Water Smart homes inspected by the Water Authority to ensure program conditions are met. The inspection includes a detailed checklist to verify that each component of a WaterSmart home is properly installed. Once you've purchased a WaterSmart home, it's important to continue WaterSmart practices to ensure savings. Install WaterSmart plants and trees in areas where landscaping doesn't already exist. As interior fixtures become worn, replace them with water-efficient parts to maintain water savings. Simple, inexpensive solutions that can make any home, older or newer, more efficient include low-flow shower heads, faucet aerators, and toilet flappers. Each can help you save thousands of gallons of water per year. Conserving water and energy have become a natural way of life for many Southern Nevadans. But imagine how much more you could save if your home's technology, indoors and out, did much of the work for you. That's possible with a WaterSmart home. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Christine Vaughn.
You don't have to buy a new home to be WaterSmart. Make these small investments and adjustments around the house to reduce your water use. Get a free indoor water audit and retrofit kit from SNWA. The kit includes a kitchen faucet fixture, bathroom sink aerators, a water flow testing bag, leak detection tablets for your toilets, thread sealing Teflon tape, and a water-efficient shower head. You can request the kit online or call the Conservation Helpline. Only run dishwashers and washing machines when full. Take more showers than baths and limit your showers to 5 minutes. Finally, inspect your home for hidden leaks, which can save as much as 11,000 gallons of wasted water per year and more than 10% on water bills. Visit snwa.com for more tips and to watch a free leak detection video that can help you identify and repair hidden leaks. Your water bill reveals more than how much you owe each month. It details your water usage and tracks monthly trends. As Jason Gifford reports, reading your statement is just one part of understanding your water use. The other part is reading your water meter.
If you've ever wondered how much water you really use, your water meter holds the answer. The device records how many gallons you use each month and relays the information to your water provider. It's a good idea to get familiar with your water meter so that you can track your usage trends and identify potential problems before they drive up your water bill. Southern Nevada's primary source of water comes from Lake Mead. Water is drawn, pumped, and highly treated before it makes its way across the valley and into your home. Once delivered, a water meter tracks your water usage. Utilities like the Las Vegas Valley Water District use water meters to measure your water consumption and bill you appropriately. Water meters can help you identify leaks and can also encourage conservation. Water meter technology can vary, but most operate in a similar manner. The Water District and the City of North Las Vegas both use automated meter readers. The AMR system records the water usage data at each meter and transmits it through radio waves to specialized receiving units. The Water District system consists of a small electronic device that is attached to the water meter. AMR is an efficient way to track and record customer water use.
AMR allows the meter readers to pick up reads through a radio frequency, which is more efficient because we don't have to walk from property to property.
A water meter has three basic components: a dial, a low flow indicator, and an odometer. The dial, or sweep hand, rotates when water passes through the meter. One full rotation of the sweep hand equals 10 gallons on 5/8 to 1 inch meters. The low flow indicator helps you determine whether you have a leak on site. The small triangle or star rotates with very little water movement. Any water moving through the meter is detected, so even a small leak will register. The odometer records total water use, similar to how the odometer in your car records miles driven. Read your odometer from left to right to get an accurate count of your water usage.
This is a standard 5/8 residential meter, and it displays water usage in thousands of gallons. So you have the furthest black stationary dial, which represents ones. The next two black rolling dials represent tens and hundreds of gallons. And then the third white rolling dial represents thousands of gallons. So if you're tracking your consumption, you really only have to track the white numbers.
While your water provider gets accurate readings of your water usage from your meter, customers should know how to read their meter as well. Follow these simple steps. First, locate your meter. Most residential meters are near the front yard or in the front sidewalk of the home. The meter lid is marked water, or the name of the water provider. Once you've found your meter box, remove the lid with a screwdriver or another tool that can gently pry it open. Some lids have removable inserts to make access easier. Next, lift the meter cap to uncover the lens and face the meter so that the zero on the outer dial is at the top. The odometer tells you how many gallons of water you've used. To track your usage monthly, you'll need to go back out to the meter and read the odometer again. Subtract your current reading from your last reading. Check your meter the same time each month for accuracy and write down your usage. Compare the results printed on your bill. It's important to read your water bill monthly because it can help you identify a problem such as a leak before it escalates. Familiarize yourself with the bar graph to compare your monthly water use and see when it peaks and declines. Once you understand how much water usage affects your bill, you'll be more inclined to conserve, and you'll see those savings in your water bill when your bill decreases. For helpful tips on how to read your bill, visit lvvwd.com or contact your water provider directly. Be proactive and know how much water you use. Read your water meter once a month to help you save water and money and help our community conserve its most valuable resource. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jason Gifford.
Now that the weather is cooled, give your hard-working irrigation system a much-needed break and cut back on your watering schedule. Crystal Zelke has helpful irrigation tips to help your landscape through the winter.
Winter here in the desert may not feel like winter up north, but the cooler days and nights mean your landscape needs less water, a lot less. From November through February, mandatory watering restrictions limit landscape watering to 1 assigned day per week. Watering 1 assigned day a week isn't just mandatory during our valley's prolonged drought, it's also the smart way to manage your water bill. As landscapes go dormant in cool weather, they need far less water. That's good for your water bill and good for your plants.
Plants in the desert use less water in the wintertime for a couple of reasons. One, it's obviously cooler, and so there's less evaporation occurring. So the water that you do provide to the plants actually goes directly to the roots. The second reason is because of the shorter days, photosynthesis is occurring, but it's less. So the plants don't need as much water to grow, and so less water can be applied to the plants to help them grow during the wintertime.
To find your assigned winter watering day, check your monthly water bill. You also can visit snwa.com and type in your address to find your watering schedule or contact your water provider directly. Next, set your irrigation clock to water 1 day a week. Sunday is not an optional watering day. If you need help adjusting your clock, find how-to videos on snwa.com. Remember, the key to watering smart is all about maximizing the water you do apply. These tips can help ensure water efficiency and landscape health throughout winter. For lawn watering, run 3 sprinkler cycles of 4 minutes each on your assigned watering day. That's it. Space each cycle about an hour apart and run all cycles in mid to late morning after the sun is up. You may just need to adjust your watering start time a bit later on your irrigation clock. Watering while the sun shines in winter helps deter icy walkways or frost damage on lawns. If you still see dry areas, spot water those with a handheld hose. Hand watering is permitted anytime. For plants and trees watered by drip irrigation, run a single drip cycle of 30 to 90 minutes, also on your assigned watering day. How long you water will depend on your drip emitter volume. The lower the volume, the longer the runtime. Drip delivers water more slowly, and this long, deep watering helps plants maintain a strong and deep root system throughout winter. Cacti and succulents need even less water.
For cacti and succulents, in general they use less water than your traditional plants. So during the year you may be watering them once every month, maybe a couple times a month. In the wintertime they can actually get by with almost no water. So with those type of plants, sometimes you can water in November and then not water again until February. If you do water them a little bit more, then maybe you want to water them once a month. But the thing you want to be careful is you don't want to have water in the roots, especially when it's freezing, because that can basically kill the plants.
Remember, you're reducing winter water use because landscapes go dormant. If you think some areas are dead and not just dormant as winter goes on, sit tight until spring. They'll likely bounce back and bloom when the weather warms. While maintenance needs decrease and you're watering less in winter, water waste still can occur. You can receive a water waste fee for watering outside of your assigned watering day, as well as for water waste issues like runoff and overspray, both common with sprinklers. It might be tempting to water longer on your one assigned watering day, but this can cause water to spray or flow off of your property, and that's considered water waste. One way to eliminate overspray and runoff is to eliminate problem lawn areas. Consider replacing grass on sloped, narrow, or curved areas with plants watered by drip systems. If you have a break or malfunction in your system that's spotted by water waste investigators, you'll generally be given 48 hours to resolve the issue. Find more conservation tips and report water waste anywhere in the valley at snwa.com or simply call 702-258-SAVE. Cooler weather means your landscape really can thrive with less water. That's because the valley's watering restrictions were designed with the desert in mind. When you water wisely and guard against water waste, you help our community save millions of gallons of water. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Crystal Zelke.
Save even more water by replacing your turf with a WaterSmart landscape and earn $2 for every square foot you remove through the SNWA's WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program. You can apply for the rebate at snwa.com or call the Conservation Helpline at 702-258-SAVE and request a printed application. Once a conservation representative from the Water Authority reviews your lawn areas during a pre-site visit, you have 1 year to complete your landscape upgrade. Because plants have different needs than grass, your new WaterSmart landscape will be watered by drip irrigation. Drip emitters water plants slowly and deeply, allowing the roots to become more firmly established. Building a drip irrigation system isn't hard, but as our conservation expert explains, you need the right working parts.
Drip irrigation is a slow application of water. What's really critical and the benefit of it is that it can get water directly to the root zone. When you compare it to a spray type system, in a drip system you have gallons per hour, in a spray system you have gallons per minute. So you have a significant water savings when you're trying to water a plant. So there's a lot of critical components to a drip system, and we'll kind of go through each of them. But the important thing to also understand is planning is really important. So when you're going to establish a system and where you want to have plants, you want to have it on paper and kind of draw it out before you start digging. Because the last thing you want to do is dig holes and dig trenches for lines and then change your mind later. So planning is really critical. So in a drip irrigation system, really the critical and the most important system is what's called the manifold. And it composes 3 parts. And this is what's usually in the irrigation box in your backyard. The first part is the valve. This is basically what releases water into the system. So up until the valve, there's constant pressure of water. So there's water always hitting right here, ready to go at any moment. And this wire actually goes to your irrigation controller, and this is what releases water into the whole irrigation. So this is the same component that you use for a spray system or drip system. It doesn't matter, but it's really critical, and this is something you want to definitely have access to in your irrigation box. The second part of the manifold system is your filter. And this is critical because this filters out debris and stuff from your drip heads. So if you've seen around in your yard or in other people's yards, sometimes there's heads that stop working. Sometimes that's because there's little debris and things that get into those heads. This filter actually will help clean that out. And it's something that you as a homeowner, once a year you'll want to go in and actually you can go in and you can clean this filter yourself. So the third component of the manifold is the pressure regulator. And this is really important because it reduces the pressure that goes through the drip irrigation system. You don't have to have access to it. It's usually buried in the ground, but it is something that you definitely want on the drip irrigation system. Continuing from the pressure regulator, the next part is actually the 1/2-inch poly pipe, which comes in through here. So you basically have 1/2-inch poly that runs throughout the entire landscape. And this is really important because this is basically what sends the water throughout to all your plants. From the 1/2-inch poly, then you can actually have 2 types of heads on it. You can have what's called point source, which is you're using 1/4 inch, and this is typically what you see in the landscape, is point source going to the different plants and trees throughout your yard. There is also something called inline tubing, which is the same type of pipe. It's a poly pipe, but it actually has the heads built inside the pipe. There are some components that are pretty necessary in the system. One is obviously if you're connecting different parts, there are connectors that you can use. And the interesting thing with the poly pipe, as opposed to PVC, which is what you use throughout the yard if you have grass, and that's the white, with the black, you don't use any glue. Everything is based on pressure. So you basically can feed the 1/2 inch into the connectors, and you basically wiggle it in, and then it has a suction that doesn't allow it to be pulled apart. An important part is the flush-in cap. And so this is at the end of the drip irrigation system. This is important because you basically once a year want to flush out the whole system. And so these caps, you can actually take the heads off
And again, this is connected to the end. And so this is on here with an opening, and you just turn the system on for about 20-30 seconds and it'll flush out everything. So this is at the end of the whole irrigation system, and you want to have access to this, so don't bury this. The final thing are the different types of drip irrigation heads. There's a lot of variety, a lot of companies that make different types of irrigation heads. There's two types. There's what's called pressure compensating heads and non-pressure compensating heads. We strongly encourage to go towards the pressure compensating, which basically what that means is the head itself, when you buy it in a bag or packaging, and on the heads themselves, they'll say the flow. So they'll say ½ gallon per hour, 1 gallon per hour, 2 gallon per hour. And so you want to have that consistent throughout your yard. So you want to have either all 2 gallon heads, all 1 gallon heads, but you want to have the fixed heads. What we strongly discourage people from using is what's variable heads like this. And the reason being is because this can range from 0 gallons up to 30 gallons. But it doesn't have set clicks for the flow. And so 1 click doesn't necessarily mean 1 gallon. 1 click could be 5 gallons, 10 gallons. And the other thing is, if it's early on in the system, a lot of pressure is going into this from your system, and so the flow in the first one can be significantly different from one in the end. Where with your pressure compensating heads, it's consistent throughout the system. If you're interested in designing your own drip irrigation system, SNWA offers free classes at the Springs Preserve throughout the year. Just visit our website at snwa.com to get more information.
A new teaching garden at the Springs Preserve will give school kids an experience like no other when it opens this winter. A chance to get dirty while learning. Jenna Naba reports the garden will add to the growing number of community gardens planting the seeds of knowledge in young, curious minds.
Gardeners know all the dirt, and soon, students who visit the Springs Preserve Teaching Garden will know it too. Bringing class outside isn't a new trend, but the concept of teaching Las Vegas students how to garden in the desert is picking up pace as more Southern Nevadans embrace sustainable lifestyles.
The Springs Preserve is the ideal place to have a teaching garden. Our mission is to inspire environmental stewardship, and that can range from everything from sustainable living in your own home and workplace to composting and growing food in your own home. And what we're doing here is showing people how they can do that and taking them through all of the steps from design and construction to maintenance.
Volunteers and staff are digging, building, and planting beds in what will soon become an outdoor gardening classroom for both teachers and students. Earlier this year, the Rogers Foundation awarded the Springs Preserve a $100,000 grant to build the educational garden and provide students opportunities to learn outside the classroom.
This will benefit the whole public that can come to visit with a specific focus on children, students and their educators, because we will have elements of this that will incorporate hands-on work where kids can really get their hands dirty, they can see where their food is grown, and a lot of lessons that correspond with that. And so we serve about 30,000 Clark County School District students in the K-12 program annually, and so we will have a lot of influx of those students in here really learning about where their food comes from and how it can be grown successfully in a desert environment.
The Preserve's Teaching Garden will support the Clark County School District's STEM program. STEM is a curriculum based on the idea of educating students in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The garden will also provide lessons in health and nutrition. Since opening in 2007, the Springs Preserve has shared its 110-acre botanical garden with the community and provided gardening workshops, drip irrigation classes, and guided tours so that people can take home what they've learned and build their own desert landscapes and edible gardens. One of its newer programs is the Youth Garden Series, an educational series for homeschooled students.
The Youth Garden Series is a 3-week series package where students will be able to really delve into topics deeply, and those topics range from seeds, soils, plants, herbs, and it allows them hands-on work with all of these topics, and so it ties them into the environment as a whole and how each of those elements relates to what they're learning.
The Youth Garden Series is just one example of how the Southern Nevada community has embraced life in the desert. More than 120 Clark County schools now have gardens, and the nonprofit organization Green Our Planet is on a mission to plant even more vegetable gardens in both public and private schools. School gardens provide enriching learning opportunities for students in an outdoor classroom setting. Students also help to build and maintain their school gardens. Some even host farmers markets to help fund their gardens' growing needs and develop garden clubs. Community gardens also help Southern Nevada conserve water. Since 2004, the school district has removed more than 760,000 square feet of turf through the SNWA's Water Smart Landscapes rebate program, saving the community millions of gallons of water. Gardens that replace turf are watered by drip systems, which use far less water than sprinkler systems used to water lawns. Community gardens are a great resource and offer a wealth of knowledge to anyone interested in desert gardening. Whether you're a natural green thumb or dabbling in gardening for the first time, planting in our arid desert climate takes practice and patience. Ask the experts who've learned through trial and error.
Gardening is always ongoing learning, and our unique challenges that we face in a desert environment are individual to any other place in the rest of the country where someone might have gardened. And so really here the key, I think, for successful gardening is timing, when you're planting things and what to plant. The soil here needs to be amended. Certainly we have different soils than many of the other parts of the country. It's very mineral rich, and we're looking to amend with compost and natural ingredients to really feed the soils and the roots. Irrigation methods here, we will walk through a lot of irrigation methods that are going to conserve water but still adequately give water to where the plants are needed. Nutrient deficiencies that you might face here, and also just crops that are going to be suitable for our very hot summers and colder winters.
Gardening is for the young and old, which is why the Preserve's new teaching garden will be available to all visitors. And there's much more to see. The Springs Preserve Botanical Garden is home to the largest collection of Mojave Desert cacti and succulent plants and contains more than 1,200 species of native and desert-adapted plants. If you're looking for additional resources to plant a drought-tolerant landscape or vegetable garden, visit springspreserve.org. The website offers a plant search tool to help you make plant selections. You can also find seasonal gardening and watering tips. Dig deep and you'll see how rewarding a garden can be. The Springs Preserve hopes to connect students to the environment in a meaningful way when it opens its teaching garden in early 2017. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jenna Naba.
Help keep our water supply clean and recycle cooking oil after preparing your Thanksgiving feast. Pouring oil and grease down the drain can clog sewer lines and leave customers with potentially expensive pipe repairs. You can recycle your oil at various locations around the valley after Thanksgiving and again after Christmas. The Holiday Cooking Oil Recycling Program is a component of the Clark County Water Reclamation District's Don't Be a Pain in the Drain campaign. That's it for this edition of Waterways. If you have any comments or questions, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. Connect with us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and watch more videos on SNWA's YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. We'll see you again next time right here on Waterways.
And welcome to a special edition of Research Files. I'm Gary Waddell. We usually talk to members of our distinguished faculty about the diverse research efforts here at UNLV. However, tonight we're going to talk to undergraduate students about their contribution to research. As always, though, we begin with Vice President of the Office of Research and Economic Development, Tom Peyota. You have an undergraduate research office on campus. What do they do?
Yeah, we do. It's very exciting. It's a great partnership between our office, the Provost's office, and actually student government, which is very exciting. And really it's meant to promote what our undergraduate students are involved in research, and also the opportunities available to them also. I mean, it's very connected in terms of the research mission of the university, but also the student experience and how that enhances the student experience. And I think that's a big part of what an undergraduate office does. I mean, we're going to have, later this week is actually graduation. We're going to have around 5,000 students graduating. We're really hoping that our research mission is connecting now better with our student experience and the undergraduates that are going to be graduating here, and we want to continue to grow that. It's a big part of why we want students coming to UNLV, and as they graduate, many of them having research experiences.
How do you match the right student with the right research project, the right researcher on campus? That's got to be really tough.
No, it's a great question, and you're going to see some of those matches tonight. You're going to hear from students, but you're going to see those faculty members, and that match occurs. You know, some of it just occurs because students are enthusiastic and they meet their faculty members in class. But I think we also need to do a better job in terms of making that match occur, whether it's the researchmatch.com version of bringing forward the expertise of our faculty and students finding out that through technology and being able to search for that. But also students being able to bring forward their interests through an office like this. Also, that helps with making that match occur too, and that's one of the roles of this office, the Office of Undergraduate Research, is to help that, making that match occur. So I think it can happen in a lot of different ways, through the classroom when students get to work or get taught by the faculty, and then also just through students having the right use of technology and being able to search for faculty interest also.
You are, I know from talking to you this year, trying to make UNLV a top-tier school. How do these undergraduate researchers fit into that plan?
Right. So being a top-tier school has a lot of pieces to it, and you talk to the president, and there's pathway goals associated with that. Research is one of those. Student success is another one of those, too. So I think it's very much in line of what a top-tier institution is. It's about being great in research, but it's also about academic success and recruiting great students to the university and having them excel at the university. So having them part of having great research experiences is very much part of being a top-tier institution.
Tom, thank you very much. We're going to meet some of those undergraduate researchers coming up next.
Great.
Thanks. We'll be right back.
The United States Air Force has a proud history of leading our nation in embracing diversity. We've been reaching new heights for years by understanding it's our individual experiences which make us strong. You can share in this success by seeking opportunities to learn and grow as a member of a diverse team. We are the world's greatest Air Force, not because of what we do, but who we are. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
Our first undergraduate researcher is Diana Pena. Welcome, Diana.
Thank you for having me.
If I ask any questions, let me brag about you just a little bit. You're a double major in biology and psychology, and the 2016 recipient of our UNLV Outstanding Scholar Award. Quite a resume.
Thank you.
Why the double major?
So I did double major because I really enjoyed doing both biology and psychology and studying both. So I initially was just doing the biology major, psych minor, but I was going to be here 5 years already anyway to graduate, and I thought if I can do the psychology major as well, I will add that on because I enjoy both. So I decided to continue with the major as well.
Well, congratulations. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Since 2014, you've been working in Kelly Singh's lab. I know she's looking at organ regeneration and using frogs and tadpoles in that research. How did that come about?
Yes, so Dr. Singh's overall goal in her lab is to be able to study how there's certain animals who can regenerate body parts, but there's some animals that cannot. And so humans have very low regenerative ability, but other animals such as frogs have much higher regenerative ability. So we aim to just understand why that is. In our lab, we work with frog tadpoles because the tadpoles actually have the regenerative ability. They're pretty amazing in that they can regenerate complex tissues such as muscles, skin, and nervous tissue. And so we just work with the tadpoles and try to determine what proteins and cellular mechanisms are at play during the regeneration process, and just understand regeneration, how it works as a whole, and we hope to be able to apply our knowledge at understanding why frogs can regenerate, but other animals and humans are not able to.
Yeah, when you get much past fingernails, the humans are stuck.
Yes, exactly.
Insulin plays a role in this. So you're the tadpole wrangler, as they refer to it.
Yes, somewhat. Yeah.
Insulin plays a role in this.
Yes. So my project involved understanding what exactly insulin is doing during the regeneration process. So over 20 years ago, there's a study suggesting that insulin is able to help frogs regrow their limbs. And so in our lab, we just want to understand what is insulin doing, because insulin is known for its role in regulating blood sugar levels, but it's also very important in the proper development of animals. And so by understanding how insulin is able to regenerate or help the regeneration process, we want to understand how it can control the regeneration.
How do you balance lab work, research work, and school classes?
Yeah, so I spend around 15 hours average each week in doing research. It varies depending on the week. So some weeks I have a little bit more, some weeks I have less. But it definitely has required me to be able to have better time management skills being a part of the lab, by being able to use my time more efficiently. So I have breaks in between a lot of my classes, and I use that time to either go into lab and do research or use that time for studying, and that has been a great help. I've also actually started using a planner. I didn't use a planner before coming into lab, so coming into doing research, I needed to start using a planner to better organize important school dates and how to organize my research around that, and that was actually very helpful. And I think that it's very doable as long as you're committed to doing research and doing well in your classes. It's all very doable.
Wow. It's paid off. 2015, you were awarded the National Science Research Experience for Undergraduates Fellowship. How exciting was that?
It was very exciting. It was one of the best experiences I've had in research. I was able to do research full-time during the summer, and this is a program that is funded by the National Science Foundation through a grant that they give undergraduates, and it was ran by Dr. Regner and Dr. Robledo as part of the life sciences. And I found it very valuable because by doing research full-time, I was able to get a glimpse of what that is like. I don't do it full-time during the semester, so I was able to do a lot more experiments, get results a lot quicker than I'm usually used to, which is also nice when you're doing the work and you're seeing that it's paying off. And I also was able to live on campus for free. The program pays for that.
There you go.
Yeah, that was nice. I don't normally live on campus. I live with my parents, so that was a nice experience. And they also, as part of the program, they bring a lot of out-of-state students as well to do research here at UNLV, and it was nice meeting out-of-state students along with other Las Vegas students, and it was a great experience overall.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good luck in your future. I know it will be bright no matter what you decide is your final destination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
In Vietnam, we took care of each other. In combat, you look out for your battle buddy.
I'd do anything for my unit.
When things get tough, it's great to know somebody's there for you.
Every step of the way.
DAV stands behind America's veterans to make their transition back home easier, with free services and help getting the benefits they've earned. Help us fulfill the promise to our men and women who served. Go to DAV.org to learn more.
Drownings are a leading cause of death for young children. Simple safety steps are the best way to prevent these tragedies. Make sure kids learn how to swim. Always watch them in and around water. Properly fence all pools and stay away from drains. Consider the steps you take, then add a few more. Because you never know which pool safety step will save a life until it does. Simple steps save lives. To learn some new ones, visit poolsafely.gov.
Our next guests are Nora Cabroy, Dr. Nora Cabroy, Professor of Life Sciences and undergraduate researcher, and Kayvon Etabar. Welcome to both of you. Thank you for being with us. First, congratulations in order, Dr. Cabroy. You were named as an outstanding research mentor.
Thank you.
That was very, very nice.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
And this guy nominated you, and you participated in the summer 2015 NSF EPSCoR program. Tell us about that.
So the EPSCoR program is basically to allow research grant opportunities for undergraduates to carry out research that would be competitive for their undergraduate institutions. So mine was focusing on the Alzheimer's disease project that we work on in our laboratory.
Yeah, let's talk about the work that you're both investigating. I understand you study the retina of the eye to determine factors that may lead to blindness and have other indicators, right?
Yes. So essentially, what I'm really interested with is on retinal degeneration. So if you look at the eye, for example, every single day, the outer tips of photoreceptors, those are the cells that are responsible for processing the light and converting light to electrical signals and bringing it into the brain such that the brain could actually interpret the message. However, just as a part of normal physiological process, the tips of the photoreceptors are actually shed every single day. We don't know that. We don't notice that because there is no inflammation. Otherwise, our eyes would turn red all the time, but it doesn't happen. However, if there are anything that could disrupt that particular process, so it's shed and it's eaten by a specific type of cell, then those tips are actually, they would somehow be not eaten and just be found between the photoreceptors and the retinal pigment epithelium cells, and eventually they become toxic to the eye. So that's how we get retinal degeneration and eventually blindness. So for my part, I'm really interested in why retinal degeneration happens. And a while back, I have identified a protein that acts as a bridge between the outer segments and the retinal pigment epithelium cells, those cells that are responsible for eating. So I characterized those, and I was able to determine the receptors, so the protein that it's actually contacting on the retinal pigment epithelium cells. I know the exact part of the protein that contacts the receptor. I also know the exact part of the protein that contacts the photoreceptor outer segments. So from there, for us, other than that the protein is doing as a bridge, is it enough to actually produce that particular phenotype or manifestation of blindness? So I move on to investigate further, because by looking at the characteristic of the protein is also what we call as a transcription factor. So right now we're also investigating the fact that it could regulate other sets of genes, especially those genes that are involved in oxidative stress. So meaning those genes that impacts, when there is so much oxidation process, and then they could kill the cells.
It's amazing how one thing leads to a whole bunch of other different things.
And actually, my project that Kayvon is doing is an offshoot of that knowledge. So in the brain, especially with Alzheimer's disease, what we know is that there's an accumulation of amyloid beta proteins. They aggregate in the brain, and eventually when there's too much of them, of course, they put too much pressure on the brain cells, and the brain cells die. What we also know is that we have a natural process of actually clearing those, but that process goes through a very inflammatory pathway. So our protein is involved in a process in the eye, involved in a process that is anti-inflammatory. So we kind of harness that information. So on our case, we design a hybrid protein. Part of it contacts the receptor that is non-inflammatory, and a part of it actually is responsible for contacting amyloid beta. And Kayvon is responsible for screening those amyloid beta binding proteins, the ones that could contact the amyloid beta part.
How did you get involved in this? How did you find an interest in this?
So I initially took Dr. Cabroy's molecular genetics course, and at the end of the course, she was gracious enough to offer research opportunities to any of her undergraduates that were interested. So the class was still remains the favorite of my undergraduate career, and I decided to take her up on that opportunity. I was interviewed, and I was fortunate enough to have received a position in her laboratory.
Get it from both sides here. Why do you think it's important for undergraduates to be involved in research?
So it's important for undergraduates to be involved in research because you not only get to learn technical skills that you can apply in your career, whether it's research, medicine, or any other kind of professional biology field. But you also get to see the application of what you learn in lectures practically in the work environment with regards to biology and research.
Do you know where you're headed yet?
I hope to go to medical school.
Oh, okay, very good. Why is it important for you to have undergraduates?
Well, I mean,
They work cheap.
not necessarily. Actually, I support them really well. Through fellowships, for example, I help them out in getting fellowships. But other than that, these are the future generation of scientists. And for me, regardless of whether they go to grad school or medical school afterwards, it's very important that they know the basics of research, that they actually understand the actual process of getting the information and experimentation, and later on, they should be able, those are the skills that they need regardless of what professions they go to.
Well, you sound like you're a long ways past basic research, so
Absolutely.
Congratulations. There's so many people dealing with Alzheimer's in this country one way or another. I hope you make a lot of progress on that. Thank you so much for being with us, both of you.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Oh, hey, bud.
Oh.
Where are you headed?
Just gonna hang out.
It's a school night. With Gary and Todd?
Yeah?
Not sure about those two. I've been meaning to ask you. This is tougher than I thought. Is there any drinking going on in this crowd?
No?
I hope not, because alcohol can lead you to say things and do things that you really wish you hadn't. Isn't this what you're supposed to say?
I know.
So if any of your buddies ever pressure you to take a drink, just tell them you promised your dad you wouldn't. I'd do anything to keep you safe.
Okay, I will.
I hope this is working.
I promise. Love you too, Dad.
They really do hear you.
Brian.
Yeah?
So start the conversation even before they're teenagers.
Good idea.
For tips on what to say, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. A message from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration.
I remember the moment clearly.
I'll never forget that moment.
As long as I live.
I realized at that moment, when we first saw the damage, these people really needed us. And I was going to make a difference, right here in my community. Together with local responders, we cleared trees and collapsed walls. We had to get to the family trapped beneath. As a citizen soldier, I made a difference.
Be there for your community at NationalGuard.com.
Our final guests this evening come from the Department of Film. We have Assistant Professor Brett Levner, Film and New Media Specialist Jason Edmiston, and undergraduate Carrie Ann Cahall. Welcome to all of you. Thanks for being with us tonight. You produced a feature film called The Track. Tell me about it.
Okay, it's an independent feature film about an underage sex trafficking victim here in Las Vegas. It was produced and created by members of the UNLV Film Department, including faculty, staff, and students, as well as alumni. We shot all here in Las Vegas in October 2014, and have just been working on it and completing it, and it just got into its first film festival, and we'll be premiering at the Dances with Films Festival in Los Angeles.
Oh, very good. You've had a couple of showings here.
We had a couple of private fundraisers for local nonprofits that help the victims of sex trafficking, and it did get a good positive reaction from the audience. We got some good conversation going. How can the community, what can they do to help the situation? So that was really positive.
It's quite an issue here in Southern Nevada, isn't it?
It really is, and actually starting this project, me and my colleagues started to do some research because we realized we really needed to get the authentic kind of point of view about how it was impacting our community, and we met up with some local organizations such as the Embracing Project, which is founded by Esther Rodriguez Brown, as well as one of the professors from the Criminal Justice Department, Alexis Kennedy, and they really became our consultants to kind of guide us and make sure we were telling this correctly.
Very good. You were the film editor for this movie.
That's right, yes.
Tell us about that. Is this your first feature film?
No. Years ago, I cut another very, very low budget feature, and I've worked in educational film at feature length in the past, but this is the first recent project that I've done that was of this scope.
And your role as film and media specialist at UNLV?
Well, that's an interesting position. I get to do a lot of different things each week, each semester, because it covers a lot of ground. The concept was that it would bridge the gap between film, which was sort of seen as an outdated technology, and new media, so various forms of digital production. So I get to keep a foot in both worlds, and I've worked with the Hughes Collection, because that falls into the film